A maritime disaster stranded Qin Mu'en and a group of survivors on a deserted island. Here, they're cut off from the world with scarce resources. Survival of the fittest rules this place. Only the strong can survive. To ensure the survival of himself and the beauties around him, Qin Mu'en fights against heaven and earth, carving out a bloody path. Chapter 1. Maritime Disaster. Qin Mu'en floated on the sea surface, his body rising and falling with the waves as if he were on a swing. Now, he was both thirsty and dizzy, holding onto a plank of wood with one hand while using the other to paddle through the water. Turning his head to look at Yang Min on the other side of the plank, her face was terrifyingly pale, her eyelids drooping as if she might lose consciousness at any moment. He asked in concern, "Yang Min, how are you doing?" Yang Min's condition was much worse than Qin Mu'en's. Her strength was severely depleted, her mind growing increasingly muddled, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. With a weak and trembling voice, she said, "Qin Mu'en, I don't think I can hold on." Qin Mu'en shouted loudly, "Hold on a little longer. The land ahead is very close, look." Yang Min glanced forward, but due to dizziness and blurred vision, everything before her eyes was unclear. She no longer had the strength to paddle. Clinging desperately to the edge of the plank, her gaze scattered, her head gradually sinking into the sea. The two of them, clinging to this small piece of broken wood, had been adrift on this vast ocean for an entire night. The cruise ship they were on, the Pearl of the Sea, suddenly exploded during the evening, its hull breached and sinking. When they fell into the water, Qin Mu'en and Yang Min happened to be together, and it was precisely because of this broken plank that they managed to avoid sinking into the sea. When dawn broke, what excited the two was the sight of green appearing ahead. On the sea, only land would have greenery. After more than an hour, they got closer to the greenery ahead, but their remaining strength was waning. Qin Mu'en could still hold on, but Yang Min had reached her limit. "Don't fall asleep. Hold on a little longer." Qin Mu'en encouraged Yang Min loudly. While observing Yang Min's condition, Qin Mu'en caught sight of something moving behind them out of the corner of his eye. It was a shark. That was a shark fin. "Yang Min, paddle faster." Yang Min complained weakly, "Qin Mu'en, I really have no strength left. Paddle faster." Qin Mu'en urged sharply, and at the same time, he increased the speed of his paddling. Noticing his unusual behavior, Yang Min asked, "What's wrong?" As she spoke, she followed Qin Mu'en's gaze backward. The shark fin protruding above the water was conspicuous, and she saw it immediately. Yang Min's complexion changed drastically, her eyes widening in shock that, "There's a shark! Faster! Faster!" Qin Mu'en didn't have time for chatter, using all his strength to paddle even faster. Realizing the shark was pursuing them, Yang Min's hair stood on end, her scalp tingling, blood running cold, and she released one hand to paddle with all her might. Despite their best efforts, the distance between the shark and them continued to decrease. After frantic paddling, although the land ahead seemed closer, Yang Min was utterly exhausted, barely able to stay afloat, her hands tightly gripping the edge of the plank. She knew that for Qin Mu'en, she was now a burden. Yang Min sobbed, "Qin Mu'en, don't leave me. Save me." Qin Mu'en replied urgently, "I'm not going to abandon you. Hold on a little longer." Yang Min began to cry, "I have no strength left." In just a short while, the shark fin was less than 10 meters away. Qin Mu'en realized it was impossible to escape the shark. Thinking quickly, he suddenly pulled the plank from Yang Min's hands and raised it high. Without the plank to rely on, Yang Min let out a startled cry as her body sank straight down into the sea. Her eyes showed both fear and disbelief. They were classmates, third-year students at G City Traditional Chinese Medicine University. This school-organized study tour to Hawaii included over 100 participants, and both were among them. Qin Mu'en was a transfer student who joined the class in the third year. Although Yang Min and Qin Mu'en weren't particularly close at school, they were still classmates, and Yang Min never expected that in such a critical moment, Qin Mu'en would harm her by using her as a shield against the shark. As Yang Min sank into the sea, Qin Mu'en took a deep breath, dipped his head, and also submerged underwater. He opened his eyes wide, surveying the surroundings. He clearly saw Yang Min continuously sinking, flailing her arms and legs, her mouth open as if trying to scream, but only bubbles emerged. Looking past Yang Min, he saw a shark rapidly swimming towards her. This shark, black and white in color, was massive, with pitch-black eyes like two dark holes, sharp teeth lined up like saws, creating a chilling sight. It was a tiger shark. Qin Mu'en instantly identified the species. Tiger sharks are ferocious, known for their aggressive nature among shark species. The tiger shark was heading straight for Yang Min, which both Qin Mu'en and Yang Min witnessed. Seeing the gaping jaws and horrifying teeth of the tiger shark, despair filled Yang Min's eyes. Even if she had strength left, she would be powerless against the tiger shark. Just as Yang Min felt utter despair, Qin Mu'en made an unexpected move. Holding the plank high in one hand so it floated on the surface, he placed the other hand to his mouth and bit into it, causing blood to flow. Sharks are extremely sensitive to blood. Even a single drop in the sea can be detected kilometers away. Qin Mu'en's blood immediately drew the tiger shark's attention, causing it to abandon Yang Min and head straight for him. The tiger shark, with its enormous mouth agape, swam swiftly towards Qin Mu'en. Reacting quickly, Qin Mu'en shifted sideways in the water, dodging the shark's attack. As the tiger shark passed by, Qin Mu'en slammed the plank down hard. The jagged end of the broken plank struck the shark's gills. The sharp edges pierced through the shark's skin, causing blood to gush out. The gills are a vital part of any fish, and severe damage here can be fatal. Holding the plank with both hands, Qin Mu'en used all his strength to snap it in half, then grabbed the narrower end and thrust it forcefully into the tiger shark's left eye. Due to the shark's rapid forward momentum, nearly half of the plank embedded itself in its eye. This was the most lethal blow to the tiger shark, whose body thrashed violently in the water before sinking into the depths, leaving long red streaks in its wake. Qin Mu'en didn't wait to check if it was dead or alive. He surfaced for a deep breath, then dove back down. He quickly swam to Yang Min, who was now semi-conscious. Upon seeing Qin Mu'en approach, she clung to his clothes like a lifeline. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pressing his lips to hers, using his tongue to pry open her teeth, and then transferred the oxygen from his lungs to hers. Chapter 2. Ashore with immense effort, Qin Mu'en dragged Yang Min to the shore, finally managing to reach solid ground. This was an island, though its size and name were completely unknown to him. He had no time to ponder such matters. He laid Yang Min flat on the sandy beach. At this moment, she had completely lost consciousness, her chest no longer rising and falling. Qin Mu'en furrowed his brow, pinched Yang Min's nose, and pried her mouth open to administer artificial respiration. After performing several chest compressions followed by breaths, he repeated the process. For 2 or 3 minutes, he desperately attempted to revive her. And suddenly, Yang Min gasped sharply, followed by a violent coughing fit, expelling several mouthfuls of seawater. Seeing her regain her breath and slowly come to, Qin Mu'en let out a long sigh of relief. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, utterly exhausted as he collapsed onto the sand. His head hung low, water dripped from his hair and chin, mingling indistinguishably with either seawater or sweat. After catching his breath for a moment, Qin Mu'en finally had the chance to survey his surroundings. The azure sea, the pristine white sand, and the lush coconut groves, yet there were no signs of human presence or any man-made structures. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out his phone. After shaking off the water droplets, he pressed the home button. The screen still illuminated. Relieved, he noted that his phone was waterproof. Using his fingerprint to unlock it, his heart sank as he glanced at the top of the screen. There was no signal whatsoever. Rising to his feet, he held the phone aloft, but the result was the same. The signal still displayed an X. Frowning, he pulled up the electronic map. What he most urgently needed to ascertain was his location and the country he was in. Disappointingly, the electronic map still indicated he was within his homeland. And due to the lack of signal, the positioning system had evidently malfunctioned. He attempted to send WeChat messages and texts, but all were met with failure. Looking down at the device in his hand, it felt as useless as a brick. The only remaining function of value was the compass. With it, Qin Mu'en could determine that he was at the southernmost tip of the island. As he fiddled with his phone, a piercing scream broke the silence. Qin Mu'en, he set the phone down and turned to see Yang Min trembling as she sat up. "Did you use me as a shield against the shark?" She glared at him, just regaining consciousness. "I did not," he retorted. "You clearly did." Qin Mu'en, feeling irritated, tightened his grip on the phone and replied, "If I intended to harm you, you wouldn't be here now." Yang Min blinked, the events of moments ago slowly coming back to her. She recalled Qin Mu'en suddenly retracting the board, causing her to plunge into the sea, and then she vaguely remembered seeing him fighting off the shark. After that, her memory faded. Uncertain, she asked, "Did you save me?" At school, Qin Mu'en was a transfer student, often aloof and taciturn, and he remained so now. Yang Min fell silent for a moment before asking, "Did you drag me ashore?" "Yes." "Did you perform artificial respiration on me?" Yes, and? Chest compressions. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Yang Min's previously pale face, and she instinctively tugged at the collar of her shirt, exclaiming, "You." Qin Mu'en reminded her. "We are both medical students." Implicitly, he meant that both artificial respiration and chest compressions were life-saving measures devoid of any ulterior motives. Yang Min gazed at him for a long while. With both exceptional beauty and figure, she was undeniably the belle of the department, pursued by countless admirers throughout her life. A perceptive individual like Qin Mu'en would hardly attract her attention in class. After a prolonged silence, she said, "Thank you." She adjusted her clothing, feeling a wave of embarrassment and discomfort at the thought of Qin Mu'en having performed artificial respiration and chest compressions on her. "Where are we?" she inquired, her gaze landing on Qin Mu'en's phone. "Is the phone still functional?" "It works, but there's no signal." "Call for help." "There's no signal." "Are you foolish? You can still call for help without a signal. Even without a SIM card, you can still make emergency calls." Qin Mu'en, uninterested in her tirade, tossed the phone to her and turned to walk away. Yang Min hastily picked it up, shooting him an angry glare, before attempting to dial emergency numbers. Yet, whether it was 110, 119, 112, or 114, none connected. After several frustrating attempts, her irritation grew, and she looked over at Qin Mu'en, who had approached a coconut tree and was preparing to climb it. "Qin Mu'en, is your phone broken?" she shouted. Qin Mu'en, gazing upwards, seemed not to hear her. Incensed, she stood and marched over to him, demanding, "I'm asking you a question. Is your phone broken? How come 110, 119, and 114 won't connect? Even 999 is unreachable. I told you. There's no signal, but you can still call for help without a signal." Qin Mu'en sighed, turning to face her. "Who told you that erroneous information? You can only call emergency services without a SIM card if you're within a signal range, and here, there is none." Yang Min wore an expression of disbelief. Ignoring her, Qin Mu'en resumed his efforts to climb the coconut tree. After drifting at sea for an entire night, he was both thirsty and hungry, desperately needing to replenish his strength. "Where are we?" "We must ascertain our location, and such a vast island must have inhabitants." Yang Min continued to murmur incessantly. Suddenly, Qin Mu'en interrupted, "Be quiet." Yang Min's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at him, no boy had ever spoken to her in such a manner before. "You want me to be quiet?" "Qin Mu'en, what do you mean? You first endangered me by using me as a shield against the shark. And now you speak to me like this, do you have an issue with me?" Before she could finish, Qin Mu'en raised a hand, covering her mouth. Yang Min froze momentarily, then, realizing what had just happened, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. As she was about to push his hand away, he suddenly embraced her, pushing her down onto the ground. Chapter 3. Counterattack. Yang Min thought Qin Mu'en was attempting to take advantage of her, and she panicked, screaming in fright. However, her cries were cut short when a spear whizzed past them, embedding itself forcefully in the sand nearby. The sheer force of the thrown spear buried its tip deep into the ground. In that instant, Yang Min ceased her screaming, rendered dumbfounded by the unexpected turn of events. Qin Mu'en, who was on top of her, squinted and glanced toward the direction from which the spear had come. Emerging from the thicket behind the coconut trees were three individuals. These three were bare-chested, their waists adorned with animal skins, and they were barefoot. Two wielded long spears while the third brandished a stone knife. Upon closer inspection, their skin was dark, not in the manner of African descent, but rather a bronzed hue. They were not particularly tall, yet their bodies were robust, with well-defined muscles in their arms, chests, and thighs. Their faces and bodies were painted, and they wore necklaces made of stones and teeth. Their appearance was that of primitive tribesmen. As the trio emerged from the brush, they yelled and charged fervently towards Qin Mu'en and Yang Min. "Are they the island's natives?" Qin Mu'en quickly reacted, scrambling off Yang Min and facing the three tribesmen. He attempted to greet them in Mandarin, "Hello," but they showed no response. Continuing their advance, he switched to English, "Hello," but again, there was no reaction. He tried French, "Bonjour." Yet they remained undeterred, as if possessed with fervor. One of the wild men lunged at Qin Mu'en, thrusting the spear's sharp tip directly at his chest. The spearhead, crafted from stone, was keenly sharp. If it struck true, Qin Mu'en feared he would be pierced through. He swiftly sidestepped, seizing the spear's shaft and pushing it outward, deflecting another spear that was aimed at him. Just as he managed to fend off two attacks, A third stone knife swung toward him. If he had hesitated even a moment longer, the fabric at his side would have been sliced open, narrowly missing his flesh. The assailants showed no intention of negotiation. They attacked with lethal intent, as if driven by an ancient vendetta against him. Qin Mu'en's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, utterly perplexed as to why these natives bore such animosity towards him. Two spears lunged at him again, and without a second thought, he rolled backward to evade them. The spear-wielding native pursued him relentlessly, continuing to thrust at him. The sound of thud, thud, thud rang out as the spear tips struck the sand, leaving a trail of holes where Qin Mu'en had rolled. Yang Min, having remained silent until now, screamed, drawing the native's attention. The tribesman with the stone knife abandoned his pursuit of Qin Mu'en and charged toward Yang Min instead. Terrified, Yang Min scrambled to rise, but the native reached her back in an instant, delivering a crushing kick to her spine. She gasped in pain, stumbling forward, feeling a searing ache across her back. Struggling, she managed to roll over, only to find the native looming over her, the stone knife raised high, poised to plunge into her chest. In an instant, Yang Min felt as if her entire being had been frozen in fear. At the critical moment, she cried out sharply, "Qin Mu'en, please save me." The stone knife did not pierce Yang Min's chest. Instead, a spear flew in from the side, first impaling the armed native's chest, rendering the malevolent figure as cold as ice. The native stood still for a moment before toppling forward, his corpse landing atop Yang Min, his features contorted in a horrific grimace, crimson blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and staining her clothing a deep red. Trembling with terror, Yang Min hastily pushed the body off her and scrambled away. The spear that had saved her was indeed thrown by Qin Mu'en, the sharp edge of the stone knife aimed viciously at his throat. Qin Mu'en leaned back to evade the blade's deadly arc, then swiftly sidestepped and delivered a decisive kick to the native's left armpit. This area, close to the heart, took a heavy blow, causing the native's heartbeat to falter momentarily. The native's body stiffened, as if suddenly paralyzed. Without granting him a moment to breathe, Qin Mu'en advanced, fingers poised like a sword, and thrust forward, striking the native's throat with deadly precision. Lowering himself, he grasped the knife's hilt and plunged it into the native's abdomen, following up with a lethal stab to the heart. The act of slaying the native transpired in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Yang Min sat in shock, her mind reeling. She had never realized Qin Mu'en possessed such formidable skills. Both were students at Mingzhou University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, yet how could one student exhibit such prowess? 2 out of 3 natives lay dead, and the last remaining one did not flee but charged at Qin Mu'en with his spear. They collided in a fierce confrontation. Leveraging the length of his weapon, the native struck first, aiming for Qin Mu'en's chest. Qin Mu'en parried with his knife, deflecting the spearhead, and closed the distance, transforming the stone knife into a flash of white light that sliced through the native's neck. The native staggered forward, and with a sudden gasp, blood erupted from his neck, his body swaying before collapsing to the ground. Upon inspecting his throat, one could see a long, gaping wound. Yang Min, who had been watching in rapt attention, could only discern that Qin Mu'en had deflected the native's spear, but how he had managed to slice the native's throat eluded her. Trembling, she rose from the ground and cautiously approached Qin Mu'en, first casting a timid glance at him, then at the corpse, and finally back at his face. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Are you really Qin Mu'en? The one who is in the same class as me?" Qin Mu'en's display left her utterly astonished. Chapter 4. Strangers. Qin Mu'en exhaled deeply, planting the stone knife into the sand, lifting his shirt to wipe the sweat from his brow. Who are they?" Yang Min gazed at the bodies, swallowing hard. "I don't know." How do you not know anything?" Yang Min murmured, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Should I? We both drifted to this island together. I know no more than you do." After a brief silence, Yang Min suddenly blurted, "I can be your witness." Qin Mu'en regarded her with an expression akin to observing a madman. He shrugged, indifferent. "You really are my classmate, Qin Mu'en?" Yang Min inquired cautiously. Qin Mu'en nearly laughed in disbelief, his face impassive, saying nothing. How could you be so skilled? You just killed 3 people, and you even killed a shark in the sea." As she looked at the unyielding expression of Qin Mu'en, Yang Min felt an increasing sense of dread. It struck her that she knew nothing about her classmate, rendering him almost a stranger. Qin Mu'en realized that if he did not clarify the situation, Yang Min would likely continue her incessant inquiries, becoming quite bothersome. He stated, before attending university, I served in the military. You were in the military? Yang Min's eyes widened in shock, resembling saucers. Qin Mu'en remained silent. What kind of soldier? A special forces soldier? Yang Min's fear dissipated, replaced by curiosity. In Chinese society, military personnel are often seen as the epitome of security. When disasters strike, it is the military that takes the lead in rescue operations. Learning that Qin Mu'en had once been a soldier diminished Yang Min's trepidation, fostering a sense of familiarity. Yet Qin Mu'en remained reticent. Yang Min persisted with her questions. What type of soldier were you? You must have been special forces, right? How did you manage to get into the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine? With your capabilities, you could have easily entered a military academy. Why didn't you apply to one? Her barrage of questions continued, as if she had discovered a new world. Qin Mu'en's expression remained neutral, and he replied coolly, You shouldn't have so many questions. You should simply thank me. Seeing Yang Min's bewildered look, he added, After all, I just saved you again. Yang Min blinked, offering a nervous laugh as she said, Qin Mu'en, as a soldier, isn't it your duty to help the common people? Qin Mu'en's lips twitched. This girl certainly knew how to seize the moment. I am no longer a soldier. I am, like you, a third-year student at Mingzhou University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. After speaking, Qin Mu'en approached one of the corpses, crouching down to examine it closely. Yang Min stood beside him, shivering at the sight. Qin Mu'en casually asked, Are you afraid? A medical student should not fear corpses. That would be quite the joke. Yang Min replied softly, I just can't understand why they attacked us so frenziedly. We did nothing to provoke them, indeed. Qin Mu'en found it perplexing. In modern society, such aggressively hostile natives should not exist. Could they have encountered a tribe of cannibals? His gaze fell upon the necklace adorning the corpse, and he unfastened it, scrutinizing it in his hand. Yang Min inquired, What are you looking at? The necklace was strung with bones and teeth. Qin Mu'en held up a fong, staring intently. Is this an animal's tooth? Yang Min asked, her curiosity piqued. It resembles a wolf's fong. Wolf? Is this a wolf's fong? Are there wolves on this island? Yang Min's voice escalated in pitch. Qin Mu'en pocketed the necklace and stood, gazing towards the coconut grove. Through the gaps in the trees, he could see lush underbrush and rolling hills. This island, with its dense jungle and mountains, was no ordinary landmass. Such a vast island should have been discovered long ago. Why did it still harbor nearly primitive natives? Qin Mu'en was plagued by countless questions. Yang Min suddenly felt a chill creeping over her. Rubbing her arms, she asked, Qin Mu'en, you will protect me, right? Qin Mu'en did not respond. Will there be more of these savages coming to kill us? Surely, someone will come to rescue us? The Mingzhou is so large, with so many passengers. The ship has sunk, there must be a rescue team. Right? In moments of fear, individuals often become overly talkative, attempting to distract themselves from their anxiety. Qin Mu'en maintained his stoic demeanor, turning to Yang Min and reassuring her, We are classmates. I will protect you. There were no comforting words, no reassurances, just a simple statement that somehow provided an unexpected sense of security. Yang Min turned, first grasping Qin Mu'en's arm, then, after a moment, she wrapped her arms around him tightly. Qin Mu'en looked at her in confusion. Yang Min flashed a nervous grin and whispered, I'm afraid you'll leave me behind. Observing her pitiful and cautious demeanor, Qin Mu'en suddenly realized how different they were. If he was wild grass that could not be extinguished by fire, she was a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. What he considered routine, she had never even witnessed. Feeling the warmth of her embrace and the softness against his arm, Qin Mu'en coughed awkwardly, saying, You should let go of my arm. Not a chance. In this dreadful place, you are my only lifeline. Qin Mu'en stated, I already told you, I will protect you. Yang Min refused to release her hold. Clinging to him tightly, Qin Mu'en asked, Are you thirsty? Hungry? I'll go pick some coconuts. You gather their weapons and check if they have anything useful, like flint. Yang Min feared being left behind because she felt useless. A burden. Assigning her a task would alleviate her dependence, and indeed, it proved effective. Upon hearing Qin Mu'en's instructions, Yang Min's face brightened with a smile. I'll go collect them right away. Be careful. A slight smile crept onto Qin Mu'en's lips. Though it appeared stiff, he hadn't genuinely smiled in a long time. Yang Min gazed at him, suddenly noticing how handsome his eyes were. Double-lidded, elongated, the quintessential phoenix eyes. Her eyes were as dark and luminous as if they were imbued with starlight. What was she gazing at? Startled, she instinctively took a step back, stammering, "In nothing. I was just going to inspect the body." As she spoke, she quickly crouched down. Chapter 5. Rescue. Qin Mu'en shook his head, took up a stone knife, tucked it at his lower back, and strode towards a coconut tree. Yang Min, her cheeks flushed, discreetly glanced in Qin Mu'en's direction. She observed him skillfully climbing to the top of the coconut tree, using both hands and feet with such agility and speed that he resembled a nimble monkey. In modern society, such tree-climbing skills might seem utterly useless, yet on this desolate island, they were a matter of survival. In no time, Qin Mu'en had ascended to the tree's peak, drawing the stone knife from his waist and deftly chopping down a cluster of coconuts. The coconuts thudded onto the beach with a series of dull thumps. Descending from the tree, Qin Mu'en picked up 2 coconuts and approached Yang Min, who was staring vacantly at the body. He casually inquired, "Interested?" Yang Min initially looked at him in bewilderment, then glanced back at the body. Realizing she was clutching animal skin, with the corpse's lower half fully exposed before her, it was as if she had been electrocuted. She hurriedly threw the animal skin over the body, her fair face turning as red as a ripe apple. I wasn't. Qin Mu'en had no intention of continuing the conversation. He grasped a stone spear, aimed at the top of a coconut, and thrust it down, creating a hole. He handed the punctured coconut to Yang Min, embarrassed. Yang Min accepted it, explaining, "I wasn't curious. I was just..." Before she could finish, Qin Mu'en interrupted, "We are medical students, well acquainted with the human body, not so naive as to be mesmerized by any part of it." Yang Min detected the underlying implication in his words and let out a discreet sigh of relief. A sudden thought struck her, and she asked, "Were you just joking with me?" Qin Mu'en blinked and replied, "Not funny, I suppose?" Yang Min felt a strong urge to roll her eyes at him. Clutching the coconut, she unabashedly took a large gulp of coconut water. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "Now this is pure, unpolluted green food." Qin Mu'en and Yang Min sat down on the ground, each holding a coconut, drinking deeply. The sweet liquid eased their spirits, instilling a sense of tranquility and happiness. Indeed, this island wasn't so bad. If only it weren't for the terrifying natives. Yang Min turned to Qin Mu'en and asked, "If the rescue team cannot find us, are we doomed to remain trapped here indefinitely?" Qin Mu'en remained silent, for this was also his greatest concern. Just moments ago, while atop the coconut tree, he had seen no lighthouse or man-made structures on the island. All that lay before him was either beach or endless jungle. If this island were near a shipping route, a lighthouse would certainly be erected to prevent ships from running aground or colliding, yet none existed here. This suggested that the Mingzhu ship had likely strayed far from its course, and whether the rescue team could locate this place was truly uncertain. Noticing his silence, Yang Min feigned a relaxed demeanor and remarked, "Actually, this place isn't too bad. At least we have these delicious coconuts. So we won't starve." Suddenly recalling something, she playfully asked, "If it were just the 2 of us here, wouldn't we resemble a prince and princess?" Qin Mu'en frowned and replied, "A king's son is a prince, and his daughter is a princess. Princes and princesses are either siblings or cousins. We are neither." Yang Min stared at Qin Mu'en, incredulous. "Did you come from Mars? Haven't you heard the stories of Snow White and the Frog Prince?" Qin Mu'en shrugged, stating, "No interest." Yang Min rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "I truly wonder how you were raised and what your childhood was like." Qin Mu'en remained silent. His childhood was spent deep in the mountains, living alongside birds and beasts. He looked up and indeed saw it. Floating on the surface of the sea were objects resembling inflatable rafts, with 3 people kneeling atop them, due to the distance. He could not discern their features as Qin Mu'en and Yang Min spotted each other. It seemed the trio on the raft also noticed them. They stood up, waving vigorously while shouting loudly. Qin Mu'en squinted, focusing intently, and noticed several triangular shark fins bobbing around the raft. Yang Min's expression turned to one of horror as she nervously exclaimed, "Sharks! A school of sharks!" Just moments ago, they had only been pursued by a single shark. But now, merely counting the visible fins above the water, there were at least 7 or 8. What should they do? With so many sharks, they couldn't possibly get past. Recalling her near brush with death at the jaws of a shark, a chill ran down Yang Min's spine, her legs feeling weak and cramping. Qin Mu'en furrowed his brow, his mind racing. After a moment of silence, his gaze swept over the 3 bodies of the natives. And suddenly a plan sparked in his mind. Yang Min, you stay here, do not enter the water, and don't go anywhere. With that, Qin Mu'en hoisted one of the bodies onto his shoulder and sprinted toward the sea. Qin Mu'en, where are you going? What are you doing? He ran for dozens of meters, until the water reached his chest. Then he placed the body he had been carrying into the sea in the ocean. Sharks possess the keenest sense of smell. Even a single drop of blood in the water can attract sharks from miles around, which is precisely what makes them so fearsome. As Qin Mu'en cast the native's body into the ocean, blood rapidly spread through the water. Before long, the fins that had been circling the raft vanished without a trace. The scene was eerie, as though the sharks had evaporated in an instant. Just as people began to register what had happened, several fins suddenly emerged around the floating body, as if the ocean had boiled over. The body thrashed violently on the surface for a moment before sinking into the depths, disappearing from sight, leaving behind a haunting trail of blood that slowly spread outward. Chapter 6. Acquaintances. The young girl is surprisingly brave. In his mind, Yang Min was merely a delicate girl, yet in reality, he was not much older than she. He took the body from Yang Min, still hoisting it on his shoulder, and moved toward the sea. Yang Min anxiously warned, the sharks have been lured over. Qin Mu'en, be careful not to go too deep. I know. Qin Mu'en repeated his actions, throwing a second body into the ocean. Yang Min then dragged over the third body. Together, they managed to cast all 3 native bodies into the sea to feed the sharks. Seizing this opportunity, the 3 individuals on the raft paddled furiously toward the shore. As the raft approached the beach, Qin Mu'en and Yang Min raced forward, grasping the edges of the raft and pulling with all their might. The 3 on the raft tumbled off and scrambled onto the shore, utterly exhausted and left only with breathless gasps. Qin Mu'en dragged the raft onto the beach. The raft was upside down, explaining why they had been kneeling atop it. Among the 3, one was someone both Qin Mu'en and Yang Min recognized. Sun Shi, their tutor from Class 2, Year 3. Sun Shi had remained at the school after graduating. Taking on the role of tutored, AT-26, she was a young and beautiful woman, full of vigor and charm, 5 years their senior. Due to her relatively young age, she was well-liked among the students and was even regarded as a goddess by many of the boys, who harbored secret crushes on her. The other 2 were a handsome young man in his 30s and another young man in his 20s, similar in age to Qin Mu'en and Yang Min. Is that really you, the tutor? Recognizing Sun Shi, Yang Min was overcome with joy and knelt beside her, helping her sit up. Yang Min, Qin Mu'en, Sun Shi exclaimed, equally astonished and delighted to see her 2 students. Concern etched on her face, she asked, are you both all right? Both Qin Mu'en and I are fine, tutor. What happened to you? During the shipwreck, the lifeboats had been fiercely contested. Each was meant to hold 30 to 40 people. Yet, Sun Shi's lifeboat had only 3 occupants, and it was upside down. Upon hearing Yang Min's question, a shadow of sorrow crossed Sun Shi's face as she explained. After we boarded the lifeboat, we drifted at sea for half the night. Then we encountered a storm, and the boat capsized. Only the 3 of us managed to get onto the raft. As for the others, it was not difficult to imagine. They either became shark food or sank to the ocean's depths. Although she had not experienced the ordeal herself, Yang Min felt her eyes welling up with tears. Yang Min, are you all right? A young man asked cautiously. Yang Min sniffed and turned to look at him. Finding his face unfamiliar, do I know you? As Yang Min's large eyes focused on him, the young man felt his cheeks flush and hurriedly introduced himself. I'm Hu Qingfeng, from the nursing school. The same year as you, a 3rd-year student. I saw you in the nutrition class, by the way. Thank you for saving us earlier. Nutrition was an elective course, and its popularity had surged in recent years, leading to an increasing number of students enrolling. Yang Min smiled at Hu Qingfeng and replied, you don't need to thank me. If anyone should be thanked, it's Qin Mu'en. He is the one who saved you. She had merely assisted in dragging 2 bodies and did not wish to take credit. Hu Qingfeng turned his gaze towards Qin Mu'en, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He extended his hand with a beaming smile, saying, my name is Hu Qingfeng. Thank you, classmate Qin. He possessed a cherubic face, and his smile was rather endearing, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Qin Mu'en, with a placid expression, shook his hand and replied, "No need for thanks." It seemed Hu Qingfeng suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "By the way, classmate Qin, I just saw you throw something into the sea that attracted the sharks. Was it a person?" As soon as he uttered those words, Sun Shi and another young man turned their gazes towards Qin Mu'en. Casting a human into the ocean, albeit with the intent to save others, was an act of profound cruelty. Qin Mu'en replied in a calm tone. "It was a corpse." "Whose corpse?" Hu Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively pressed further. "The corpse of a native from this island." You killed them?" "Yes." "This—" Hu Qingfeng instinctively covered his mouth, staring at Qin Mu'en in terror. Stammering, "You killed the natives of the island and fed their corpses to the sharks. That is too horrifying." It was unclear whether he was referring to the act itself or to Qin Mu'en as a person. After saying this, he deliberately inched closer to Yang Min. Yang Min frowned deeply and took a step aside, increasing the distance between them. Just as she was about to offer an explanation for Qin Mu'en, he interjected, "Feeding sharks with corpses is certainly better than feeding them living humans." Hu Qingfeng glanced at Qin Mu'en, his cherubic face once again adorned with a smile as he remarked, "I can understand." "I can understand, classmate Qin. It is quite understandable that you had to kill 3 individuals to save us." Qin Mu'en chose to remain silent. Observing this, Yang Min, unable to contain her frustration, tugged at Qin Mu'en's sleeve and inquired, "Why don't you clarify things?" Qin Mu'en replied nonchalantly, "It is irrelevant. It does not matter. He and Hu Qingfeng were essentially strangers. Why should he explain his actions to someone unconnected?" Witnessing his demeanor, Yang Min felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. Hu Qingfeng scratched his head, his face a mask of awkward laughter as he said, I understand. As I mentioned, it is comprehensible." Yang Min, being straightforward, shot a disgruntled glare at Hu Qingfeng and huffed audibly. Yang Min proceeded to recount the chain of events to Sun Shi, concluding with a shudder, "The natives on this island are both ferocious and barbaric. Akin to savages. No, they should be likened to beasts. I truly wonder how many more savages inhabit this island." "So, that is how it is." Sun Shi gazed at Qin Mu'en with astonishment. The fact that he single-handedly managed to kill 3 savages was utterly incredible. Chapter 7. Divergence. Despite being an instructor, Sun Shi was not particularly familiar with Qin Mu'en. He had only transferred to their class 6 months prior. In Sun Shi's recollection, Qin Mu'en was a taciturn and reclusive student, solitary in nature, maintaining distant relationships with everyone. Fortunately, he was not a troublemaker, and in the class, he could hardly be deemed a problem student, merely a transparent presence. She sought further insight into the island's situation from Yang Min. But Yang Min, having only recently arrived on the island, possessed little knowledge. The previously silent young man suddenly spoke up, stating, "The immediate priority is to ascertain precisely where we are. Secondly, before the rescue team arrives, we must devise a means of self-salvation and survival." Dressed in a suit, the young man, albeit disheveled, still radiated the essence of a typical corporate elite. He was handsome, of slightly above average height, and appeared to be in his early 30s. Perhaps having navigated the corporate world for many years, he was calm and composed, articulating his thoughts with remarkable clarity. He continued, "My name is Li Yingkai, 31 years old, employed at a large construction group as a supervisor. The China State Construction Engineering Corporation ranks among the top 50 enterprises globally. Li Yingkai's achievement of such a position at a young age spoke volumes about his capabilities." Qin Mu'en regarded Li Yingkai with newfound respect. Since drifting to this island, the most constructive words he had heard were those just spoken by Li Yingkai. Yang Min did not respond, her attention fixated on Qin Mu'en, while Hu Qingfeng also refrained from speaking. His focus on Yang Min's son, she cleared her throat and asked, "Mr. Li, there is no signal on the island, nor can we determine our location." "How can we ascertain where we are?" Li Yingkai replied earnestly. "Thus, we must venture into the jungle, explore the environment, and search for obvious landmarks. The island has mountains and forests, and it is not small. A land of this size should not be devoid of any records in the world. We ought to discover some clues." After he finished speaking, the other 5 remained silent. The presence of natives on the island, particularly those who were savage and fierce, made the prospect of entering the jungle seem perilous. Sun Shi contemplated this, uncertain, before shifting her gaze to Qin Mu'en and asking, "Mu'en, what do you think?" Qin Mu'en replied, "I do not recommend entering the jungle. It is too dangerous." Sun Shi found his reasoning sound, primarily due to her own fear of the island's natives. What if they encountered one in the jungle? She was not alone. She had 2 students with her, and should anything happen to either of them, their parents would come to the school, and as the instructor, she would bear the brunt of the consequences. Sun Shi stated, Mr. Li, I believe Mu'en is correct. Recklessly entering the jungle may lead to encounters with wild beasts and the island's natives. Li Yingkai remarked, I think Miss Sun is being overly cautious. Logically speaking, it is improbable for large ferocious beasts to inhabit this island, as for the natives. He glanced at Qin Mu'en and continued. Although there is a language barrier, I believe that as long as we do not exhibit aggression and approach them with courtesy and friendliness, communication is still possible. Hu Qingfeng nodded vigorously, adding, natives are generally quite simple-minded. They cannot be too bad. His words subtly hinted at Qin Mu'en's reckless killings. Qin Mu'en's eyes flashed, lifting his gaze to meet Hu Qingfeng's, his piercing eyes resting upon his face as he inquired. So, in your view, am I merely a murderer? Under the unwavering gaze of Qin Mu'en's sharp eyes, Hu Qingfeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized by a wild beast. He shivered inwardly, plastering a smile on his face and waving his hands. Classmate Qin, you misunderstand. That was not my intention. Killing 1 is murder, killing 2 is murder, and killing 3, 4, or 5 is also murder. Would you not agree? Qin Mu'en picked up half a coconut shell, using a stone knife to scoop out the white flesh within, all the while maintaining an impassive expression as he regarded Hu Qingfeng. Sun Shi, however, was not intimidated by Qin Mu'en, as he was her student. She expressed her discontent, saying Mu'en. Qin Mu'en handed a coconut to Sun Shi, having punctured the eye, saying, Instructor, you should drink some coconut water. Sun Shi thanked him and accepted the coconut, feeling its weight. Curiously, she asked, the coconut is so hard. You punctured it effortlessly. That is quite impressive. Qin Mu'en explained, the top of the coconut has 3 eyes. 2 are false and 1 is true. Once you find the true eye, it opens easily. So that is how it works. Sun Shi found it quite fascinating. She took a sip of the coconut water, which was sweet and refreshing. She then asked, Mu'en, I remember your home is in northeast China, right? Imo City. Hu Qingfeng interjected. Imo City also grows coconuts. Qin Mu'en did not even glance his way, dismissing him completely. Li Yingkai also picked up a coconut, examining the 3 eyes on top and inquired. Classmate Qin, which one is the true eye? Qin Mu'en scratched with his fingernail, pointing to a small round eye, saying, this one is the true eye. Li Yingkai pierced it with a stone knife, and indeed, it opened effortlessly. He thanked Qin Mu'en and took a large gulp of coconut water. After setting down the coconut, he stated, I still believe we must venture into the jungle to explore. First, we need to find food. And we cannot afford to sit idly. Secondly, we need to gather firewood. The sea will be quite cold at night, and I suspect the island's temperature will not be too high to this point. He turned to Qin Mu'en and asked, Classmate Qin, what do you think, among the 5 of them? For we're from Mingzhou University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Logically, as the instructor, Sun Shi should lead the group. However, due to Qin Mu'en's outstanding performance, he had evidently become the focal point for the 4 from the university, prompting Li Yingkai to directly address Qin Mu'en. Qin Mu'en pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, I do not agree. It is too dangerous. Li Yingkai chuckled lightly. Classmate Qin seems overly cautious. Qin Mu'en retrieved a necklace from the native's corpse, revealing a pendant made from a wolf's tooth, stating, this was found on the corpse of a native on the island. And this tooth is from a wolf. Chapter 8. Exploration Wolf's Tooth. Li Yingkai stared at the necklace in Qin Mu'en's hand, murmuring softly. The natives, isolated from the world, would have crafted their jewelry from local materials. If their necklace bore a wolf's tooth, it could only mean that wolves inhabit the island. Li Yingkai frowned and said, even if there are wolves on the island, we cannot afford to do nothing. He scanned the group, stating gravely, do you know how many passengers were aboard the Mingzhou? Yang Min responded, I heard there were several thousand. There were over 3,200 passengers in total, and now there are only 5 of us here. Where have all the other passengers gone? Have they all drowned? I do not believe that is the case. There must surely be many survivors who have drifted here. Our venture into the jungle is not solely to forage for food and water or to familiarize ourselves with the island's environment, but also to seek out other survivors. His words struck a chord with Sun Shi. Indeed, the jungle is perilous. But if there exists a chance to locate other survivors, it is a pursuit worth undertaking. Sun Shi turned to Qin Mu'en and remarked, Mu'en, I believe Mr.Li speaks with merit. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu'en replied, we may enter the jungle, but we must not delve too deeply. We need to proceed gradually and explore cautiously. Excellent. Let it be so, Li Yingkai exclaimed with a smile. Clapping his hands to finalize the decision, Li Yingkai harbored his own thoughts. The five of them could not operate as isolated individuals. They must unite as a cohesive unit to survive on this treacherous island. Necessitating a leader in his eyes, he was the unequivocal choice for that role. However, should they hold a vote now, it would be challenging for him to be elected leader. Instead, Qin Mu'en stood a far greater chance. He needed to demonstrate exceptional capability to ensure the other three recognized that he surpassed Qin Mu'en in skill. Subsequently, the five began their preparations. Thirsty, they drank coconut water. Hungry, they consumed coconut flesh, though it did not sate their appetites. It was certainly better than an empty stomach. Following this, Li Yingkai proceeded with a distribution of weapons. He allocated a stone spear to himself and Hu Qingfeng, a stone knife to both Yang Min and Sun Shi, and provided Qin Mu'en with both a stone spear and a stone knife. Given that Yang Min and Sun Shi were both female, it was more suitable for them to wield the lighter stone knives. Qin Mu'en, having served in the military, possessed formidable skills, capable of single-handedly dispatching 3 indigenous individuals, making him the strongest fighter among them. Thus, it was fitting that he received the most comprehensive arsenal to maximize his combat potential. Li Yingkai's allocation was both reasonable and devoid of selfishness. However, Yang Min felt somewhat uncomfortable. She quietly complained to Qin Mu'en, Mr. Li seems to consider himself the captain, as if we are all obliged to heed his command. These weapons were clearly seized from the indigenous people by you. On what grounds does he distribute them? Qin Mu'en was indifferent to who took charge or led the group. He had no desire to contest the position. Calmly, he responded, his organization is commendable. His logic is clear, and he manages tasks with admirable efficiency. Yang Min, with a jab of her elbow, expressed her discontent, whispering, I don't care. If a leader must be chosen, it should either be you or our instructor. To her, no matter how capable Li Yingkai might be, he remained an outsider, while Qin Mu'en and Sun Shi were comrades in arms. Once they were adequately prepared, the five of them armed themselves and traversed through the coconut grove, beyond which lay the jungle. The outer fringes of the jungle were relatively sparse in foliage, and as they advanced, Li Yingkai enthusiastically identified various trees, pointing out a palm tree here and a coconut tree there. Both Sun Shi and Hu Qingfeng listened with rapt attention, and even Yang Min found herself momentarily captivated by Li Yingkai's extensive knowledge. The three moved forward at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a white figure darted from the underbrush. Li Yingkai was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, a rabbit. With that, he and Hu Qingfeng, brandishing their stone spears, took off in pursuit. Sun Shi, trailing behind, also displayed excitement and urged Qin Mu'en and Yang Min, Mu'en, Xiao Min, hurry. Let us catch that rabbit. Yang Min responded, eager to follow, but Qin Mu'en, quick of hand and eye, grasped her wrist, shaking his head as he said, we cannot catch up. Lacking bows or firearms for long-range attacks, relying solely on their legs to pursue a hare was sheer folly. Mu'en, hurry up and chase. Sun Shi exclaimed, seeing Qin Mu'en holding Yang Min back, remaining stationary. We cannot catch up. Qin Mu'en replied, oh, you always falter at critical moments. With that, Sun Shi disregarded him and dashed deeper into the jungle. Qin Mu'en, feeling helpless, instructed Yang Min, you stay here. Do not go anywhere. No, I'm scared. Yang Min protested, clutching his hand, fearful of being abandoned. Observing her pitiful expression, Qin Mu'en sighed inwardly. Despite his reserved demeanor, he was acutely aware of who was kind to him and who was not. Taking Yang Min's hand, he urged, stay close to me. In the jungle, attempting to chase down a rabbit barehanded was an impossible feat for anyone, be it Li Yingkai or Hu Qingfeng, and the same applied to Qin Mu'en. Yet, both Li Yingkai and Hu Qingfeng were remarkably swift, gradually leaving Qin Mu'en, Sun Shi, and Yang Min behind. It was not that Qin Mu'en could not keep pace. Rather, he was hindered by holding on to Yang Min, significantly slowing his speed. As they ran, the figures of Li Yingkai and Hu Qingfeng disappeared from sight. The trio gradually halted, scanning their surroundings, which were filled solely with trees and underbrush. Breathless, Sun Shi bent over and inquired, "Mu'en, where did they go?" Qin Mu'en shook his head. He had no supernatural vision to discern their whereabouts. Sun Shi, anxious, asked, "Could they be in danger?" No sooner had the words left her lips than two piercing screams echoed from the woods ahead. Qin Mu'en strained to listen, faintly detecting hurried, chaotic footsteps that were rapidly approaching their direction. Narrowing his eyes, an ominous premonition washed over him. "Sun," she gasped, that sounds like Mrt.Li and Hu Qingfeng. They may be in peril. We must hurry. No need." Qin Mu'en remained fixated on the thicket ahead. In mere moments, he spotted Li Yingkai and Hu Qingfeng barreling toward them, one after the other. Though they had already been swift in their pursuit of the rabbit, their current speed was even more astonishing. Upon seeing that they were unharmed, Sun Shi sighed in relief and exclaimed, "Mr. Li, Hu Qingfeng, are you both all right?" Chapter 9. A devious scheme. It was only when the distance between them had narrowed sufficiently that Sun Shi could clearly see the two were being pursued by a dark beast. Wild boars are not to be compared with domestic pigs. The two are entirely disparate in the wilderness. Wild boars undoubtedly rank among the fiercest of beasts, as the saying goes. 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. When a wild boar charges, it possesses an unstoppable momentum, especially with its 2 sharp tusks that can easily pierce a person's abdomen. Qin Mu'en reacted swiftly, pulling Yang Min with one hand while grabbing Sun Shi with the other, turning to flee. However, as he attempted to escape, Sun Shi and Yang Min remained frozen in place, preventing him from gaining any ground at that moment. Li Yingkai and Hu Qingfeng had already reached them. In his panic, Hu Qingfeng collided with Sun Shi, sending her tumbling. He had intended to run past, but abruptly decided to shove Qin Mu'en from behind with great force. Qin Mu'en never anticipated that Hu Qingfeng would strike from behind, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. As he lurched, the wild boar surged toward him, its 2 white tusks aimed directly at his abdomen. Acting on instinct, Qin Mu'en lunged to the side. The tusks grazed his ribcage, tearing not only his clothing but also slicing through the flesh beneath. The wild boar, with its soulless, cold, black eyes, ignored the rolling Qin Mu'en and instead focused on the paralyzed Yang Min. Having already put considerable distance between himself and the others, Hu Qingfeng crouched in a thicket, peering out anxiously. The wild boar's attention was drawn to Yang Min, who stood frozen in place, making soft grunting noises as it pawed the ground. Suddenly, the boar charged forward, barreling toward Yang Min. The speed of the rabbit was already impressive, but the wild boar's velocity surpassed it. What was more alarming was the sheer size of the beast. This particular wild boar likely weighed around 300 to 400 pounds, charging forth like a small mountain of flesh, its presence both formidable and fearsome. Qin Mu'en raised his head to see the wild boar barreling toward Yang Min, who was frozen in fear. He could even see the tears welling in her eyes. His rational mind warned him that he could not save her, nor did he have the strength to do so. Yet, his emotions compelled him to avert his gaze from the impending tragedy. Damn it! Qin Mu'en cursed inwardly, propelling himself forward. As the wild boar closed in on Yang Min, it dug in its short legs, leaping to collide with her chest. Its sharp tusks seemed poised to pierce her heart in a split second. Yang Min was thrust sideways, propelled by Qin Mu'en's forceful intervention. He had successfully knocked her out of harm's way. But the boar's front hooves came crashing down onto his chest. In that instant, Qin Mu'en felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. Everything around him blurred as he was sent flying backward. He tumbled a full 3 meters before finally landing on the ground. His chest felt tight, and a metallic taste filled his mouth as a warm rush surged from within him. The wild boar, seemingly taken aback by the sudden change in its target, glanced at Qin Mu'en, who lay sprawled on the ground, groaning, before continuing its charge forward as if intending to impale him with its tusks. Qin Mu'en lay still on the ground, not moving, appearing gravely injured. Meanwhile, Sun Shi cried out, "Danger!" from his hiding place in the thicket. Hu Qingfeng's face flashed with a hint of glee, though he and Yang Min were not from the same department. He had harbored a secret affection for her for quite some time. It was precisely because Yang Min had chosen to study nutrition that he decided to pursue this subject as well. Generally, he dared only to observe Yang Min from a distance, too timid to confess his feelings to her. However, now that they found themselves stranded on this desolate island, he felt that his opportunity had finally arrived. Yet, Standing in the way of this chance was an obstacle. Qin Mu'en. If only Qin Mu'en were to perish, the goddess of his dreams would surely belong to him. The wild boar's tusks were nearly piercing Qin Mu'en's clothing when, without warning, Qin Mu'en, who had been lying still on the ground, rolled to the side at a stone knife, which he had somehow grasped, was brandished as the wild boar brushed past him. He struck out with the stone knife, landing a blow squarely on the boar's back. With all his strength, Qin Mu'en delivered the blow, but to the wild boar, it merely resulted in a superficial wound, failing to inflict any fatal damage. The wild boar's hide was thick and tough. Without firearms, it was exceedingly difficult to deliver a lethal injury using only cold weapons, especially with Qin Mu'en wielding a mere stone knife. This was precisely why Qin Mu'en was reluctant to confront the boar. Though the injury was not severe, the pain it felt ignited its ferocity and primal instincts. It glared at Qin Mu'en, emitting a series of angry snorts before letting out a furious roar and charging at him once more. This time, its speed was greater, as if propelled by a fierce wind. Qin Mu'en dared not meet its charge head-on and rolled aside once again, this time with no opportunity to draw his weapon. With little time to evade, Qin Mu'en released the stone knife, reaching out to seize the wild boar's tusks while simultaneously flipping backward to absorb the force of its impact. As Qin Mu'en fell to the ground, the wild boar trampled over him. Fortunately, he was prepared, using his arms to shield his chest and head, yet even so, he felt the brutal weight of the boar's hoof against his abdomen. Being trampled by a creature weighing 300 to 400 pounds was no pleasant experience. The coconut water he had consumed nearly spilled from his mouth, in the brief instant that the boar passed over him. Qin Mu'en snatched up the nearby stone knife, sprang to his feet, and thrust it forward. The blade struck true, penetrating the boar's sensitive underbelly, eliciting a pained cry from the beast. Chapter 10. Settling scores, Qin Mu'en rolled aside, then sprang to his feet, dashing deeper into the jungle. The wild boar, unwilling to let him escape, pursued him relentlessly. At that moment, Qin Mu'en pushed his speed to the limit, weaving through the foliage like a shooting star. The wild boar, faster still, closed the distance between them. Just as its tusks seemed poised to pierce Qin Mu'en, he abruptly changed direction. This sudden maneuver caught the boar off guard. By the time it attempted to pivot, it was too late. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the wild boar collided forcefully with the trunk of a large tree. The sound reverberated, sending a tremor through the ground. The violent impact left the wild boar dazed, its body swaying unsteadily against the tree. The momentum of the collision, combined with Qin Mu'en's strength, drove the stone knife deep into the boar's neck, causing blood to spurt forth. Rather than succumbing to its injuries, the wild boar became even more enraged. Instinctively, Qin Mu'en raised the stone knife in front of him, and when the boar lunged, its jaws clamped down on the blade instead of him. With no time to reclaim the knife, Qin Mu'en pressed his weight down on the wild boar, swinging his fist to strike its forehead. A precise blow to the upper center of its skull could potentially knock it unconscious. Lacking a weapon, he had no choice but to rely on his fists. Despite his injuries, the wild boar's strength was beyond what Qin Mu'en could withstand. After enduring only 2 punches, it began to thrash violently, its hooves scraping against the ground. Qin Mu'en felt as though he were atop a volcano, the immense force making it impossible for him to maintain control. Just then, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Li Yingkai rushed over. Breathless, upon witnessing Qin Mu'en grappling with the wild boar, they were taken aback. Sun Shi shouted urgently, "Quick, help!" Before she could finish, Yang Min stepped forward to assist Qin Mu'en in restraining the boar. The creature's powerful hind legs kicked out, and Yang Min was thrown aside. It was her first true encounter with the wild boar's strength. Soon, Sun Shi joined her, and together, they pressed down on the beast. Li Yingkai soon followed, and the 4 of them combined their weight to subdue the wild boar. Yet, despite their efforts, they felt the creature straining against their hold, revealing just how formidable it truly was. Without a moment's respite, Qin Mu'en continued to strike the boar's forehead, even breaking skin with his fists. After enduring a barrage of blows to its vital area, the wild boar could no longer withstand the onslaught. It released its grip on the stone knife, allowing it to fall. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu'en grasped the knife and aimed for the spot just above the boar's brow, thrusting it with all his might. The blade pierced through the boar's skull, embedding deeply within its head. In an instant, The wild boar convulsed a few times, then fell still. Though the four of them had only held the boar down for less than a minute, they had expended all their strength. Their clothes drenched in sweat as they gazed at the lifeless body of the wild boar, its legs twitching intermittently. Yang Min exhaled deeply. She turned to Qin Mu'en, her expression laden with concern. Mu'en, are you all right? Where are you hurt? I'm fine, Qin Mu'en replied, unsteadily rising to his feet, grasping the handle of the stone knife to wrench it free from the boar's forehead. The others watched in astonishment, unsure of his intentions. Qin Mu'en, holding the dripping knife, began to walk back the way he had come. A gash from the boar's tusk marked his side, and multiple scratches adorned his body. After the recent struggle, blood flowed more freely. Staining his clothes, Yang Min exclaimed in alarm, Mu'en, you need to stop the bleeding. Without responding, Qin Mu'en continued forward. As he ventured a short distance, he emerged from behind a large tree, encountering Hu Qingfeng. Upon seeing Qin Mu'en approach, Hu Qingfeng forced a smile, saying, Mu'en, you were incredible. You took down such a large wild boar. Ha! We'll have meat to eat tonight. Without a word, Qin Mu'en closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick to Hu Qingfeng's abdomen. The force knocked him to the ground, his face paling in pain as he curled up. Trembling, he lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with resentment fixed on Qin Mu'en. With a swift motion, Qin Mu'en hurled the stone knife, which embedded itself in the ground before Hu Qingfeng. You want to kill me? It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. The malice in Hu Qingfeng's eyes vanished, and he stammered, Qin, you must have misunderstood. As he spoke, his gaze darted towards Yang Min, Li Yingkai, and Sun Shi, seeking their support. Qin Mu'en was not one to engage in arguments or to dwell on whether Hu Qingfeng would admit or deny his intentions. Since you wish to kill me, I am giving you this opportunity. Draw your weapon. Qin, you're mistaken. I never intended to harm you. It was an accident when I bumped into you earlier. Draw your weapon. Qin Mu'en's unyielding gaze bore into Hu Qingfeng, his expression devoid of emotion. Do you lack the courage to draw your knife? Hu Qingfeng's push had gone unnoticed by the other three. They only saw Qin Mu'en suddenly leap forward to shield himself from the boar. At that moment, they thought Qin Mu'en's action was bizarre and inexplicable, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It turned out that Qin Mu'en had been shoved by Hu Qingfeng. No wonder he was so adamant that Hu Qingfeng had intended to kill him. Yang Min's face turned ashen with fury, and she shouted, Hu Qingfeng, don't forget that it was Mu'en who saved you. How can you repay kindness with malice? Hu Qingfeng, in a flurry of panic, shook his head repeatedly. I truly never meant to harm Qin. Before he could finish, Qin Mu'en declared, if you refuse to draw your weapon, then I shall. Approaching, he bent down, preparing to retrieve the knife embedded in the ground. Hu Qingfeng's heart raced as he lunged forward, grasping the handle of the knife. In one swift motion, he drew the blade and aimed a vicious stab at Qin Mu'en's abdomen. This unexpected attack caught everyone off guard. No one anticipated that Hu Qingfeng would genuinely attempt to kill Qin Mu'en, especially in front of the others. Chapter 11. Disinfection. Hu Qingfeng's strike was swift, but Qin Mu'en was swifter still. Before the blade could reach him, he kicked it aside. Before Hu Qingfeng could mount another attack, Qin Mu'en struck his wrist with a palm, causing him to cry out in pain and release the stone knife. Seizing the moment, Qin Mu'en lunged forward, his elbow crashing into Hu Qingfeng's chest. Hu Qingfeng let out a muffled grunt as he staggered back. With a resounding thud, his back collided with the tree trunk. The impact so forceful that it made the tree shudder. He felt as if he had been struck by a charging wild boar, his chest aching as though it might shatter, his ribcage feeling as if it had exploded. His legs weakened, he leaned against the tree, gradually sliding down. Before he could reach the ground, Qin Mu'en deftly kicked up the stone knife, grasped the handle, and thrust it forward with sudden ferocity. The blade pierced through Hu Qingfeng, entering beneath his right collarbone and emerging from his back, the stone dagger penetrating his shoulder and deeply embedding itself into the tree trunk behind him. This strike effectively nailed him to the tree. Hu Qingfeng howled in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. Observing this were Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Li Yingkai, all of whom felt a pang of sympathy. Yang Min believed that Hu Qingfeng deserved his fate. Li Yingkai shared no sympathy for him either. They were teammates, and trust was the foundation of their cooperation. To strike a teammate from behind, aiming to bring them to their demise, marked one as a pariah, undeserving of pity. Only She was paralyzed with fear, cold sweat trickling down her brow as her complexion turned pale. She hurriedly approached, grabbing Qin Mu'en's arm, and pleaded on Hu Qingfeng's behalf. Mu'en, perhaps Hu Qingfeng truly didn't mean it. Please spare him. Qin Mu'en had no intent to kill Hu Qingfeng. Otherwise, the dagger would not have struck his shoulder. He gazed at Hu Qingfeng for a moment, then swiftly yanked the stone dagger out. Hu Qingfeng emitted another pitiful scream, sliding down the tree trunk to the ground. Qin Mu'en looked down at him and spoke slowly. Listen carefully. This is your one and only chance. Hu Qingfeng covered his wounded shoulder, staring at his bloodied hands, tears and snot streaming down his face as he sobbed. Qin, I truly didn't mean it. Qin Mu'en paid no heed to his words, insisting on making his boundaries clear. When I say this is your one and only chance, I mean it. If there is a next time, I won't waste my breath. I will kill you directly. After finishing, Qin Mu'en shook the blood off the dagger and walked toward the wild boar's carcass. Yang Min rushed forward, lifting Qin Mu'en's t-shirt, her concern evident as she examined the wound beneath his ribs, frowning. The wound is substantial. It needs immediate attention. All right, I'll follow your lead. Li Yingkai nodded at Qin Mu'en. Having seen Qin Mu'en slay 3 natives, Li Yingkai had yet to witness his prowess firsthand, but he had observed Qin Mu'en take down the wild boar from start to finish, though claim he was not in awe would be a lie. He felt that even if he were bound together with 10 others, they would hardly match Qin Mu'en's strength in terms of skill. He was thoroughly convinced, yet he believed he still had a chance to compete with Qin Mu'en in leadership abilities. The group complied with Qin Mu'en's instructions, gathering vines and tying one end to the wild boar's corpse. Qin Mu'en, Yang Min, and Li Yingkai took hold of the other end, working together to drag the carcass. Sensing something amiss with Qin Mu'en, Yang Min quickly lifted his shirt to check the wound. At that moment, Qin Mu'en's injury had become inflamed and appeared grotesque, the flesh swelling outward. Yang Min's face turned pale, her voice tinged with panic. The wound seems to be infected. In the absence of medical supplies, an infected wound could indeed be fatal. Wild boars were never clean animals. Their tusks were likely teeming with bacteria. A mere scratch could lead to a deadly infection without proper disinfection. She urged, Mu'en, your wound must be disinfected immediately. Qin Mu'en silently grimaced. Disinfect? In their current predicament, what could he use to disinfect? His head felt increasingly heavy, and he murmured weakly, I'll just take a nap. Perhaps it'll be better when I wake up. Infection could lead to tetanus. Once that sets in, it truly becomes life-threatening. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Qin Mu'en's consciousness began to fade as he succumbed to drowsiness. Mu'en, Mu'en, Yang Min called out repeatedly, but he showed no response. Li Yingkai and She approached, discovering Qin Mu'en lying on the ground, unconscious, while Yang Min knelt beside him, calling out incessantly. She inquired, Xiao Min, how is Mu'en? The wound is infected, Yang Min replied, her eyes red and voice choked with emotion. Then we must disinfect it immediately, She asserted. Yang Min, her voice quavering, asked, what do we have to disinfect with? We don't even have fresh water. Seawater cannot be used for disinfection. Although it contains salt, it also harbors parasites that would only worsen the wound. Li Yingkai observed Qin Mu'en's flushed face, realizing it was a feverish symptom. Without disinfectant or anti-inflammatory medication, even with Qin Mu'en's robust constitution, he might not survive this ordeal. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Yang Min and asked, are you and Qin a couple? Yang Min was taken aback, unsure of the reason behind his inquiry. Li Yingkai continued, there is a folk remedy for disinfection. Which is what is it? Yang Min's interest piqued. She stood up, grasping Li Yingkai's arm eagerly. Using urine. While using urine for disinfection was indeed a method, there was no guarantee the injured would not retaliate upon regaining consciousness. Upon hearing this, She's eyes lit up, exclaiming, urine is acidic and can be used to kill bacteria. Li Yingkai added, Yang Min, you could help Qin Mu'en clean the wound. Yang Min's face flushed crimson, nearly turning a deep purple, yet she nodded firmly, saying, I can. I'll go find a coconut shell. With that, Li Yingkai hurried away. Chapter 12. Newcomer. When Qin Mu'en awoke, it was already noon the following day. Gradually, he opened his eyes, feeling no warmth from the sun, but rather a coolness, with a sea of green before him. Turning his head, he discovered a long row of fan palm leaves beside him. The large, elongated leaves resembled banana fans, shielding him from the sunlight. Mu'en, you're awake? Yang Min's voice, a blend of surprise and joy, reached his ears. He opened his mouth to respond, but his throat felt parched and rough. Mu'en, drink some coconut water to soothe your throat. As she spoke, she held out a coconut shell to him. With her assistance, Qin Mu'en took a few sips of coconut water, feeling some relief in his throat. He inquired, "How long was I unconscious?" Yang Min replied, "Since yesterday around 5, until now, it's nearly 1 in the afternoon. Almost 20 hours. Qin Mu'en acknowledged this with a sound of understanding, lifting his gaze to inspect the wound on his side. Yang Min quickly interjected, "I took care of the bandaging." Nodding, Qin Mu'en said, "Thank you." He noticed Yang Min's eyes were red and her eyelids darkened, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Did you stay by my side the entire time?" Yang Min softly affirmed, "I was worried your wound would become infected. We have no antibiotics or painkillers. If the wound worsens, the consequences could be dire." Listening to Yang Min's explanation, warmth flooded Qin Mu'en's heart. Throughout his life, few had shown him kindness. He could count them on one hand. That Yang Min had stayed by him for 20 hours stirred deep emotions within him. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he said, "Yang Min Mu'en, you can call me Xiao Min. Xiao Min, you've worked hard. What are you being polite about? Thank you, Dado. You've saved me several times. I only helped you this once." Yang Min's cheeks flushed as she spoke, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Qin Mu'en raised his hand, saying, "Help me sit up." Yang Min supported his arm, assisting him into a sitting position. Glancing down, Qin Mu'en noticed a strip of cloth tied around his waist, and Yang Min's t-shirt had been shortened, nearly resembling a crop top. He untied the cloth to inspect his side wound. The surrounding area was still somewhat red and swollen, which was normal, but the inflammation had lessened significantly. Curiously, he asked, "Did you clean my wound?" At this, Yang Min's cheeks turned a deep shade of red, and she replied hesitantly. Qin Mu'en, surprised, asked, "Did we find a water source?" "No, then how did you?" "Ah, just don't ask." Feigning a stern expression, he inquired, "What exactly did you use to clean the wound?" She had anticipated that Qin Mu'en would scold her for using urine, but instead, he smacked his forehead and muttered, "How could I forget that?" When clean water is unavailable, using urine for wound cleaning is indeed a viable emergency measure. Yang Min looked up at Qin Mu'en, cautiously asking, "You don't blame me?" Qin Mu'en replied, "You saved my life. If I were to blame you, that would be rather petty of me, I understand." Qin Mu'en nodded, indicating he bore no grudge. As they conversed, Sun Shi and Li Yingkai approached, followed by 2 women. Upon seeing Qin Mu'en sitting up, Li Yingkai's face lit up with joy as he quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Mu'en, you're awake." It was evident that Li Yingkai was genuinely delighted by Qin Mu'en's revival. This reaction was understandable. Among them, Qin Mu'en possessed the greatest skills, and their survival on this deserted island heavily relied on him. Though Qin Mu'en was not particularly skilled in socializing or expressing himself, he was very perceptive. He could quickly discern who bore goodwill toward him and who did not. He smiled at Li Yingkai and said, "Mr. Li Mu'en, I'm 10 years older than you. Just like Xiao Sun, call me Li Gu. You won't lose out." Qin Mu'en acknowledged with a sound. His gaze shifted to the 2 women standing behind Li Yingkai and Sun Shi. The young girl, Qin Mu'en, recognized was a fellow student from her department, though she could not recall her name. The other woman, slightly older and appearing to be around 30, bore a resemblance to Li Yingkai in age. Her eyes were red and puffy, suggesting that she had recently been weeping, the cause of which was unknown. The younger girl took a couple of steps forward and said, "You must be Qin Mu'en from Class 2. "I am Tong Yao from Class 1. Qin Mu'en acknowledged her with a nod, a silent greeting exchanged. Tong Yao tugged at the older woman's arm and introduced her. "This is Sister Yizi Xin. If it weren't for her help, I might have drowned in the ocean by now. And thank you for the roasted pork." Qin Mu'en was taken aback by this revelation and turned to Li Yingkai for clarification. Li Yingkai explained, "Last night, we lit a bonfire on the beach, and the flames attracted Tong and Yi over." After a brief pause, he sighed and continued, "During the shipwreck, Yi and her husband, along with their child, became separated, and now their whereabouts are uncertain." It was no wonder Yizi Xin's eyes were red. Qin Mu'en, unsure of how to offer consolation, said, "As long as they reach the island, they will eventually reunite." Even he doubted the sincerity of his own words. Tong Yao grinned at Qin Mu'en and remarked, "I've heard all about your heroic deeds from yesterday. I didn't realize you were so formidable, able to slay a wild boar. You certainly don't appear to be that impressive at school." Yang Min shot Tong Yao a disapproving glance and retorted, "You are from Class 1. After all, it's not like you are classmates with us." You speak as if you were so familiar with Mu'en. Just because we weren't close before doesn't mean we can't be now. Tong Yao was not one to back down. She was petite and delicate, with a round face and large eyes, appearing several years younger than her actual age. One could easily mistake her for a high schooler, resembling a little lowly, however. Despite her small stature, her voice was remarkably loud and clear. Standing at just under 1.60 meters, she held her ground confidently before the taller young Min Li Inkai seemed to enjoy watching the two girls bicker, a smile ever present on his face. Qin Mu'en, deep in thought, said, Li Gu is right. There must be other survivors on the island, far beyond just us few. The Mingzhu had over 3,000 people aboard. If some could wash ashore on this island, surely others could as well. Chapter 13. Jack, where is Hu Qingfeng? Qin Mu'en finally recalled this individual Dado. He's still lying down. Yang Min moved aside Easy Sheen. Qin Mu'en turned to see Hu Qingfeng lying less than 5 meters away. Propped up by a row of palm leaves, his bare shoulders bandaged from a penetrating wound. Compared to Qin Mu'en, his injuries were far more severe, compounded by signs of inflammation, and he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Li Inkai coughed lightly and said, Mu'en, what Hu Qingfeng did yesterday was indeed excessive, but he has learned his lesson. I believe we should let the matter rest here. There are only us survivors left, and it would be best to maintain harmony. Qin Mu'en shrugged nonchalantly, expressing no objection. To him, Hu Qingfeng was merely a stranger. As long as he did not provoke him, they could coexist peacefully. Should he dare to act maliciously again, Qin Mu'en would not show him any mercy. After sipping some coconut juice, he felt considerably more at ease and cautiously attempted to rise. Yang Min quickly supported him, anxiously saying, Mu'en, your injury isn't fully healed yet. You should lie down and rest a bit longer. Qin Mu'en glanced at the bandage on his side and replied, the wound has scabbed over. It's nothing serious. Li Inkai chuckled. Youth is truly a blessing. You recover remarkably fast. Sun Shi added. Li Gu isn't that old himself. Li Inkai laughed. Come on, Mu'en. Let me show you around the setup from yesterday to today. They had built the bonfire, encircled it with stones on the beach, and piled a considerable amount of branches in the center. The wild boar had already been butchered, and its meat stored away. Not far from the bonfire, they had dug a deep pit in the sand to store the cut pork. The island's temperature was exceedingly high, soaring above 30 degrees. Even in the shade, the meat would spoil within a day. Digging a pit in the damp sand provided a slightly cooler environment, which could extend the meat's freshness for about 3 days. After surveying the area, Qin Mu'en felt a deep admiration for Li Inkai's resourcefulness. He had made the most of everything at his disposal. As everyone gathered around the bonfire, Li Inkai expertly ignited it with flint. Interestingly, the stone spears used by the natives were also crafted from flint, which is indeed much harder than ordinary stone, making it suitable for weaponry. Li Inkai chuckled wryly. Initially, when I started the bonfire, I intended to use the smoke to attract passing ships and aircraft. Unfortunately, nothing came of it. He shook his head and sighed. Yang Min remarked, it wasn't a complete loss. At least we managed to attract Yi and Tong over. Indeed, Li Inkai smiled at Easy Sheen and Tong Yao. Just as they were conversing, Qin Mu'en's keen eyes caught movement in the coconut grove. He set down his skewer of roasted meat, picked up a nearby stone knife, and swiftly stood up. The others froze momentarily, asking, Mu'en, what's wrong? There's someone over there. Qin Mu'en fixed his gaze on the coconut grove. It's this. Everyone felt a jolt of alarm and instinctively turned to look in that direction. All they could see were coconut trees. Not even a shadow was visible. Having heard rumors of wild men on the island, both Tong Yao and Easy Sheen felt a surge of anxiety. Yet their reactions were vastly different. Easy Sheen cowered behind the others, while Tong Yao resolutely grasped a stone spear, standing firmly beside Qin Mu'en and Li Inkai. After observing for a moment without seeing anything, Li Inkai could not help but ask Mu'en, are you sure you aren't mistaken? You're still injured. I am not mistaken. There is definitely someone there, Qin Mu'en asserted. He stepped forward and shouted, come out. The coconut grove fell silent, devoid of any life. Just when everyone thought Qin Mu'en might be hallucinating, a figure suddenly emerged from the underbrush, a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. He raised his hands high and shouted in English, I'm alone, unarmed, and mean no harm. Their English was proficient enough to communicate without issue. Upon hearing the foreigner's plea, Yang Min exclaimed in surprise, he seems to be another survivor. Qin Mu'en, however, did not share her enthusiasm. It was clear the man had emerged from the jungle, and if he was truly alone, how had he traversed through it? Li Yingkai smiled and greeted him in English, "Hello." Seeing they bore no hostility, the foreigner stepped out of the coconut grove, scanning the area for others before approaching Qin Mu'en and the group. "Who are you?" "We are survivors from the Mingzhu." "And you?" Li Yingkai inquired. "I am also a survivor from the Mingzhu." The foreigner exclaimed, his face filled with excitement and eagerness, extending his hand. "My name is Jack, Li Yingkai." The two shook hands amicably. Yang Min couldn't help but think darkly. Now they had a shipwreck and a Jack. They just needed to find Rose. The foreigner appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in a black t-shirt and khaki shorts, albeit with numerous tears in his clothing, likely from the jungle. He had short hair, pronounced features, and striking blue eyes. Qin Mu'en asked, "Are you alone?" His pronunciation was distinctly American, quite impeccable. Yang Min shot him a peculiar glance. In her mind, Qin Mu'en's English skills were rather poor, ranking among the lowest in class. The longer one interacted with Qin Mu'en, the more enigmas one would uncover. "Originally, there were two of us, but my girlfriend was unable to swim to shore." Jack's head drooped, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, reality diverged starkly from film. In movies, Rose would be saved, but in reality, it seemed she had perished in the depths of the ocean. Yang Min kindly reassured him, in such a catastrophic maritime disaster, not everyone is fortunate enough to be spared by fate. "The fact that you survived is already quite remarkable," Jack sniffed, regaining his composure, and asked, "How many of you are there?" Li Yingkai glanced around and replied, "Just the ones you see here. By the way, we have one companion who is injured." As he spoke, he gestured towards Hu Qingfeng. Jack looked over with concern, asking, "Is he seriously injured? How did he get hurt?" Chapter 14. Doubts. Li Yingkai instinctively glanced at Qin Mu'en before clearing his throat and saying, "His injuries are quite severe. We're uncertain if he will pull through." Jack seemed to have an epiphany, pulling a small bottle from his shorts pocket and saying, "I have some anti-inflammatory medication. It might be useful for him." Li Yingkai was taken aback as he accepted the bottle, realizing it contained a domestic pioneer cephalosporin. He hadn't expected Jack to possess such medication. Li Yingkai inquired, "Is this yours?" Jack nodded. "I caught a cold while traveling in China, and the pharmacist recommended this. I've kept it with me since." Unscathed. One cannot truly appreciate the value of anti-inflammatory medication. On this desolate island, this solitary vial of medicine is undeniably worth its weight in gold. Li Yingkai, trembling with excitement, held the bottle tightly in his hands, noticing that it contained a considerable number of tablets. His voice was filled with elation as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! We only need 0.5 tablets." Jack, nonchalantly, replied, "You all take it. I have no use for it at the moment." His generous demeanor greatly enhanced Li Yingkai and the others' fondness for him. Observing Jack's gaze lingering towards the campfire, Li Yingkai chuckled, "Jack, you haven't eaten yet." "Have you? Perfect timing. Let's eat together." As he spoke, he led Jack to the fire. Upon seeing the roasted meat laid out beside the flames, Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. "What kind of meat is this?" he inquired. Yang Min smiled and answered, "It's wild boar." Curiosity piqued, Jack asked, "How did you manage to procure wild boar meat?" Yang Min laughed and replied, "Of course, we hunted the wild boar ourselves." "You actually managed to hunt a wild boar?" Jack was incredulous. To be precise, it was Mu'en who did it all by himself. Yang Min proudly gestured towards Qin Mu'en. "So, Jack, are you interested in joining our group?" Li Yingkai extended an olive branch. "Absolutely," Jack responded without hesitation, nodding eagerly. Li Yingkai's smile broadened as he handed Jack a generous portion of roasted meat, saying, "Jack, welcome to our team." "I should thank you for taking me in," Jack replied without hesitation. Taking a large bite of the meat, despite his ravenous consumption, he did not eat excessively. After patting his belly in satisfaction, he sighed contentedly. "This is the first time I've felt so full in days." Qin Mu'en suddenly asked, "What have you been eating for your previous meals?" Jack paused, then replied, "I found plenty of wild mushrooms and berries in the woods. For the past couple of days, I've been subsisting on them." After a moment, he seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead as he exclaimed, "Oh, right. I also discovered a small stream in the woods, and the water is fresh and drinkable." The news of fresh water on the island left everyone both astonished and overjoyed. Li Yingkai eagerly inquired, "Jack, do you remember where that stream is?" "I do. Is it far from here? It should take about half an hour to walk there. Could you take me to see it? Of course. Just as Li Yingkai was about to speak, Qin Mu'en interjected. We've been through the woods, and we didn't see any stream. Jack blinked and chuckled awkwardly. You must have missed it. The stream is quite hidden. Then, how did you find such a concealed stream? By chance. I stumbled upon it. Sensing that Qin Mu'en's inquiries resembled an interrogation, Yang Min discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Whispering in Mandarin, whether or not there is a stream, we'll know once we go check. Jack has no reason to deceive us. Qin Mu'en fell silent. His suspicion of Jack stemmed not from malice but from the many inconsistencies surrounding him. In such a perilous jungle, it was peculiar that he could remain unharmed, find mushrooms, gather berries, and even discover a stream. Moreover, despite appearing to have gone days without food, he had consumed only a modest amount. From Jack's sudden appearance to his current demeanor, Qin Mu'en felt a strong sense of dissonance. Li Yingkai smiled at Jack and said, Wait a moment. You'll take me to see that stream? Before Jack could respond, Qin Mu'en asserted, I'll go instead. No, Mu'en, your injury hasn't healed yet. Yang Min protested. Jack asked, You're injured? Qin Mu'en replied dismissively, I sustained a minor injury while hunting the wild boar. He fixed his gaze on Jack, asking, Is it all right if I accompany you to find that stream? Absolutely. Of course, Jack responded with a broad smile. I in the jungle. Jack led the way while Qin Mu'en followed closely behind. Initially, Li Yingkai and Yang Min intended to accompany them, but Qin Mu'en deemed it too dangerous and insisted they remain on the beach for updates. As the two men navigated through the jungle. After more than 20 minutes, Qin Mu'en surveyed his surroundings, finding only dense underbrush with no sign of the alleged stream. Nor could he hear the sound of flowing water. He inquired, Jack, how much further? 10 minutes later, as they ventured deeper into the jungle, Qin Mu'en asked again, How much longer? Almost there. Just a bit more, Jack replied. You mentioned it was only a half-hour walk. Perhaps I miscalculated. We're nearly there. Just ahead. Jack stopped, scanning the area, then pointed forward. After another 10 minutes, he exclaimed, Right over there. Be careful. Following his gesture, Qin Mu'en still saw nothing. Frowning, he patiently continued to follow Jack. Before long, Jack halted and announced, We here. Here? Qin Mu'en suspected Jack might be toying with him, as he had yet to see the fabled stream. Where is it? Right here, below. Jack pointed to the ground ahead. Approaching Jack, Qin Mu'en looked closely, only to find a large pit. What is this? He questioned. A sinkhole. Jack cautiously approached the edge, peering inside. The stream is down there. I suspect it's underground water. Qin Mu'en stepped closer, noticing the damp, smooth stones at the edge, overgrown with vines and moss. Leaning forward to peer into the pit, he discovered that while the opening was not particularly large, the space within was vast, resembling a colossal cave. However, he did not see any water. Instead, he was confronted with a stark expanse of white. Frowning in confusion, he leaned in closer to examine the white expanse, which turned out to be an accumulation of bones, nearly covering the pit floor. Just as Qin Mu'en was taken aback, two figures suddenly leaped from the thicket across the pit, simultaneously shouting at him. Instinctively, Qin Mu'en looked up at that moment. Jack, who had been standing next to him, stealthily retreated behind him and unexpectedly shoved him hard from behind. Chapter 15. The calamity. The turn of events was too sudden. Even as Qin Mu'en processed what was happening, he had no time to evade. With Jack's push, he stumbled forward. Already precariously positioned at the edge of the sinkhole, he lost his balance and fell directly into it. The height from the bottom of the pit to the top was approximately 7 or 8 meters. With no obstructions, Qin Mu'en crashed onto the pit floor with a resounding thud. The sound of bones cracking echoed in his ears as his body shattered several of the bones beneath him. In that instant, Qin Mu'en felt as though his body had come apart at the seams, every part from the back of his head to his spine throbbing with pain. His mind swirled in a haze, but he faintly caught snippets of conversation in English from above. Jack, there are 7 of them altogether, 3 men and 4 women. One man is gravely injured and unconscious, and I pushed him down. So he has certainly done 4. Now, they only have 1 man and 4 women left. Well done, Jack. You've truly accomplished something this time. Ha ha ha. They possessed a substantial amount of wild boar meat, enough for us to feast for several days. Very good. The voices faded into the distance, suggesting they were moving away. Jack was not alone. Though Qin Mu'en's head throbbed painfully, he managed to catch fragments of the conversation, realizing that at least 2 other men were with Jack, all speaking American English. Straining to lift his head, then his arms and legs, he found pain coursing through his body, but his head, hands, and feet were still functional. He silently rejoiced that his spine had not been injured. He turned his gaze to the sides, observing numerous bones, both animal and human, littering the pit floor, creating a ghastly scene reminiscent of purgatory. Such a conspicuous sinkhole could not possibly be the site of continuous accidents. The only explanation was that someone had disposed of these corpses here. He felt a searing pain in his back, aware that the flesh there had likely been pierced and torn by the broken bones. More alarmingly, Jack and his accomplices had their sights set not just on him, but also on young men, Sun Shi, Li Yingkai, and the others. Attempting to rise from the pile of bones was excruciating. But Qin Mu'en gritted his teeth, using his elbows to prop himself up, and with a fierce cry, he managed to sit up amidst the skeletal remains. The moment he did, a fiery pain ignited in his back. Unbearable and scorching, he gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and cheeks. After a prolonged struggle, he finally exhaled a long sigh. Once again, he surveyed his surroundings, taking stock of his environment. It was indeed a vast cavern, devoid of any stream, yet in one corner of the cave, there was a small pool of water. Beside the pool lay a decaying tree. While that was not particularly alarming, something growing on the tree caught Qin Mu'en's attention. It was a reishi mushroom, a deep crimson hue. Upon seeing this mushroom, Qin Mu'en was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of exhilaration. It was qiji. Qiji, also known as red reishi or blood reishi, is a relatively rare and valuable variety among mushrooms. What delighted Qin Mu'en the most was the anti-inflammatory and detoxifying properties of the red reishi mushroom. The white bones within the cave had likely harbored countless bacteria, and it was nearly impossible to avoid infection when the bones pierced through flesh. Fortunately, the red reishi was precisely what he needed to suppress bacterial infection. Enduring the pain with great effort, Qin Mu'en utilized all 4 limbs to crawl towards the red reishi with great difficulty. At that moment, he lacked even the strength to stand, forcing him to lie atop the pile of bones and inch forward. Among the gaps in the bones, centipedes and scorpions occasionally emerged, but Qin Mu'en could not afford to be concerned about such dangers. He hastily grasped a bone and pried it open. After exerting immense effort, he finally reached the red reishi. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that this specimen was somewhat different from what he had previously learned about red reishi. The surface was covered in spores, which should render it a dark hue. Yet this particular mushroom appeared smooth and lustrous, resembling jade. Could it possibly be a stone? With great difficulty, Qin Mu'en raised his hand to touch its surface. It was not soft, yet it was certainly not stone. Without hesitation, he plucked the reishi and brought it to his nose for a sniff, finding no unpleasant odor. Taking a deep breath, he broke off a piece of the mushroom and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Although Qin Mu'en had entered traditional Chinese medicine university with ulterior motives, he had nonetheless absorbed considerable knowledge about herbal medicine during classes. He could ascertain that this was indeed a reishi mushroom, though whether it was blood reishi remained uncertain. Regardless, the taste was quite pleasant. It began with a slight bitterness, but soon released fragrant notes as he chewed. The mushroom was not large, and he finished it in just a few bites. Exhausted, he lay on the ground, panting heavily. After a mere 5 or 6 minutes, he felt a sudden wave of heat surge within him. His throat felt as if it were ablaze, parched and dry. Turning his gaze to a nearby pool of water, he quickly crawled over, cupping the cool, clear water in his hands. First, he tentatively licked it with his tongue, relieved to find it free of the salty brine of seawater. Lowering his head, he drank deeply from the pool. The refreshing sensation flowed through his mouth, soothing his throat and cascading into his stomach, significantly alleviating the internal heat. Gradually, not only did the heat dissipate, but the pain in his body also began to diminish. In the realm of herbal medicine, reishi is considered a superior grade herb, on par with ginseng, yet the speed of its effect seemed almost too rapid. Tentatively, he stood up, surprised to find that the wound on his back only throbbed faintly, a stark contrast to the searing pain he had felt moments before. To his astonishment, he sensed a new-found vigor coursing through his body. His senses were sharper than ever, and his mind was remarkably clear, with many previously vague memories now crystallized. This was the efficacy of blood rasher: enhanced vitality, nurtured internal organs, expanded wisdom, and improved memory. Furthermore, the rasher he had consumed was not an ordinary specimen. Overwhelmed with joy at the evident transformation within him, Qin Mu'en approached a decaying log, examining it closely. Regrettably, there was only this solitary blood reishi tea that moment. He felt a pang of regret. He should not have consumed the entire mushroom at once. If only he had left a portion behind for future use. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. He sighed softly and gazed upward. The pit's edge was 8 meters above, and leaping out was utterly impossible. However, numerous vines hung down from the rim of the pit. Qin Mu'en moved to the point directly beneath the edge, looking up at the vines that hung 4 meters above the bottom. Such a height was beyond his reach. His gaze shifted to the nearby stone wall. Squinting, an idea sparked in his mind. Approaching the wall, he found the surface uneven yet exceedingly slippery. Most would struggle to climb it. To his surprise, as he began to ascend, he discovered newfound strength in his hands. Grasping the protruding stones felt as effortless as if he were part of the wall itself. Even without the use of his feet, he could hold his body securely with just his hands. Chapter 16. A stroke of fortune like a gecko, Qin Mu'en climbed the stone wall of the cave using both hands and feet. Reaching a height of over 4 meters, he paused, aligning himself perfectly with the end of the vines. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his strength, pushing off the stone wall with his feet and launching himself into the air. He soared a meter away, and as his momentum waned, he managed to grasp a vine. First, he clutched it with one hand, then secured it firmly with the other. His actions were a gamble. Should fortune not favor him, the vine might snap under his weight, even if he held on tightly. Conversely, if luck was on his side and the vine proved sturdy, he could escape to safety. Fortunately, his luck held. He grasped the vine tightly, his entire body hanging from it as he swung gently through the air. The vine creaking yet remaining intact, he exhaled in relief, using only his hands to ascend further. The remaining 4 meters posed no challenge for him. He climbed successfully up the vine and emerged from the pit. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for breath, glancing back in disbelief at what had just transpired, as if it were a dream. Falling into such a deep pit and managing to escape seemed utterly incredible. He looked down at his hands. Having served in the military, his physical fitness had always surpassed that of the average person, yet he had never felt such strength before. Qin Mu'en understood that the remarkable transformation in his body was entirely due to the blood rashi's effects. The thought of the blood rasher caused him to lament once more. He need not have consumed the entire mushroom. Half would have sufficed, leaving the other half for future necessity. After all, rasher is renowned for its detoxifying and anti-inflammatory properties. And this was an exceptionally rare blood rasher. There was no time for regret. Li Yingkai, Yang Min, and the others were in grave danger. Jack and his accomplices were ruthless enough to kill him. They would show no mercy to Li Yingkai and Yang Min. The thought of Jack plotting against him made Qin Mu'en narrow his eyes, the cold glint within them unmistakable. Though he had been ensnared by Jack's group this time, he had not emerged empty-handed. Within the pit lay a small freshwater pool, a precious resource on such a desolate island. Coconuts have a finite supply, and coconut water can run dry, but underground freshwater is inexhaustible and could sustain them for some time. After swiftly traversing the forest for over half an hour, Qin Mu'en finally reached the edge of the jungle. Here, he slowed his pace, crouching low as he advanced cautiously through the underbrush. Like a civet cat, he slipped from the thicket into the grove of coconut trees. Parting the foliage, he peered out. Perhaps due to the effects of the blood rasher, Qin Mu'en found his vision and hearing remarkably enhanced. The distance from the coconut grove to the beach was not trivial, yet with concentrated effort, he could see clearly, even discerning the changes in people's expressions. On the beach, he spotted Li Yingkai, wielding a stone spear. Scanning his surroundings with fury, surrounding him were 5 foreign men, one of whom was Jack, brandishing a stone knife in one hand while clutching Sun Shi, the blade's edge pressed against her throat. Another burly foreigner, shirtless and in his 30s, had grasped Yang Min, while Tong Yao lay nearby, curled up in pain, seemingly injured. Wei Zixin sat on the ground, pale and trembling in fear, nearly curling into a ball. Li I advise you to lower your weapon. Dio, you really think you can take on all 5 of us alone? You are no Yuan, Jack laughed maniacally. The burly foreigner holding Young Min added. Jack, no need to waste words with him. Just kill him. The first statement was directed at Jack, and the latter at his 3 companions. Each of the 3 foreigners brandished makeshift clubs and advanced menacingly toward Li Yingkai. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Li Yingkai was terrified yet had no retreat. He brandished the stone spear, swinging it wildly at the approaching foreigners. One foreigner struck first, rushing close to Li Yingkai and swinging a club at his head. Li Yingkai had no time to think. He hastily raised his spear to block. The impact reverberated as the club struck the spear shaft, causing Li Yingkai to stagger back a step. Before he could regain his footing, the 2 other foreigners lunged at him from either side, their clubs sweeping toward him. Li Yingkai managed to avoid one club, but the other struck his arm with a dull thud. The blow sent him reeling several steps back, his arm feeling as though it had been electrified. Numb and weak, rendering it useless, he could only wield the spear with one hand, making him even more vulnerable against the 3 foreigners who relentlessly pressed forward. The burly foreigner laughed heartily, urging his companions, hurry up, finish him off. As he spoke, he glanced down at the Young Min he held captive. Even by foreign standards, Young Min was undeniably a beautiful girl. Her skin fair and delicate, like mutton fat, with a clean, porcelain-like face devoid of any freckles. Unable to resist, he extended his tongue and licked her cheek, chuckling lewdly, "Your flesh must be delectable." Young Min nearly retched at the abhorrent act. She screamed incessantly, her hands immobilized by her assailant, resorting to kicking fiercely with her feet. Despite exerting all her strength, it felt to the bare foreigner as if she were merely tickling him. With a slight effort, he threw Young Min to the ground. Lying on the beach, Young Min felt a piercing pain in the back of her head, her mind swirling in a haze. She continued to scream and struggle, but to no avail. Her t-shirt was ruthlessly torn from her upper body, exposing her undergarment to the art. As the bare foreigner's gaze lingered on her exposed skin, his desire intensified, and his expression grew increasingly frenzied. He reached for Young Min's bra, but at that moment, a stone suddenly flew in from the side, striking him squarely on the temple with a resounding crack. The bare foreigner groaned, his body collapsing sideways. Chapter 17. The god of killing. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone present. He moved with the swiftness of a leopard, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. The stone, though it traveled a considerable distance, had diminished in force. Otherwise, it could have been fatal. Even though it was not lethal, it still broke the skin of the foreigner's temple, blood gushing forth. He sat on the ground, lifting his head to reveal half of his face stained crimson, his expression twisted in rage as he glared at the approaching Qin Mu'en, roaring as he brandished his knife. The sudden appearance of Qin Mu'en nearly brought tears of joy to the despairing Young Min. Li Yingkai and Sun Shi. According to Jack, Qin Mu'en had been killed by them. Yet, it turned out that was not the case. As soon as the bare foreigner and Qin Mu'en came into contact, he wasted no time, channeling all his strength into a deadly strike aimed at Qin Mu'en's head. Qin Mu'en sidestepped, brushing past him while delivering a powerful kick to the foreigner's abdomen. The foreigner staggered back 3 paces, regaining his balance, but his face turned a deep purple, his features contorted in pain. He swung his knife again, aiming for Qin Mu'en's neck. Qin Mu'en ducked, evading the lethal blow, believing he had an opening. The foreigner stepped forward, raising his fist to strike the back of Qin Mu'en's head. Just as Qin Mu'en had bent down, he suddenly straightened up, his head colliding with the foreigner's jaw. The impact was akin to an uppercut, causing the foreigner to emit a strangled cry as he reeled backward. Qin Mu'en swiftly darted to his side, his palm transforming into a knife-like strike, which he executed horizontally. The blow landed solidly on the foreigner's throat. With that one strike, the bare foreigner was incapacitated. He staggered back 2 steps, discarding his stone knife, clutching his neck with both hands as his face flushed a deep red. He opened his mouth, seemingly gasping for air, yet no sound escaped. Qin Mu'en's hand strike had shattered his laryngeal cartilage, compressing his trachea and rendering him unable to breathe. The bare foreigner collapsed to the ground, desperately clawing at his neck. His flesh was rapidly marred by gruesome scratches. However, it was futile. Even if he tore his neck to shreds, he could not extract the shattered cartilage. Qin Mu'en did not spare him another glance. His training in the military had taught him precisely where to strike to deliver a fatal blow. He looked up at Jack, whose reaction was one of shock, as if turned to stone. Having pushed Qin Mu'en into the abyss, he could not comprehend how Qin Mu'en had emerged alive. Jack was baffled. Even as Sun-Shi broke free from his grasp, before he could voice his thoughts. The three foreign assailants surrounding Li Yingkai let out cries and charged toward Qin Mu'en. 3 men, armed with sticks, converged upon him. They had no combat training, their strikes wild and uncoordinated, relying solely on brute strength and intimidation. Qin Mu'en wielded the seized stone knife, engaging them in combat. Initially, he held back, focusing on evasion to gauge his newfound physical capabilities. After a few minutes, Qin Mu'en suddenly launched a counterattack. The stone knife slipped from his grip, striking one foreigner squarely in the chest. The man let out a pained scream, falling backward. Another foreigner barely caught a glimpse of the white flash, completely unaware of the knife's trajectory. With a sickening crunch, the stone knife embedded itself in his skull. No matter how sharp, the stone was not iron. Otherwise, with Qin Mu'en's current strength, that blow could have cleaved half of the man's head off. The foreigner's eyes widened in horror as crimson blood streamed from his scalp, tracing lines down his face. Witnessing the deaths of 2 companions at Qin Mu'en's hands, the last foreigner was overwhelmed with fear and rage. He attacked from behind, swinging his stick forcefully at Qin Mu'en's head. Yet, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, Qin Mu'en evaded the blow, spinning aside. The foreigner missed, preparing for another strike, but Qin Mu'en had already surged forward. The 2 bodies collided, sending Qin Mu'en stumbling back 2 steps, while the foreigner was hurled far away, landing with a thud and rolling on the beach before finally coming to a stop. He groaned in pain. Struggling to rise, but Li Yingkai, armed with a stone spear, charged forward and stabbed the foreigner in the back. Having lost all semblance of rationality, the formerly composed Li Yingkai now bore wild, bloodshot eyes. Repeatedly thrusting the spear into the foreigner, in mere moments, the foreigner's back was nearly punctured through, his life extinguished. Li Yingkai, seemingly oblivious to the horror, continued his relentless assault. Suddenly, his grip on the spear was seized by someone, causing him to cry out and lash out with a punch at the intruder. However, his strike was blocked. "Calm down. It's me." Qin Mu'en's commanding voice snapped Li Yingkai out of his frenzy. His twisted expression vanished, replaced by a dazed look that quickly transitioned to clarity. He gazed at Qin Mu'en, then at the mutilated foreigner, blood pooling around him, and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Qin Mu'en fully understood Li Yingkai's turmoil. The first act of killing, devoid of psychological barriers, indicated a deeply disturbed nature. Li Yingkai's experience was far more traumatic than Qin Mu'en's. He had shot from a distance, while Li Yingkai had engaged in close combat, bearing the brunt of the emotional impact. Unsure how to console him, as he was never adept at offering comfort, Qin Mu'en finally managed to utter, "They all deserve to die." Having said that, he turned his gaze toward Jack. The weight of his icy stare caused Jack, pale as a ghost, to tremble involuntarily, instinctively wanting to flee. Chapter 18. The cruelty. Qin Mu'en spoke in a detached tone. "Jack, do you think you can outrun me?" Jack, half-turned, froze in place. Qin Mu'en approached a foreign corpse, seizing the stone knife's handle and yanking it with such force that the head seemed at risk of being wrenched off entirely. Jack instinctively took a step back, his legs buckling beneath him as he fell to the ground. "I was forced. They made me do it. I didn't want to kill you. They made me," he stammered, desperately pleading. Qin Mu'en flicked the blood and brain matter from the knife and advanced toward Jack. "Let me go. I swear I won't tell Davis about today," Jack begged, trembling. Qin Mu'en continued his relentless approach, the stone knife still in hand. Jack, in a panic, clawed at the ground, but could grasp nothing but sand. Qin Mu'en dragged him toward the sea. Blood flowed from Jack's mouth and nose, mingling with the ocean, dissipating into the water. The blood did not vanish. It merely diffused within the sea. Terrified, Jack screamed, clutching Qin Mu'en's arm, begging for mercy. "Please spare me. I don't want to die." Qin Mu'en halted. The water now reached nearly to his knees. He regarded Jack with an icy glare, stating, "I can offer you a chance, but you must answer my questions truthfully." All right. I will speak." Jack clutched Qin Mu'en's wrist tightly, terrified that he might throw him into the abyss of the deep sea. The sight of the shark fins ominously piercing the surface of the water was enough to instill fear in him. At that moment, Jack's legs felt like jelly. Had it not been for Qin Mu'en gripping his collar, he would likely have collapsed. "How many of you are there?" Just the 5 of us." Qin Mu'en ceased his inquiries, holding on to Jack as they pressed onward. Wait, I am telling the truth. Our team consists of just 5 individuals. I am asking you, how many people are there in total?" "There are over 20. Where are the others now?" "On the eastern coast." "Clarify your situation to me. If you utter a single lie." Qin Mu'en raised his hand and pointed to the shark fins above the water, declaring, "I will personally feed you to the sharks." Jack shivered violently, fearing to conceal the truth, and began recounting everything to Qin Mu'en. In truth, Qin Mu'en and his companions had arrived at the island later than many others. Prior to their arrival, numerous survivors had already drifted ashore. Davis was one of them. He was the deputy captain of the security team aboard the Pearl cruise ship, accompanied by 6 other formidable security personnel, all adept in combat. Along with them were 24 passengers sharing the same lifeboat. They landed on the island to the southeast, quite a distance from where Qin Mu'en and his group had found themselves. As the deputy captain, Davis naturally became the leader of the group, with others looking to him for guidance. Surviving on a deserted island with so many people was no easy feat. Davis organized them into teams of 5 to search for food and water. Jack's team was one of these groups. However, the jungle was rife with wild beasts and venomous creatures. During their foraging, some were bitten by snakes and even lost their lives, leading to a gradual decrease in their numbers. Eventually, they discovered other fortunate souls who had floated to the island and began to frantically seize their provisions. Yet, in a desperate bid for survival, who could afford to carry a surplus of food? Thus, the meager rations they managed to pilfer from the other survivors were hardly sufficient for their group of over 20. As starvation loomed, Davis issued a chilling directive. They would resort to cannibalism. Initially, many, including Jack, found this notion unbearable. Yet, when one is driven by extreme hunger, they can commit the most unthinkable acts. Perhaps the greatest torment in life is hunger, a force unmatched in its intensity, born from the primal instinct to survive. Under Davis's leadership, the survivors turned their focus on the other survivors. What followed was a grim cycle of murder. Many who had narrowly escaped the shipwreck ultimately met their demise at the hands of these desperate individuals. Upon finishing his account, Jack left Qin Mu'en, Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and others aghast. They had never anticipated that other survivors could descend to such depths of savagery. Indeed, they were fortunate to be together with Qin Mu'en, who had fortuitously hunted a wild boar, sparing them the burden of food concerns. However, for the other survivors, luck had not favored them in the same way. In their fierce struggle for sustenance, violence and betrayal had become all too common. Chapter 19. Decision. Jack's revelations left Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, Yang Min, Tong Yao, and Yi Zixin in utter shock. They acutely felt the perilousness of their surroundings. Beyond the island's inherent dangers, threats lurked among the survivors as well. Here, there were no laws or morals. People would abandon their humanity in the fight for survival, willing to commit any atrocity. Li Yingkai clenched his fists and asked, word by word, "How many people have you eaten?" Jack glanced at Li Yingkai and then at Qin Mu'en. Lowering his head, he replied softly, "About 3 or 4. I'm not entirely sure, but we have captured quite a few." "You've captured more people?" Davis said. "We could not keep them for later." Li Yingkai gritted his teeth. "These were no longer humans but a pack of beasts," he inquired. "So, how many have you captured in total?" "Approximately 20. "What nationalities are they?" "They might be Chinese or perhaps Japanese. I can't tell. They all look alike. Just as Easterners perceive Westerners as similar, so too do Westerners view Easterners." "You intend to consume all these people?" "If not, we cannot find other food." Jack's voice trailed off, yet Li Yingkai heard him clearly. Anger surged within him, and he felt an overwhelming impulse to kill Jack on the spot. Before he could act, Qin Mu'en had already wrapped his arm around Jack's neck. Without hesitation, he forcefully twisted, and with a sharp crack, Jack's neck snapped. His mouth gaped open, saliva spilling from the corners as his body crumpled into the sea. Qin Mu'en grasped Jack's lifeless form and moved further into the water until it reached his neck. Then he pushed Jack's body away. The corpse floating on the surface immediately attracted several sharks. Yang Min sat on the ground, her arms wrapped around herself, curled up tightly. Her t-shirt had been torn. Leaving it in tatters, with tear-filled eyes, she gazed pitifully at Qin Mu'en and trembled, saying, "Mu'en." Qin Mu'en removed his t-shirt and offered it to her, saying, "It may be a bit torn, but it's still wearable." "But what about you?" Qin Mu'en approached the body of a foreigner, stripped the t-shirt from it, rinsed it in the sea, wrung it out, and donned it himself. He bore no disdain for the clothing of the deceased. As long as it was wearable, it sufficed. Seeing this, Yang Min hesitated no longer, removing the tattered cloth draped over her and putting on Qin Mu'en's t-shirt. Subsequently, Qin Mu'en and Li Yingkai disposed of the other 4 foreign corpses into the sea to feed the sharks. Naturally, before discarding the bodies, they conducted a search. Li Yingkai found a Zippo lighter, while Qin Mu'en discovered a Swiss Army knife. For them, both the lighter and the knife were invaluable treasures. After handling the 5 foreign corpses, Li Yingkai approached Qin Mu'en and said, "Mu'en, you shouldn't have killed Jack. We could have learned the exact location of Davis's group from him, and then what? Of course, we would rescue them." "Mu'en, you heard, there are over 20 people captured by Davis. But Davis's men are also over 20 strong. Do you think we can take them on with just a few of us?" Li Yingkai fell silent. Indeed, there were only 7 of them, and if they excluded the women, only 3 men remained. If they did not count the severely injured Hu Qingfeng, that left just 2.2 against over 20. No matter how skilled Qin Mu'en was, victory seemed impossible. After a prolonged silence, Li Yingkai murmured, "What should we do then? Are we truly going to abandon them to their fate? Those captured by Davis might very well be Chinese." Sun Shi stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "Mu'en, weren't you a soldier? Soldiers should protect the people." "It is the people who fund your existence," Qin Mu'en replied. "I served in the French military." Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Qin Mu'en in astonishment. Sun Shi exclaimed, You are a French national?" "Chinese national. I served in the French Foreign Legion." The French Foreign Legion is essentially a mercenary organization, the only one currently recognized by the Chinese government. Many Chinese individuals aspire to join the French Foreign Legion, seizing opportunities while traveling abroad. Its attrition rate is around 99%, with only a select few making the cut to become members. Qin Mu'en was among that rare group. However, he had enlisted purely for financial gain, not for the sake of acquiring French nationality. After completing 3 months of basic training, he was promoted to sergeant. Over a year later, he rose to the rank of staff sergeant, the highest military rank ever attained by a Chinese individual in the French Foreign Legion. As for the officers within the Legion, they are predominantly French. Foreigners rarely hold such positions. Had Qin Mu'en remained in the French Foreign Legion, he might have actually broken records and achieved greater heights. Yang Min curiously asked, "What is the French Foreign Legion?" Qin Mu'en inquired, "Are you afraid of the 5 foreigners we just encountered?" Recalling Jack and the others, both Yang Min and Sun Shi involuntarily shuddered. Qin Mu'en stated, "The people with Davis are far more terrifying. Instructor, do you still wish to rescue them?" Just moments ago, her abdomen had absorbed a punch, and she had yet to fully recover. Tong Yao declared, "I fear not death. I would rather fight them to the end." Her fiery temperament was evident. Though petite, her spirit was fierce. Li Yingkai nodded emphatically, stating, "If even little Tong possesses such courage, Mu'en, we cannot be outdone by a mere girl." Qin Mu'en responded, "Then let us proceed." The group had initially planned to persuade him further, but they were taken aback by his swift change in attitude. Yang Min inquired, "Mu'en, weren't you opposed to our rescue mission? What has prompted your sudden agreement?" Qin Mu'en replied decisively, "No matter how many people Davis captures, there will come a day when he exhausts his resources, and soon, we shall bear the brunt of his wrath. Furthermore, having already eliminated 5 of their men, it is inevitable that they will seek retribution. Thus, rather than remaining passive and suffering blows, it is far wiser to take the initiative and strike first." Chapter 20. Taking action. Li Yingkai's eyes darted, and he let out a chuckle, saying, "Mu'en, your earlier refusal to rescue was merely a test of our resolve." Qin Mu'en replied earnestly, "The operation will be fraught with peril. Those involved must be united in purpose. Otherwise, not only will we endanger ourselves, but we may also jeopardize others." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Yi Zixin, and he queried, "Miss Yi, do you agree?" Qin Mu'en could discern that Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao were all resolute in their intent to save. Yet Yi Zixin remained silent, her eyes reflecting fear and trepidation. Surprised by Qin Mu'en's sudden inquiry, she instinctively responded, "Why yes." Observing Yi Zixin's flustered state, Li Yingkai sighed softly and suggested, since Hu Qingfeng is still unconscious, we need someone to take care of him. I propose that we let Miss Yi stay behind. Before Qin Mu'en could interject, Yi Zixin eagerly nodded, saying, all right, I am willing to stay and look after Hu. Qin Mu'en shrugged, expressing no objection. With Hu Qingfeng incapacitated and Yi Zixin remaining to tend to him, the team now consisted of him, Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao. Li Yingkai stated, Mu'en, we must first ascertain the whereabouts of Davis and his men. Qin Mu'en replied, Jack has already provided us with their general location. It should not be difficult to locate them, given the multitude of clues they leave behind. The real challenge lies in determining our course of action once we find them. Yang Min asked, Mu'en, what transpired after you and Jack entered the jungle? Why did Jack claim you were dead? Qin Mu'en recounted the treachery that Jack and his companions had plotted against him. Li Yingkai, Yang Min, and the others listened with bated breath, their palms clammy with anxiety. Upon learning that there was fresh water in the sinkhole, their eyes lit up in unison, eagerly inquiring, can it be consumed? Qin Mu'en nodded and replied, I drank it, and look at me. I'm perfectly fine, that's wonderful. We've finally found fresh water. Yang Min could hardly contain her excitement. However, the challenge of retrieving it loomed large. Sun Shi analyzed, given that the sinkhole is quite deep, descending is one challenge, but ascending poses an even greater one. Li Yingkai suppressed his elation and stated, let's set this matter aside for now. Our immediate priority is to devise a plan to rescue the others. Qin Mu'en inquired, what time is it now? Li Yingkai glanced at his watch and replied, it's 1 p.m. Without further delay, we must act now. Now? Li Yingkai and the others looked at him in astonishment. Qin Mu'en asserted, we cannot postpone until tomorrow. If 5 individuals remain absent overnight, it will undoubtedly raise suspicions with Davis and his men. Hence, if we are to strike, it must be today. We have but this singular opportunity to catch them off guard. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yingkai slowly nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Qin Mu'en's words. Mu'en, what shall we do now? We will enter the jungle and follow the traces left by Jack and his companions. If we pursue their trail, we are sure to find Davis and his men. Excellent, Mu'en, we shall follow your lead. Though Qin Mu'en may not excel in managing daily affairs, when it comes to combat operations, his upbringing in a hunter's family, coupled with nearly 3 years of mercenary experience, renders him an expert. Before departing, they left Yi Zixin a stone spear, some anti-inflammatory medication, and a dozen open coconuts. Theo summarize. At 3 p.m, Qin Mu'en and his group ventured into the jungle. Indeed, Qin Mu'en excelled in tracking, particularly in jungle environments, a skill honed from childhood while hunting with his father. The traces left by Jack and his group were quite evident, and Qin Mu'en followed them with ease. After more than 2 hours of pursuit, he suddenly halted at Li Yingkai. Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao, who were following closely behind, quickly came to a stop as well. Just as Li Yingkai was about to inquire, Qin Mu'en raised his arm to silence him. He strained to listen, and after a moment, he crouched down. The others followed suit, crouching low in the underbrush. In a hushed voice, Qin Mu'en declared, there are people ahead. Li Yingkai and the others instinctively peered forward. Aside from the foliage, there was nothing in sight, and apart from the sounds of birds and insects, there was no other noise to be heard. Confused, they turned to Qin Mu'en, who gestured for them to hide in the undergrowth. Though they had only known him for a few days, they had already developed a strong sense of trust in him. They detected no signs of danger, but still complied with his request and nestled into the foliage. Before long, they indeed heard voices ahead, 1 male and 1 female. Yang Min gently parted the grass before her and peered through the gaps in the foliage. She spotted a foreign couple standing about 10 meters in front of her beneath a large tree. The two were engaged in intimate conversation, laughing and joking with each other. The man, in his 30s, was bald and muscular, adorned with large tattoos on his arms, exuding an intimidating aura. The woman, youthful and in her early 20s, possessed a striking figure, particularly her prominent bosom, which was particularly eye-catching. The man playfully asked the woman, "Shirley, when will you break up with Jack?" To which the woman replied, "Miller, are you so eager for me to part ways with Jack? Of course. Once you break up, we won't have to be so secretive anymore." As he spoke, the man reached out, his hands wandering under the woman's clothing. Hidden in the grass, Qin Mu'en and the others could see and hear everything clearly. The Jack being referenced could not possibly be the same Jack they had slain. Jack truly was a pitiful soul, toiling away while his girlfriend cavorted with another man. Young Min, her face flushed, could hardly look away from the scene beneath the tree when Qin Mu'en stealthily approached her side. He gently tugged at her clothing, signaling her to move back. Understanding his intent, Yang Min followed suit, inching backward cautiously. Li Inkai, his voice barely above a whisper, inquired, "Those two must be Davis's subordinates, Mu'en. What should we do now?" Yang Min, anxious, asked, "And what will you do?" "I will remain here, waiting for the right moment to strike," Qin Mu'en replied. "Should those two pursue you, I can cut off their escape route. If they seek reinforcements, I can ambush them en route." Chapter 21. Confrontation. Li Inkai pondered for a moment before nodding firmly in agreement with Qin Mu'en. "All right, Mu'en, it's settled then." Qin Mu'en surveyed the group, saying, "Be cautious." Yang Min, concerned, urged, "Mu'en, you too, rest assured." With their plans laid out, the five dispersed into their designated roles. Li Inkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao formed one group, while Qin Mu'en ventured alone. The couple beneath the tree grew ever more passionate. Locked in a kiss, with the woman's clothing hiked up to her chest, revealing a generous expanse of pale skin. Gathering their courage, Li Inkai and his companions approached, now within 10 meters of the oblivious couple. The scene before them was akin to a living tableau of passion, causing Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao to blush profusely. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yang Min deliberately let out a loud gasp. The couple, as though doused with cold water, sprang apart, sitting upright in shock. The man named Miller, upon spotting Li Inkai and the others, initially froze, only to have his eyes widen with delight, regarding them as four lambs awaiting slaughter. With a wild cry, he sprang to his feet and charged toward Li Inkai and the others. Seeing this, Li Inkai screamed, "Run!" In the midst of his exclamation, the four turned on their heels and fled. Miller, robust and swift, quickly closed the distance as he gained on them. Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao hurled the handfuls of dirt they clutched in their hands. Caught off guard, Miller was struck by the dirt, which clouded his vision. He let out a cry of anguish, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Once his vision partially returned, he was filled with rage, watching as the four managed to put some distance between themselves and him. With a furious roar, he resumed his pursuit. With Miller distracted, Shirley was left alone, presenting an opportune moment for Qin Mu'en to act. While he could devise numerous methods to eliminate her, he chose to bide his time. Waiting for Shirley to summon assistance, Davis's group numbered over 20. While they had only himself and Li Inkai capable of combat, a direct confrontation would be futile. Thus, strategy was imperative. Divide and conquer. This was the best tactic Qin Mu'en could conceive. As Shirley turned to flee deeper into the jungle, Qin Mu'en noticed that two of the foreign individuals were clad in security uniforms. He surmised that they were likely members of Davis's inner circle. "Shirley, where are they?" A man clad in a security uniform, wielding a machete, surveyed his surroundings while loudly inquiring. Shelley pointed in the direction where Li Inkai and the others had fled, exclaiming, "William, they ran that way? And Miller has already pursued them." The man with the machete gestured with a flourish and commanded, "Chase." William and the five, including Shelley, swiftly advanced, passing by the thicket where Qin Mu'en was concealed. As the five moved past, Qin Mu'en rose from the underbrush and hurled the stone knife in his grasp with fierce determination. The knife spun through the air, trailing a sharp gust of wind, striking one of the burly men squarely in the back. A muffled thud echoed in his ears as the knife's edge pierced through his spine, nearly emerging from his chest. The man, silenced by the sudden attack, collapsed forward, rolling several paces before finally coming to rest. The sight left the four in stunned disbelief, their exclamations escaping involuntarily, particularly upon realizing the stone knife embedded in their comrade's back. Shelley's face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably as she frantically surveyed the area. Stammering, "It's a savage. The savage has reappeared." "Silence!" William snapped angrily, his gaze darting like lightning, commanding, "Show yourself. Who are you? Come out." He gestured to two of his companions, indicating the two directions they should investigate. The two burly men understood immediately. Each grasping a stick, cautiously proceeding in their respective directions. One of them, donned in a floral shirt, advanced towards the thicket where Qin Mu'en was hiding. Step by step, the floral shirt man approached the thicket. first sweeping with his stick a few times before bending down to examine the interior closely. That very moment, as he leaned down, Qin Mu'en sprang forth from the underbrush like a cheetah, thrusting his Swiss Army knife with lightning speed into the man's chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the blade and swiftly slashed horizontally across the man's throat. 2 strikes, each delivering a fatal blow. The floral shirt man's wooden stick fell from his grasp as he clutched his neck, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing backward. With Qin Mu'en's emergence, Shelley could not contain another scream, prompting William and another security guard to charge at Qin Mu'en without uttering a word, one wielding a knife, the other a stick. William moved with astonishing speed, arriving with his machete in a swift arc aimed at Qin Mu'en's head. Qin Mu'en dodged nimbly. Just as he evaded, a stick swept diagonally towards him. He retreated, the stick grazing his garment, tearing a strip of fabric from it. Undeterred, William swung again with his machete, but Qin Mu'en rolled aside, and before his body had fully settled, the stick came crashing down again. William and his companion, seasoned security guards, demonstrated their combat training. Their physical prowess, strength, and speed allowed them to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving Qin Mu'en no room to breathe. He rolled across the ground repeatedly, while William and his companion struck the earth where he had just been. The sounds of clashing echoed, punctuated by loud thuds. In a short time, Qin Mu'en's clothing bore several gashes. He narrowly evaded their lethal strikes, while William and his companion panted heavily from exertion. Just as they began to tire, Qin Mu'en suddenly sprang into action, leaping from the ground with his knife aimed directly at William's throat. William snorted derisively, countering with a slash of his machete. In comparison, Qin Mu'en's Swiss Army knife was significantly shorter. His blade could not reach William before the machete cleaved down towards him. A cruel smile curled at the corners of William's mouth, reveling in the prospect of victory. However, to his astonishment, Qin Mu'en abruptly altered his trajectory, evading the machete while simultaneously thrusting his Swiss Army knife towards the other guard. Chapter 22. The kill. Qin Mu'en's feint was utterly unexpected. The other guard, caught off guard, lacked time to raise his stick in defense and could only retreat in a panic. Qin Mu'en's initial thrust missed, but with a quick step forward, he closed the distance, thrusting the Swiss Army knife straight ahead. His movements were devoid of any embellishments. The essence was encapsulated in one word: speed. The guard's face paled as he hurriedly raised his wooden stick to block. The sound of the knife striking the stick resonated, and before the guard could react further, Qin Mu'en delivered a powerful side kick. The impact sent the guard's body airborne, crashing to the ground with a thud, rolling several times before coming to rest. The side kick is among the most powerful of all kicking techniques. Qin Mu'en's natural strength, augmented by his consumption of blood ginseng, rendered his kick far exceeding 100 pounds of force. No matter how robust his opponent, they could not withstand the force of Qin Mu'en's blow. Witnessing his comrade felled by this Eastern youth, William roared in fury, raising his machete to strike at Qin Mu'en in a relentless flurry. As Qin Mu'en dodged side to side, he taunted, "Is that all you've got? You want to kill me? You're far from it. Aren't you fond of human flesh? Next up on the menu, I fear, will be you." William, already known for his fiery temper, became incensed by Qin Mu'en's mockery, attacking with increasing ferocity. This was precisely the effect Qin Mu'en desired. Sure enough, after a frenzied barrage of over 20 strikes, William found himself panting heavily. Utterly spent at that moment, having evaded thus far, Qin Mu'en finally began his counterattack. With a powerful push off the ground, he propelled himself like an arrow past William. Caught unawares, William had no time to react. As Qin Mu'en zipped by, he felt a sudden chill at his neck, followed by a searing pain. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his neck, finding his palm drenched in blood, a deep gash running along the side of his neck from the Swiss Army knife. With eyes wide and filled with rage, William glared at Qin Mu'en, wishing to devour him whole. He swung his machete at Qin Mu'en, who charged back at him. Their blades clashed in a resounding crash. To William's astonishment, Qin Mu'en's short Swiss Army knife had blocked his machete with unyielding force, producing a shower of sparks from the impact. William was taken aback. How could such a seemingly insignificant knife withstand his machete? The intensity of the clash sent a shower of sparks flying. Without pause, Qin Mu'en pressed his advantage, launching another thrust. William could not evade in time and was forced to continue blocking. The sounds of their blades clanging filled the air, accompanied by a flurry of sparks. When Qin Mu'en's rapid series of strikes concluded, William found himself with 5 or 6 stab wounds in his chest and abdomen. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Mu'en, who stood a head shorter than him. Stammering, he uttered, "Chinese kung fu." With those final words, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Qin Mu'en sighed with relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and approached William's lifeless form. Grasping his hair, he lifted William's head, positioning the knife at his throat. "Let me go, please," William pleaded. Qin Mu'en remained silent, devoid of mercy or hesitation, swiftly slicing horizontally with the Swiss Army knife across William's throat, blood gushing forth. Releasing William's hair, the body fell forward. Lifeless, he turned and approached the fallen guard, seizing his hair and mercilessly slashing his throat with the Swiss Army knife. Of the 5 men, 4 lay dead, leaving only Shelley alive at the scene. Qin Mu'en wiped the blood from the Swiss Army knife, cleaning it on the garments of the deceased before sheathing it in his pocket. He then picked up William's machete, testing its weight with a few casual swings, finding it to his liking. Raising his gaze, he fixed it upon Shelley, who instinctively recoiled, stammering, "Please, don't kill me. I can give you anything you want, just don't kill me." Seemingly indifferent to her pleas, Qin Mu'en advanced towards her, machete in hand. As a woman on this savage island, her only bargaining chip was her body in a desperate bid for survival. She hastily shed her shirt and untied her bikini strings, revealing her voluptuous form, forcing a smile as she said, "I doubt I can sleep with you. I think Jack must miss you right now." Before Shelley could fully grasp the situation, Qin Mu'en plunged the knife into her chest. Without hesitation or a shred of compassion, the strike was swift and lethal. Shelley's face displayed a mix of terror and confusion as she collapsed before him. Those who have tasted human flesh cannot be spared, for one can never predict when they might unexpectedly strike back. Furthermore, their actions are unforgivable. Having forsaken morality and humanity, such individuals are no longer worthy of trust. Qin Mu'en dragged the bodies into the underbrush, covering the bloodstains with dirt, before pursuing the direction where Li Yingkai and the others had fled. According to Jack, Davis's group consisted of 30 men. Due to various mishaps, 3 had perished, with 27 remaining. Qin Mu'en had already dealt with 10, leaving 17. After eliminating Miller, there would be 16 left. Even with half of the 30 people diminished, they remained a formidable challenge. Qin Mu'en pursued for 600 or 700 meters, only to find Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao seated upon the ground, with a lifeless figure sprawled before them. Miller, the very one who had been hunting them. Miller was riddled with wounds and blood, beyond the point of death. Upon comprehending the situation, Qin Mu'en was taken aback and exclaimed, "You killed him." Chapter 23. Luring the snake, Qin Mu'en paused momentarily before realizing that Yang Min must have also participated in Miller's demise. He gently patted Yang Min's back, advising, "You must remember one thing. Killing him was an act of self-defense. Had he lived, we would have perished, and even in death, we would have been devoured by them. These individuals can no longer be regarded as human. They are akin to pigs, dogs, livestock, beasts, certainly not humans." His words were directed not only at Yang Min but also at Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao. The psychological burden of taking a life is a natural physiological response, by perceiving the adversary as less than human, comparing them to animals and beasts. One can construct a mental framework that significantly alleviates the guilt felt. Qin Mu'en had learned such concepts during his time in the military and had undergone psychological counseling. His remarks gradually stifled Yang Min's sobs and calmed the spirits of Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao. Li Yingkai, eyeing the machete in Qin Mu'en's hand, inquired, "Mu'en, where did you acquire that knife?" "I took it," he replied. "I it from Sherry?" "Not at all." Qin Mu'en recounted the events following their diversion of Miller. Upon hearing that Qin Mu'en had eliminated 5 of their enemies, Li Yingkai felt a mix of astonishment and delight. The loss of 5 individuals had significantly diminished the enemy's strength at the same time. He marveled at Qin Mu'en's formidable prowess, engaging 5 opponents and sustaining merely a few cuts to his clothing, without any injury to his flesh. In hindsight, it seemed that Qin Mu'en had indeed shown restraint towards Hu Qingfeng. Given his ruthless nature, it was astonishing that he spared Hu Qingfeng, who had plotted against him from behind. Qin Mu'en planted his knife into the ground and sat cross-legged, stating, I estimate that the enemy still has 16 individuals remaining. Li Yingkai swallowed hard. 16 was still a considerable number. Just moments ago, the four of them had struggled to subdue Miller, and that was under the advantage of blinding him with dirt. Sun Shi asked. Mu'en, can you handle all 16 on your own? Qin Mu'en glanced at Sun Shi and reminded her, Counselor, I am human, not a deity. It was unrealistic to expect him to confront 16 foes single-handedly. He stated earnestly, I suspect that Davis and his group have established their camp on the beach. Engaging them there would yield no chance of victory. Our only option is to lure them into the woods. Striking from the shadows to eliminate them one by one. Li Yingkai blinked and remarked, They've lost 6 men this time. They will likely send others into the woods to search. Qin Mu'en replied. Thus, you must hide? Li Yingkai responded. Mu'en, are we not to act together? Qin Mu'en explained, with several individuals missing, the enemy will be on high alert. They cannot afford to send just a few into the woods again. I suspect that if they send more, it will likely be in full force. Your presence would only become a burden to me. Li Yingkai's eyes darted, and he urgently stated, if that is the case, then our opportunity to rescue the others has arrived. Tong Yao clapped her hands in agreement. Exactly. If Davis personally leads a team into the jungle, there will be few left to guard the camp. And we can seize the chance to rescue the captives. Li Yingkai proposed. Mu'en, you can distract the enemy in the jungle, while I, along with Xiao Sun, Xiao Min, and Xiao Yao, will rescue the captured individuals. Qin Mu'en furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, then replied, even if the enemy has emptied their ranks, they will not leave the camp unguarded. Li Yingkai countered, the remaining guards should be few. If there are only 1 or 2, or perhaps 2 or 3, I believe we 4 can handle them. This. Qin Mu'en pondered, still feeling uneasy about the risk inherent in Li Yingkai's suggestion. Li Yingkai asserted, let us do this. If the guards are few, and we can manage them, we will seize the opportunity to rescue the captives. If there are too many, we will not take unnecessary risks. How does that sound? After a moment of reflection, Qin Mu'en nodded. Agreed. Let it be so. Next, Qin Mu'en picked up a small stone and began to sketch on the ground, saying, I deduce that Davis and his group are stationed here. You may circumvent from this direction and approach stealthily, but do not get too close. Be wary of being discovered by the enemy. Having conveyed all necessary instructions, they divided into 2 groups. Qin Mu'en would remain in one, while Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao would circle around to approach Davis's camp. Qin Mu'en's intuition proved correct. Jack's team had not returned, and William's group had vanished into the jungle like stones cast into the sea, causing Davis to grow increasingly anxious and restless. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he could no longer remain seated. He gathered over 10 subordinates and ventured into the jungle to seek out Jack and William. However, Davis did not take everyone with him. He left behind 3 individuals, 2 women and 1 man. Initially, there had been 30 people aboard their lifeboat, not all of whom were men. 3 women were among them. With Sherry being one eye in Davis's view, women lacked combat capability. Bringing them along would be cumbersome and distracting, so he opted to leave them at the campsite. Davis led 12 subordinates, 4 of whom were security team members, all wielding standardized weapons, batons. The others carried an assortment of weaponry, from machetes to wooden clubs. Concealed among the coconut trees, Li Yingkai, Yang Min, and the others observed as the group marched into the jungle. Li Yingkai lowered his voice and asked, how many did they take? Yang Min replied, I counted. There are 13. Tong Yao chimed in, indeed. I saw 13 as well. Li Yingkai nodded, affirming, that matches my count. If Mu'en said there are still 16 remaining and they took 13, then that leaves 4 of them against 3. This presented a particularly precarious dilemma. Had the enemy left 4 or more, they would not have hesitated. Victory would be implausible. Conversely, if only 2 or fewer remained, they would have no reservations about engaging directly. Yet, with precisely 3 left, they faced a situation fraught with opportunity and peril. Sun Shi looked to Li Yingkai, asking, Li Gu, what should we do now? Should we rescue them or not? After careful consideration, Li Yingkai declared, it would be difficult for Mu'en to handle 13 on his own. This may be our only chance to rescue those captured. We must take the risk. As he spoke, he turned to Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao. The 3 young women showed no hesitation and nodded in unison, declaring, all right, Li Gu, we will take this chance. In that moment, Yang Min tightened her grip on her stone knife. While Sun Shi and Tong Yao clutched their spears resolutely, Chapter 24. Ambush. The three young women showed no signs of retreat. No one voiced dissent, leaving Li Yingkai in a state of mixed emotions, neither entirely pleased nor disappointed. Had they faltered, he could have easily backed out of the risk, but their determination to fight to the death compelled him to steel himself and join their endeavor. Let us do this. Li Yingkai inhaled deeply, gathering his resolve, and nodded gravely at the three young women. As a career elite, he valued fitness, regularly attending the gym 5 times a week, resulting in impressive physical conditioning, coupled with his prior experience in taking lives. He now possessed the courage required to confront the enemy. Li Yingkai firmly stated, "We shall wait 20 more minutes before we make our move, understood? When we engage, do not be afraid. If danger arises and we cannot hold our ground, take refuge behind me. If I cannot withstand it either, do not linger for me. Flee first, and I will hold them off." His words inspired respect in the three young women, filling them with warmth. His demeanor, refined and gentle, initially gave the impression of a delicate man. He continued, "As the elder and a man, it is my duty to protect you." Sun Shi, Yang Min, and Tong Yao were deeply touched. Responding in unison, "Thank you, Li Gu." 20 minutes swiftly elapsed. Glancing at his watch, Li Yingkai announced, "It is time. Let us proceed." The four of them, using the underbrush's cover, crawled toward Davis's camp. At that moment, Yang Min and Tong Yao silently expressed their gratitude to their school. During military training at the start of the semester, they had complained about the crawling drills, lamenting the discomfort. Yet now that skill proved invaluable, Davis's camp was indeed well constructed, featuring numerous makeshift shelters supported by wooden stakes and covered with palm fronds, providing both shade and rain protection. Near the seaside, they had erected a large enclosure with wooden stakes, where several captives were held. From a distance, one could see a cage containing both men and women, young and old. A hasty estimate suggested that there were over 20 individuals, predominantly of East Asian descent, characterized by their black hair and dark eyes. However, distinguishing whether they were Chinese, Japanese, or from another nation was beyond mere observation. Outside the wooden cage stood 3 figures. Upon recognizing them, Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. These 3 were not the typical Western brawny men. 2 of them were Western women. Yang Min crawled over to Li Yingkai and whispered, "Brother Li, you handle that man. We'll take care of the 2 women." Li Yingkai furrowed his brow, his expression tense, and responded quietly, "All right, be cautious. Don't overexert yourselves." With their plans settled, Li Yingkai, along with Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao, surged forth from the underbrush. The camp was devoid of barriers, allowing them unimpeded access. Soon, the 3 individuals left behind noticed their approach. Initially startled, they focused and realized it was 1 man and 3 women, which significantly alleviated their anxiety. The foreign man grinned broadly, casually picking up a wooden stick as he remarked, "Another one walking into the trap." With that, he boldly advanced. Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao wisely sidestepped him, while Li Yingkai confronted the foreign man, swinging his stone knife fiercely towards him. The foreigner raised his stick horizontally to block. Bang! Li Yingkai's blade met the stick with a resounding impact. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as Li Yingkai felt a jolt through his wrist. Stumbling back 2 steps, he had previously killed 2 men. The first was incapacitated by Qin Mu'en's kick, leaving him almost defenseless, and the second was a collaborative effort with Yang Min, where they had also blinded their opponent beforehand. This time, however, it was a genuine one-on-one duel. Upon engagement, he immediately sensed the immense pressure. The opponent might not possess his agility, but his strength was undoubtedly superior. The 2 men, one wielding a knife and the other a stick, clashed violently. Meanwhile, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao were not idle, grappling with the 2 foreign women. Although armed, their weapons were soon knocked away, leading to a chaotic tangle of limbs. Hair was pulled, clothes were torn, and eyes were scratched in a fierce struggle. As for Qin Mu'en, he concealed himself in the shadows of the trees, observing Davis and his group. There were 13 of them, all armed, and if he wished to emerge victorious, he would have to fight fiercely. Silently, he lay in the underbrush, watching each enemy pass before him. Once they had all moved on, Qin Mu'en slowly rose, his body coiling like a tightly wound spring. In an instant, he darted towards the rear of Davis's group. Reaching the last man, he swiftly wrapped one arm around the opponent's neck while thrusting his machete forward, striking the second to last man in the back. Thud. Crack. The two sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The blade pierced the man's body as Qin Mu'en's arm severed the neck of the other. One strike, 2 lives claimed, and without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu'en retreated. There he is, bellowed a man in security uniform, brandishing a baton as he gave chase. Davis's expression darkened as he commanded, "Pursue." The 11 men, led by Davis, fanned out in a semicircle to encircle Qin Mu'en. Qin Mu'en was remarkably swift, and the pursuing security officer was not far behind, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, Qin Mu'en stumbled over something and fell forward, rolling to the base of a large tree. The security officer, seeing this, chuckled menacingly and charged at him, baton raised high. When they were merely 3 meters apart, Qin Mu'en, lying on the ground, swiftly reached behind the tree and grabbed a stone spear. As he sat up, he thrust the spear outward. The proximity of their positions and the abruptness of the attack left the security officer with no time to evade or block. Thud. The spear's tip pierced his chest, protruding from his back. The security officer let out a scream before collapsing backward. Qin Mu'en sprang to his feet, pulling the spear from the man's chest. However, in that brief moment, 3 more men closed in on him. 3 men, 3 clubs, swung from different angles, whistling through the air as they aimed to strike Qin Mu'en. Chapter 25. A fight to the death. Qin Mu'en dodged to the side, evading 2 clubs, and immediately raised the spear to block the third. Crack! The powerful blow shattered the spear shaft, which then fell upon Qin Mu'en's head. Fortunately, the spear had absorbed some of the force. Otherwise, that strike could have crushed his skull. Still, the impact sent him to the ground, blood streaming down from his head. The 3 men were relentless, swinging their heavy clubs down upon Qin Mu'en. Though momentarily dazed by the blows to his head, he quickly regained his composure. He lunged to the side, evading a critical hit. 2 clubs struck his back, while another slammed into his shoulder. Yet, his 2 spear fragments found their mark, piercing one of the men through both sides of his chest. The man screamed in agony, dying on the spot. However, enduring the 3 club strikes took a toll on Qin Mu'en, leaving his back and shoulder ablaze with pain. "Kid, you've got some fight in you." Davis and his men finally caught up. Initially 13, they had already lost 4 men, leaving only 9. Seeing Qin Mu'en, bloodied and surrounded, Davis was filled with rage and hatred, his eyes bulging with fury. "You all will die." Qin Mu'en slowly straightened, wiping the blood from his brow to prevent it from obscuring his vision. He locked eyes with Davis. Though he had never met him, the respect others had for Davis hinted at his status. "Die? I'll be the one to send you to your grave first." Davis suddenly drew a pitch-black Glock from his waist. Jack had not mentioned Davis had a gun, and Qin Mu'en had not anticipated this revelation. The moment Davis aimed his weapon, Qin Mu'en's heart raced, and without a moment's thought, he dove forward. Rolling like a ball, he landed right at the feet of a hefty man who, gritting his teeth, swung his machete down towards Qin Mu'en. Lying on the ground, Qin Mu'en thrust both hands upward, gripping the man's wrist tightly as the machete's blade hovered perilously close to his nose. Davis redirected his gun, aiming at the prone Qin Mu'en, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot startled a flock of birds into flight. In that instant, as Davis fired, Qin Mu'en yanked the hefty man's wrist towards him. The man lost his balance and fell onto Qin Mu'en, inadvertently shielding him from the bullet. To Davis's shock, his shot not only missed its target, but struck his own man instead. "Damn it!" he cursed, stepping forward to aim at Qin Mu'en's head and fired twice more. Qin Mu'en forcefully pushed the body off him. Bang, bang! The 2 bullets struck the corpse. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu'en leaped to his feet and sprinted away like a cheetah. Enraged, Davis fired 3 more times at Qin Mu'en's retreating figure. Despite his speed, he could not outrun the bullets. One struck his shoulder, the force sending him sprawling forward. Davis and the remaining 7 men were elated and charged after him. 1 man, the fastest, reached Qin Mu'en first. Swinging his club aimed at his head, however, Qin Mu'en sprang up just in time, revealing a glint of metal. The blade of a Swiss Army knife mercilessly sliced through the man's neck, staggering back. He collapsed, blood gushing from his throat. Qin Mu'en staggered back a couple of steps, his wounded arm hanging limply, blood dripping from his fingertips. The intense pain in his shoulder sent a cold sweat beating on his forehead. Both Qin Mu'en and Davis wore grim expressions in his quest to kill Qin Mu'en. Davis had lost another subordinate, leaving him with only 7 men, including himself. To make matters worse, he had only 2 bullets left. Reluctant to expend them, Davis ordered his remaining men, "He has been shot. Let us take him down together." The 6 burly men fixed their gaze on Qin Mu'en, spreading out in a crescent formation to encircle him. Aware of his precarious condition, Qin Mu'en knew that facing 7 opponents alone was futile. With a fierce shout, he feigned a thrust with his Swiss Army knife, taking advantage of their momentary shock to make a run for it. The 6 men would not let him escape and took off after him. Just as Qin Mu'en had sprinted 5 or 6 steps, one of the men closed in, his baton whistling ominously as it swung towards his head. Qin Mu'en abruptly halted, pushing off with his feet, and collided backward into the man, evading the baton while crashing into him. Thud! The bodies of the 2 men trembled simultaneously. Qin Mu'en clenched his teeth, stifling a cry of pain, while the security guard staggered backward, falling several steps. Just as Qin Mu'en pushed the man aside, a machete swept towards him. He instinctively dodged, but the blade grazed his side, ripping a gash in his clothing. Before he could steady himself, a baton swung toward his head. This time, Qin Mu'en lacked the strength to evade. He could only attempt to protect his head while thrusting his Swiss Army knife forward. Thud! Splatter! The baton struck Qin Mu'en's shoulder, causing his vision to blur, nearly knocking him unconscious, but his knife found its mark in the guard's chest. As they made contact, Qin Mu'en stumbled back 2 steps, collapsing to the ground. The security guard fell backward, writhing momentarily before falling still. The remaining 5 rushed toward him. Qin Mu'en turned to flee, but a burly man lunged forward, capturing him around the waist. Before Qin Mu'en could shake him off, a knife-wielding assailant approached, stabbing fiercely at his abdomen. With his waist restrained, he had no chance to evade. In that fleeting moment as the blade pierced his flesh, he discarded the Swiss Army knife, extending his hands to grip the assailant's wrists firmly. The attacker thrust the machete forward with all his might, while Qin Mu'en pushed against his wrists desperately. Alas, one of Qin Mu'en's arms had lost all strength, leaving him effectively pushing with only one hand. He could feel the cold steel of the blade slowly sinking deeper into his belly, his insides chillingly aware of the intrusion. Chapter 26. Desperation. With a sudden shout, Qin Mu'en withdrew his hands, thrusting his fingers forward with force. A cry of agony escaped the knife-wielding man as he shut his eyes. Dark blood oozing from the gaps of his eyelids, he relinquished the weapon, covering his face with both hands, staggering backward. Without hesitation, he swung out with his knife. Crack! The wooden stick that had come from the side was severed, and the machete's edge sliced into the assailant's temple, driving through to his forehead before it finally halted. Immediately, Qin Mu'en withdrew the machete, twisting his wrist to stab backward, the blade penetrating the abdomen of the man behind him. Gurgle! The head fell first, followed by a splatter of blood erupting from the cavity. The headless corpse bent at the waist, paused momentarily, and then toppled sideways, having blinded 1 man and slain 2 more. The gruesome scene sent shivers down Davis's spine. At that moment, Qin Mu'en was drenched in blood, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was his own or that of others. He felt something within his abdomen fiercely pushing outward, and he hastily pressed his hand against the wound, attempting to keep his intestines from spilling out. Unable to remain standing, Qin Mu'en collapsed onto the ground, tearing a strip from his clothing to bind tightly around his wounded abdomen. Now, only 4 of Davis's men remained, or more accurately, 3.5, since one was blinded and rendered nearly useless. Davis gazed at the bloodied and wounded Qin Mu'en, whose intestines were protruding, shivering involuntarily. There had been 13 of them. In such a short span, 9 had been killed, and 1 severely injured. How could this seemingly student-like young man from the East be so terrifying? He seemed less human, more like a beast, a demon. Suppressing his fear, he commanded the remaining 2 security guards, "He has finished. You 2 go and kill him." The 2 guards, beads of sweat dotting their brows, exchanged glances with Davis, inhaled deeply, steeled themselves, and advanced toward Qin Mu'en, batons in hand. Just as Qin Mu'en, who had just bound his wound, was incredulously rising to his feet, his dark phoenix eyes fixed on the approaching duo. a horrific glint flickering within them. Merely by meeting Qin Mu'en's gaze, the two guards felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively halting their advance, panting heavily. "What are you waiting for? Get moving. Kill him," Davis bellowed, his voice filled with desperation. The two guards exchanged another glance, bolstered their courage, and stepped closer to Qin Mu'en, one of them tentatively swinging the baton. Thud! Qin Mu'en did not flinch. The baton struck solidly against his head. Thankfully, the blow was merely experimental, lacking full force. Blood once again streamed down from Qin Mu'en's head. The guards relentlessly swung their batons, and with no strength left to dodge, Qin Mu'en channeled all his remaining energy into his knife. Blood splattered as the three clashed. Time slipped by, and soon all three were unable to continue, collapsing onto the ground. Qin Mu'en leaned on his machete, desperately holding up his faltering body, while blood dripped continuously from his nose, lips, and chin. The two guards, in even worse condition, lay on the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. A low rumble of thunder echoed from the heavens, followed by the patter of raindrops. Soon, a torrential downpour drenched the scene. The cold rain jolted Davis from his stupor. The two guards sprawled on the ground showed no signs of life, and the rainwater, tainted red with blood, spread beneath them. Shifting his gaze, Davis looked at the kneeling Qin Mu'en, who had not yet succumbed, and cursed furiously as he drew his handgun, advancing menacingly toward him. Upon reaching Qin Mu'en, he pressed the gun against his head, gritting his teeth in rage. "You deserve to die. You truly deserve death." All 12 of his subordinates had been slain by this one man. Davis contemplated pulling the trigger to end Qin Mu'en's life but hesitated, unwilling to waste a precious bullet. Instead, he slammed the gun against Qin Mu'en's head several times. Thud! At last, Qin Mu'en could no longer maintain his position, collapsing sideways onto the ground, blood transforming his head into a crimson mess. Observing the near-death state of Qin Mu'en, who barely clung to life, Davis gasped for breath, holstered his gun, retrieved the machete from the ground, shook off the mud, and approached Qin Mu'en, raising the machete high, aiming for his chest and growling, "I will gut you." As he spoke, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. However, in a shocking twist, Qin Mu'en, who was barely hanging on to life, managed to grasp Davis's legs tightly, yanking him off balance, causing him to fall backward. Splash! Mud splattered high into the air. Bloodied and battered, Qin Mu'en struggled to climb atop Davis, his hands gripping Davis's throat with unwavering ferocity. Davis fought back desperately, swinging the machete at Qin Mu'en's back. But in his current position, he lacked the strength to inflict true damage, only managing to create shallow cuts that failed to reach muscle or bone. Qin Mu'en, consumed by a singular thought, was determined to eliminate Davis. His last adversary, ignoring all else, he tightened his grip on Davis's throat, the pressure only increasing. Davis could no longer endure, discarding the machete in a futile attempt to pry Qin Mu'en's hands away from his neck. Yet, Qin Mu'en's grip was like iron, impervious to Davis's struggles. Gradually, Davis felt his strength and consciousness ebb away, his hands flailing, his feet kicking against the ground. Time became a blur, and eventually, Davis's body fell still. His eyes wide and devoid of life, reduced to a hollow shell. Moments later, Qin Mu'en, still clinging to Davis's neck, lowered his head and became motionless atop him. Chapter 27. Awakening. When Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao arrived at the scene, they were met with a harrowing sight. The ground was strewn with corpses, blood pooled everywhere, mingling with the muddy earth. After a great deal of effort, they located Qin Mu'en among the bodies, still lying atop Davis, his hands tightly wrapped around Davis's throat. Davis, however, had already succumbed to death, his body now cold. That Li Yingkai and Yang Min struggled to pry Qin Mu'en's fingers apart. At that moment, Qin Mu'en was icy to the touch, barely clinging to life with only the faintest breath remaining. His body bore numerous wounds from knives, gunshots, and blunt force trauma. His head alone had several gaping lacerations. The sight of his injuries was harrowing, with even his intestines protruding from the torn fabric. A rough estimation revealed at least 5 or 6 life-threatening injuries, with countless minor wounds. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to such grievous injuries long ago. Yet Qin Mu'en still clung to a flicker of life, as if a mysterious force was preserving his final heartbeat. His multitude of severe injuries required urgent disinfection and stitching, or he would bleed out. However, they were utterly unprepared, lacking needles, thread, or anything to suture his wounds. Finally, Sun Shi proposed a plan. In Davis's camp, there were fish bones. They could extract the slender fish spines, disinfect them with urine, and use them to temporarily stitch the wounds together. This was a desperate measure, but under the current circumstances, it was the only option left, a dead horse being treated as a live one. Fortunately, they were not lacking in doctors. Sun Shi was a top student from the traditional Chinese medicine university, and both Yang Min and Tong Yao were third-year students there. Yang Min and Tong Yao assisted Sun Shi, using a total of over 70 fish bones on Qin Mu'en before they managed to secure all the wounds on his body. As for the effectiveness of their efforts and whether Qin Mu'en would survive, no one was certain. The situation was truly one of doing all that they could and leaving the rest to fate. To the astonishment of Sun Shi, Yang Min, and Tong Yao, the healing of Qin Mu'en's wounds was remarkably faster than that of an ordinary person. Within just one day, a thin membrane had formed over the various wounds on his body, halting the bleeding, a precursor to scabbing. By the second day, this membrane had transformed into scabs, and by the third day, the scabs had consolidated into a cohesive layer, completing the scabbing process. For those in the medical field, this was utterly astonishing. Qin Mu'en's healing capacity was at least 4 or 5 times that of a normal individual. Such severe injuries, with so many wounds, healing in just 3 days was simply unfathomable. Had he been on the mainland rather than a deserted island, his extraordinary physiology would have undoubtedly landed him in a laboratory for study. It was not until the 4th day that Qin Mu'en finally regained consciousness, albeit briefly and without full awareness. After Yang Min fed him some coconut water, he slipped back into a deep slumber. On the 5th day, he woke once again, this time for a longer duration of over half an hour. His mind somewhat clearer, though still unable to speak. By the 6th day, all the fish bones had been extracted, and the pain of removal jolted him awake again. He turned his eyes around, spotting Sun Shi, Yang Min, and Tong Yao nearby. Yang Min eagerly inquired, "Mu'en, how do you feel?" Qin Mu'en opened his mouth, producing a hoarse rasp. Yang Min quickly offered him a coconut, gently pouring the juice into his mouth. After taking a few sips, he found some relief for his burning throat. He smiled at Yang Min and the others, stating, "I don't feel too well. The wounds aren't too painful, but they're incredibly itchy, as though millions of ants are gnawing at me." He refrained from scratching, aware that this was a sign of new flesh regenerating. Any attempt to scratch would only risk reopening the wounds. After a moment of catching his breath and swallowing, he asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "Almost 7 days. 7 days?" Qin Mu'en was taken aback, realizing that his prolonged stupor had lasted a whole week. "Sun Shi," remarked, "Mu'en, it's a miracle that you survived this time." Yang Min nodded vigorously, still shaken. When they had discovered Qin Mu'en, they had almost believed he was already lifeless. Qin Mu'en lifted his arm, requesting, "Help me sit up." "No, you're still injured," Yang Min quickly objected. "The scabs have formed. I'll be fine." With the assistance of Yang Min and Tong Yao, Qin Mu'en gradually sat up. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that he was in a small shelter, surrounded by a number of people, men and women, old and young, each gazing at him with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Noticing Qin Mu'en's bewildered expression, Tong Yao smiled and said, "Mu'en, I have 2 pieces of news for you. One good, one bad. Which would you like to hear first?" Qin Mu'en casually asked, "What is the good news?" Tong Yao replied, "All the survivors captured by Davis have been rescued. There are a total of 23. Qin Mu'en blinked. Looking again at the people outside the shelter, it turned out they were the survivors whom Davis had corralled, preparing to slaughter for food. He then inquired, "And the bad news?" Tong Yao's expression darkened as she said, "Sister Yi and Hu Qingfeng are both missing." "What?" Additionally, due to the rain, there were no footprints left on the beach, so we cannot determine whether Sister Yi and Hu Qingfeng were taken by someone or left on their own. This revelation was indeed surprising. Yi Zixin and Hu Qingfeng had vanished. After pondering for a moment, Qin Mu'en asked, "Could it have been the doing of Davis's men?" Tong Yao shook her head, stating, "Impossible. Most of Davis's group has been eliminated by you." Qin Mu'en's exploits had already spread among the survivors. He single-handedly dispatched 13 individuals led by Davis, a feat both terrifying and hard to believe. Consequently, The survivors regarded him with a blend of curiosity, fear, and reverence. Qin Mu'en remarked pensively, they could not have left on their own. They wouldn't have been able to carry away so much pork. They were either abducted or taken by someone else. If it were the latter, Yi Zixin would likely have left a message. He chose not to elaborate further. Life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth is in the hands of heaven. On this deserted island, he could barely safeguard his own life, let alone concern himself with the lives of others. As he spoke, Li Yingkai parted the crowd and strode into the shelter, his face betraying his joy. Chapter 28. The camp. Li Yingkai was one of the most excited individuals upon Qin Mu'en's awakening. Personally, he admired Qin Mu'en's strength and appreciated his modest, unassuming nature, wishing to cultivate a deeper friendship with him. Professionally, Qin Mu'en's presence significantly enhanced his survival chances on the isolated island. Moreover, if he wished to maintain a dominant position among the survivors, he could not do so without Qin Mu'en. When they had just rescued these survivors, the latter had expressed immense gratitude, pledging their loyalty to him. Given the solid foundation laid by Davis's camp, Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, Yang Min, and others decided to stay and establish their own camp based on Davis's. The survivors supported their decision, enthusiastically joining in the construction of the camp. Initially, everyone coexisted peacefully, but as days passed, the survivors began to harbor doubts about their leadership in terms of age, life experience, and skill. There were many among the survivors who were older, more experienced, and more capable than Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, and the others. In terms of survival skills, there were survivors adept at climbing trees for coconuts, fishing, and foraging for wild vegetables. So why should Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, Yang Min, and Tong Yao, mere youngsters, be their leaders? Just because they had dispatched the demons known as Davis and his cohort? Furthermore, it was not they who had truly vanquished Davis, but rather the young man who lay unconscious and uncertain of his fate. Thus, while the survivors may have appeared harmonious on the surface, beneath that facade, dissatisfaction toward Li Yingkai and the others was steadily growing. Li Yingkai and Sun Shi sensed the brewing discontent. Sun Shi, Yang Min, and Tong Yao were not particularly power-hungry. Their position among the survivors was of little concern to them. However, Li Yingkai was different. He was unwilling to relinquish the power he had gained. Moreover, only by firmly holding onto power could he ensure his own survival. Should power fall into the hands of others, he would merely become a pawn, susceptible to being sacrificed or discarded. If he wished to maintain his current authority, his greatest assurance was none other than Qin Mu'en. He understood clearly that the only person capable of commanding respect among the survivors was Qin Mu'en. Thus, Li Yingkai genuinely rejoiced at Qin Mu'en's safe awakening, feeling hopeful about the days to come. Seeing that Qin Mu'en could now sit up, Li Yingkai beamed, giving him a thumbs up and praising Mu'en. You fought against 13. No, it should be 30. You are truly remarkable. His words were not only a compliment to Qin Mu'en, but also a message to those around them. They should remember that they were not merely the survivor saviors, but also possessed the strength to eliminate Davis and his entire group. Qin Mu'en, lacking Li Yingkai's flair for theatrics, merely smiled faintly in response to the praise, saying, Li Gu, you're exaggerating. Exaggerating? I'm speaking nothing but the truth, Li Yingkai retorted. The most infuriating part is that Davis scoundrel was armed. Yet, you were even more formidable. You weren't afraid of even a gun. As he spoke, he drew the Glock pistol he had confiscated from Davis and handed it to Qin Mu'en, saying, Mu'en, this gun belongs to Davis. Since you killed him, it rightfully belongs to you. Qin Mu'en accepted the pistol, skillfully ejecting the magazine to check the remaining bullets. He couldn't help but smile ruefully. Only 2 bullets remained, rendering the gun little more than a tool for intimidation in the future. Li Yingkai was both astonished and elated, for this was a firearm capable of instilling fear in all those around them. How could Mu'en so easily entrust it to him? He held the pistol awkwardly. Stammering Mu'en, this doesn't seem quite appropriate, Li Gu. You should keep it for self-defense. If I need it, I will ask you for it. With the gun at his side, he felt a bit more assured. Qin Mu'en, however, was not particularly concerned about the pistol. Weapons, whether cold or firearms, were ultimately lifeless. It was the person wielding them who mattered. The effectiveness of a weapon depended not only on its inherent strength, but also on the skill of its user. For Qin Mu'en, even if he wielded a knife against an opponent with a gun, he was confident he could slice their throat without being shot. Qin Mu'en straightened his back, and Yang Min and Tong Yao understood. Assisting him to his feet, He took a few steps out of the shelter, and the people surrounding him instinctively parted to create a passageway. He walked slowly through the crowd and stepped outside, gazing around. This was the first time Qin Mu'en had seen the Davis camp, and it was far better than he had imagined. The shelters, constructed from wooden stakes and palm fronds, stood in close proximity to each other. Though rudimentary, they at least provided shelter from the wind and rain. He also noticed piles of coconut shells and dried fish hanging out to sun. Staring at the fish, he murmured, "So many fish caught. They are ours." At the sound of his voice, several individuals emerged from the crowd. Leading them was a burly man in his 30s, bare-chested with dark skin, followed by a few young men. "Mr. Qin, hello, my name is Li Xiang. My family runs a fish farming business, so I have some experience with fishing." Qin Mu'en glanced at him and slightly nodded. He was not adept at socializing and did not enjoy speaking much. To those unfamiliar with him, his demeanor could seem cold and arrogant. Yet this was no ordinary society, but rather a ruthless island where anything could happen, where strength represented everything. Qin Mu'en had personally slain 13 of Davis's men, a feat that had become almost mythical in the minds of many. Li Xiang did not perceive Qin Mu'en as arrogant. A mere nod from him left Li Xiang feeling pleasantly surprised. He enthusiastically explained, "We discovered a small waterhole nearby, teeming with fish. We wove a fishing net from grass vines and cast it into the waterhole's entrance, managing to catch plenty of fish, shrimp, and crabs each time." Qin Mu'en looked at Li Xiang, smiled, and praised, "Very clever. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Compared to you, our little tricks and skills are truly insignificant." Li Xiang exclaimed genuinely, "If it weren't for you, Mr. Qin, we would have surely perished at the hands of Davis's men." The young men behind him nodded in agreement, secretly observing Qin Mu'en with admiration in their eyes. In the eyes of Li Xiang and others, Qin Mu'en was met with awe and reverence, bordering on a kind of faith. When despair had engulfed them, and hope seemed utterly lost, a glimmer of light had suddenly appeared, rescuing them from the brink. In their hearts, Qin Mu'en had naturally become a savior figure. Faced with such fervent gazes, Qin Mu'en felt a bit overwhelmed. His expression was indeed not very pleasant as the crowd bowed and then dispersed. Upon returning to the shelter, Li Yingkai smiled and inquired, "Mu'en, how is our camp?" "Quite good," Qin Mu'en replied. Li Yingkai continued, "Currently, there is still a lack of cohesion among everyone. Once we elect a leader, the camp will undoubtedly improve." Upon hearing this, Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao simultaneously displayed expressions of despondence. "No rescue team. So many days have passed, and it seems unlikely that a rescue team will come now." Li Yingkai shook his head. Qin Mu'en lowered his gaze and remained silent for a long time. On this deserted island, his skills could indeed find practical use, but he did not wish to be trapped here indefinitely. He had loved ones he missed, and those he needed to care for. His mother had passed away early, and his father had single-handedly raised him, even refraining from remarrying to spare him any hardship. Now that his father was aging and in declining health, Qin Mu'en was finally capable of looking after him. Yet he found himself stranded on this isolated island at such a critical time. Li Yingkai patted Qin Mu'en on the shoulder and said, "Mu'en, don't be too disheartened. There may still be hope." Qin Mu'en nodded slightly, hoping that was indeed the case. Li Yingkai then shifted the conversation, saying, "Tonight's meeting will involve electing a leader for the camp. Mu'en, if you run, no one will stand a chance against you." Qin Mu'en hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. "I cannot." He had reached the rank of sergeant major in the French Foreign Legion, managing people and devising tactics with ease, but he truly was not suited for managing affairs. He looked at Li Yingkai and said, "I believe you would be more suitable than I think so too." Li Yingkai muttered to himself, then smiled wryly, "But if I were to run, they certainly wouldn't vote for me." "Only if you run, Mu'en, do we have a real chance of winning," Qin Mu'en replied, "but I cannot manage the camp. That is not important." "Huh?" Li Yingkai countered. "Mu'en, do you think I can do it?" "Of course. The camp's current state is quite well organized, thanks largely to your efforts," Qin Mu'en acknowledged. Li Yingkai asserted, "Mu'en, only if you first seize power can you delegate it to me." This was the true purpose behind Li Yingkai's insistence on promoting Qin Mu'en. If he were to run, he would likely garner very few votes. But Qin Mu'en was different. In the eyes of the people, he was a savior, a benefactor who had rescued them from peril. If Qin Mu'en were to run, no one would refrain from voting for him. Once he became the leader, Li Yingkai would be among the greatest beneficiaries. The power within the camp would remain firmly in their hands. Qin Mu'en remained silent. Li Yingkai understood that Qin Mu'en was somewhat indifferent and feared he might refuse. He said, Mu'en, if we wish to survive, we cannot lack cohesion or leadership. Otherwise, we will end up like Davis and his men. During the days that Qin Mu'en had been unconscious, they had discovered other survivor camps. Some were larger, with over 100 people, while others were smaller, with 50 or 60. All these camps were, without exception, located along the island's sandy edges. The island was limited in size, with limited resources, and the number of newly discovered survivors was continuously increasing in the future. Under the conditions of scarcity, competition, and even conflict among survivor camps were inevitable. Thus, for a camp to survive, it needed strong cohesion and a powerful leader who could unite all survivors into a single force. Li Yingkai believed he could not fulfill this role, but Qin Mu'en could. He meticulously explained the current situation to Qin Mu'en and concluded, Mu'en, in such an environment, you cannot shirk your responsibility. Qin Mu'en remained silent for a long time, then nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Li Yingkai's face brightened at his response. Clapping his hands, he said, from now on, you manage the people, I handle the affairs. You will oversee the external matters while I manage the internal ones. Together, we can surely expand and improve the camp. We might even become the largest survivor camp. Qin Mu'en smiled, his tone calm as he replied, I do not harbor such lofty ideals or grand ambitions. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao, and he continued, in truth, my thoughts are simple. I want to protect you all and ensure your survival because we are partners. I have saved your lives, and you have saved mine. Our lives are intertwined, and that makes us partners, comrades who can fight side by side. His words deeply moved Li Yingkai, Yang Min, and the others, warming their hearts and bringing tears to their eyes. Though they were not particularly familiar with Qin Mu'en, they now felt as if they had become a unified whole with him. Yes, we are partners. Li Yingkai was the first to extend his hand, followed by Sun Shi, who placed his hand on top of Li Yingkai's, then Yang Min and Tong Yao, and finally Qin Mu'en. The 5 hands clasped tightly together, and in that moment, they all felt their relationship had taken a significant step forward. That evening, all the members of the camp gathered together. Looking around, one could see a throng of over 40 people. Among them, 23 were survivors rescued from Davis and his men, while the remaining 20 or so had either arrived voluntarily during Qin Mu'en's unconsciousness or were found nearby. Li Yingkai organized the meeting. He wasted no time and, without giving Qin Mu'en a chance to speak, directly proposed that a leader be elected to take charge of the camp. He then surveyed the crowd and asked loudly, if anyone else wishes to run, now is the time to step forward and compete fairly with Mu'en. We will adhere to democratic principles. The one with the most votes will be elected. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd murmured among themselves, whispering. Li Xiang was the first to voice his support, saying, voting for the election is fair and reasonable. I have no objections. I have no objections either. Let us go with voting. Li Xiang held considerable influence among the survivors, primarily due to his fishing skills, which ensured that while not everyone would be full, no one would starve on the deserted island. Age, experience, and social factors had been greatly diminished, while personal ability had been significantly enhanced. Those with strong abilities could guarantee the survival of the people, earning them respect and support. Seeing that the crowd had no objections to the voting election, Li Yingkai decisively stated, then it is settled. We will proceed with the voting election. Now, we have Mu'en as a candidate. Does anyone else wish to run? A young man looked at Li Xiang and whispered, Li Gu, why don't you run? Li Xiang repeatedly waved his hands, chuckling, if it were someone else running for election, I might consider stepping forward to contest, but for Yu Ji's candidacy, I shall refrain. Qin Mu'en's name, pronounced similarly to the English word moon, denotes the celestial body itself. His formidable prowess allowed him to single-handedly confront 13 opponents, leading some of the surviving members to privately revere him as the moon demon. Presently, Li Xiang directly referred to him as Yue Gu. With Li Xiang opting out of the election, others felt even less inclined to participate. Li Yingkai had initially prepared a substantial number of leaves to serve as votes. But now, with no competitors aside from Qin Mu'en, there was no need for a ballot. Qin Mu'en was declared the victor. Chapter 30. The system after the selection of Qin Mu'en as the leader. Li Yingkai eagerly proposed renaming their camp. Currently, they were aware of 2 survivor camps, each having its distinct name, one called Dawn and the other Morning Light. the Morning Light camp was situated quite close. With a straight-line distance not exceeding 2 kilometers, as discussions regarding the camp's name ensued, various suggestions emerged. Some proposed hope, others peace, and yet others vanguard, fierce tiger, and so forth. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Li Xiang clapped his hands firmly and proclaimed, "I propose we cease these frivolous suggestions. Our existence in this camp and our very survival are thanks to you, Gu. Henceforth, let the camp be named Qin Mu'en." Li Yingkai, upon hearing this, could not contain his delight and nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Mu'en camp, splendid choice. It carries a double meaning, truly remarkable." With Li Xiang's proposal to name it after Mu'en, no dissenting voices arose among the survivors, and thus the camp's name was solidified on the following day after Qin Mu'en was elected camp leader. Li Yingkai wasted no time in implementing his devised policy, the labor point system. After a thorough analysis of their current circumstances, Li Yingkai concluded that no existing system was effective for the survivors. The most feasible and efficient approach was to revert to a more traditional labor point system. Every individual would be required to engage in work, be it fishing, hunting, collecting coconuts and wild fruits, or constructing the camp and performing chores such as washing and cooking to earn labor points. The camp's provisions would no longer be distributed freely. Instead, they would be exchanged for labor points earned. The more labor points one accumulated, the greater the quantity of food one could obtain. Conversely, fewer points would equate to less food. In essence, it was a straightforward principle of the more you work, the more you earn. The less you work, the less you earn. And if you do not work, you shall not earn at all. Under this labor point system, the notion of the strong having to care for and sustain the weak was rendered obsolete. The philosophy of "I am weak, thus I am justified" held no ground. If one was weak and unwilling to work, hunger would be their only companion. The labor point system proposed by Li Yingkai found the most fervent support among the young and robust men. Earning labor points was a trivial task for them. However, the women and the elderly felt this policy was unjust towards them, harboring considerable grievances in private. Yet, the age-old adage held true. A deserted island is not a modern society, and individual strength is the ultimate truth. The women and the elderly, being among the weaker demographic, could not muster significant resistance against it. After Qin Mu'en assumed the role of camp leader, the authority over internal affairs was largely delegated to Li Yingkai. Nonetheless, the implementation of the labor point system was a result of discussions with Qin Mu'en. As the camp leader, Qin Mu'en's support lent considerable weight to the proposal, rendering opposing voices ineffective. The division of labor among the survivors varied, and thus the labor points earned differed accordingly. Those who gathered food received the highest points, contingent upon the quantity of food collected. For instance, Li Xiang, a skilled fisherman, could earn 12 points in a single day. Survivors engaged in gathering coconuts and wild fruits could also earn 6 or 7 points, provided they did not slack off. 1 labor point could be exchanged for a fish, a coconut, or a handful of wild fruits. 2 points could essentially afford a hearty meal. Physical labor such as constructing the camp could yield 6 points daily, while lighter tasks like washing, starting fires, cooking, and mending could only earn 3 points, insufficient for a full meal. Yet not enough to starve. Li Yingkai's primary responsibilities included recording each individual's labor points, managing exchanges, and safeguarding resources. Those earning 4 points daily, like Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao, served as the camp's doctors and could additionally engage in physical labor to earn more points. In the entire camp, the only individual who could forego labor while still receiving points was Qin Mu'en, a privilege of leadership indeed. Initially, when Li Yingkai rolled out the labor point system, some expressed dissatisfaction, but in the days that followed, such sentiments gradually diminished. Under this system, apart from Qin Mu'en, no special classes existed. Even Li Yingkai, the architect of the idea, was required to earn points through labor to sustain himself. Those with diminished physical capabilities, such as the elderly and women, could only earn 3 or 4 points daily, enough to stave off hunger, yet insufficient for satisfaction, which seemed a fair compromise in times of resource scarcity. It was only logical to allocate the majority of resources to the stronger individuals. Ensuring the survival of the strong was essential to provide protection for the weak within a reasonable scope, thereby maintaining the longevity of the entire group. Following the implementation of the labor point system, the camp underwent a remarkable transformation, with many individuals displaying newfound vigor. Even the older survivors ceased to rely on their age and actively participated in labor. This shift brought joy to Qin Mu'en and Li Yingkai. while most of the camp's inhabitants felt a sense of optimism as the overall development of the camp was on an upward trajectory. Outside the adjacent shelter, a multitude of survivors gathered, collectively approaching Li Yingkai to receive their labor points. Labor points had ceased to be mere numbers. They had transformed into tangible currency. Li Yingkai devised a system using shells as currency for labor points, with denominations of 1, 2, 5, and 10 points. Qin Mu'en also took part in the creation of these labor point currencies, each shell bearing the denomination and his signature, thus preventing the circulation of counterfeit currency. 2 shells, each valued at 5 points, represented Qin Mu'en's daily earnings of 10 points. He took the shells, glanced down at them, and chuckled to himself. This moment, he felt as though he were merely playing house. He casually scooped up some sand from the ground, dug a small hole, placed the shells within, and filled it back in, as he had no place on his person to store such items. Seeing this, Yang Min could not help but roll her eyes, stepping into the shelter to find a suitable spot. She squatted down and unearthed a shell worth 10 points from the sand. "Mu'en, you cannot leave this money lying around," she admonished. Qin Mu'en laughed heartily, replying, "In truth, I hardly find it necessary." This statement held merit. Now that his injuries had nearly healed, he could procure his own food and drink without needing to exchange labor points. Yang Min shot him a disapproving glance and whispered, "Do you have any idea how precious labor points are?" Qin Mu'en looked at her in confusion. Yang Min glanced outside and then leaned closer to Qin Mu'en, whispering conspiratorially, "Yesterday, I saw the uncle who often fishes with Li Xiang in a compromising position with you, Li. Afterward, he even gave her 2 labor points." Qin Mu'en blinked in bewilderment, curious to ask, "Who is Yu Li?" "The survivor we found a couple of days ago." Now, there were individuals in the camp engaging in such transactions. Yang Min sighed, her expression conveying, "Now you understand." The young girl, her cheeks flushed, muttered, "She is barely over 30, yet so lazy and shameless." Qin Mu'en burst into laughter, remarking, "Everyone has their own choices and means of survival. It is beyond reproach." After a brief pause, he added, "Tomorrow, I plan to venture into the jungle." Yang Min, startled, asked anxiously, "What for?" "Primarily to ascertain the situation within the jungle," he replied. When he and Yang Min first arrived, they encountered indigenous tribes. Logically, there should be native settlements on the island. However, despite their establishment of a camp and the considerable noise generated, not a single indigenous person had been drawn to them, an anomaly indeed. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy is crucial for victory in any endeavor. Since leaving the island was not an option in the short term, he needed to thoroughly understand the island's circumstances to be well prepared. While the two were conversing, a sudden cry pierced the air. "Doctor, help! Someone, please, save me!" Chapter 31. A call for help. The unexpected plea for assistance left both Qin Mu'en and Yang Min momentarily stunned. But they swiftly exited the shelter together. Li Xiang, a skilled fisherman, led the fishing team that constituted a primary food source for Mu'en's camp. His well-being was of great consequence. The 3 individuals who approached appeared severely injured, their faces bruised and bloodied, their minds clearly disoriented. Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao examined them closely, stating, "Fortunately, these are merely surface wounds. It seems no bones or internal organs have been harmed." Upon hearing their words, the survivors present visibly relaxed. Another young man, his voice trembling with emotion, lamented, "The fish we caught today have all been taken from us." Li Yingkai's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly as he exclaimed, "This is outrageous. We bear no grudge against the Morning Light Camp. Why have they harmed our people and stolen our fish? Indeed, Qinggu, we cannot let this matter rest." The Morning Light Camp was a neighboring settlement to Mu'en's camp. Situated in close proximity, the survivors expanded their range of activities. Encounters between individuals from both camps became increasingly common. In the past, there had been a semblance of tranquility, but the recent, unexpected incident of food theft and violence was indeed shocking. It is worth mentioning that the scale of the Morning Light Camp is even larger than that of the Mu'en camp, with survivors exceeding 60 individuals. Qin Mu'en stated, "I will visit the Morning Light Camp tomorrow morning." He then instructed Yang Min and the others, "Xiao Min, please tend to Li Xiang and the others' wounds." Li Yingkai hastily added, "If we can save on cephalosporins, let's do so. Their injuries aren't severe, so there's no need for excessive medication." From Jack, they had received a small vial of cephalosporin tablets, which they had used generously to treat Qin Mu'en. leaving only a scant supply. Together, they carefully lifted the injured Li Xiang and his companions into the tent. Li Yingkai quietly remarked to Qin Mu'en, "Mu'en, this is the first calamity to befall the camp since you've taken charge. We must handle it properly. As camp leader, earning daily credits is no easy feat. When trouble arises, the leader must not only step forward but also manage the situation adeptly, for only then can one earn respect and ensure the community willingly supports and accepts your leadership." Qin Mu'en nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I know what to do." The next morning, Qin Mu'en departed the camp without bidding farewell to Li Yingkai or Yang Min, armed with a stone spear, a machete at his back, and a Swiss army knife tucked in his pocket. He ventured out alone. Shortly after his departure, 3 young men from the fishing team, robust and spirited, came running after him. "Brother Qin, are you heading to the morning light camp?" "Yes, Brother Qin, let us accompany you." "No need. I can manage on my own. Please, take us with you. We can't rest easy knowing you go alone." "Indeed, Brother Qin, even if we can't be of much help, we can at least lend a hand." The 3 young men insisted on following Qin Mu'en. After a moment's contemplation, he finally relented, saying, "All right. Have you all brought weapons?" In unison, the 3 drew their batons from their waists, brandishing them in the air. A slight smile crept onto Qin Mu'en's lips as he chose not to say more and continued onward. Along the way, the 3 young men chatted animatedly, sharing details about the morning light camp. The leader of the morning light camp is named Chen Shun, who has a sister named Chen Shi. The camp's name is derived from the names of these siblings. Chen Chen, much like Qin Mu'en, rose to leadership through personal merit. He entered the Shaolin martial arts school at the age of 15 and won the national Sanda championship by the age of 24. His prowess in combat is unquestionable. No mere 3 or 5 sturdy men could approach him. Qin Mu'en maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet he listened intently, mentally noting the name Chen Chen. The morning light camp's population is substantial, and it boasts a larger scale, even erecting a perimeter fence of short wooden stakes, suggesting plans for a taller barricade. Observing the camp's interior, one could see the varying sizes and qualities of the tents, most of which were hastily constructed from palm leaves and vines, barely accommodating 2 people. A gust of wind might easily send them tumbling away. As Qin Mu'en and his companions approached the camp, they were soon noticed by the inhabitants. An urgent series of whistles erupted from within, causing a commotion. Before long, several men rushed out from the camp. Unlike the Mu'en camp, which consists entirely of Chinese survivors, the morning light camp is a mixed community of both Chinese and foreigners. Among the men who emerged was a tall foreigner, towering above the rest, his imposing figure drawing attention. The tall foreigner first scrutinized Qin Mu'en, then shifted his gaze to the 3 youths behind him, speaking in a thick northeastern accent. "Are you from the Mu'en camp? What do you want? Looking for a fight?" His accent gave away that he had likely studied in northeast China. Qin Mu'en had no desire to engage in idle chatter with the irrelevant, stating firmly, "Bring Chen Chen out." The tall foreigner burst into laughter, casting a sideways glance at Qin Mu'en, and queried, "You think you can just meet our boss based on that?" "Bring Chen Chen out," Qin Mu'en repeated. The foreigner swaggered towards Qin Mu'en, a mocking smile on his lips, saying, "To see our boss, you'd better prove you have the ability." As he spoke, he reached out with both hands to grab Qin Mu'en's collar. The 3 young men standing cautiously behind him warned in unison. Qin Mu'en, standing at 175 centimeters, faced a towering opponent nearing 190 centimeters, a stark contrast in height. Just as the foreigner's fingers were about to grasp Qin Mu'en's clothing, the latter suddenly leapt into action. His figure darted past the foreigner, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Mu'en delivered a swift punch to the back of the foreigner's neck. With a resounding thud, the foreigner collapsed, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thump, his eyes wide and his features contorting as he fought to rise. Yet his limbs betrayed him, unable to respond. Qin Mu'en's strike had impacted the foreigner's cervical vertebrae, momentarily incapacitating his central nervous system, rendering his brain's commands to his limbs ineffective. The foreigner's massive frame crashed to the ground, eliciting gasps of shock from those nearby and startling the 3 young men who had accompanied Qin Mu'en. They gazed at his retreating figure, a mix of astonishment and admiration washing over them. The camp leader truly lived up to his title, demonstrating formidable skill. Those who had emerged with the foreigner exchanged wary glances. Cautiously approaching Qin Mu'en point, one large man boldly took action, drawing a short wooden stick from his waist, its sharpened tip aimed menacingly at Qin Mu'en's chest. without allowing him a chance to retaliate. Qin Mu'en struck with precision. His first punch landed squarely on the man's nose, the second struck his forehead, and the third was an uppercut that connected with his jaw. A sharp crack echoed in the air as blood gushed from the man's mouth and nose, causing him to stumble backward and collapse, unconscious. The remaining two rushed toward Qin Mu'en, but they too fell swiftly. With a side kick, Qin Mu'en sent one flying, then executed a sweeping leg motion to topple the other. Before the fallen man could rise, Qin Mu'en pinned him down with his knee on his chest and unleashed a barrage of punches to his face. 4 robust men, all physically imposing, were swiftly brought to their knees before Qin Mu'en. He stepped over their prostrate forms and called out toward the camp ahead, "Chun Chun, Chin Chin." Before long, a group of men and women emerged from the morning light camp, led by a man and a woman. The man, standing at about 170 centimeters, was slender and unremarkable in appearance, while the woman, in her early 20s, matched his height and possessed a fresh, striking beauty, with bold eyebrows, dark eyes, and a spirited demeanor. "What brings you here? If one didn't know better, they might think you were here to propose." The slender youth advanced toward Qin Mu'en, raising his voice. As they sized each other up, Qin Mu'en inquired, "Are you Chin Chin? Are they the ones you injured?" "Yes, I am Chin Chin. And you are?" "I am Qin Mu'en. So you are Qin Mu'en. I've heard of you. It was you who dealt with Davis and his crew?" "Correct." Qin Mu'en had no interest in pleasantries and stated directly, "Hand over the people." "Which people?" Chin Chin tilted his head, feigning ignorance. Qin Mu'en narrowed his eyes and replied, "The ones who stole the fish and harmed others." Chin Chin met Qin Mu'en's gaze for a moment, then broke into laughter, shrugging as he said, "We've already eaten the fish. There's no returning it to you. As for the people, I have already punished them." Before he could finish, Qin Mu'en reiterated, "Hand them over." Chun Chun clicked his tongue, scratching his head. "We are all survivors here. There's no need to make this a public spectacle, right? I only want you to hand over the individuals responsible." At that moment, a striking young woman approached, carrying a small package. She stepped close to Chin Chin and whispered, "Brother, give it to me. I insist you give it to me." Chin Chin's insistence left the girl exasperated, and reluctantly, she handed the small cloth bundle to him, casting a fierce glare in Qin Mu'en's direction. "We acknowledge our fault in stealing your fish and injuring your people. This is our compensation." With that, Chun Chun extended the small bundle toward Qin Mu'en. Qin Mu'en did not take it, merely fixing a cold, unwavering stare upon Chin Chin. A young man swiftly approached from behind him, taking the small cloth bag and opening it to reveal 3 shriveled potatoes, covered in wrinkles and sprouting numerous shoots. To offer such 3 inedible potatoes as an apology would be deemed a humiliation back home. Initially, the young man was furious, but soon his expression shifted to one of realization. Each potato, with over 10 shoots, could be cut and planted, transforming one into a dozen new potatoes. On this deserted island, these 3 potatoes held immense value. Once he grasped this, the young man quickly turned to Qin Mu'en, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, it's 3 potatoes." He then lowered his voice, adding, "All 3 can be used as seeds. Our camp needs this." Both fish and coconuts, as well as wild fruits, were diminishing in availability. For the camp to thrive, they needed to cultivate their own crops. However, the pressing issue was their lack of seeds. What could they plant with? With these 3 potatoes, everything changed. Potatoes have a short growth cycle, taking merely 3 months to multiply from 3 to dozens. Continuing to plant those dozens could yield hundreds or even thousands of potatoes, thus resolving the food crisis of the camp. Frankly speaking, for Chun Chun to offer 3 potatoes as compensation showcased considerable sincerity. Qin Mu'en swiftly understood the implications and accepted Chun Chin's gesture. He then inquired, "What about the people?" Chin Chun raised an eyebrow. Having given his compensation, he was taken aback that the other party still demanded people. He scoffed, stating, "Qin Mu'en, I will absolutely not hand them over. They are my brothers, and I must protect them." Qin Mu'en nodded, replying, "The injured are also my brothers. I must seek justice for them." Chin Chen retorted, "So, it seems we have no room for negotiation?" Indeed. Chapter 33. One-on-one. Before Chun Chun could finish his sentence, Qin Mu'en lunged forward in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his opponent's face. How swift! Chin Chun was startled by Qin Mu'en's speed and his decisive move to attack, hastily raising his arms to shield himself. Bang! Qin Mu'en's fist struck heavily against his arm, causing Chen Shun to stagger back 2 or 3 steps. Undeterred, he charged forward again, throwing a left hook aimed at his adversary's cheek. Yet, before his punch could connect, Chen Shen's foot had already landed a kick to Qin Mu'en's chest, despite Chen Shen's seemingly modest build. His strikes were anything but feeble. This seemingly ordinary kick sent Qin Mu'en sprawling backward. Chen Shen grinned, advancing with a kick aimed at Qin Mu'en. As Qin Mu'en lay on the ground, he quickly sprang up, first blocking the oncoming kick with his foot, then following up with a punch to Chen Shen's abdomen. Chen Shen leaned back, retreating 3 steps in rapid succession. In their initial exchange, neither party gained the upper hand. Qin Mu'en had taken a kick, while Chen Shun had absorbed a punch. In a confrontation between skilled fighters, the outcome is immediately apparent. Both men set aside their underestimations, focusing intently on one another. The Shaolin Long Fist, originating from Zhao Kuangyin, is also known as the Taizu Long Fist, a martial art evolved from practical combat, characterized by its ferocity and power. Chen Shun employed not traditional fighting techniques, but authentic Chinese martial arts, which initially threw Qin Mu'en off balance. Utilizing his agility, he deftly dodged and evaded his opponent's attacks. To the onlookers, it appeared that Chen Shen dominated the scene, with Qin Mu'en on the defensive. The 3 young men accompanying Qin Mu'en were sweating profusely, their hearts racing, instinctively leaning forward, as if ready to rush in and assist him. However, after exchanging over 20 blows, Qin Mu'en gradually adapted to Chen Shen's fighting style and began to counterattack. His techniques were diverse, incorporating various martial arts such as combat techniques, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and Muga. The French Foreign Legion often undertakes missions abroad, and close-quarters combat is not only a required skill but also one that must be mastered. Moreover, Qin Mu'en was among the elite in the entire legion. Otherwise, how could he have risen to the rank of sergeant major in less than 2 years? As Qin Mu'en retaliated, the fight between the two became evenly matched. After evading 3 punches and 4 kicks from Qin Mu'en, Chen Shun suddenly pivoted, slipping behind him like a slippery eel, aiming a palm strike at the back of Qin Mu'en's head. To Chen Shen's surprise, Qin Mu'en seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, swiftly sidestepping the attack, then retaliating with a kick aimed at Chen Shen's side. Chen Shen, startled, quickly withdrew. Although he retreated with impressive speed, it was entirely within Qin Mu'en's expectations. Crouching low like a leopard, he lunged forward, closing the distance to Chen Shen in an instant. Chen Shen was taken aback and instinctively attempted to retreat. But it was too late. Qin Mu'en crouched, driving his shoulder into Chen Shen's abdomen, propelling him upward. With Chen Shen's feet now off the ground and lacking support, Qin Mu'en seized the opportunity to throw him aside, causing Chen Shen to crash to the ground. This seamless execution of moves showcased Qin Mu'en's mastery of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which employs leverage to overcome brute strength. Chen Shen, after being thrown down, felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. His mind buzzing, however, he quickly rolled back to his feet, lunging at Qin Mu'en once more. Qin Mu'en knelt, his weight pressing downward as Chen Shen charged from his left. Taking advantage of the slope, he managed to flip Chen Shen over. After taking a moment to recover on the ground, Chen Shen roared once again, rising to his feet in defiance, launching himself at Qin Mu'en. As before, Qin Mu'en skillfully threw Chen Shen down. Once could be attributed to chance, twice to mere misfortune, but being thrown down consecutively 3 times was undeniably a testament to skill disparity. Though Chen Shen had trained in grappling techniques, he had to concede that Qin Mu'en's skills far surpassed his own. The critical aspect was that he had not even had the opportunity to grapple. He was simply thrown down upon close engagement. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, Chen Shen, who once held a lofty view of himself, now found himself powerless against Qin Mu'en's prowess, unwilling to engage in close combat any longer. He altered his strategy, continuing to trade blows with Qin Mu'en at a distance. After exchanging over 20 more blows, taking advantage of Chen Shen's momentary exhaustion, Qin Mu'en swiftly maneuvered behind him. Realizing the danger, Chen Shen instinctively hunched forward, attempting to shield his neck and back. Little did he know, Qin Mu'en had no intention of attacking his upper body. Instead, he delivered a swift kick from below, striking between Chen Shen's legs. The sensation was indescribably painful. Chen Shen yelped in agony, nearly leaping off the ground, clutching at his groin as he collapsed sideways. Curling up on the ground, Qin Mu'en looked on, bemused, as Chen Shen writhed in pain. He inwardly mused, "With your back turned, What good is protecting your head and back? The lower regions are the most vulnerable part of the body. And Qin doesn't even grasp that. Just as he took a step forward, Shi rushed in to shield Qin. The young girl glared at Qin Mu'en, scolding, "Qin Mu'en, do you not have any shame? Resorting to such underhanded tactics, winning like this isn't true skill, do you find it amusing?" Qin Mu'en could hardly contain his amusement. What did she mean by lacking true skill? Furthermore, what underhanded tactics had he employed? Qin, having come from a formal martial arts school and later participating in combat competitions, was well aware that attacks to the lower body were prohibited. Thus, when Qin Mu'en unexpectedly appeared behind him, his instinct was to protect his head and back. However, Qin Mu'en's training was of a different caliber altogether. For him, combat was a matter of survival, a skill to eliminate threats. His techniques aimed to incapacitate opponents swiftly and efficiently, without regard for rules or restrictions. On the contrary, the more vulnerable a target, the more enticing it became. The fundamental philosophies of their respective fighting styles diverged sharply. After a considerable pause, with Shi's assistance, Qin managed to rise, albeit grimacing in pain, his face contorted. Qin Mu'en, however, did not pursue his advantage, coolly stating, "You lost." Though he felt a surge of indignation, Qin was not one to shy away from defeat. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, "Yes, I admit defeat. Hand over the people. Do you truly intend to kill them? I only want the one in charge." All survivors, having endured the shipwreck, knew how difficult it was to stay alive. Surely, there was merit in showing mercy. "You lost, you hand over the people." Qin Mu'en had no patience for empty rhetoric. He had but one demand. Hand over the people. Chapter 34. Authority with his shout. A man in his 30s emerged from the crowd of survivors. He was of modest height, barely reaching 1.70 meters, yet his build was robust, with muscular arms and a broad chest. His face was round, with small eyes, a visage marked by excess flesh, and a prominent scar running through his left eyebrow. Approaching Qin, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Boss?" "Yes." Qin cast a glance at him before shifting his gaze towards the opposite Qin Mu'en. The man named Wang Chang addressed Qin Mu'en, saying, "The fish was taken by my men, and the people were also dealt with by us. Qin Mu'en, if you possess any skills, feel free to come at me." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he was startled to see Qin Mu'en, who had been over 3 meters away, suddenly appear right before him. Instinctively, Wang Chang swung a punch forward, but Qin Mu'en raised his palm. And with a resounding thud, he caught the opponent's fist with the center of his hand. Before Wang Chang could let out a cry of despair, Qin Mu'en had already stepped beside him, swiftly and unexpectedly delivering a kick that landed squarely on the outer side of Wang Chang's knee. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed. Wang Chang's thigh and calf bent outward at an L shape. He faltered, collapsing forward and sprawling on the ground, howling in agony. Previously, they had feared Qin Mu'en due to his formidable reputation, though no one had witnessed how he had dispatched Davis and his men. Now, having witnessed Qin Mu'en's prowess firsthand, they were utterly in awe. A single individual had vanquished the leader of the Dawn camp, Qin, and had instilled fear within everyone present in the camp. Forcibly dragging out the instigator, Wang Chang it seemed that aside from Qin Mu'en, no one else could have achieved such a feat. "Brother Qin, from now on, the brothers will follow you faithfully." Indeed, with Brother Qin's skills, following him is undoubtedly the right choice. The 3 young men, each older than Qin Mu'en, had instantaneously transformed into his devoted admirers. "Brother Qin, could you teach us combat skills?" Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they cautiously regarded him. After a brief pause, Qin Mu'en replied in a nonchalant tone, "Sure." The simplicity of his words sent the 3 admirers into a jubilant cheer. Watching the retreating figures of Qin Mu'en and his companions, Shi gritted his teeth and asked, "Brother, are we just letting them go like that?" Qin shrugged and retorted, "What else should we do? Wang Chang was captured by them. That was his own doing. I have repeatedly stated in the camp that we should not fear others seeking trouble, but we also should not instigate trouble ourselves. Surviving on this island is no easy feat. We should not wield our weapons against the weak or exploit our numbers against the few." But Wang Chang refused to listen, arrogantly believing himself invincible, provoking Qin Mu'en. Who can he blame for that? But Qin Mu'en is too arrogant. He shows us no respect. We were at fault first. Let's leave it be. "Brother, why are you so useless?" You couldn't even defeat Qin Mu'en. You didn't let him win on purpose, did you? Chun Chen's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed. He used underhanded tactics. Sister, wait for me. Chun Chen hurriedly pursued Qian Shi, asking, how many potatoes do we have left? Why? Prepare some. I'll take them to Mu'en's camp. No. Are you a masochist? Are you addicted to being humiliated? You little brat. I am indeed your little brat. Or else I would strangle you. Chen Chen was infuriated to the point of losing his mind. The three new admirers of Qin Mu'en vividly recounted the events of the morning, embellishing the details. In their tales, Qin Mu'en not only faced off against Chen Chun, but also took on everyone in the Dawn camp. Even though the embellishments were evident, the crowd in the camp listened with rapt attention. Even the injured Li Xiang and his companions crawled out of their tents, eager to hear the unfolding story, as if they were listening to a captivating tale. When Qin Mu'en approached the three of them, he assessed them with an impassive expression and inquired, how do you feel? Li Xiang swallowed hard, stammering, I feel much better, brother Yu. I can work today. Qin Mu'en replied, wait until you are fully healed before going. Rest for a few more days. All right. Li Xiang nodded repeatedly. He had always held Qin Mu'en in reverence, and now his admiration deepened. The thought that Qin Mu'en had gone to confront the leader of the Dawn camp, Chen Chun, to demand Wang Chang's release for the sake of himself and his two companions filled him with gratitude and respect. Though Qin Mu'en rarely spoke and never engaged in heartfelt conversations, his actions unequivocally demonstrated his care for each member of the camp and his earnest desire to protect them. This morning's display had not only left everyone in awe, but had also significantly elevated his standing within the camp. Having such a leader like Qin Mu'en instilled a profound sense of security among the camp's inhabitants. Wang Chang, feigning death on the ground, trembled at the mention of Qin Mu'en. Li Xiang observed this and found it both amusing and infuriating. He bowed deeply to Qin Mu'en with utmost respect, saying, thank you, brother Yu. Qin Mu'en opened his mouth, intending to express his dislike for the title brother Yu, but reconsidered that it was merely a form of address and not of great consequence. After Qin Mu'en departed, Li Xiang, limping, approached Wang Chang and delivered a couple of light kicks to his back, mockingly scolding, Wang Chang, look at you now. Brother Xiang, I was wrong. Please spare me, I won't dare again. Wang Chang, with one leg broken and one arm fractured, could no longer rise and lay on the ground, pleading for mercy amidst tears and snot. Chapter 35. Cooperation. He was utterly perplexed, unaware of how he had provoked her. Liang glanced at the furious Yang Min as she strode away, entering the tent and smiling, Mu'en, you did splendidly this time. It was truly satisfying. After this incident, your standing in the camp is firmly established. By the way, do you think the Dawn camp will retaliate against us? Qin Mu'en replied nonchalantly, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall block it. Indeed, you managed to forcefully bring Wang Chang out from the Dawn camp. Why should we fear their retaliation? Ha ha ha. Liang laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. He had every reason to be joyful. First, Qin Mu'en's leadership position in the camp was further solidified, which in turn secured Li Ying's own standing. Second, the proximity of the Dawn camp to their own meant frequent encounters, and competition for resources was inevitable. Following this incident, their camp would be in a position to dominate the Dawn camp. Eliminating a significant external threat. Shifting the topic, Qin Mu'en asked, what's wrong with Xiao Min? What do you mean? Qin Mu'en inquired, puzzled. Blinking, Li Ying sighed internally. While Mu'en possessed high intelligence, his emotional intelligence was regrettably lacking. Even a fool could see Yang Min's feelings for him, yet he remained oblivious. Matters of the heart were best left for the parties involved to resolve. As an outsider, he preferred not to meddle. Li Ying stated, of course, Xiao Min is concerned about you. Oh. Qin Mu'en acknowledged without pressing further. 18 noon. As Qin Mu'en and Li Ying prepared to eat, a boy of around 12 or 13 rushed in, breathless, and exclaimed, Brother Mu, the people from the Dawn camp, they've come. At this, Li Ying instinctively rose, asking in a serious tone, are they here to cause trouble? The boy shook his head vigorously, swallowing hard as he said, it doesn't seem like it. There are only 3 of them, Chen Chun, Chun Shi, and a guy named Yu Daping. Li Ying's eyes flickered as he murmured, only 3 of them. He turned to Qin Mu'en and asked, Mu'en, what do you think they want? If they were here to cause trouble, the Chen siblings would likely not come with just one person. Was there a hidden ambush? Qin Mu'en shrugged, uncertain of the purpose behind the Chun siblings' visit. Since they had already arrived, there was no reason to avoid them. Let's go see. Without further deliberation, Qin Mu'en led Li Ying out of the camp. Upon stepping outside, they indeed found Chen Shan and Qian Shi. While the unfamiliar Yu Daping did not leave much of an impression on Qin Mu'en, he approached them, casually remarking, "Chen Shun, still not satisfied with your loss this morning? Looking to fight me again?" Upon seeing Qin Mu'en, Chen Shan frowned slightly. Though his injuries had nearly healed, he still felt a faint ache. Qian Shi, with a much more fiery temper than her brother, could no longer tolerate Qin Mu'en's taunt and retorted sharply, "Despicable!" Qin Mu'en ignored her, not even glancing her way, as he continued to regard Chen Chen with a cheerful demeanor. Clearing his throat, Chen Shan gestured for his sister to hold her tongue and said, "Young brother Qin, we're not that familiar, Mr. Qin." Chen Shun continued, "We are not here to fight. We come to discuss a collaboration." "Collaboration? What do you mean? Shall we talk outside?" Chen Chen asked with a smile. Qin Mu'en glanced at him and then turned to walk into the camp. Chen Chen laughed heartily and quickly followed. Upon entering the camp, Chen Shun, Chen Shi, and Yu Daping discreetly observed their surroundings. From the outside, Mu'en's camp appeared less fortified than the Dawn camp. The latter had a surrounding fence, providing some semblance of protection, while Mu'en's camp was bare, lacking any protective measures. However, once inside, the differences between the two camps became apparent. In the Mu'en camp, a series of huts stood closely aligned, each firmly rooted on wooden stakes and secured with woven palm leaves, exuding an air of robustness. A firm pat confirmed this sturdiness. What captured the attention of Chen Shun and his companions was the sight of numerous wooden racks displaying rows of variously sized fish, drying in the open air. Although the aroma was far from pleasant, these were undeniably tangible provisions. It was evident that the supplies at Mu'en camp far surpassed those at Qinci camp. Observing the assortment of dried fish, Chen Shun, Chen Shi, and Yu Daping simultaneously swallowed hard. Food was their most pressing need. Qin Mu'en entered his hut and seated himself on the ground, casually remarking, "You intentionally timed your arrival for mealtime, didn't you?" It was indeed noon, the designated hour for dining. Upon hearing this, both Chen Shi and Yu Daping flushed with embarrassment. Chen Shun, however, possessed a thicker skin and, grinning at Qin Mu'en, rubbed his stomach and said, "Old Qin, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have felt hungry. But now that you bring it up, I must admit I am a bit peckish." Such audacity! Qin Mu'en regarded Chen Shun with an expression of exasperation, not inclined to continue the conversation. Li Yingkai stepped forward to mediate. Instructing the young lad to fetch a few grilled fish and a couple of coconuts, he then inquired, "What did you mean by cooperation earlier?" Qin Mu'en got straight to the point. Chen Chen replied, "Currently, our camp has cultivated a considerable number of potatoes that I know." Qin Mu'en interjected. Even without witnessing it firsthand, Chen Shun's gesture of offering 3 potatoes as a form of reparations suggested that survivors from Qinci camp had escaped the sunken ship with a substantial potato supply. "My plan is to share half of our matured potatoes with you at Mu'en camp." Li Yingkai could hardly believe his ears. Chen Shun was proposing to share half of his cultivated potatoes? It felt like a windfall, yet Qin Mu'en displayed no signs of joy. He was not one to believe in free lunches. He bluntly stated, "Conditions." Chen Chen chuckled. "Before the potatoes mature, you at Mu'en camp must provide us at Qinci camp with 20 fish daily." At that moment, the young lad entered with several skewered grilled fish. "What? It's daytime, and yet I feel as if I'm dreaming of the night." Li Yingkai nearly burst into laughter. Chen Shun remained unfazed and beckoned Yu Daping, who lifted his shirt to retrieve a tablet from his waistband. He handed the tablet to Chen Shun, who activated it and displayed a map to Qin Mu'en, saying, "This is the map we currently drafted. We can share it with you." Seeing the tablet was not surprising. Survivors had salvaged a variety of items during their escape. However, it was remarkable that, after more than half a month, the tablet still had power. Li Yingkai stared in astonishment at the tablet in Chen Shen's hands and asked, "The tablet still has battery?" Chen Shan smiled broadly, pressed the home button, and the screen lit up, indicating a full charge of 100. Qin Mu'en and Li Yingkai were taken aback. "Fully charged? How is that possible?" Li Yingkai pondered aloud. "Can you generate your own electricity?" Chen Shun replied leisurely, "There are lemons on the island." Li Yingkai pressed further. "So, you generate electricity using lemons?" "Indeed, lemons, potatoes, and other acidic fruits can be utilized for electricity generation. The materials required are simple. All you need are copper and zinc plates, along with wires. The principle is straightforward. Metal reacts with acid. When copper encounters fruit acid, it produces a positive charge, and zinc produces a negative charge. This flow of charge through the wires generates electricity. This knowledge is essentially basic physics, Qin Mu'en elaborated. We store the generated electricity in a power bank before using it to charge the tablet. In our camp, we have a physics PhD. Generating electricity from lemons is a piece of cake for him. After a brief pause, he turned to Qin Mu'en, saying meaningfully, cooperation leads to mutual benefit, while conflict results in mutual destruction. Our two camps can share resources, which would be advantageous for both parties. Old Qin, please give it some thought. Qin Mu'en regarded Chen Chen thoughtfully. Chen Chen continued, as for the survivor camps we've discovered. Apart from ours and yours, there are two more. The largest of these is called KOK, led by an American, and it currently houses over 100 individuals. Resources on the island are limited. Even coconuts are becoming scarce. If we do not unite, future conflicts over resources are inevitable, and with our camps so close together, failing to band together could lead to our mutual demise. Qin Mu'en responded, we could merge Dato? Chunshi interjected. You propose merging Qinsi camp into Mu'en camp? You said my brother was daydreaming, but I believe you are the one dreaming. Your Mu'en camp has but a handful of people, while we at Qinsi camp have over 60. Moreover, our camp boasts a wealth of talent, including physics and chemistry experts, but alas, no fishing or survival experts to ensure you are well fed. Qin Mu'en retorted candidly, if starvation looms, what good are experts? Can they provide you with food? You really are quite insufferable. Without experts from various fields, you can only live like a primitive. Chenshi's face flushed with indignation. Regardless of whether one lived as a modern individual or a primitive, one must first ensure sustenance to maintain strength and survive. Unable to counter Qin Mu'en's logic, Changshi turned to her brother, exclaiming, Brother, there's no point in talking to him. Our coming here has only brought us humiliation. Chen Shun remained still and silent. The future of Qinsi camp appeared bright, with scholars and experts among the survivors, and they had cultivated vast fields of potatoes. However, potatoes do not mature overnight. They require at least 2 to 3 months to grow. In the meantime, what would the over 60 mouths in their camp eat and drink? The coconut trees surrounding the camp were nearly stripped bare. If they could not procure food from Mu'en camp, the 60-plus individuals in their camp would truly face starvation. She was well aware of the predicament their camp faced. Seeing her brother sitting silently, she felt her anger dissipate. She addressed Qin Mu'en, saying, if the two camps are to merge, my brother must lead. Qin Mu'en shrugged, replying, goodbye. I won't see you off. Chen Shi, seething with resentment at Qin Mu'en's indifferent demeanor, wished to pounce on him and bite him fiercely. Suddenly, Qin Mu'en seemed to recall something and said, by the way, I noticed your camp has a few large plastic barrels, 10 fish each. I could trade for them. Qin Xian, intrigued, asked, what do you want those plastic barrels for? To collect water. Water? Fresh water? You know there's fresh water on the island? I do. Where? Qin Shun, Chen Shi, and Yu Daping all widened their eyes, asking in unison. Qin Mu'en replied with a cool tone, you are outsiders. Dio, you think I would divulge such crucial information to outsiders? With that, he dismissed Chen Shun, Chen Shi, and Yu Daping and stepped out of the hut. Ah, the more people, the greater the strength. The more individuals, the more secure the survival. If what Qin Shin claimed about a camp of over 100 people was true, and they did not seek to advance, they would ultimately find themselves on a path to demise. Upon reflection, Li Yingkai nodded in agreement, expressing his deep concerns. However, the scale of Qinsi camp far exceeds ours. Would Qin Shun and his sister be willing to be absorbed by us? Willingness exists only in the face of choice. When circumstances are overwhelmingly in favor of one side, where is the choice? Qin Mu'en smirked faintly and continued walking forward. Earlier that morning, after delivering a sharp rebuke to Chen Chen, he was now being approached for cooperation, indicating that the situation at Qinsi camp had become dire. They were likely approaching the brink of starvation, and now was not the time to propose terms that would benefit them the most. That would be foolish in this ruthless environment, where the strong prey upon the weak. Survival space would soon vanish. Not far from his exit, he heard someone call out loudly from behind, Old Qin. Either we share resources, or our camp's plastic barrels will not be sold. After a brief pause, he added, nor will they be rented out. Qin Mu'en shrugged nonchalantly, saying, resource sharing is impossible. If you value those plastic barrels so highly, keep them for yourself. There was indeed a considerable amount of debris washed ashore, including plenty of plastic bottles and barrels. Naturally, on a deserted island, containers were always in demand. Collecting rainwater on a rainy day would also prove beneficial. Unmoved by the situation, Qin Mu'en waved his hand dismissively, and Chun Shun furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, remarking, "Old Qin, you can't just hoard everything for yourself. We are all Chinese, and our acquaintance was forged through conflict." Qin Mu'en retorted, "Don't try to get chummy. The reason I struck you is not for friendship, but simply because you deserved it." Chun Shun, typically of good temperament, found himself infuriated by Qin Mu'en's words, feeling smoke rise from his ears. Qian Shi, equally incensed, ground his teeth and urged Qin Shin, "Brother, let us go. If we linger here any longer, we might just die from anger." After casting a deep glance at Qin Mu'en, Chun Shan chose not to say more and departed the camp with Qian Shi and Yu Dapeng. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, Qin Shin whispered, "Dapeng, morning brother?" Yu Dapeng replied, "Stay close by and keep a vigilant watch. It is imperative that you pinpoint the exact location of the water source. Freshwater resources are of utmost importance right now. A person can endure a day or two without food, but to go without water for even a short while is life-threatening." Why, Yu Dapeng nodded earnestly. "Morning brother, you can count on me. I will ascertain the location the moment they venture to fetch water. Yes, be cautious. Qin Mu'en is not someone to be trifled with, and moreover, he holds grudges." Although Chun Shun had only encountered Qin Mu'en twice, he could discern something of his character. That day, Li Xiang ultimately released Wang Chong, unable to bring himself to commit murder, especially against someone incapable of defending themselves. Wang Chong, with a broken arm and a shattered leg, was unable to flee. He lay on the ground, repeatedly calling out for Qin Mu'en until his voice nearly gave out. Only then did Qin Mu'en saunter over at a leisurely pace. Wang Chong, upon seeing Qin Mu'en, had lost all traces of hostility, and with tears and snot streaming down his face, he implored, "Brother Qin, I have nowhere else to go. I will remain here at Mu'en's camp and follow you." Qin Mu'en chuckled derisively and asked, "Still planning to seek revenge against me?" At this, Wang Chong quickly raised 2 fingers and declared, "Brother Qin, I swear to the heavens, if I ever harbor any ill intentions towards you, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a wretched end." Qin Mu'en regarded the weeping Wang Chong, his face streaked with tears and mucus, in silence for a long moment. Li Xiang, standing nearby, whispered, "You Gu, let Wang Chong stay. Frankly, the kid has some fighting prowess. He can hit pretty hard." Wang Chong, having come from a background of petty crime, had gradually amassed a gang of brothers, controlling 2 streets and achieving a measure of notoriety in his hometown. He was taken aback that the very person he had injured, Li Xiang, would advocate for him. Wang Chong sniffled, looking at Li Xiang, and said, "Li Xiang, you've become a friend to me, as long as Brother Qin doesn't drive me away. We are brothers from now on." Li Xiang, bemused, thought to himself, "When you were beating me yesterday, you showed no mercy. I certainly don't wish to be your brother." Noticing Qin Mu'en's continued silence, Wang Chong hastily added, "I have a few brothers at the Chinsi camp. If Brother Qin accepts me, I can summon them all here." "Oh, that sounds promising." Li Yinkai's eyes brightened at this revelation. The camp was in dire need of manpower. He cleared his throat, signaling to Qin Mu'en, and said softly, "Mu'en." Finally, Qin Mu'en spoke, "If you wish to stay, you must abide by the camp's rules." Wang Chong quickly affirmed, "I, Wang Chong, have never bowed to anyone, but I respect you. Brother Qin, whatever you say goes. I will heed your every word." Qin Mu'en nodded, "Remember your words. Today, I can spare your life. Tomorrow, I could just as easily take it." He then beckoned to Sun Shi in the tent. Upon her approach, Qin Mu'en instructed, "Counselor, his arm and leg are dislocated. Please assist him." Wang Chong could manage the reduction himself, but his technique was crude compared to Sun Shi's. Accepting her help would undoubtedly be a painful experience. Even as Sun Shi set Wang Chong's bones, he let out anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Watching Wang Chong writhe in pain elicited a mix of satisfaction and sympathy from Li Xiang. Ultimately, Wang Chong's broken arm and leg were successfully reset. He moved his arms and kicked his legs, feeling only a slight soreness without any further issues. With gleaming eyes, he looked at Sun Shi and cheekily asked, "Beautiful lady, are you a doctor?" Sun Shi, disliking Wang Chong's type, said nothing and turned away. Wang Chong wished to pursue her, but tempered his advance in the presence of Qin Mu'en. Approaching Qin Mu'en, he bowed deeply and declared, "Brother Qin, from now on, I will follow you." Li Yingkai stepped closer to Wang Chong, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "Since you've decided to stay in our Mu'en camp, make sure to contribute." It was evident that Li Yingkai held a position of authority within the camp, and Wang Chong did not dare to be dismissive, nodding repeatedly in agreement. "Yes, yes, yes. I think Chen is a decent person. Are you truly not interested in joining him at the Qinsi camp?" Li Yingkai casually inquired, handing Wang Chong a coconut as if engaging in small talk. Wang Chong gulped down a large mouthful of coconut water, scoffing as he shook his head. "I catch fish not for anyone but myself, but for the camp. Yet, how did Chen treat me? He ignored me completely, leaving me to fend for myself to him. Aside from his sister and those so-called experts, everyone else is worthless. But Brother Qin is different. He truly dares to fight for the people in the camp. Working with someone like him not only provides a sense of security and belonging but also brings comfort to the heart." Li Yingkai listened intently as Wang Chong spoke, and when he finished, he smiled broadly, patting Wang Chong's shoulder once more. "Brother, I can assure you, you will not regret your choice today." As a white-collar elite and a high-ranking corporate official, Li Yingkai had seen much of the world and was adept at reading people. While Wang Chong might not have the best character, he possessed a certain rugged charm that lacked deceit. If harnessed properly, such a person could indeed be a valuable ally. Chapter 38. Persuasion. The day passed without incident, and the following morning, Qin Mu'en instructed the collection of all containers within the camp for the purpose of storing water. Currently, the drinking water in Mu'en's camp was becoming scarce, but fortunately, the remaining coconuts were plentiful enough to last for 3 or 4 more days. Time passed swiftly, and Qin Mu'en realized he could no longer afford to wait. His 3 enthusiastic admirers, Zhang Wanming, Wang Zidu, and He Qing, volunteered to accompany Qin Mu'en to fetch water. Without much deliberation, Qin Mu'en consented. Yang Min and Tong Yao also expressed a desire to join him. But Qin Mu'en declined. The jungle still held dangers, and the 2 girls lacked the strength to contribute significantly to the task of gathering water. Qin Mu'en called out, "Wang Chong," upon hearing his name. Wang Chong hurriedly entered the tent, grinning broadly. "Brother Qin, are you going to fetch water?" Qin Mu'en nodded. "Yes, Brother Qin, can I come along? I have strength. I can help carry the water." Upon hearing his request, Yang Min, Tong Yao, and the 3 admirers exchanged concerned glances. Wang Chong had only joined the camp yesterday and was hardly trustworthy. Could they really allow him to know such a critical water source? Moreover, who could guarantee that Wang Chong was not an infiltrator sent by Qin? Qin Mu'en stared at Wang Chong for a moment and asked, "Are your arm and leg fully healed?" Yes. Wang Chong, eager to prove himself, threw a few punches and kicked the air. Seeing that he was indeed fit for the task, Qin Mu'en nodded. "All right, you can come with us." At his words, Yang Min and Tong Yao's expressions shifted, and the 3 admirers shook their heads vigorously, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, this doesn't seem appropriate." However, Qin Mu'en felt no hesitation. Though he lacked the extensive experience of Li Yingkai, he possessed a near animalistic intuition. His impression of Wang Chong was not overwhelmingly positive. Yet he sensed a degree of trustworthiness in him. Ignoring the doubts of others, Qin Mu'en instructed Wang Chong, "Go prepare yourself and remember to ask Li Gu for a weapon." "Oh, yes, Brother Qin, I will go right away." The fact that Qin Mu'en agreed to let him accompany them astonished not only Yang Min and Tong Yao, but Wang Chong himself as well. This trust moved him deeply, and he found himself feeling a newfound respect and admiration for Qin Mu'en. Aside from the containers, the group took no other supplies. While collecting water in the cave would typically require vines, Qin Mu'en intentionally refrained from bringing them to avoid revealing the location. Fortunately, there were plenty of vines growing near the cave, allowing them to improvise on-site, albeit with a bit of hassle. As the group entered the jungle, they soon realized they were being stealthily followed. Wang Chong rushed forward a few paces to catch up with Qin Mu'en, whispering, "Brother Qin, someone is trailing us." Qin Mu'en had already noticed and was deliberately walking in a misleading direction. He replied, "It must be someone sent by Qin. Brother Qin, I'll go catch that person." "Be careful." Understood. With that, Wang Chong suddenly shifted his stance and dove into the nearby underbrush, while Qin Mu'en and the others continued forward as if nothing were amiss. Tracking them was Yu Daping. He crouched low, his form concealed, moving in a start and stop manner, keeping a distance neither too close nor too far behind Qin Mu'en and his companions. He believed he was sufficiently cautious, his movements discreet enough. But just as he contemplated following them further, the nearby bushes suddenly rustled. Wang Chang swiftly mounted Yu Daping, brandishing a stone high above. Upon recognizing each other, both were momentarily taken aback. Wang Chang exclaimed, "Daping, what a surprise to see you!" Yu Daping, astonished and delighted at the sight of Wang Chang, replied, "Brother Chang, you're all right." Wang Chang lowered the stone and dismounted from Yu Daping, helping him up in the process. Yu Daping was one of Wang Chang's younger brothers, having followed him closely back in their hometown, and their bond was profound. "Brother Chang, your injuries, have they healed?" "Yes, all healed." Wang Chang affirmed, "I have decided to stay at Mu'en's camp from now on." "Daping, what are your plans? Will you follow me, or will you align with Chen Shun?" "Of course, I will follow you, Brother Chang." Yu Daping was both surprised and shocked by Wang Chang's sudden shift to Mu'en's camp. "Brother, you don't hold it against me, do you?" Wang Chang inquired meaningfully. Why Yu Daping paused for a moment before responding. "A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon. Qin Mu'en possesses greater capability than Chen Shun. It is only natural for you, Brother Chang, to follow him. Moreover, we are not Chen Chen's subordinates, so loyalty to him doesn't apply." Wang Chang interrupted, "That's not what I meant. He certainly wasn't Chen Chen's subordinate." And thus the issue of loyalty was moot. He lowered his head and said softly, "If I hadn't insisted on bringing you all to Hawaii, you wouldn't be trapped on this deserted island with me." Yu Daping's expression shifted. "Brother Chang, the brothers have never blamed you. We remember your kindness towards us. If it were another leader, he would have long enjoyed the riches himself, rather than share them with his brothers." This was the truth. In Yu Daping's eyes, Wang Chang was indeed a commendable leader to his subordinates. "All right, Brother Chang, I shall go now. The brothers are united in spirit with you. Wherever you go, we will follow." After a brief pause, he curiously asked, "Brother Chang, where are you headed?" "To fetch water." "Fetching water. Qin Mu'en is willing to take you along." When Chen Shun was negotiating with Qin Mu'en, Yu Daping was present and knew well how secretive Qin Mu'en was about the location of the water source. Wang Chang replied solemnly, "Although Qin Gu is younger than I admire his abilities and character. Daping, you should also address him as Qin Gu from now on. When the brothers leave, do not sneak away. Remember to inform Chen Shan and greet him. As brothers, we may not conduct ourselves with utmost integrity, but we must remain true to our hearts." "Yes, Brother Chang." Yu Daping agreed and dashed away. Chapter 39. New grudges. Watching Yu Daping vanish into the distance, Wang Chang smiled and swiftly pursued Qin Mu'en and his group. And no sooner had he taken a few steps than a mocking laughter erupted behind him. Startled, Wang Chang froze and turned to look back. There stood a girl, who had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Chen Shi." The girl standing behind him was indeed Chen Chen's sister, Chen Shi. She glared at Wang Chang with a disdainful expression, saying, "Wang Chang, it seems that not only did Qin Mu'en break your legs and arms, but he also shattered your spirit." Hearing Chen Shi's taunts, Wang Chang felt his face flush with embarrassment. "How Chen Chen treats me and how Qin Gu treats me. I have my own scale to weigh it. It's only natural that I find comfort in staying with Qin Gu, so there's nothing wrong with my choice, is there?" Before Chen Shi could respond, Wang Chang continued, "Chen Shi, mark my words, today, I have aligned myself with them. Tomorrow, you and your brother will surely follow suit." Wang Chang, being seasoned in the ways of the world, had a strong survival instinct and a unique perspective on people and situations. Chen Shan was skilled and gentle, never bullying others, and was quite eloquent. She possessed immense charm and stark contrast. Qin Mu'en was taciturn and aloof, seemingly indifferent to those around him. On the surface, it appeared that Chen Shan was far more suited for leadership. Yet intriguingly, Qin Mu'en possessed an uncanny ability to foster a strong sense of cohesion among those around him, something Chen Shan struggled to achieve. The inability to retain loyalty was a critical flaw, leading Wang Chang to assert with conviction that Chen Shan and Chen Shi's camp would inevitably be absorbed by Mu'en's camp. "I hear you spewing nonsense," Chen Shi retorted angrily, stepping forward to deliver a kick to Wang Chang's chest. Wang Chang quickly raised his arms to shield himself. Bang! Chen Shi's powerful kick struck Wang Chang's arm, sending him staggering backwards several steps. Despite being in her early 20s, Chen Shi was no weakling. Her strikes were swift, fierce, and packed a punch. Once he regained his footing, Wang Chang shook off the numbness in his arms and stated solemnly, "Chen Shi, do not go too far. Wang Chong, have no rule against striking women. Show me what you've got. Chun-Shi charged forward again, delivering a flurry of 3 kicks. Wang Chong barely managed to block the first 2, but the third swept across his shoulder, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Chen Chen, merciless in her resolve, aimed a vicious kick at Wang Chong's head. Just then, she heard a whooshing sound from the side. Reacting swiftly, she retreated, and whoosh, a stone flew past her head. Wang Chong is now my person. Whether he deserves punishment is for me to decide. With those words, Qin Mu'en approached. As fate would have it, the sight of Qin Mu'en ignited Qianxi's fury. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged at Qin Mu'en, launching a kick aimed at his face. Qianxi's kicking technique was notably refined, suggesting she had undergone rigorous training. Qin Mu'en, however, was not one to underestimate. He sidestepped to evade her strike. Just as he avoided her initial attack, Qianxi swiftly followed with a lateral kick aimed at his cheek. Qin Mu'en raised his left hand, blocking the strike. Bang! Qianxi's kick was halted by his palm, leaving him with a tingling sensation. Her leg strength was indeed formidable. Before Qianxi could retract her leg, Qin Mu'en seized her ankle with both hands, exerting force to push her away. Qianxi struggled to maintain her balance, stepping back 3 times before stabilizing herself. Her expression darkened as she glared at Qin Mu'en, fury radiating from her eyes. Charging forward once more, she aimed a kick directly at Qin Mu'en's solar plexus. An attack devoid of mercy. Qin Mu'en felt a jolt of alarm and quickly bent down to dodge, the tip of her foot grazing his neck and leaving a faint red mark. Failing to land her strike, Qianxi followed up with another stab aimed at his chest. The blade halted just inches from Qin Mu'en's torso. As he firmly grasped her wrist, in reality, there was no deep-seated enmity between Mu'en's camp and Qianxi's camp. Nor was there any blood feud between Qin Mu'en and the Chen siblings. Yet Qianxi's relentless attempts to strike him had ignited Qin Mu'en's ire. Bending slightly, he grasped Qianxi's wrist with one hand and her collar with the other, driving his shoulder into her abdomen and forcefully tossing her aside. Qianxi rolled on the ground several times, using the momentum to spring back up, launching a barrage of stabs at Qin Mu'en. Qin Mu'en dodged left and right, and as Qianxi's strength waned, he lunged forward, crashing his shoulder into her chest. Qianxi let out a grunt, staggering back until her back collided with a tree trunk. Qin Mu'en advanced, and Qianxi, leaning against the trunk, kicked out with all her might. He bent down just in time, avoiding the tip of her foot as it narrowly grazed his shoulder. Before Qianxi could launch another attack, Qin Mu'en straightened up, pinning her against the tree. This moment, Qianxi found herself trapped against the trunk, one of her legs resting on Qin Mu'en's shoulder, her wrists firmly held by him. Enraged, she writhed in frustration, but Qin Mu'en's grip was too firm. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape his hold. Flushed with anger and embarrassment, she glared at Qin Mu'en, baring her teeth and shouting. Qin Mu'en, after her outburst, she suddenly noticed a faint flush spreading across Qin Mu'en's face. Stunned, she then realized her own cheeks were burning, her neck flushed as well. Qin Mu'en, you lecher? Pervert! As she shouted, she twisted her body more vigorously. He quickly withdrew, increasing the distance between them, taking several steps back to create even more space. Now free, Qianxi's face was crimson as her gaze instinctively dropped to Qin Mu'en's waist. Chapter 40. The cave. The scene was awkward. Qin Mu'en felt embarrassed, Qianxi was mortified, and Wang Chong stood by, utterly dumbfounded in his eyes. Qianxi was a fierce tigress. He never expected this tigress could also experience shyness. As she regained her composure. The look in her eyes directed at Qin Mu'en transformed from fiery wrath to one that could devour him whole. With a scream, she brandished her knife and charged at Qin Mu'en, intent on a fierce confrontation. Qin Mu'en took a step back, waving his hand at her. Stop! What is going on? You are no match for me. Cease your futile entanglements. Qianxi, gritting her silver teeth, managed to squeeze out the words, You shall pay for this. As she spoke, she contemplated rushing forward once more. Qin Mu'en interjected, If you persist in this relentless pursuit, do not blame me for any excessive actions I may take against you. Instinctively, Qianxi raised her arm to shield her chest. Yet, under the tyranny of Qin Mu'en, she truly lacked the courage to act rashly. It seemed that throughout her life, she had not faced much adversity. Now, thoroughly bullied by Qin Mu'en, her eyes betrayed her emotions. turning red as tears threatened to spill. She lifted her hand, brandishing a dagger at Qin Mu'en, and declared fiercely, "Qin Mu'en, you will regret this." With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. Qin Mu'en took a deep breath, shrugged, and remarked, "She cannot possibly harm me. If he was not afraid of Qin Chun, how could he fear Chen Shi?" However, being a young lady, their physical confrontations would inevitably feel somewhat awkward. Remembering the earlier exchange, Qin Mu'en felt a flush creep across his face, cleared his throat, and suggested, "Let us make haste." The small group from the Dawn camp, numbering merely 3, had ventured into the jungle to gather fruits. Unfamiliar with Chen Shi, the trio was immediately captivated by the sight of such a delicate and beautiful young woman. Chen Shi, brimming with pent-up frustration, was eager for an outlet, and these 3 unfortunate souls unwittingly placed themselves in her line of fire. She unleashed her fury upon them, kicking them to the ground until they were curled up, clutching their heads and crying out for their mothers, rolling about in despair. Only when her anger had begun to dissipate did Chen Shi halt. Surveying the 3 hapless individuals, each bearing bruised faces and swollen heads, barely recognizable from their original appearances, she tossed a final admonition. "Remember this well. I am Chen Shi from now on. Any of you from the Dawn camp I encounter, I shall strike." With that, she strode away with purpose. Meanwhile, Qin Mu'en and his companions, having confirmed they were not being followed, made their way to the entrance of a cave. The cave's mouth was modest in size, surrounded by thick underbrush, trees, and vines, providing a natural concealment that made it challenging to detect. Standing at the entrance, they craned their necks to peer inside, catching a glimpse of skeletal remains strewn about. Wang Chong and the 3 young admirers could not suppress a shiver, turning in unison to Qin Mu'en and asking, "Brother Qin, is the water source in this cave?" "Indeed. Do not be deceived by the small entrance. Inside lies a vast cavern," Qin Mu'en replied. "First, gather vines, and then bind them together. We will need a length of approximately 11 or 12 meters." Without hesitation, the group set about collecting vines as instructed. Once they had gathered a sufficient amount, they tied the vines together. Qin Mu'en tested the strength of their work, declaring it sturdy, and stated, "I shall descend first. You wait for me above, Brother Qin. I wish to go down with you." Wang Chong insisted, "Are you not afraid? With Brother Qin by my side, I have no fear," Wang Chong proclaimed, though inwardly his heart raced. As a newcomer in Mu'en camp, he understood the challenges of establishing his standing and gaining the trust of his comrades. Although Qin Mu'en valued him, he knew he had to prove himself, keeping pace with Qin Mu'en and not lagging behind. Seeing the determination in Wang Chong's gaze, Qin Mu'en said no more. He secured one end of the vine to a nearby tree trunk and tossed the other end into the cave. Gripping the vine tightly as he announced, "I will descend first, then you follow." "All right." Qin Mu'en smoothly slid down the vine into the cavern. Looking up, he called, "All right, Wang Chong, you may come down now," taking a moment to catch his breath and steady himself. Wang Chong grasped the vine and began his descent. Due to his anxiety, it felt as though he slid down for an eternity before finally finding solid ground. Upon steadying himself and glancing up, he realized the cavern was not as deep as he had imagined, merely about 8 meters from the entrance. This expansive cavern resembled a grand cemetery, littered with bones, both animal and human, mingled together in a stark display of white. He swallowed hard, unable to contain his curiosity. "Brother Qin, where did all these bones come from?" "Most likely, some animals and people fell in here by accident, while others were thrown in by someone," Qin Mu'en explained. Thrown in? By whom? Who would do such a thing? These bones appear quite aged," Wang Chong exclaimed, realizing that the survivors had only been on the island for less than a month. "Indigenous people?" Wang Chong mused, shaking his head in confusion. "Aside from the survivors, I have not encountered anyone else on the island." "Ah," Qin Mu'en replied thoughtfully, nodding after a moment. "This indicates your luck may be quite favorable." "Brother Qin, does this mean there were people on this island before we arrived?" "Yes." "What kind of people?" "Very primitive, resembling individuals from an indigenous tribe." "And where are they now?" Wang Chong asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. Qin Mu'en shook his head, saying, "I too wish to know the answer to that question." Upon their arrival, he and Yang Min had encountered 3 wild men. Initially, he presumed that more such individuals must inhabit the island. Yet those 3 had vanished without a trace. The reason for this eluded him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "By the way, do any of you know individuals named Yi Zixin or Hu Qingfeng in your camp?" Wang Chang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, Brother Qin." "What do they look like?" Qin Mu'en provided a brief description, and after hearing it, Wang Chang shook his head in assurance. "Brother Qin, I can guarantee that neither of them is in the Qian Shi camp." Chapter 41. Freshwater. They may have been taken by another camp, Qin Mu'en said, looking up at the three young admirers stationed above. Lower down the bottles and buckets using the vines. The containers they used varied widely, including plastic bottles, glass jars, and several plastic buckets of different sizes. Once the trio had lowered the containers, Qin Mu'en and Wang Chang approached the water pool at the far end of the cavern. The pool appeared bottomless, shrouded in darkness. Wang Chang knelt, cupping his hands to gather some water for inspection, asking, "Brother Qin, can this water be consumed?" "It can, but just to be safe, it is best to boil it before drinking," Qin Mu'en replied. Before he could finish, Wang Chang, without hesitation, drank from his cupped hands. The icy water cascaded down his throat, bringing a refreshing sensation that flowed through his gastrointestinal tract. Unable to restrain himself, Wang Chang sighed in contentment, exclaiming, "Sweet, cool, this is truly delightful." Qin Mu'en chuckled, also drinking deeply from his hands. The pool's water was underground and undoubtedly not stagnant, as it appeared pristine with no visible impurities. After quenching their thirst, the two filled their various containers with water. To their astonishment, despite the water being drawn from the pool, its level remained unchanged. Wang Chang beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, with this water source, we need never worry about fresh water again. Even without rain, we will have plenty to drink." Qin Mu'en acknowledged him with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Wang Chang's delight was palpable, his smile nearly splitting his face. He had known all along that following Qin Mu'en would yield no loss. The pressing issue of fresh water that had plagued the Qianxi camp was no longer a concern at Mu'en camp. With their filled containers secured to the vines, the two signaled for the three above to pull them up. Wang Chang then grasped the vines and began his climb, but after only ascending a meter or so, he found his strength waning and slid back down. After several unsuccessful attempts, he blushed in embarrassment and turned to Qin Mu'en, whispering, "Brother Qin, I seem unable to climb any higher." Qin Mu'en gave him a gentle push, then grasped the vines and, relying solely on his upper body strength, swiftly ascended with ease. Wang Chang watched in awe, only snapping back to reality when Qin Mu'en was nearing the cave's entrance. Trembling, he called out, "Brother Qin, you can't leave me behind. Don't abandon me here." Emerging from the cave, Qin Mu'en appeared unfazed, not even breathless. He looked down into the cave and instructed, "Tie the vine around your waist, and I will pull you up." "Ah, okay." Wang Chang hurriedly complied, tying the vine around his waist with a secure knot. Qin Mu'en then pulled on the vine, swiftly hoisting Wang Chang up with relative ease. Once outside the cavern, Wang Chang collapsed onto the ground, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He struggled to untie the knot he had made, giving Qin Mu'en a thumbs up as he asked, "Brother Qin, were you a professional climber before?" "I served in the military," Qin Mu'en replied. "That explains it, Brother Qin. I believe the two best decisions I've made in my life are, firstly, to forge bonds with good brothers on the streets, and secondly, to follow you," Wang Chang said with a beaming smile. The three young admirers nearby feigned retching, unable to articulate such nauseating compliments. This vine would be reusable in the future and within the camp. Everyone took half of a coconut shell to fetch water. Qin Mu'en and Wang Chang both drank from the water pool without experiencing any adverse effects, and now they confidently share it with others. The water, still cool to the taste, is remarkably more refreshing and sweet than coconut juice. Capable of vanquishing villains, safeguarding the camp's inhabitants, and discovering fresh water resources, Qin Mu'en has not consciously endeavored to achieve anything. Yet his prestige within the camp has significantly soared once again. Prestige is accumulated gradually, and it is evident that Qin Mu'en has amassed considerable respect within the camp. Although they possess numerous containers for storing water, their sizes are rather small, thus they cannot hold much water dye in the evening. Qin Mu'en intends to revisit the cave. The primary reason being that Wang Chang's companions, Yu Dapeng, Fatty, and two others, have departed from the Dawn camp and allied themselves with Mu'en's camp, bringing along 3 large plastic barrels. Initially, it was these very barrels that enabled their drift to the island. Now, As they leave the dawn camp, they have not taken all the barrels with them, leaving 3 behind and taking 3 away, which is a fair act towards the dawn camp. With these 3 large barrels, they can store a considerable amount of water. Planning to fetch water once more today, Qin Mu'en hopes to explore the deeper jungle tomorrow during his leisure time. He cannot rest easy until he thoroughly investigates the natives' dwellings. Li Yingkai, feeling uneasy, wishes to accompany him, but Qin Mu'en declines. It is essential to have someone guard the camp. Should the dawn camp's people come seeking trouble, they must be prepared. Just as Qin Mu'en and the others are about to depart, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao approach. Mu'en, we want to go with you, Yang Min states assertively rather than as a question. Qin Mu'en glances at Yang Min, then at Sun Shi and Tong Yao, and replies, "You should stay at the camp." Yang Min takes a couple of steps closer to Qin Mu'en, lowering her voice to say, "If we can't wash with fresh water, we'll soon become like salted meat." The 3 girls, who are all quite particular about cleanliness, have been limited to bathing in the sea daily. The issue is that after a sea bath, they cannot rinse off, and once the seawater dries, it leaves a layer of white powder, which is the salt left behind after evaporation. With every movement, the salt falls away, making it quite uncomfortable. Chapter 42. Bathing. Qin Mu'en let out a thoughtful "oh" and did not refuse any further, shaking his head and saying, "Then come with us." Yang Min's face lit up with joy as she linked her arm with Qin Mu'en's, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mu'en." The contact with the girl's soft body caused Qin Mu'en to blush slightly. He gently pulled his arm away from her embrace. Wang Chang chuckled and remarked, "Now we are all part of Mu'en's camp, so of course, Brother Qin won't keep secrets from us, but we only just joined today." Wang Chang continued, "This is what you call trusting those you employ." Though Brother Qin may not say much, he is sharp as a tack. He then inquired, "Is there no water left in the dawn camp?" Fatty chimed in, "This morning, each person received a little coconut juice, and again a bit at noon, but combined, it's not even enough for a sip." He spread his hands in despair. "If we can't find a water source, life in the camp will become difficult." Wang Chang's eyes darted around, a smile playing on his lips, yet he remained silent. To cut a long story short, the group successfully arrived at the cave, where Qin Mu'en retrieved the vine he had hidden beforehand, secured it, and was the first to descend into the cavern. Wang Chang followed closely behind, with Yang Min, Sun Shi, Tong Yao, and Yu Dapeng trailing them. As darkness settled, the cave was shrouded in pitch black, with only the faint outlines of scattered bones visible on the ground. The girls, being from traditional Chinese medicine university, were startled upon seeing the skeletons. Though not overly frightened, however, Yu Dapeng and Fatty lacked their courage and trembled in fear. Qin Mu'en deftly filled the containers with water, tied them to the vine, and signaled for those above to pull them up. Their movements were swift, and within about 10 minutes, they had filled all the containers and hoisted them up. When the vine was thrown back down, just as Qin Mu'en was about to tie it around his waist, Yang Min urgently stopped him, shaking her head. "Mu'en, could you wait a moment before heading up?" With Qin Mu'en and the others gone, only the 3 girls remained in the dark cave to bathe, and they did not possess such courage. Wang Chang blinked, then nodded in understanding. "Brother Qin, do not worry. I assure you we will complete the task." He then fastened the vine around his waist and called for those above to pull him up. Yu Dapeng, Fatty, and others followed suit, securing the vine around their waists and being drawn out of the cave. Once the others had departed, Qin Mu'en felt a tinge of awkwardness. The cave was small, with no cover, and the girls needed to bathe while he remained nearby, which was an uncomfortable situation. He sensed the embarrassment shared by Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao. Sun Shi whispered, "Why don't we let Mu'en go up first?" Yang Min and Tong Yao shook their heads in unison, eyeing the dark cave filled with bones. If Qin Mu'en didn't stay behind, they wouldn't dare linger even a moment longer. Sun Shi was just as fearful. Yet she could not bring herself to bathe in front of her students. "All right," Qin Mu'en replied dully, settling down cross-legged beneath the cave's opening, gazing up at the small hole, lost in thought. Noticing this, the 3 girls wasted no time, swiftly shedding their garments and using the coconut shells they had brought to wash their hair and bodies. "Let's move further away from the pool so we don't contaminate the water source," Sun Shi suggested. "No need. The water in the pool is flowing, not stagnant, so it won't be polluted," Qin Mu'en replied, facing away from them. The 3 instinctively glanced at him, only catching a glimpse of the back of his head. Listening to the sounds of splashing behind him, Qin Mu'en's thoughts drifted far away. I wonder if the news of the shipwreck has reached home. If Dad knows, he must think I'm dead by now. With a soft sigh, he reflected on how most who join the French Foreign Legion do so for the sake of French citizenship. Upon completing their service, they can apply for citizenship with a high chance of success. Qin Mu'en, however, did not join for citizenship but purely for monetary gain. Earning €2,000 a month, with room and board included, might not seem substantial for someone with a high education, but for him, it was the most he could earn. Had he not been offered a better-paying job later, he imagined he would still be serving in the Foreign Legion. Perhaps, given his performance and abilities, he could have even been promoted from a non-commissioned officer to an officer. Reflecting on his time in the Foreign Legion, a slight smirk appeared on Qin Mu'en's lips. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a shrill scream behind him. Reacting swiftly, he stood up, his Swiss Army knife already in hand. Tong Yao sat on the ground, her face a mask of terror as she stared blankly beside her. Following her gaze, Qin Mu'en saw a long, thick, black centipede crawling on the ground. It measured nearly 60 to 70 centimeters long. With its many legs scuttling over the white bones, producing a faint yet incessant sound that sent chills down one's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu'en dashed forward, swiftly severing the centipede's head with a single stroke. Then plunged the dagger downward, piercing its headless body. In an instant, the centipede curled up. Holding the centipede with his knife, he raised it slightly, murmuring to himself, "Quite sizable. This could provide some protein." Tong Yao Yang Min. Sun Shi, Chapter 43. The incident. Qin Mu'en spoke little, inadvertently easing the girl's awkwardness. Sun Shi hurriedly rinsed herself clean, donned her clothes, and approached Qin Mu'en, saying, "Mu'en, just now, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything either." Qin Mu'en replied. "Well, that's good," Sun Shi said, her cheeks flushed. Regardless of Qin Mu'en's strength, he was only 21, still her student eye in front of him. Her 26 years felt like being an old aunt. Before long, Yang Min and Tong Yao finished bathing as well and dressed. After washing, they felt considerably refreshed. Yang Min gently said, "Mu'en, we're all done." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu'en grasped the vine and swiftly climbed up. In the blink of an eye, he emerged from the 8-meter-high opening and subsequently pulled Yang Min and the others up one by one. "I didn't see anything," he stated. "You're lying," Yang Min retorted, shrugging. "You have to take responsibility." Qin Mu'en inquired, "Are you referring to your responsibility, or to the counselor and Tong Yao?" "You." Yang Min was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Observing her flustered expression, Qin Mu'en reminded her, "We should hurry. It will be completely dark soon." Hearing this, Yang Min dared not say more and instinctively quickened her pace. Qin Mu'en asked Li Yingkai, "Where are Wang Chong and the others?" As he spoke, he added with discontent, "Mu'en, you place too much trust in them." Qin Mu'en did not respond but instead looked at Li Yingkai. The latter smiled and said, "You might not know, but Zheng Wei is also on the Mingzhu ship, and she's currently at the Dawn camp." Qin Mu'en appeared perplexed. Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao's eyes widened in unison as they asked, "The Zheng Wei you mentioned, is it the one we are thinking of?" Li Yingkai laughed. "That's her." Qin Mu'en, perplexed, inquired, "Who is Zheng Wei?" "Mu'en, you don't even know who Zheng Wei is. She is a celebrity." "Oh, I don't usually listen to music." Qin Mu'en casually remarked, "She is not a singer. She is a film and television star. I don't often watch movies or TV shows either." Yang Min was left utterly speechless. After a prolonged pause, she finally asked, "What do you usually do then?" "Many things. Exercising, studying, reading." He had not even attended high school, yet suddenly found himself enrolled in a university by his employer, AT First. He truly understood nothing and couldn't comprehend anything. Although his purpose for entering the traditional Chinese medicine university was not for academic pursuits, he did not wish to squander this opportunity in class. Qin Mu'en was like an invisible man, refraining from participating in any activities and preferring solitude. Most of his time was spent in the library or study room. His hometown was a secluded village. After graduating from junior high, he dropped out of school and worked tirelessly day and night. After saving a modest sum of money, he joined a tour group to France and enlisted in the French Foreign Legion. After less than 2 years, he entered Mingzhou University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. It wasn't that Qin Mu'en was being pretentious. He genuinely had no time to follow celebrities or pay attention to those dazzling stars. Li Yingkai remarked, "To be precise, it's for the assistant beside Zheng Wei." Wang Chong seems quite fond of that girl. When he went, he even brought a large bottle of water. Li Yingkai chuckled. He said he would try to persuade Zheng Wei and her to come to our camp. Yang Min laughed. If that's the case, wouldn't we be living among celebrities? Li Yingkai chuckled in response, saying little more. If Zheng Wei and her assistant truly came over, it would simply mean 2 more people in the camp. Although Zheng Wei was a big star, he had long outgrown the phase of idolizing celebrities. Moreover, as a senior executive in a large corporation, he had met and interacted with numerous female stars, all of whom appeared glamorous, yet privately, none were particularly pristine. As they conversed, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the air. Qin Mu'en and the others turned to see a chubby guy, panting heavily, rushing towards them, shouting, "Something's happened. There's trouble at the morning light camp." The chubby fellow, named Zhang Shunqing, was nicknamed Fatty, though he was not truly overweight, merely somewhat plump. When he first met Wang Chong and the others, he had the physique of a ball, but as he grew taller, he slimmed down. Yet the nickname stuck with him. As Fatty approached, Li Yingkai frowned and asked, "Fatty, what happened?" They're fighting. Clarify, who is fighting whom? The people from Morning Light Camp are clashing with those from Dawn Camp. Why? Li Yingkai asked, puzzled. The folks from Dawn Camp claim Qin Shi killed 3 of their people and demand his life in return. If Qin Shi refuses to comply, then they must hand over 3 individuals as compensation. The names they mention include Zheng Wei and Zhang Xinyue. Wang Chong. Wang Chong wouldn't stand for it. He and the people from Morning Light Camp engaged in a brawl with those from Dawn Camp. Fatty spoke eloquently, recounting the entire situation in rapid succession. Upon hearing this, Li Yingkai's expression turned grave as he murmured, "There are quite a few people from Dawn Camp, more than those from Morning Light Camp. But weren't Qin Shan and Qin Shi supposed to be quite capable fighters?" Fatty replied urgently, "Dawn Camp has 2 formidable foreigners. Wang Chong was taken down immediately. I doubt Qin Shan and Qin Shi could hold their own against those 2. Li Yingkai fell silent for a moment, then looked at Qin Mu'en and asked, "Mu'en, what do you think?" Initially, they had agreed that Qin Mu'en would handle external matters while Li Yingkai focused on internal affairs. For external issues, Li Yingkai generally followed Qin Mu'en's lead. Qin Mu'en stroked his chin, contemplated for a moment, and stated, "I'll take some people over to take a look." Wang Chong was now part of Mu'en's camp. He had been assaulted, and Qin Mu'en could not turn a blind eye. Moreover, if Morning Light Camp were truly overwhelmed and ultimately absorbed by Dawn Camp, this would not bode well for their side. After all, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Chapter 44. Assistants Qin Mu'en selected a dozen or so young and strong individuals from the camp, armed them, and headed straight for Morning Light Camp. Upon their arrival, they found the exterior of Morning Light Camp in utter chaos. About 20 individuals from Morning Light Camp were engaged in battle, while another 20 from Dawn Camp were also involved. The 2 sides tangled in a fierce melee, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Witnessing such a scene, the group accompanying Qin Mu'en was momentarily stunned, casting bewildered glances at him, asking, "Brother Qin, who are we fighting?" Qin Mu'en too was unable to discern friend from foe. He said, "Hold on, don't rush to attack. Let us assess the situation first." He squinted, scrutinizing the crowd. The night had fallen, and the chaos made it difficult for even Qin Mu'en to see clearly. He then spotted Qin Shan retreating towards him, supporting Qin Shi, whose face was pale and body hunched, seemingly injured. Qin Mu'en instructed the group he had brought along, "Stay put and wait here." He then approached the Qin siblings as they withdrew. Upon seeing Qin Mu'en, Qin Shi's expression worsened, but she understood that now was not the time to settle scores with him. Just as they had stepped out of the crowd, a foreigner burst out in pursuit. This individual was not tall or particularly robust, yet he moved with remarkable speed, closing in on Qin Shan and delivering a swift kick. Qin Shan, encumbered by supporting Qin Shi, could only block the incoming foot with his arm. With a thud, Qin Shan staggered back several steps. The assailant, relentless, advanced with a punch aimed squarely at Qin Shan's face. Qin Shan hurriedly raised his guard. Just as he deflected that blow, another foreigner charged through the throng, approaching him rapidly and launching a series of 3 kicks. Qin Shan had no choice but to push Qin Shi away and raise his arms to shield himself. The 3 kicks forced him back 3 large steps, and before he could regain his footing, another foreigner arrived, throwing powerful punches at his chest. Qin Shan retreated, simultaneously shouting, "Old Qin! Qin Mu'en, are you just going to stand by and watch me die?" His cry was heart-wrenching, causing Qin Mu'en to frown deeply. These two foreigners were undoubtedly the ones Fatty had mentioned. It was evident that both had undergone rigorous and professional combat training, delivering fierce strikes with tremendous force, each blow resonating with power that an ordinary person could hardly withstand. Given Chen Chen's skill, it was not impossible for him to hold his ground against two opponents, but he was also tasked with protecting Chen Shi, which severely limited his capabilities. As Qin Mu'en witnessed Chen Chen shielding Chen Shi, being forced to retreat, he stepped forward to intercept one of the foreigners and engaged him in combat. Upon making contact, Qin Mu'en felt the weight of the opponent's punches. He blocked 2 strikes with his arm, which sent jolts of pain through his bones. The opponent was also adept with kicks, targeting Qin Mu'en's calves and knees with quick strikes. Throughout the skirmish, Qin Mu'en managed to avoid any life-threatening blows, yet his shins and arms endured continuous assaults, proving no small discomfort. After a brief exchange, Qin Mu'en grew impatient. He suddenly summoned strength, crouched low, and lunged towards his opponent, gripping the sides of their waist. The foreigner reacted swiftly, landing 2 punches against Qin Mu'en's back. With a decisive shout, Qin Mu'en exerted all his might, lifting the foreigner off the ground and forcefully slamming them down. With a resounding thud, the individual crashed heavily to the ground. Without pausing, Qin Mu'en advanced further. The foreigner immediately raised his legs, bracing against Qin Mu'en's abdomen while simultaneously guarding his head with his arms. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Mu'en unleashed several punches, all of which were deflected by the foreigner's arms, failing to reach his head. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Mu'en was momentarily winded, the foreigner entwined Qin Mu'en's waist tightly with his legs, then reached out to grasp Qin Mu'en's clothing and hair, pulling down with all his might. Qin Mu'en's head was pinned, his waist ensnared, forcing his body to bend awkwardly. The foreigner employed a locking technique aimed at constricting Qin Mu'en's neck under his arm to suffocate him. Realizing the foreigner's intent, Qin Mu'en shouted fiercely, channeling all his strength to stand upright despite the tight grip. The foreigner continued to cling to him. With a sudden lunge forward, Qin Mu'en slammed the foreigner's back and head hard against the ground. Taking advantage of the momentary slack in the foreigner's grip, Qin Mu'en lifted his head and swung his arm, delivering a powerful elbow strike downward. In close-quarters combat, it is unwise to rely solely on punches, as one cannot exert full power. However, an elbow strike not only maximizes physical strength but also utilizes the hardest part of the arm to inflict significant damage. The elbow connected solidly with the foreigner's head, causing their eyes to glaze over and lose focus. Qin Mu'en seized the opportunity, grasping the foreigner's neck, straightening his posture, and unleashing a flurry of 3 punches, each landing with precision. After delivering those 3 strikes, the foreigner lay bloodied, eyes vacant, having lost consciousness. Exhaling deeply, Qin Mu'en felt a dull ache in his arms, calves, back, and scalp. Seeing Qin Mu'en render the foreigner senseless, both Chen Chen and the other foreigner halted their fight. Their expressions towards Qin Mu'en markedly different. Chen Chen wore a joyful expression. With Qin Mu'en as his aide, he felt no fear even if 1 or 2 experts emerged from the dawn camp. The foreigner battling Chen Chen cast a venomous glare at Qin Mu'en, his eyes reddened and features contorted with rage, as if he wished to bore holes through him with his gaze. Just then, a portly middle-aged man dashed out from the crowd, followed closely by several robust young men. The plump man scrutinized Qin Mu'en and inquired, "You are not from the dawn camp. Who are you?" "Qin Mu'en," he replied, feeling no need to conceal his name. The portly man was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, asking, "Are you from the Mu'en camp?" "Yes, the leader of the Mu'en camp?" "Indeed. This is a private grudge between our dawn camp and the morning sun camp, and does not concern your Mu'en camp. Qin, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. And you are?" "My name is Lu Fu, head of the dawn camp." Qin Mu'en recalled Wang Chang mentioning that the leader of the dawn camp was named Lu Fu. "Indeed. I am the head of the dawn camp," Lu Fu affirmed. Qin Mu'en was somewhat surprised. Lu Fu became the head of the Mu'en camp due to his prowess, earning the respect of those in his camp. Similarly, Chun Shan became the leader of the Morning Sun camp because of his strength and ability to command respect. However, Lu Fu appeared to be a man of comfort and privilege, and Qin Mu'en couldn't believe he possessed any remarkable combat skills. "I have heard that the conflict between you arose from 3 lives." Mentioning this matter caused Lu Fu's flabby face to twitch with anger. His gaze shifted to Chen Shi, And he seethed, a life for a life, debts must be repaid. It's only just, what do you say? Qin Mu'en remained impassive, his expression unchanged, merely stating, "May I see their bodies?" Lu Fu hesitated for a moment, deep in thought, but ultimately nodded, saying, "Very well." We brought the bodies with us. With his command, the chaotic scene gradually settled, both sides retreating to create space between them. Once all hostilities ceased, Lu Fu instructed a young man beside him to bring forth the 3 corpses. Before long, several individuals from the Dawn camp approached, carrying the bodies all covered with leaves. Qin Mu'en stepped forward, casually lifting a leaf to reveal the grisly sight beneath. His brow immediately furrowed. The state of the corpse was horrific. First, the skull had been removed, exposing a gruesome mixture of red and white brain matter, half of which had been scooped out, the remaining fluid long since dried. Looking further down, the chest and abdomen were entirely opened, the innards extracted, leaving behind a hollow shell of a body. Upon examining this corpse, Qin Mu'en silently frowned, while Qin Shun and Qian Shi recoiled in shock. Lu Fu had accused her of killing 3 people from the Dawn camp, and with both sides adamant in their claims, a fight had broken out before Qin Shun and Qian Shi had a chance to inspect the bodies. Now, confronted with the horrific state of the corpses, they felt a chill of dread. Qin Mu'en lowered the leaf and proceeded to examine the second body. It was nearly identical to the first. Skull removed, abdomen sliced open, and the internal organs completely hollowed out. The third body bore the same gruesome marks. After inspecting all 3 corpses, Qin Mu'en sighed and asked, "Mr. Lu, do you truly believe that these 3 were killed by Chun Shi? Do you think a young girl could commit such a brutal act?" "Indeed, she is the one who did it," Lu Fu asserted firmly, gazing directly at Qin Mu'en. Qin Mu'en, puzzled, replied, "What makes you so certain, Mr. Lu? Did you witness it yourself?" He had not interacted much with Qian Shi, having only met her thrice. However, he could not fathom her being capable of such savagery. Not only had she killed, but she had also removed the skull and hollowed out the brain and organs. Such a perverse method seemed far beyond the capacity of a girl in her 20s. Lu Fu maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but someone saw with their own eyes that Qian Shi injured all 3 and threatened them, declaring that if they encountered anyone from the Dawn camp again, they would strike." As he spoke, he turned to Qian Shi and added, "You said this, did you not?" Qian Shi's expression darkened. "They brought this misfortune upon themselves. It doesn't matter what they did. You claim she struck them, correct?" "Yes. And you say she threatened them, did you not?" "Yes. And you also assert that she killed them afterward?" "Yes, that is correct." Qian Shi felt herself nearly ensnared by his words. Anger flared in her as she retorted, "If I truly wanted to kill them, I would have done so at the moment of confrontation, rather than letting them go only to kill them later. Why go through the trouble? Perhaps you noticed our people nearby and refrained from killing them, only to pursue them later when you thought no one was around." Qian Shi was nearly amused, replying, "Why don't you write a novel or script a film instead?" Lu Fu snorted heavily, declaring, "Regardless, your suspicion is the greatest." Qin Mu'en interjected, "Mr. Lu has acknowledged that while Chun Shi is a suspect, there is no certainty she is the perpetrator. If it wasn't her, then who else could it be? Do you truly believe that a girl in her 20s could be capable of such heinous brutality? This is not just murder. It is an act of perverse torture." To Qin Mu'en, Chun Shi's temperament, though fiery, did not suggest she was a psychopath. Lu Fu scrutinized both Qin Mu'en and Chun Shi in silence before finally stating, "I cannot think of anyone else. She is the only one who comes to mind." "Chun Shi." Qin Mu'en replied softly, "This island is not inhabited solely by us survivors. There are also wild tribes." "Wild tribes? The island's natives? Impossible. I have not seen any natives on this island." Lu Fu exclaimed incredulously. Qin Mu'en frowned. Thus far, only he and Yang Min had encountered the island's natives. Without Yang Min as a witness, he might have doubted his own sanity. Lu Fu narrowed his eyes, coldly gazing at Qin Mu'en, and said, "Qin, if you wish to exonerate Chun Shi, you need not resort to such flimsy excuses." Qin Mu'en turned to Chen Shun and asked, "Did you bring a phone?" "Activate the flashlight." Chen Shen complied, retrieving his phone and switching on the flashlight. Qin Mu'en crouched down and lifted the leaves from the corpse once more. As the light illuminated the scene, he pointed to the wounds on the chest and abdomen, explaining, "The killer used a sharp instrument, but it was not made of steel or metal. Rather, it was a stone tool. Thus, the surrounding wounds are rough and not smooth. Lu Fu frowned, impatience etched across his face as he replied, I do not understand the significance of rough or smooth wounds. Since my arrival on this island, I have not seen any wild tribes or natives. Qin Mu'en glanced at his companions and beckoned them over, then took a stone spear and a stone knife from their hands, offering them to Lu Fu. This is what I seized from the wild tribes. Please, examine them closely, Mr. Lu. Lu Fu first took the stone knife, then the spear, inspecting them thoroughly before asking, Qin, did you make these? With a hint of irritation, Qin Mu'en replied, I will say it once more. I took these from the wild tribes. I did not craft them myself. He then reversed the stone knife in his grip and measured it against the wounds on the corpse, turning to Lu Fu. The weapon used by the killer must have been a stone knife or similar stone tool. Though crude, the stone knife and spear were certainly not items that could be fashioned by an ordinary person. Lu Fu began to believe Qin Mu'en's words a little more. His expression grew grave as he remarked, Even if there are wild tribes or natives on the island, we have not provoked them. Why would they kill 3 of us? In truth, when I first arrived on the island, I was ambushed by the wild tribes. However, they have not appeared since. I suspect they may be hiding somewhere on the island. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu felt a chill creep down his spine. Instinctively, he glanced around, swallowing hard as he asked, Qin, where do you think they could be hiding? A well-mannered survivor interjected. When Columbus discovered the New World, the native inhabitants welcomed him with open arms. Thus, they were later exterminated. The natives on this deserted island likely are unaware of such history. Qin Mu'en shrugged. Discussing such matters seemed futile, and he preferred not to engage in idle chatter. This deserted island is far from simple. Danger lurks everywhere if, in such circumstances, we survivors turn against one another. Ultimately, there will be no victors, only those who become the prey of the wild tribes and natives. Lu Fu was not a fool. He pondered and realized that Qin Mu'en's words held a measure of truth. Moreover, it is evident that Qin Mu'en stands on the side of the Morning Sun camp. Should one insist on confronting them, it would amount to attacking 2 foes simultaneously, leaving no chance of victory. After careful consideration, he took a deep breath and declared, This time, I shall extend a courtesy to my brother Qin. But this matter is far from resolved, not unless the true murderer is uncovered. As he spoke, he cast a cold glare at Qinshan and Chun Shi. Subsequently, he turned to Qin Mu'en with a friendly demeanor and said, Brother Qin, I would be honored to call you my friend. Whenever you find the time, do visit us at the Dawn Camp. I shall certainly treat you to fine wine and exquisite dishes, extending the hospitality of a host. Qin Mu'en smiled and replied, Mr. Lu, your kindness is overwhelming. I cannot refuse. He was quite curious about the Dawn Camp and genuinely wished to see what it was like. After Lu Fu and his entourage departed, Qinshan swiftly approached Qin Mu'en, grasping his hand and exclaiming, Old Qin, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, our camp would surely have faced calamity. The insincere gratitude was disregarded, for my purpose here was not solely to assist you. I have come to retrieve my people. Wang Chong, Qin Mu'en shouted. Qin Gu, I'm here. In response, Wang Chong emerged from the crowd with haste. Observing Wang Chong, Qin Mu'en noted that his left eye was swollen and bruised from a punch. Barely able to open it, aren't you coming in to sit? To endure hunger alongside you all? Ah, speaking of this, I feel you, Old Qin, are rather inconsiderate. We are all friends. Can't we share the water source? Regarding the merger of the 2 camps, you ought to contemplate it thoroughly. I believe it would be mutually beneficial. Now, with you entangled in a feud with the Dawn Camp, beset by internal and external troubles. How long do you reckon you can sustain this? Enough said. Ponder it well. Wang Chong urged. Qin Gu, please wait a moment. With that, he dashed back into the throng, quickly approaching 2 young women. He first flashed a smile at the one with stunning beauty before turning to the other, a demure and refined girl, and softly said, Xinyue, come with me. Once we arrive at Mu'en camp, I assure you'll have plenty to eat and drink. These 2 young women were none other than the celebrated star Zheng Wei and her assistant, Zhang Xinyue, the very girl Wang Chong had taken a liking to. Zhang Xinyue was tempted by Wang Chong's words, but hesitated to make a decision on her own. She turned to Zheng Wei and quietly inquired, Sister Wei? Zheng Wei harbored no fondness for Wang Chong and was unfamiliar with Mu'en camp. This was a deserted island, devoid of the constraints of law and morality. For a beautiful woman, her striking appearance could be a source of peril. Though the conditions at Morning Sun Camp were harsh, Chun Chen's integrity was beyond reproach. Throughout their days on the island, even with others coveting Zhang Wei's celebrity status and beauty, no one dared to overstep, thanks to Chun Chen's protection. Yet, she knew nothing of Mu'en Camp's situation, and whether she and Qin Mu'en would face bullying there remained an uncertainty. Thus, she preferred to stay at Morning Sun Camp. Although Zhang Xinyue was Zheng Wei's assistant, their bond resembled that of sisters, and upon seeing Zheng Wei's reluctance to leave, Zhang Xinyue quickly declared, "If Sister Wei isn't going, then neither will I." Wang Chong, frustrated, insisted, "At Mu'en Camp, there is food and drink aplenty. Even fresh water for bathing. If Zheng Wei wishes to stay, let her, but you should come with me." In Wang Chong's eyes, Zhang Xinyue epitomized his ideal partner, sweet and gentle, akin to the girl next door. The moment he laid eyes on her, he felt an affinity, believing she ought to be his wife. Zhang Xinyue resolutely shook her head, stating, "Chong-gu, I cannot go with you. I must stay by Sister Wei's side." "She is not your real sister," Wang Chong protested, agitated. "But Sister Wei is closer to me than a biological sister. I cannot abandon her here," Zhang Xinyue replied with unwavering determination. Wang Chong attempted to persuade her repeatedly. Yet Zhang Xinyue remained steadfast. Leaving him at a loss, he turned to Zheng Wei, stating earnestly, "This time, Chunshi has provoked the Dawn Camp. This situation is bound to escalate if Lu Fu insists on claiming you. Zheng Wei, do you truly believe that Qinqian and Chunshi can protect you?" Wang Chong's words caused Zheng Wei's expression to shift, her previous resolve wavering. "Zheng Wei, your fate is of no concern to me. But if Xinyue insists on staying with you, I cannot ignore that. Remaining here poses constant danger. Come with me to Mu'en Camp, where I can guarantee your safety." Zheng Wei paused, her thoughts in turmoil, and asked, "Compared to Morning Sun Camp, is Mu'en Camp chaotic?" Wang Chong shook his head, responding, "In my view, Mu'en Camp is superior to Morning Sun Camp, possessing greater order and potential. Otherwise, I would not consider relocating. Can you truly ensure the safety of both Xinyue and me?" "Absolutely," Wang Chong assured with a thump of his chest. "Brother Qin trusts me and values my input. With me around, no one would dare to harm you." Zheng Wei contemplated this and finally reached a decision. Nodding resolutely, "Very well. Xinyue and I will accompany you to Mu'en Camp." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's face broke into a broad smile, unable to conceal his joy as he took Zhang Xinyue by the arm, exclaiming, "Come, I will introduce you to Brother Qin." When Qinshi observed Wang Chong leading Zheng Wei and Zhang Xinyue out of the crowd, her brow furrowed and she asked sternly, "Wang Chong, what are you doing?" Wang Chong chuckled, "Oh, nothing much, just that Zheng Wei and Xinyue wish to follow me to Mu'en Camp." Qinshi's expression darkened. "Wang Chong, do not push your luck. You've already taken your people away without objection from my brother or me. And now you want to take Zheng Wei and Zhang Xinyue as well. That you think we are powerless?" Wang Chong retorted, "What do you mean by that? Qinshi, do not forget that you and Qinxian are merely the camp leaders. Not jailers, we are not your prisoners. We shall go wherever we please. It is our freedom. You." She was ready to argue further, but Chun Chan pulled her back, shaking his head gently, "Let them be. The situation in the camp is indeed dire, lacking both food and water, and now we are entangled with the Dawn Camp. It is only natural for someone to seek better conditions. We cannot stop them." Wang Chong brought Zheng Wei and Zhang Xinyue before Qin Mu'en, grinning, "Brother Qin, this is Zheng Wei, the superstar. And this is her assistant, Zhang Xinyue. Woman," he added with emphasis, as if fearing someone might contest his claim. Zhang Xinyue blushed but remained silent, her head bowed. Qin Mu'en nodded to both women, said nothing further, and turned back towards his camp. Wang Chong had consistently referred to Qin Mu'en as Brother Qin, leading Zheng Wei to initially assume that Qin Mu'en was considerably older, at least more so than Wang Chong. However, upon seeing him in person, she realized he was quite young, likely just in his early 20s, perhaps still a university student. What reassured Zheng Wei the most was that, upon seeing her, Qin Mu'en did not express the astonishment or admiration that many men typically displayed. His gaze was calm and unperturbed, which instilled a sense of security in her. She felt that her decision to join Mu'en Camp might indeed be the right one. She quickened her pace to walk beside Qin Mu'en, extending her hand and introducing herself, "Mr. Qin, hello, I am Zheng Wei." Qin Mu'en glanced at her, merely nodding and responding with a nonchalant hum, without even shaking her hand. Have you seen the TV drama? No, you can't possibly not know who I am? Zheng Wei said, astonished. I do not know. Qin Mu'en replied bluntly. Zheng Wei stared at him, aghast. In her country, she was considered a top-tier celebrity. While she could not guarantee that every person in China recognized her, her popularity among the youth was undeniably high. Qin Mu'en's lack of recognition made her uncomfortable, prompting him to explain. I previously lived in a remote mountain area and later spent more than 2 years in France. Ah, that explains it. No wonder. Zheng Wei smiled at him, refraining from further inquiries. Although his words seemed contradictory, how could someone from a mountain village travel to France and stay for over 2 years? It was only at this moment that Qin Mu'en fully realized Zheng Wei's true celebrity status. In the camp, people of all ages flocked to speak with her, almost clamoring for her autograph. Li Yingkai displayed immense enthusiasm towards Zheng Wei, bustling about to serve her water, grilled fish, and coconuts. Qin Mu'en had never seen him treat anyone with such fervor. After a considerable time, Li Yingkai was eventually squeezed out of the crowd by Zheng Wei's fans. Spotting Qin Mu'en sitting nearby, he approached with a grin, saying, I never expected that your visit would bring Zheng Wei to our camp. Do you fancy her? Qin Mu'en inquired. Not exactly fancy. Then why the enthusiasm? Mu'en, have you not heard of the star effect? Huh? Having Zheng Wei in our camp is undoubtedly a significant attraction for the other survivors, regardless of whether it is our camp or any other. For long-term development to be feasible, the foremost requirement is to ensure there are individuals present. The arrival of Zheng Wei can significantly enhance the reputation of the Mu'en camp, which would be immensely beneficial for our camp. After listening to his words, Qin Mu'en finally comprehended why Li Yingkai was so elated. Having been stranded on the island for such an extended period, with no sign of a rescue team, hope had gradually faded among the survivors, including Li Yingkai. Since relying on rescue was futile, they must strive to survive with the resources currently available. In this context, people are the most crucial resource. The greater the number of individuals, the stronger the collective power, and hence, the greater the hope for survival. Qin Mu'en then shifted the topic and inquired, Li Gu, you must have paper and a pen, right? Li Yingkai nodded, saying, indeed, there are a few notebooks and several pens. Please give me a notebook and a pen. I intend to venture into the jungle tomorrow to investigate thoroughly. If possible, I shall draft a map. Upon hearing this, Li Yingkai's eyes brightened, and he asked, Mu'en, how many people do you plan to take with you? I won't bring anyone. I will act alone. That is exceedingly perilous, Li Yingkai replied nervously. Should anything happen, you won't have anyone to send for help. But, all right, I shall retire for the night. I will set out at dawn. Chapter 48. Discovery the following day, in the jungle. This was the deepest Qin Mu'en had ever ventured into the forest. Upon entering, he had not walked far before encountering 3 groups of survivors. Some belonged to the morning light camp, others to the dawn camp. The sole purpose of these survivors entering the jungle was to search for fruits, mushrooms, wild vegetables, and anything edible. Upon seeing the survivors, Qin Mu'en chose not to reveal himself, but instead concealed himself within the underbrush, waiting until they had passed before continuing deeper into the jungle. As he journeyed further, the sight of other survivors faded away. In the jungle, danger lurked at every turn, with elusive beasts and venomous insects and snakes, all of which could claim lives, with no other survivors in sight. Qin Mu'en pressed forward with bold confidence. Whenever he encountered particularly tall trees or sizable rocks, he would pause to sketch in his notebook. Time slipped away, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He lifted his gaze and, in the distance, noticed a patch of vibrant orange. Instinctively quickening his pace, he approached to discover a vast grove of papaya trees. The papayas grew directly on the trunks, in clusters, resembling grotesque tumors sprouting from the bark, a sight that could easily unsettle the viewer. However, to Qin Mu'en, this sight was akin to discovering gold. He retrieved his notebook to make another sketch. The map Qin Mu'en was drawing was akin to a cryptic script, likely comprehensible only to himself. After marking the location of the papaya grove, he tucked the notebook and pen away, took a deep breath, and climbed onto a papaya tree. The trees were not very tall, and the fruits hung low, allowing him to effortlessly pluck 2 ripe papayas, peeling away the bright yellow skin. He took a hearty bite. The flesh was thick and juicy, sweet to the taste, prompting him to sit down and let out a contented sigh. One of these papayas was significantly larger than his hand, and even with his appetite, he felt a sense of fullness before finishing the entire fruit. He stowed the second papaya in his backpack, rested briefly, and continued his exploration. Not long after, he stumbled upon mango trees, cherimoya trees, and durian trees. Although not particularly fond of durian, he picked a few mangoes and cherimoyas. The mangoes tasted delightful, yet when compared to the cherimoya, the latter was undoubtedly superior. The sweetness of the cherimoya was almost overwhelming, capable of temporarily banishing worries and invoking a sense of happiness. Of course, while sampling these fruits was enjoyable, Qin Mu'en knew he could not indulge excessively. They were too sweet, lacking any other discernible flavor. He continued to gather the extra fruits into his backpack and pressed onward. After traversing over 100 meters, he encountered a clearing that startled him. It contained man-made structures. The clearing was sizable, with several frames erected, each bound with corpses. Appallingly, these bodies were lifeless, and their conditions were horrific. Skulls shattered and abdomens opened, leaving them hollow, their innards completely extracted. Upon witnessing these corpses, Qin Mu'en was immediately reminded of the 3 individuals from the Dawn camp who had been murdered, their fates eerily mirroring those of the bodies before him. Observing the clearing further, he noticed several campfires in the center, yet no living soul was in sight. Qin Mu'en squinted, hesitating to step into the clearing, instead opting to circle around, carefully scrutinizing as he moved through the underbrush. As he continued forward, he abruptly halted, crouching down, for the ground before him was cluttered with weeds and fallen branches. He drew out his Swiss Army knife, gently probing the undergrowth with the tip of the blade, parting the foliage to peer beneath. To his dismay, he discovered a large pit, the bottom lined with numerous sharp spikes. It was a trap. Should one carelessly step upon it, they would surely be impaled by the vicious spikes. Qin Mu'en narrowed his eyes, carefully restoring the disturbed foliage to its original state before cautiously maneuvering around the trap and pressing on. Surrounding the clearing were not merely a single trap, but many mechanisms. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely fallen victim to them. However, having grown up in the mountains and forests, Qin Mu'en had been setting traps to catch prey since he was 7 years old. The traps scattered around the clearing were nothing particularly enigmatic to him. He circled the clearing twice, ensuring no one was nearby, before finally emerging from the trees. Upon reaching the clearing, Qin Mu'en scanned his surroundings. He found no signs of habitation, as even the simplest of shelters was absent. This clearing appeared more akin to a temporary encampment for the assailants. He approached the campfire, focusing his gaze. It was filled with ash. Picking up a stick from beside the fire, he prodded the ashes, encountering a solid object. Lifting it with the stick, he examined it closely. It was a charred piece of liver. Qin Mu'en's brow furrowed. This piece of burnt liver bore signs of having been gnawed upon. Turning to glance at the disemboweled corpses, he cursed inwardly. Damn it! They have extracted human innards and roasted them for consumption. Among the corpses, several were clearly survivors, as remnants of fabric could still be seen on their bodies. To Qin Mu'en's astonishment, 2 of the corpses did not belong to survivors but appeared to be natives of the island. Their skin was dark, and they were completely naked. Most notably, their faces and bodies were adorned with paint, and crescent-shaped stone earrings hung from their ears. This attire was identical to that of the 3 wild men he had encountered earlier. He inhaled sharply. This discovery left him perplexed. While it could be understood that the island's natives would slay survivors and even consume their innards, how could they also kill and eat their own kind? This was utterly incomprehensible. Qin Mu'en stared at the 2 corpses of the wild men, lost in thought. Just as he was pondering, a rustling sound came from one side. He quickly crouched down, concealing his presence when suddenly, 2 burly wild men emerged from the forest, bare-chested and clad in leaves, striding directly toward the clearing. In their hands, they each dragged a corpse, a survivor's corpse. Chapter 49. The assassins. It was indeed the work of the island's natives. Lying motionless in the grass, Qin Mu'en narrowed his eyes, simultaneously gripping his Swiss Army knife tighter. The 2 natives dragged the corpses into the clearing, locating the empty frames, and proceeded to hang the bodies. They skillfully drew out stone knives, first slicing open the skulls and removing the tops. Then one of them used a finger to scoop out a chunk of red and white brain matter, popping it into his mouth, grinning as he chewed, sharing a laugh with his companion. Qin Mu'en watched in horror, nearly retching up the papaya, mango, and cherimoya he had just consumed. Next, The two men deftly slit open the abdomens, extracting the innards and laying them upon some palm leaves. Their actions resembled the butchering of livestock rather than humans. Despite his overwhelming nausea, Qin Mu'en keenly noticed that these two wild men differed slightly from the two corpses hanging on the frames. The deceased wild men bore red paint, while these two were adorned with yellow paint, and their earrings were woven from grass rather than crafted from stone. Observing these distinctions, Qin Mu'en silently pondered whether these four wild men belonged to different tribes. And if so, whether these tribes were in conflict. This possibility seemed substantial, as it would explain the cruelty exhibited by the two wild men toward their own kind. While he was contemplating this, a hissing sound came from nearby. Qin Mu'en turned to see a gray-black snake slithering toward him. This snake, about as thick as an adult's arm but less than a meter long, was stout and had deep-set, glistening black eyes. Instantly recognizing it as a south spiny snake, he knew it was highly venomous. Its neurotoxin could claim a life within 20 minutes, as the snake slithered closer. In a moment of life or death, Qin Mu'en struck with lightning speed, seizing the south spiny snake by its midsection. In an instant, the body of the southern thorn snake coiled around his arm. Emitting a hissing sound, do not be deceived by the southern thorn snake's relatively short length. It is exceedingly robust and possesses great strength. As its body ensnared Qin Mu'en's arm, the veins on the back of his hand stood out prominently. Startled by the commotion, the two wild men who were in the midst of eviscerating a corpse simultaneously let out a strange cry and turned their gaze towards the thicket where Qin Mu'en lay concealed. At this juncture, further attempts at concealment were futile. Qin Mu'en sprang up from the underbrush, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl the southern thorn snake forcefully away. Due to inertia, the snake flew directly towards one of the wild men before he could react, colliding with his head and promptly sinking its fangs into the side of his neck. The wild man let out a pained yell, yanked the snake away, and severed it in two with a swift strike of his knife. Immediately, both wild men, as if driven mad, began to howl and charge towards Qin Mu'en, brandishing their stone knives with ferocity. Qin Mu'en, moving with lightning speed, drew his machete and raised it to parry. The sound of metal clashing echoed as he was knocked back by the force of their blows. Both wild men possessed considerable strength, and the impact of their strikes left Qin Mu'en's hands aching and his wrists numb. Unrelenting, they pressed forward, launching another two strikes aimed at him. Aware of their raw power, Qin Mu'en decided against meeting their assault head-on and instead rolled swiftly to the side. Whoosh, whoosh! Their blades sliced through empty air. One wild man continued to pursue Qin Mu'en while the other circled around. Just as Qin Mu'en prepared to evade again, the circling wild man lunged forward, crashing his shoulder into Qin Mu'en. The impact sent Qin Mu'en tumbling backward. The wild man seized the opportunity to grapple Qin Mu'en tightly. Though described slowly, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Observing that Qin Mu'en was ensnared by his companion, the other wild man approached with his stone knife drawn, aiming directly at Qin Mu'en's chest. Poised to strike. In that life-or-death moment, a surge of explosive power erupted from within Qin Mu'en. Seizing the moment when the wild man's grip weakened, he leapt upward, delivering a powerful kick to the wild man's chest. The wild man grunted, falling backward. Struggling to rise, he instinctively rubbed his chest, glaring at Qin Mu'en with a fierce, menacing gaze. He roared, raising the stone knife once more, ready to charge at Qin Mu'en. Yet, suddenly, his body stiffened. His fingers slackened, and the knife clattered to the ground. His eyes widened in terror, trembling uncontrollably as he attempted to step forward, but his body seemed paralyzed, unable to move. The venom from the southern thorn snake had begun to take its toll on him. The neurotoxin swiftly incapacitated his central nervous system, impairing his ability to breathe. The wild man clutched at his throat, scratching desperately as bloody scratches marred his skin. Yet, it was futile, as one of the deadliest snakes in existence. The southern thorn snake's venom was lethal without the appropriate antivenom. Before long, the wild man could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, foamy saliva oozing from his lips. Witnessing this, the remaining wild man was consumed by a mix of urgency, rage, hatred, and fury, swinging his knife wildly at Qin Mu'en. The wild man's attacks lacked finesse, relying solely on instinctive ferocity. Yet, even this brute force was not easily countered. The wild man was incredibly strong, remarkably swift, and possessed explosive power, each swing of the stone knife faster than the last. Qin Mu'en, incited by the wild man's aggressive onslaught, retaliated with equal speed. The two stood their ground, exchanging blows as the sharp sounds of metal rang out, with blood occasionally spraying between them. In this exchange of speed, Qin Mu'en's shirt was torn in several places, yet his flesh remained unscathed. In contrast, the wild man bore 3 deep gashes across his chest, though none were particularly severe. Realizing he was outmatched, the wild man did not persist stubbornly. He feigned an attack and then darted away. A glint of cold determination flashed in Qin Mu'en's eyes as he brandished his machete and gave chase. Chapter 50. Into the sea. Though Qin Mu'en was quick, the wild man's speed was no less impressive. They raced through the forest, one ahead and the other in pursuit. Initially positioned in the central southern part of the island, their chase led them deeper into its heart. Ahead loomed a towering mountain, barren and devoid of vegetation, appearing as if it were a rocky formation. The mountain had no slope, rising almost vertically, without pausing for breath. The wild man reached the foot of the mountain and began to ascend using both hands and feet. Qin Mu'en was no novice at climbing, yet this wild man's skills rivaled his own. Clinging to the cliffside, the wild man scaled the vertical surface with astonishing speed, akin to a gecko. Qin Mu'en mused that if the wild man were not so familiar with this mountain, his climbing prowess would surely be deemed exceptional. Upon reaching the mountain's base, Qin Mu'en glanced upward, took a deep breath, and began his ascent. However, he quickly realized he was not as fast as the wild man. In less than 5 minutes, the wild man had already reached the summit. Upon surveying the scene below, he spotted Qin Mu'en still climbing. Scanning the surroundings, he approached a large rock, seized it, and moved to the cliff's edge, preparing to hurl it at the ascending Qin Mu'en. To his astonishment, Qin Mu'en suddenly leapt sideways. As the wild man watched the rock plunge towards him, Qin Mu'en managed to grab hold of a protruding stone, halting his fall just in time. Should a second observer have been present, they would likely have screamed at the sight of his daring maneuver. The wild man, panting heavily, muttered incoherently to himself. He picked up another rock and hurled it at Qin Mu'en. Yet, Qin Mu'en executed a deft sidestep, evading the projectile. He then grasped the cliff's ledge and continued his rapid ascent. As the wild man prepared to throw a third rock, Qin Mu'en was already nearing the summit. The wild man first launched a stone, which Qin Mu'en narrowly dodged, followed by a strike from his stone knife aimed at Qin Mu'en's head. Summoning all his strength, Qin Mu'en sprang like a coiled spring, leaping onto the summit and rolling to the side. The wild man was relentless, pursuing him with the knife raised. As he closed the distance, Qin Mu'en executed a swift maneuver, rising from the ground and charging forward. Thud! The wild man's knife missed Qin Mu'en, who collided with him, forcing the wild man to stagger back. Regaining his footing, the wild man roared in fury, swinging his knife in a frenzy, each strike aimed at cleaving Qin Mu'en in two. Qin Mu'en dodged and weaved, waiting for the wild man's strength to wane. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful kick to the wild man's ribs. The wild man grunted in pain, bending over and retreating. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu'en surged forward, unleashing a torrent of punches. Thud, thud, thud. As his fist struck flesh, the sounds echoing in succession. He delivered over 10 punches in quick succession. The wild man managed to block only 5 or 6, while the rest landed squarely on him. Overwhelmed by Qin Mu'en's onslaught, the wild man was forced to retreat repeatedly. The summit was cramped, flanked by sheer cliffs on 3 sides, with the wild man backing toward the precipice. Qin Mu'en, relentless in his pursuit, pressed the attack, driving the wild man closer to the edge. Finally, the wild man was cornered, teetering on the brink of the cliff. In a desperate moment, he lunged forward, absorbing 2 of Qin Mu'en's punches before grappling with him. Splash! Both men fell to the ground, and Qin Mu'en seized the moment to kick the wild man, who began sliding down the cliff. However, to Qin Mu'en's shock, the wild man grasped his ankle as he descended. In that instant, the wild man's fall dragged Qin Mu'en down with him. Cursing under his breath, Qin Mu'en felt his body suspended in midair, plummeting toward the sea. Splash! Both Qin Mu'en and the wild man plunged into the ocean, creating a massive splash. Qin Mu'en held his breath, attempting to rise to the surface, but felt a tight grip on his ankle, pulling him deeper. Looking down, he realized the wild man was clinging to him. Intent on dragging him down as well, this beast was determined to perish alongside him. Qin Mu'en raised his other leg and kicked downward fiercely. He aimed for the wild man's head, yet the water's resistance dulled his strikes. As they sank lower, the two were engaged in a contest of breath-holding. The one who could last longer would outlast the other. Qin Mu'en had no intention of playing this deadly game. He reached into his pocket, retrieving his Swiss Army knife, and swiftly extended the blade, bending down to thrust it outward. The knife pierced the wild man's neck, and crimson blood flowed freely from the wound. Qin Mu'en pressed on, delivering 2 more stabs, each finding its mark in the wild man's throat. A torrent of blood surged forth, staining the surrounding water a deep crimson. The wild man glared intensely at Qin Mu'en, his eyes devoid of spirit, reduced to mere ashes. Summoning all his strength, Qin Mu'en delivered a powerful kick to the wild man's head. The wild man sank beneath the ocean's surface, while Qin Mu'en propelled upward. Buoyed by the rebound as Qin Mu'en's head broke the water's surface, he gasped for air, producing a long inhalation. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he might be dragged down into the depths by the wild man. With a series of hissing breaths, Qin Mu'en inhaled repeatedly, the sound echoing like a bellows. After a brief respite, he began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a valley, the steep cliffs sloping inward. Forming a concave shape, from the beach, one could see the mountain. Yet this valley remained hidden from view. What astonished Qin Mu'en the most was the presence of a large cave within the valley. Rather than merely a cave, it was a grand natural wonder. The entrance was immense, standing 6 to 7 meters high and 8 meters wide, easily accommodating small vessels. However, the cave was not very deep. Extending only about 5 meters. At the far end of the cavern, 2 large wooden crates floated, half submerged in water and half exposed to the air. Chapter 51. Discoveries. Qin Mu'en was quite taken aback. Pondering who might have placed these 2 large crates here, he swiftly swam toward them. As he entered the cave, the water grew shallower. By the time he reached the crates, the water only reached his knees. He circled the 2 large wooden boxes, noticing English letters inscribed upon their surfaces. Leaning closer, he attempted to decipher the markings. Although his knowledge of English was limited, one word stood out to him: Mingzhu Hao. These were crates from the Mingzhu Hao. Qin Mu'en's mind raced as he scanned the surroundings. Indeed, along the cave's edge, various debris floated in the water. Empty bottles, broken planks, and more. He quickly realized that these crates had not been hidden here but had been washed ashore by the sea. Wiping his Swiss Army knife, he approached one of the crates, inserting the blade into the crevice and prying it open with force. He pried open the corners of the crate, then climbed onto the other box, gripping its edge and yanking upward with a decisive motion. With a sharp crack, the nailed lid was lifted. Peering inside, he found an assortment of boxes of various sizes. He picked up one box, which bore a shipping label, though it was largely illegible due to seawater damage. Presumably, this was a shipment arranged by the Mingzhu Hao. With the ship now sunk, these packages had become items without owners. Qin Mu'en, undeterred, sliced through the tape with his knife and opened the box. Inside was a large container, and upon opening it, he discovered another smaller box within. As he opened this, he retrieved a brand new wallet. His hopes soared, only to plummet at the realization of its futility on a deserted island. Would he use it to collect shells? Holding the wallet, Qin Mu'en was torn between discarding it or keeping it. He then grabbed another package. This box was substantial and heavy. He hastily opened it, revealing another wrapped container. As he focused on it, a smile spread across his face. An XXer cookware set, including a non-stick pot, a soup pot, and a frying pan. For a camp lacking provisions, this was a rare find. Eagerly, he unwrapped the box, revealing the 3 pots stacked neatly inside. The sight of them made Qin Mu'en's eyes sparkle. With these pots, the camp's meals could significantly improve, moving beyond mere roasting. The contents of the larger crate consisted mainly of parcels shipped from China, featuring a hodgepodge of items, predominantly handmade ornaments, small appliances, and children's toys. However, for the survivors, these items held little value. After rummaging through the crate, aside from the cookware set, the only other useful items were some snacks and canned goods. While canned food was undoubtedly beneficial, the snacks appeared to Qin Mu'en as mere junk food, offering minimal caloric value. Despite their seeming uselessness, he refrained from discarding them, as the image of young men flashed in his mind. Perhaps the little girl would enjoy these treats. After thoroughly inspecting the first crate, Qin Mu'en turned his attention to the second. The contents of this crate were uniform, consisting entirely of textiles, various t-shirts, shorts, undergarments, and socks. While not entirely useless, they failed to elicit any excitement. To his bemusement, he discovered 5 down jackets nestled at the bottom of the crate. The Mingzhu was bound for Hawaii, and he couldn't fathom why anyone would ship winter coats to such a warm destination. The men's clothing was of little consequence, but for the women, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao, their garments had deteriorated over time, barely providing adequate coverage as they roamed the camp. Initially, Qin Mu'en intended to bring a set for each of them, but reconsidered, realizing it wouldn't be fair to limit it to just 3, given that there were more women in the camp. Thus, he took a few extra, stuffing them into his backpack until it bulged at the seams, leaving no space for more. This excursion proved fruitful for Qin Mu'en, not only locating several fruit trees, but also salvaging supplies from the Mingzhu. Although the majority of the items were of little use, a few proved beneficial. Furthermore, and most crucially, he confirmed the existence of indigenous people on the island, though their settlement was likely situated to the north, not the south as he had initially thought. The exact location remained undetermined, necessitating further exploration. Burdened with an abundance of supplies, Qin Mu'en realized that continuing his investigation deeper into the jungle was no longer feasible. This foray would have to conclude here. As he prepared to swim out of the cavern, he noticed triangular fins floating on the surface outside. Sighing, he deduced that sharks had caught the scent of blood. He held no fear of a shark attack, as the water in the cave was too shallow for them to navigate. Qin Mu'en set down his backpack and sat cross-legged atop one of the crates, waiting for the sharks to disperse while he organized his findings. At this point, all he needed to do was wait. Time passed slowly until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with fiery clouds. The shark fins gradually vanished from the ocean's surface. No longer willing to linger, Qin Mu'en shouldered his backpack, grasping the cookware set in one hand and a large plastic bag filled with snacks and clothing in the other. He then exited the cave, leaning against the cliff as he swam toward the beach. By the time he reached the camp, darkness had enveloped the land. As he approached the vicinity, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the grass ahead. One of them spoke in a low voice, asking, "Who goes there?" By the light of the moon, Qin Mu'en focused and recognized the 2 individuals. One was the hefty fellow, and the other a young man from the camp. "It's me," Qin Mu'en replied, puzzled. "What are you 2 doing hiding here?" Chapter 52. The reason keeping watch? Qin 2 individuals went missing from the morning light camp today. It's likely related to the 3 who died at the dawn camp. Brotherly is concerned for our camp's safety, so he asked Xiao Gao and me to keep a lookout nearby. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu'en nodded. The 2 individuals slain by the natives were likely the missing survivors from the morning light camp. The hefty man, noticing the items Qin Mu'en was carrying, curiously inquired, "Qin, what do you have there?" "Supplies from the Mingzhu." Qin Mu'en replied, "1 bag contains cookware, while the other has snacks and clothing." His casual tone elicited wide-eyed astonishment from the hefty man and the young man, their words tumbling over one another in excitement. "Cookware? And snacks? Clothing?" Hearing their exclamations, Qin Mu'en felt somewhat at a loss for words. At this moment, most of the camp's inhabitants were still awake, chatting in the shelter. Upon hearing the hefty man's outcry, they all emerged to investigate. Upon seeing Qin Mu'en, their gazes instinctively fell on his hands. Though they couldn't discern what he was carrying, Liang Sai's eyes widened as he asked, "Mu'en, what did you find?" Qin Mu'en placed his items on the ground. Yu Daping lit a torch and approached, the flickering light revealing the boxes, further piquing everyone's curiosity. Qin Mu'en opened the box and pulled out the cookware set. The sight of the 3 pots prompted a collective gasp from the onlookers. Commonplace cookware in their homeland now seemed like priceless treasure on this desolate island. "It's a pot. A real pot," exclaimed one survivor, overwhelmed with joy. "My goodness, in my lifetime, I never thought I'd see a pot again." The survivors marveled in awe as Qin Mu'en separated the pots and placed them on the ground, declaring, "This is a set. A soup pot, a non-stick pan, and a frying pan. I found them on the beach." The crates from the Mingzhu fell into the sea and were washed ashore by the waves, he explained. As he spoke, he opened the other plastic bag, revealing an assortment of local snacks, including spicy strips and various clothing items such as t-shirts, shorts, socks, and undergarments. My goodness. This is spicy strips? In the past, Even those who had no fondness for spicy strips, or even detested them, would find their eyes glimmering with desire upon seeing them. Unable to resist the urge to swallow, and what of t-shirts and shorts? These survivors, burdened by the constraints of their escape, had little with them, merely the clothes on their backs, hardly sparing a thought to gather more. Now, after having been marooned on this desolate island for so long, their garments were in tatters, beyond repair. Upon hearing Li Yingcai's words, none among the gathering took their leave. All were transfixed, their eyes eagerly fixed upon him. Li Yingcai, with a backpack and a plastic bag in hand, followed Qin Mu'en into his shelter. Yang Min, Sun Shi, and Tong Yao trailed closely behind. The eyes of the few girls remained glued to the snacks and clothing within the plastic bag. Qin Mu'en casually retrieved several packets of snacks, poised to hand them to Yang Min and the others, when Li Yingcai hastily seized his arm, frowning as he inquired, "Mu'en, what are you doing?" Li Yingcai cast a perplexed glance at him and replied, "I see the counselor, Xiaomin and Tong Yao seem quite fond of these, so of course, I intend to share some with them." "That is unacceptable." Li Yingcai firmly rejected the notion. Qin Mu'en raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Isn't that the logic of a bandit?" Before he could finish, Li Yingcai interjected, "You have no authority." "What?" Qin Mu'en's brows knitted tighter, tilting his head in displeasure at Li Yingcai. Li Yingcai stated earnestly, "Precisely because you are the camp leader, you must set an example and treat everyone equally and fairly." Noticing Qin Mu'en's frown deepening, he continued, "As the camp leader, to maintain your position, you must first earn the respect of the people. How can you command their respect? Besides prestige, it is essential to act with fairness and justice. This is of utmost importance to a camp leader, who does not need to engage in daily labor and receives 10 work points each day, is essentially being supported by the entire camp." Qin Mu'en retorted indignantly, "I am fully capable and do not require anyone to support me." Li Yingcai chuckled, saying, "But you are already the camp leader now. It is too late to backtrack." When Qin Mu'en was about to protest further, Li Yingcai pressed on, "With so many people in the camp, why should they willingly support you, obey you? Is it solely because you can protect them? While that is indeed significant, you must also treat each individual fairly and justly." Li Yingcai took a breath, speaking in a calm tone. Why did ancient emperors practice equitable distribution and refrain from favoring one concubine excessively? Because it would incite the discontent of the other consorts and the ministers. Thus the emperor had to maintain balance by ensuring fairness. Every leader faces similar challenges. Mu'en, since you accepted this role, you are responsible for executing it well. Even though Qin Mu'en harbored lingering resentment, he had to concede that Li Yingcai's words held some truth. The survivors outside had not dispersed. They gazed at him eagerly, their eyes also fixed on the handful of snacks he clutched. Qin Mu'en shook his head with a wry smile, exclaiming, "What a predicament! How about this, Li Gu? Why don't you take over as camp leader?" Chapter 53. Menstruation. Qin Mu'en was not particularly driven by a desire for power. Had it not been for Li Yingcai's insistence, he might not have taken on the role of camp leader. Since assuming this position, he had not felt any sense of privilege. On the contrary, he increasingly sensed the constraints this role imposed upon him. He detested the feeling of lost freedom, of being perpetually bound. Li Yingcai shook his head, asserting, "I cannot, nor can anyone in the camp, because none can command the respect of the masses." Mu'en, if you abandon your responsibilities now, the camp will descend into chaos. Sun Shi and Tong Yao, wishing to ease Qin Mu'en's burden, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we do not particularly enjoy it either." He cast a discontented glance at Li Yingcai, murmuring, "What was once a joyous occasion has turned into this." "Are you satisfied?" Li Yingcai replied with a wry smile, "My satisfaction is inconsequential. What matters is that the people in the camp are satisfied. It is not the scarcity of resources that troubles us, but rather the lack of equity. Our ancestors possess such wisdom, and we, their descendants, should take heed." Yang Min nodded vigorously, adding, "Mu'en, I believe Li Gu makes a valid point. You should heed his advice. In terms of management skills and understanding people, Li Yingcai undoubtedly possessed far more experience than Qin Mu'en. As a senior executive in a large corporation, he was adept at discerning the thoughts of both his superiors and subordinates, in matters of understanding human nature. Li Yingcai excelled particularly well. Qin Mu'en ceased to argue further on this matter and beckoned to Wang Chang outside. Wang Chang promptly entered the shelter, his face beaming with a smile, and exclaimed, "Qin Gu," without indulging in unnecessary pleasantries, Qin Mu'en got straight to the point, saying, "There are still people on this island." This revelation, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Qin Mu'en continued, "The island's natives are quite primitive, akin to savages, and their temperaments are fierce. They harbor great hostility towards outsiders. The 3 who perished at dawn camp yesterday, along with the 2 who went missing from morning light camp today, all fell victim to their hands." Wang Chang swallowed hard, stammering, "Qinggu, is this true?" The surrounding survivors exchanged alarmed glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Qin Mu'en stated, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. Therefore, starting tonight, we must not only establish sentry posts around the camp, but also set up patrol teams. You will be responsible for this task. Is that acceptable?" "Of course, Qinggu. I will ensure everything is foolproof." "And what about the personnel for the sentries and patrol teams? Let me know how many you need. And report it to Li Gu. He will decide on the candidates." "All right." Both Li Yingkai and Wang Chang responded in unison. Qin Mu'en pondered for a moment before adding, "Leave the fishing team as is. Everyone else, regardless of gender, can participate." Li Yingkai immediately concurred, "Indeed, the fishing team is essential for our food supply. If we send them to patrol, we will surely go hungry." Recalling the bounty of fruits still nestled in his backpack, Qin Mu'en emptied it out, proclaiming, "These fruits were all gathered by me in the jungle. Tomorrow, I will take a few people to collect more." The gathering stared wide-eyed at the assortment of fruits scattered on the ground: mangoes, papayas, cherimoyas, and more. An impressive haul. Qin Mu'en took out his military knife, wiped it on his clothing, and declared, "Let us distribute the fruits. There are only this many, so no one needs to exchange work points for them." As he spoke, he glanced at Li Yingkai. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yingkai slowly nodded, saying, "Today, Mu'en has gathered a substantial yield. Let us consider these fruits a gift from the camp." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers, their faces alight with happiness. In a world where resources were scarce, Qin Mu'en deliberately sliced the fruits into small pieces, ensuring that each person received only a modest portion. Many didn't even bother to peel the skins, consuming them whole, and after finishing, they smacked their lips in delight, exclaiming, "These are the sweetest fruits I have ever tasted." Witnessing this, Qin Mu'en let out a silent sigh. Li Yingkai's assertion was not without merit. It was not scarcity that troubled humankind, but inequality. As long as fairness and justice were upheld, even if each individual received but a meager morsel, they would be content. Once the fruits were consumed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Qin Mu'en was about to lie down and rest when he heard a timid voice from outside the shelter, asking, "May I come in?" Looking up, he saw Zheng Wei standing at the entrance. He nodded, indicating she could enter. Upon her arrival, he inquired, "Is there something you need, Miss Zheng?" You can call me Zheng Wei, or Sister Wei. I am likely older than you." Zheng Wei was not particularly old. She had begun her acting career in her second year at the Drama Academy and had only just turned 20-6 in the industry. She was considered a rising star, a definite newcomer, yet she was indeed several years older than Qin Mu'en. Qin Mu'en nodded and acknowledged Zheng Wei. Noticing the puzzled look on his face, she quickly added, "I currently have no work points. I will make up for it once I earn some." Qin Mu'en was utterly baffled. Was it not customary to wear a pair of socks? Why would anyone wear just one? Zheng Wei was not a one-legged individual. He asked, "You want one sock?" Emphasizing the word one. He inquired further, "Yes, just one will suffice." "For what purpose?" Zheng Wei's cheeks flushed crimson. She stammered, "To fill it with some wood ash." "Wood ash? To put into a sock?" Qin Mu'en queried. "Is your foot injured?" He instinctively glanced at the flat sandals Zheng Wei was wearing. Her face grew even redder as she curled her 10 toes inward, clearing her throat and lowering her voice. She said, "My period is about to start." Qin Mu'en blinked in confusion, staring at Zheng Wei as if she were a fool. Sighing, Zheng Wei felt she might go mad dealing with someone so oblivious. Resolutely, she stated, "I am about to get my menstruation." It turned out that Zheng Wei's request for a single sock was to fill it with wood ash to fashion a makeshift sanitary pad. Qin Mu'en contemplated this. It was indeed a pressing issue. Women experience menstruation every month, and without proper sanitary supplies, it would be quite alarming to have blood everywhere. Chapter 54. Foraging using a sock filled with wood ash to create a sanitary pad was, in fact, a rather clever solution. Wood ash possesses the remarkable ability to absorb blood while also exhibiting antibacterial properties, and the method of obtaining it is particularly simple. utilizing it to create sanitary pads, which are essential personal items, is truly fitting. Qin Mu'en slapped his forehead and remarked, "This matter has slipped my mind. Tomorrow, I will distribute a pair of socks to each girl in the camp. By the way, there happens to be some thread and needles in today's delivery box. I am unable to handle the sewing tasks. Could you manage it? I will count it as work points." "Certainly," Zheng Wei replied with a beaming face, nodding repeatedly. Apart from acting, she possessed no other skills, and given her physical limitations, she could not undertake any strenuous labor. However, mending the socks into sanitary pads was well within her capabilities. She bowed to Qin Mu'en and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Qin." Qin Mu'en smiled and replied, "Having resolved this issue, I ought to be thanking you." Had he been left to ponder alone, he would never have conceived the idea of using wood ashen socks to create sanitary pads. Li Yingkai often said that many hands make light work, and now Qin Mu'en truly understood this adage. Each individual has their strengths and weaknesses. No one can be omnipotent, capable of foreseeing and executing every task proficiently. Observing the bright-eyed and sparkling Qin Mu'en, Zheng Wei suddenly found him quite handsome. Unfortunately, he was much younger, several years her junior. However, this was indeed a stroke of luck for the women in the camp. Had an older lecher been in charge, countless women might have suffered under the guise of authority. Her initial reluctance to join Mu'en's camp stemmed from this very concern. Fortunately, she ultimately brought Xinu along. And Qin Mu'en's integrity surpassed even Chun Qin's. At least when it came to matters of gender, he harbored no ulterior motives towards the women in the camp. Perhaps it was due to his youth and naivety. Regardless, with the sanitary pad issue resolved, Zheng Wei exhaled a sigh of relief. She bowed once more to Qin Mu'en before taking her leave. And no sooner had Zheng Wei departed than Yang Min entered the tent. Regarding Qin Mu'en with a peculiar expression, "Mu'en, what did Zheng Wei come to you for so late at night?" Yang Min had a fondness for the star Zheng Wei, but that did not mean she would relinquish her own affections. Qin Mu'en, free of ulterior motives, chuckled. "Zheng Wei came to ask me for a pair of socks, a pair of socks." Qin Mu'en proceeded to recount Zheng Wei's suggestion of using socks to create sanitary pads to Yang Min. Finally, he added somewhat sheepishly, "I had never considered this issue before. Now that Zheng Wei has brought it up, I realize I was quite negligent in not thinking about the physiological needs of women." So that's what it was. Yang Min's relief was palpable, her small face breaking into a smile. "Sister Wei is quite clever. We used to use cloth strips." Qin Mu'en found it too awkward to discuss such matters with Yang Min. So he changed the subject. "Here, take this to as he spoke. He dug into the ground and unearthed several shells. Handing them to Yang Min, "You can exchange these for whatever you wish tomorrow. Aren't you going to use them?" Not at all. If he had truly desired snacks, he would have consumed them upon discovering them. Yang Min gazed at the shells Qin Mu'en placed into her hands, realizing they were worth a considerable number of work points. Enough to procure many items within the camp. "This is too much. I can't possibly use it all. Take it all. Also, help exchange some for the counselor and Tong Yao. These few girls earn very little each day. And since I have no need for them, it is better to give them away than to let them remain buried in the sand." Upon hearing Qin Mu'en mention Sun, Shi, and Tong Yao, Yang Min felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, her mood dampening as she muttered, "Then I'll take my leave." Without waiting for Qin Mu'en to respond, she turned and exited the tent. Qin Mu'en sensed Yang Min as sudden unhappiness, but could not fathom the reason behind it. Women were truly perplexing. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine, and now her demeanor had shifted. Shaking his head, he reclined on the beach to rest. Did he agree? He said he would distribute a pair of socks to every girl in the camp tomorrow, free of charge, and asked me to help turn them into sanitary pads. Counting it as work points? Zhang Xinyue could hardly believe her ears. Such fortunate occurrences had eluded her since arriving on this deserted island. She cautiously whispered, "Sister Wei, you didn't sleep with him, did you?" Zheng Wei nearly choked on her own saliva, exclaiming, "What are you thinking?" Noticing Zhang Xinyue's eager and concerned gaze, she managed to smile and stammered, "Qin Mu'en, She struggled to articulate her thoughts about him, finally managing to say, "He is just too young." "How young is he?" Zhang Xinyue instinctively probed. Zheng Wei's face flushed crimson, her neck heating up as she nudged Zhang Xinyue with her elbow, stating, "Xinyue, you are becoming increasingly scandalous. I mean, he is simply too young." "Oh," Zhang Xinyue murmured, "he's 21. That's not too young. All right, enough of this. Let's hurry to sleep." Zheng Wei dared not continue the conversation, fearing Zhang Xinyue might utter something even more astonishing. The following morning, Qin Mu'en ventured into the jungle once more, but this time he was not alone. He was accompanied by Wang Chong and several others. Qin Mu'en produced his hand-drawn map and led the way. Wang Chong, curious, stole a few glances at the map, which to an untrained eye might appear as mere scribbles, utterly indecipherable as a map. Judging by Qin Ji's drawing skills, he suspected they might not even measure up to those of an elementary school student. After more than 2 hours of trekking, a grove of fruit trees finally came into view. Not just one or two, but an entire expanse, golden and inviting. Wang Chong and the others stared in awe. Their mouths agape. Hey! As if awakening from a dream. The group eagerly rushed to a papaya tree, each plucking one and hastily peeling it open to indulge in the sweet fruit. Qin Gu, where are you headed? Wang Chong inquired, curiosity piqued is that the temporary camp of the savages ahead. Wang Chong's eyes widened in terror. The gruesome sight of the 3 corpses at the dawn camp flooded his mind, sending chills down his spine, even as someone accustomed to the streets. Qin Gu, perhaps it would be best if you didn't go. Fear not. I have dealt with them before. They cannot harm me. Qin Mu'en left Wang Chong and the others to gather fruit while he proceeded alone towards the savages' temporary camp. The area appeared unchanged since yesterday, save for an additional corpse on the ground. The savage who had been bitten by a South Branch snake. The savage's death was horrific, with contorted features and stiffened fingers. Approaching the campfire, Qin Mu'en confirmed once more that no one had visited since yesterday, and no fire had been lit. He took out his notebook to continue marking his observations, sketching a map only he could decipher. Then, he ventured towards the right side of the temporary camp, an area he had yet to explore. As he delved deeper, the trees began to thin out. Suddenly, Qin Mu'en halted, tilting his head to listen intently. After a moment, he crouched down, moving stealthily to avoid making any noise. After traversing several dozen meters, he peered ahead to find several wild boars, some weighing several hundred pounds, while others appeared to have recently been born. Significantly smaller in comparison. With so many wild boars, Qin Mu'en dared not provoke them. He cautiously maneuvered around the sparse trees. This area seemed to have become a haven for wild boars, with estimates of at least 100. Not counting those he had yet to investigate. With such a multitude congregating here, it resembled a forbidden zone. After surveying the area, Qin Mu'en prudently retreated. Once at a safe distance, he retrieved his notebook to make further annotations on the map. After completing his drawing, he added the words Wild Boar Forest beside it, marking it with an X. Unless absolutely necessary, this place was to be avoided. Angering a herd of wild boars would likely result in nothing but a pile of bones left behind. Wild boars are omnivorous, consuming everything from grass and fruit to meat. Even domesticated pigs have been known to bite and consume flesh. One can only imagine the ferocity of wild ones. Upon returning, Qin Mu'en approached the group and asked, "Why are you still here? Didn't I say to wait for just 2 hours?" Wang Chong, having navigated the streets, exuded a certain swagger and camaraderie. To the average person, he might seem like a thug, notorious for bullying others, but once he considered someone a friend, he would undoubtedly have their back. The more Qin Mu'en interacted with Wang Chong, the more he appreciated him. He glanced at the fruits they had gathered, filling several large plastic bags. Concerned the bags might not withstand the weight, they had even reinforced them with grass vines. Those collecting mangoes were fewest, as they were smaller in size, while those gathering papayas were the most numerous, given their substantial size. One could easily satiate a hunger, while the other survivors in the camps were still grappling with intermittent hunger. Mu'en's camp began to stand out. As long as the camp members were willing to work, they could fill their stomachs, and those who worked harder not only ate their fill but also had surplus. Only 2 days had passed when news of a bountiful discovery of fruit trees deep within the jungle by the Mu'en camp spread like wildfire. The tidings first reached the Chensi camp. Chun Chun was acutely aware of the perils of the jungle. Therefore, he commanded everyone in the camp that no one was permitted to venture into the depths of the jungle without his explicit permission. However, Chun Chun's orders could not quell the hunger gnawing at the survivors' bellies. Starving and desperate, 3 survivors disregarded Chun Chun's prohibition and stealthily entered the jungle, hoping to locate the fruit grove unearthed by the Mu'en camp. They indeed ventured deep into the jungle, but unfortunately took a wrong turn and ended up in the wild boar woods. Their sudden intrusion immediately provoked the wild boars dwelling within. 2 individuals had gone missing 2 days prior, and now 2 more lay dead, with one severely injured. Chun felt a mix of anger and frustration. After much contemplation, he resolved to approach the Mu'en camp once more, hoping that Qin Mu'en would be willing to share resources and collaborate on the fruit grove hidden in the jungle's depths. Qin Mu'en maintained his previous stance, proposing a merger of the 2 camps. Once merged, they would become one family, rendering the notion of shared resources moot. Chun furrowed his brow and asked Qin Mu'en, "Old Qin, do you truly wish to annex our Qinsi camp?" Qin Mu'en replied, "Our camp is too small. We are unable to accomplish many tasks. The tents we inhabit are rudimentary, and when the sea breeze picks up, the roofs can be torn away. I wish to construct wooden houses, but the lack of manpower prevents me. The surrounding barriers stand only waist-high. They are more decorative than protective. I desire to build sturdy walls. Yet again, the shortage of hands hinders me. Without sufficient personnel, nothing can be done. All grand ideas remain mere fantasies, akin to daydreaming." Chun responded, "Regarding the merger of our 2 camps, I am not entirely opposed. However, we must discuss who will assume leadership of the newly formed camp." Chapter 56. The deal. What do you propose, Qin Mu'en inquired. Chun replied earnestly, "I am older than you and possess more experience. I believe it is more suitable for me to take on the role of leader." In truth, Chun was not particularly power-hungry. His insistence on leadership stemmed from the implications of who would be subsumed by whom. More bluntly, it was a matter of face. For Qin, life could be sacrificed, but dignity must be preserved. Furthermore, the Qinsi camp was not at its wit's end. They had planted a substantial batch of potatoes. If they could endure for another 2 months, once the potatoes matured, the camp would be well fed, even flourishing and establishing a virtuous cycle, ultimately becoming the most prosperous camp in terms of food resources. The critical challenge lay in surviving those 2 months. Should the Qinsi camp be absorbed by the Mu'en camp during this period, it would undeniably grant Mu'en camp an enormous advantage, and Chun could not reconcile that within himself. Qin Mu'en cautioned, "You assert that you are more suited for the role of leader, yet the current circumstances of the Qinsi camp are dire. I must consider the welfare of the dozens of survivors in the Mu'en camp." Implicitly, he suggested that appointing Chun as the leader would effectively lead to the downfall of his own survivors. Chun detected the underlying meaning in Qin Mu'en's words, his face flushing with embarrassment as he replied, "In the end, you are merely vying for the position of camp leader. Old Qin, we must not be overly selfish." Qin Mu'en regarded Chun with a bemused expression and said, "Chun, it appears you are the one seeking my assistance." Clearing his throat, Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Since you are unwilling to share resources, I shall not press the matter further. Now, could you spare us some of the food currently available in your camp? That should be feasible, no?" Seeing Qin Mu'en's indifferent smirk, Chun continued, "Let us consider it a loan. Once our potatoes are ripe, we shall repay you." When Qin Mu'en remained silent, Chun forced a smile and added, "Old Qin, in times of brotherly need, you wouldn't abandon us, would you?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mu'en asked, "How much do you require?" 6 barrels of water, 200 kilograms each of mangoes and papayas." Chun declared, quickly adding, "And the barrels must be large. There are no scales on the island, so let us say 500 pieces of each mango and papaya. If there are any surplus dried fish, do share 100 with us. You certainly have a hearty appetite," Qin Mu'en remarked, nearly laughing in exasperation. "I have to feed over 50 people. In truth, you should consider our camp strategy of implementing a labor point system." Before he could finish, Chun impatiently interrupted, "What era are we in? Why cling to outdated communal practices? What you do in your camp is your business, and I have no say in it. I can only assure you that the Qinsi camp will never adopt such a system." Noting Chun resolute stance, Qin Mu'en ceased to press the matter. Chun continued, "As for the food, how do you plan to repay us? We will give you 1/5 of the potatoes we harvest. As for quantity, it shall not be fewer than 500 pieces. Ah, the Qinsi camp truly has a significant potato yield." Qin Mu'en mused, surprised that even Wang Chong was unaware of the substantial amount Chun she had cultivated. Chun asserted, "Do not think you are at a disadvantage. Potatoes differ from mangoes and papayas. They are not only edible but also serve as seeds. 1 potato can yield several, even dozens of seeds. The most crucial point is that there are no potatoes on this island." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu'en nodded in agreement. Indeed, While potatoes might be the least valued commodity domestically, they held immense worth here. He thoughtfully remarked, Chen Shun, even if I were to acquiesce to your current demands, your camp would still struggle to survive beyond 2 months. Chen Shun retorted loudly, how we manage our survival is of no concern to you. Just tell me whether you will lend us the food. Should the provisions run out, he would simply ask for more. Would Qin Mu'en truly stand by and watch them starve? This was the unspoken truth in Chen Shen's heart. Qin Mu'en replied, I can lend you the food, but the potatoes you repay must not be fewer than 1,000. Chen Shen's eyes narrowed in dissatisfaction. Old Qin, you are attempting to extort me. Wait. Chen Shen licked his parched lips and proposed, how about I return 800 potatoes? That is already my bottom line. We must not be too excessive. Before he could finish, Qin Mu'en countered, 1,200 potatoes. Not a single one less. Chen Shun raised an eyebrow. You'd just 1,200 potatoes. Should you continue to haggle? My price will only increase. Facing Qin Mu'en's unyielding stance, Chen Shun felt at a loss. He pointed a finger at Qin Mu'en, exclaiming, you are truly ruthless. Qin Mu'en lifted his arm to inspect his own skin, stating earnestly, I've become quite tan these past few days. Chen Shun had no time to entertain Qin Mu'en's jesting. He declared, fine, provide me with what I need, and I will return 1,200 potatoes. There is no need for us to sign a contract, is there? A contract? Where would you find one? Old Qin, Chen Shun, have always kept my word. If you do not trust me, then I shall not borrow your food. Chen Shun had always valued his reputation, and for Qin Mu'en to mention a contract felt like a slap to his face. Qin Mu'en chuckled, I trust you. By the day after tomorrow at the latest, I shall deliver what you require. Excellent, it's a deal. With their agreement made, Qin Mu'en indeed began to gather food for the Qinci camp. Many in the Mu'en camp were perplexed by his actions. Li Xiang and Wang Chong were among them. Together, they approached Qin Mu'en, questioning why he would provide so much water and food to the Qinci camp. But their survival has nothing to do with us, Li Xiang pointed out. Wang Chong also agreed with Li Xiang but hesitated to voice his thoughts, having once been a member of the Qinci camp. Qin Mu'en replied, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If we are the only ones left, we will not last long either. Seeing Li Xiang and Wang Chong pondering his words, Qin Mu'en asserted, all right, Wang Chong, come with me to fetch water and gather fruit. Li Xiang, your injury has healed sufficiently. Lead a team to fish. The Qinci camp has significant needs this time. We must work diligently for the next couple of days. Chapter 57. Heartfelt conversations. Qin Mu'en's unwavering support for the Qinci camp stemmed from various reasons. Firstly, the Qinci camp had cultivated a substantial quantity of potatoes, an essential resource at present. Secondly, there were numerous experts in various fields within the Qinci camp, although these experts appear to be of little use now. Once the camp's situation stabilized and the survivors could sustain themselves, these individuals would prove invaluable. Thirdly, their greatest threat currently came from the island's indigenous inhabitants. To confront these savages, the strength of the Mu'en camp alone was insufficient. They needed to unite with other survivors. Additionally, the Mu'en camp stood alone, and should a larger camp suddenly attack, they would require the Qinci camp as an ally. Considering all these factors, should the Qinci camp face insurmountable challenges, Qin Mu'en would be willing to lend a helping hand. Although Qin Mu'en was not particularly fond of durian, many of the girls in the camp adored it. 2 days hence, Qin Mu'en, accompanied by Li Xiang, Wang Chong, and others, made their way to the Dawn camp, delivering the 500 mangoes, 500 papayas, 100 dried fish, and even 6 large barrels of fresh water that Chen Shun had requested. Due to the sheer volume, they were unable to complete the delivery in one go, necessitating 5 trips back and forth. With the arrival of substantial supplies of fresh water and food, the entire Dawn camp was abuzz with excitement. Observing the jubilant survivors, Chen Shun felt a wave of relief wash over him, while simultaneously marveling at their unbridled joy. Since the establishment of the Dawn camp, he had never witnessed such elation among the survivors. It struck him that, as the camp leader, he had indeed been somewhat remiss. Watching the barrels of fresh water and bags of fruit being transported into their camp, Chen Shen grinned and said to Qin Mu'en, Old Qin, you are truly generous. I will remember this favor. Should your Mu'en camp encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Whatever I can help with, I shall certainly do so. For what I lack now, I can only offer this promise. Qin Mu'en accepted Chen Shen's pledge with a smile, replying, with your words, I feel my efforts have not been in vain. elated at Qin Mu'en's unreserved acceptance of his promise. Qin Shun patted Qin Mu'en on the arm and said, "Come, let us sit in our camp. I shall treat you to a meal." Qin Mu'en chuckled. "I visited several times, yet this is the first time I see you so generous. I have never been a miser, but in the past, I was genuinely impoverished." Qin Shun sighed, shaking his head. If the Dawn camp were as affluent as the Mu'en camp, he could afford to be generous too. He could invite guests to dine. The issue was that his own circumstances were dire. What could he offer when he could barely sustain himself? Upon entering the camp, Qin Mu'en encountered Qian Shi. Since their previous encounter in the woods, they had not exchanged a word. Seeing Qin Mu'en being warmly welcomed into the camp by her brother, Qian Shi huffed indignantly, glaring at her with her large eyes. Qin Mu'en, initially disinclined to engage, found the intensity of her stare quite uncomfortable. He remarked, "Only pigs grunt when they see people." It's this. Qian Shi was nearly livid. "Last time doesn't tea count? Qin Mu'en, come out. Let us spar again." Qin Mu'en shrugged, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Qin Shun, frowning in displeasure, interjected, "Xiao Shi, cease this nonsense. Old Qin is my guest." "Old Qin? How can you call him that? He is barely older than 20. Qian Shi retorted, her temper flaring like a prickly hedgehog. Chun Shen paused, momentarily taken aback. He himself was unsure why he had naturally referred to Qin Mu'en as Old Qin. Upon reflection, he realized it was because, subconsciously, he regarded Qin Mu'en as a crafty old fox. Though he appeared taciturn, the more one interacted with him, the more one would discover his cunning and myriad schemes. Qin Shun smiled and said to Qian Shi, "Xiao Shi, don't we still have some rice left? Let us cook it." Both Qin Mu'en and Chun Shi looked at him incredulously. Chun Shi was astonished at the thought of using their precious rice to feed Qin Mu'en, while Qin Mu'en was astonished to learn that the Dawn camp still had rice. "Brother, go do it," Qin Shen asserted, casting a decisive glance at Qian Shi. Fuming, Qian Shi stomped her foot and shot a fierce glare at Qin Mu'en before storming out. Qin Mu'en remarked, "Qin Shun, I can leave after a brief rest. There is no need for such expense. This time, Old Qin, you have rendered our camp a tremendous service. I must treat you to this meal." "You cannot refuse me," Qin Mu'en chuckled, finding Chen Chen a rather prideful individual, one who would suffer for the sake of his dignity. He nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Are there truly wild people on the island?" "Yes. Will they attack our camp?" "I do not know." Qin Mu'en genuinely lacked knowledge of the exact number of indigenous inhabitants on the island. If their numbers were sufficiently great, a direct assault on the camp was not out of the realm of possibility. Chen Shun scratched his head, sighing, "I initially thought our greatest enemy was ourselves, the survivors. Now it seems I was mistaken. Our greatest enemy is indeed those damned wild people." After a moment's pause, he couldn't help but grumble. "How is it that we are so unfortunate? We finally drifted to this island only to encounter wild people." Qin Mu'en shrugged. "Many islands have both survivors and indigenous residents. Does not Hawaii also have its natives?" Chen Shun replied, "What I mean is that we are truly unfortunate. We seem to encounter every misfortune possible. We merely sought to travel to Hawaii. Does the heavens truly need to torment us so?" Qin Mu'en was at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that these survivors had encountered an extraordinary amount of adversity in a mere month, experiences that others might never face in a lifetime. Chen Shun stated seriously, "Old Qin, I can assure you, if the wild people attack the Mu'en camp, I, Chen Shun, will accompany you to the end." Qin Mu'en met Chun Chen's gaze, enunciating each word. "If the wild people attack the Dawn camp, I will not accompany you to your demise. I will ensure that both you and I survive." Qin Mu'en continued, "In both life and action, there is no need for tragedy. Only confidence is required." Chapter 58. A Visit Well Said. Upon hearing Qin Mu'en's words, Chan Shan felt a surge of inspiration. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Indeed, we should cultivate more confidence." Qin Mu'en's substantial delivery of fresh water and food to the Dawn camp not only alleviated their immediate crisis, but also fostered a significant advancement in the relationship between Qin Mu'en and Chen Shan. Chen Shan was a person easy to engage with, possessing a straightforward disposition and integrity, while Qin Mu'en was somewhat reticent, primarily due to his sparse speech. Once he had expressed his thoughts, the conversation was largely dominated by Chen Shan, with Qin Mu'en interjecting only the occasional ah or oh. Fortunately, as they interacted more, Chen Shan came to understand Qin Mu'en's character and did not mind. Rather, He found Qin Mu'en to be an excellent listener. For nearly an hour, Chun Shen rambled on, venting his pent-up dissatisfaction, indignation, anxiety, and concern since arriving on the island. It's not that I'm bothered. It's just that you've turned me into a garbage bin for all your negative emotions. Qin Shen paused, then burst into laughter. I consider you a friend, a brother, and that's why I share all this with you. At that moment, he noticed Qin Shi entering with 2 bowls of rice. The rice was served in half a coconut shell, a meager portion that barely covered the bottom. Qin Shen queried, Xiao Shi, is this all there is? That's all there is, Chun Shi replied curtly, shoving one half of the coconut shell into Chan Chen's hands and the other into Qin Mu'en's. Hurry up and eat. Finish quickly and leave. Qin Mu'en accepted the half coconut shell and found the rice surprisingly fragrant. He inquired, are there chopsticks? Raising an eyebrow, Chun Shi retorted, you expect chopsticks? Do you think this is your home? Qin Mu'en shrugged and simply pinched a few grains of rice between his fingers, placing them in his mouth. It was a bit hard, but still acceptable. The rice held a hint of coconut aroma, lending it a unique flavor. Noticing Chun Shi glaring at him, Qin Mu'en offered the coconut shell forward, saying, would you like to have some? Chun Shi swallowed hard, huffed, and turned her head away. Qin Mu'en remarked, that is not how one treats a benefactor. If you wish to be a benefactor, you should share what you know about the locations of fresh water and fruit trees. But I am not your father. His words elicited a roll of her eyes from Chan Shi. Gritting her teeth, she managed to mutter, you might as well not eat. Let us go outside and have a spar. Qin Mu'en turned to Chen Shen, as if seeking his opinion. The two of them were exchanging barbs, leaving Chen Shen utterly bewildered. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Xiao Shi, you are being quite rude. Regardless of past grievances, old Qin is our guest. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Qin Mu'en's face as he glanced at Chan Chen's side. In our family, Xiao Shi is the only girl my father and I usually indulge her. Old Qin, please do not take offense. Xiao Shi has a bit of a temper. Chun Shi did not harbor any ill intentions. She was merely straightforward and lacked the ability to mask her emotions. Qin Mu'en shrugged. I bear her no ill will. He devoured the rice in 2 or 3 bites, and to be honest, that small amount was hardly enough to fill his stomach. Qin Shan stood up, intending to say a few words of invitation, but with nothing substantial to offer, he said, allow me to see you off. No need, Qin Mu'en replied. Let us go. Chen Shen escorted Qin Mu'en and his companions out of the camp, reiterating his gratitude before they parted ways that evening. While Qin Mu'en was having dinner, a young man stationed outside the camp hurried into his tent, saying, Brother Mu, Lu Fu has come to our camp. He says he wants to see you. Lu Fu? Li Ying, who was with Qin Mu'en, raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking, what does he want? Lu Fu originally served as the head chef of the Mingzhu ship. During the shipwreck, he managed to secure a lifeboat, and with the assistance of 2 apprentices, he salvaged a considerable amount of rice, flour, oil, and salt. This batch of supplies became the foundation for establishing the Dawn Camp. In comparison to the Mu'en Camp and the Dawn Camp, the conditions at the Dawn Camp were significantly better. At the very least, the survivors there were able to enjoy a meal of rice or noodles each day. The young man delivering the news shook his head and said, Lu Fu did not mention anything. Qin Mu'en pondered for a moment and replied, bring him to see me. Yes, Mu'en go. The young man responded before hastily exiting. Li Yingkai furrowed his brow, filled with suspicion, and remarked, what could Lu Fu possibly want? We have no ties with the Dawn Camp. Qin Mu'en shrugged and said, once we meet, Lu Fu's intentions will become clear. Before long, the young man returned, ushering Lu Fu into the room. Accompanying Lu Fu were 4 others, 2 foreigners and 2 Chinese individuals. Qin Mu'en recognized the 2 foreigners during the last conflict between the Dawn Camp and the Mu'en Camp. They had fought against Qin Mu'en and Qin. For the 2 Chinese individuals, Qin Mu'en was unfamiliar with them. Lu Fu greeted him with a broad smile, saying, Qin Laudi, we meet again. Qin Mu'en nodded expressionlessly, responding, Mr. Lu. Just call me Lu Gu, referring to me as Mr. Feels too formal, Lu Fu replied with a laugh. Qin Mu'en remained noncommittal, his gaze sweeping over the 4 individuals behind Lu Fu. Lu Fu, being in his 40s and well-experienced, smiled and said, allow me to introduce these 2 foreigners. This is Thomas, and this is Brown. He introduced the foreigners first. Qin Mu'en was somewhat aware of their backgrounds, having heard about them from Chun Shan. Thomas and Brown were former members of the KOK camp before they transferred to the Dawn Camp. As for why they left KOK, Chen Shan did not know the specifics, only speculating that the conditions at the Dawn camp might be better. After introducing the foreigners, Lu Fu pointed to the two Chinese individuals and said, "These two are my apprentices and assistants. This is Zhang Wan, and this is Lu Jiming." Qin Mu'en nodded and said, "Mr. Lu, if you have something to discuss, please be straightforward. I do not enjoy beating around the bush." Lu Fu paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter, saying, "Qin Laudi, you truly speak with candor, and I appreciate that about you. I am here today for one thing. Collaboration. Collaboration on what?" Qin Mu'en inquired. "To salvage the sunken ship." Upon hearing this, both Qin Mu'en and Li Yingkai were taken aback. Li Yingkai raised an eyebrow and asked, "Salvage a sunken ship? Which ship?" "Of course, the Mingzhu," Lu Fu replied. "The Mingzhu? Ha!" Li Yingkai laughed in disbelief and asked, "Mr. Lu, do you know where the Mingzhu sank? Are you aware of how deep it is? Do you believe that anyone can dive to such depths without any equipment and salvage anything?" He even suspected that Lu Fu might be idly seeking trouble. Lu Fu stated, "I have equipment." "What?" "At our Dawn camp, we have 2 sets of diving equipment. Moreover, they are complete sets of diving gear." Li Yingkai's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Fu actually possessed diving equipment? He instinctively asked, "Where did Mr. Lu acquire the diving equipment?" "Brown and Thomas brought it over from the KOK camp," Lu Fu replied cheerfully. He continued, "I have diving gear. I also have lifeboats, and now I only need people skilled in diving to salvage the supplies." He looked at Qin Mu'en and asked, "If either you, Qin Laudi, or someone from the Mu'en camp is proficient in diving, we can cooperate to salvage the supplies from the Mingzhu." Qin Mu'en narrowed his eyes. He indeed had diving experience and was quite adept at it. Without any diving equipment, he had once dived to a depth of 40 meters, something not easily accomplished by an average person. It is worth noting that for an ordinary individual, even with proper diving equipment, descending to depths of 10 to 20 meters is already challenging. Even professional divers would struggle to reach depths of 30 to 40 meters. Noticing Qin Mu'en's contemplative gaze, Lu Fu said, "When the Mingzhu sank, I managed to bring out a batch of supplies. I believe you have heard about this matter, Qin Laudi." Qin Mu'en nodded, saying, "I have heard about it." Lu Fu continued, "The supplies I salvaged are merely a drop in the bucket compared to what was on the Mingzhu." Li Yingkai nodded in understanding. The Mingzhu was a large cruise ship accommodating over 3,000 tourists. Making a journey from China, passing through Yokohama, Japan, to Hawaii, spanning nearly 30 days. With so many people and such a lengthy voyage, the ship's food supply was undoubtedly substantial, and to ensure safety, most of the food was vacuum-sealed. Even if the Mingzhu sank, the vacuum-sealed food would remain intact. Li Yingkai turned to Qin Mu'en, seeking his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu'en said, "If the diving equipment is complete, I am willing to give it a try." Upon hearing this, Lu Fu's eyes lit up, and both Zhang Wan and Lu Jiming displayed expressions of delight. "Excellent, Qin Laudi. I have not come in vain." Li Yingkai interjected, "However, there are 2 issues at hand. First, we do not know the exact location of the sunken ship. The ocean is not like land. The sea stretches endlessly without any markers. Moreover, during the escape, people were in a state of panic. Who would remember the location of the sunken ship?" Before Zhang Wan could speak, Qin Mu'en interjected, "I can recall the approximate location of the sunken ship, but to confirm the exact position, we will need to utilize the diving equipment for a search." Lu Fu clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "If we can search for it, then we have hope of finding it." Li Yingkai continued, "The second issue is how deep the shipwreck lies. The water pressure that one must endure while diving is immense. The deeper one goes, the greater the pressure. On land, several dozen meters is already a significant height, but in the sea, several dozen meters is hardly anything. The depths of the Pacific Ocean can reach thousands of meters, even exceeding 10,000 meters. Not only is it impossible for a human body to dive to such depths, but even steel submarines find it challenging." Lu Fu replied seriously, "In fact, based on my judgment, the location of the sunken ship is not far from this island. This area is predominantly shallow water. I believe the shipwreck is no more than 100 meters below the surface." Li Yingkai frowned, saying, "Diving is no trivial matter. A slight misstep could cost lives. We must investigate thoroughly before deciding whether we can retrieve the supplies." His statement was not without merit, and Lu Fu nodded in agreement, saying, "Let's do this. Tomorrow morning, we will take the lifeboat out to sea and locate the exact position of the sunken ship first." Qin Mu'en had no objections and asked, "If we truly manage to salvage the supplies, how should we divide them?" This question struck at the heart of the matter. Lu Fu smiled, saying, "The lifeboat is provided by me, and the diving equipment is also sourced from me. Essentially, all the equipment for salvaging the supplies is provided by me. So a division of 70-30 in favor of me should not be unreasonable, right? 70-30? Are you taking advantage of us?" Li Yingkai was about to speak when Qin Mu'en interjected, agreed. "I find 70-30 to be fair and reasonable. I take 70, you take 30. What?" Lu Fu doubted his hearing. "You provide the supplies without taking any risks, while I go into the sea to salvage the supplies, risking my life at every moment. You taking 70 and I taking 30 is a fair distribution? Qin Laodi, are you being unreasonable?" Lu Fu said with a displeased expression. "If you find it unfair or unreasonable, we can seek another arrangement. This batch of supplies would indeed improve our camp's situation, but we won't starve without it." However, he hesitated, uncertain of whether they could locate the sunken ship. Would they find the exact position? How deep would the water be? Could he dive to such depths? The waters in this area were teeming with sharks. Was it safe to dive? So many uncertainties loomed, and any one of them could render the entire endeavor futile. Lu Fu's expression shifted, and after thoughtful consideration, he made a decisive statement to Qin Mu'en. "All right, Qin Laodi, we will proceed as you suggest. We will split it 70-30, with you taking 70 and I taking 30. To Lu Fu's surprise, he actually agreed to such stringent terms. Li Yingkai could hardly contain his excitement, a smile creeping onto his lips. Qin Mu'en, however, scrutinized Lu Fu for a long moment. He had expected Lu Fu to haggle with him, and he was prepared to make concessions. Even a 50-50 split would have been acceptable to him. Yet Lu Fu's willingness to readily agree to the 70-30 division left Qin Mu'en with an indescribable feeling. If he were in Lu Fu's position, he would never have accepted such terms. He said, "Mr. Lu, once a promise is made, it is like water spilled. You must consider this carefully. I hope there are no complications after we begin our collaboration. Qin Laodi, rest assured. Since I have agreed to the 70-30 split, I will never go back on my word." Chapter 60. Finding someone. After Qin Mu'en and Lu Fu reached an agreement, they decided to set out to sea in a lifeboat the next day to search for the sunken ship. Once Lu Fu and his group departed, Li Yingkai, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "If we truly manage to locate the shipwreck and retrieve the supplies aboard, our lives on the island would improve significantly." Qin Mu'en lowered his head slightly. Remaining silent, Li Yingkai, puzzled, inquired, "Mu'en, isn't this a good thing?" Qin Mu'en replied, "If what Lu Fu says is true, then indeed it is a good thing." Hearing the emphasis in his words, Li Yingkai was astonished and asked, "Mu'en, do you suspect Lu Fu is deceiving us?" Qin Mu'en replied, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Why would Lu Fu choose to collaborate with us for such an opportunity? After all, the relationship between Shuguang Camp and KOK Camp is quite strong." Li Yingkai pondered for a moment, smiled, and said, "Mu'en, I think you're overthinking it. Currently, KOK is the largest camp established by survivors, boasting over 100 individuals. If Lu Fu were to collaborate with KOK, he might not even receive a single bag of rice or flour. It could all be seized by KOK.as for Qinci Camp just a few days ago. Shuguang Camp had a fierce conflict with them, resulting in numerous injuries on both sides. Lu Fu's choice to avoid Qinci Camp is quite understandable. Thus, the only option left for Lu Fu is to join forces with us at Mu'en Camp." Though his reasoning seemed reasonable, Qin Mu'en still felt a lingering sense of unease. He mused, "Since Lu Fu has chosen to cooperate with us, it stands to reason that he believes this partnership will maximize his benefits. Yet, despite my outrageous demand of a 70-30 split, he did not contest it or even haggle. He simply agreed. Why is that?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingkai contemplated carefully and concurred, "Indeed, Lu Fu's behavior is rather peculiar." Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Mu'en, do you suspect there is treachery involved?" Qin Mu'en refrained from responding, unable to discern Lu Fu's true intentions. Li Yingkai murmured, "But we have no enmity with Shuguang Camp or Lu Fu. He has no reason to scheme against us." Qin Mu'en cast a glance at Li Yingkai. Still silent, Li Yingkai's mindset remained rooted in the principles of modern civilization, failing to fully grasp that their environment was a far cry from civilized society. It was a brutal survival of the fittest. The motives for betrayal or harm were not born from grudges, but rather from the desire to create more favorable conditions for oneself. This alone was sufficient justification. Qin Mu'en stated, "Whether the other party is employing deceit will be revealed tomorrow." After a brief pause, he added, "Tomorrow, I will go out to sea with them, Li Gu." You stay at the camp. After we leave, send someone to Qin's camp to inform Qin Mu'en. If our camp encounters any unforeseen circumstances, please have him come to our aid at the earliest opportunity, Li Inkai gasped, feeling the tension in Qin Mu'en's words. He urged Mu'en, if it seems dangerous, perhaps you shouldn't go tomorrow. Even if we cannot retrieve supplies from the shipwreck, we are living well enough as it is. There's no need to take such a risk. Qin Mu'en replied, profit and risk have always gone hand in hand. To obtain the greatest benefits, one must be willing to take the greatest risks. The allure of the shipwreck supplies is indeed tempting. Even if risks are involved, it is worth the attempt. Li Inkai remained silent for a long while, exhaling a long, heavy sigh. He said, Mu'en, I have always refrained from interfering in external matters, but I hope you will consider this seriously. I will, Li Gu. All right, by the way, Li Gu, please ask around in the camp to see if anyone has learned to dive. I will need someone to assist me tomorrow. Okay, I'll go ask right away. Qin Mu'en remarked, when I was stationed in the French Foreign Legion on Corsica, I learned to dive there. How deep can you dive? Without equipment, I have dived as deep as 30 meters, Li Inkai. Unfamiliar with diving knowledge, tentatively asked, without equipment, 30 meters is that considered deep? Qin Mu'en shrugged and replied, to my knowledge, the record for unassisted dives is 113 meters, while the record with equipment is 332 meters. Li Inkai instinctively asked, Mu'en, can you reach such depths? Qin Mu'en straightforwardly stated, I cannot. Although he confirmed that his body had not reached its limits at 30 meters, it was already quite uncomfortable, with eardrums stinging and his eyes feeling like they might pop out. He estimated that diving between 40 to 50 meters would truly be his limit. As for the Guinness World Record of over 100 meters, Qin Mu'en considered it beyond the realm of normal human capability. Perhaps there were techniques involved, but he was unaware of them. At least no one in the military had taught him. Li Inkai further inquired, with equipment, how deep can you dive? Qin Mu'en replied ambiguously, I don't know, I've never tried. Perhaps 100 meters, but I cannot say for certain. Li Inkai, contemplatively, remarked, if Lu Fu is indeed correct, and the sunken ship is only 4 or 5 dozen meters from the surface, then with equipment, you should have no problem reaching that depth. Qin Mu'en chuckled wryly, saying, Lu Fu's words should be taken with a grain of salt. If taken too seriously, one might end up profoundly disappointed. Li Inkai sighed, choosing not to say more, and stepped out of the shelter to inquire among the survivors about anyone who had previously learned to dive. He asked 20 to 30 people. But astonishingly, not a single one had any diving experience. What they needed was not just someone who could swim or hold their breath, but rather a person trained in professional diving who could proficiently operate diving equipment. This was exceedingly difficult to find. Diving was not a widely practiced activity domestically. After his inquiries, Li Inkai ultimately could not locate anyone with diving experience. He said, diving is inherently dangerous. Wouldn't it be even riskier for you to go alone? Qin Mu'en shrugged, but besides me, there is no one else in the camp who can dive. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a voice from outside the shelter say, I can dive. Qin Mu'en and Li Inkai turned to see Zheng Wei standing outside, staring intently at them. He had assumed that a girl like Zheng Wei, especially one who was a famous star, would have had no exposure to such a perilous activity as diving. Chapter 61 Preparation. Zheng Wei frowned slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. Qin, you underestimate women too much. Qin Mu'en asked, what is the deepest you have ever dived? Zheng Wei pondered and replied, about 10 meters, I think. Qin Mu'en inquired, do you know the target of our dive? Zheng Wei shook her head. Li Inkai had only mentioned finding someone who could dive, but he had not disclosed the target. Qin Mu'en explained, our target is the Mingzhu ship. At the mention of this, Zheng Wei gasped involuntarily and instinctively asked, how deep is the Mingzhu ship submerged? Qin Mu'en replied, I don't know. We will need to go to the site to investigate. But the depth is likely over 100 meters. You think your body can withstand that? Zheng Wei lowered her head, falling silent. Qin Mu'en continued, diving beyond 30 meters can cause discomfort. At 50 meters, it becomes painful. Beyond 100 meters, one may experience hallucinations, and if you go deeper, you might feel as if your lungs, or even your entire body, are about to explode. Zheng Wei, do you still wish to proceed? Zheng Wei contemplated carefully before answering, I can go. If it truly exceeds my capabilities, I won't push myself. Qin Mu'en, puzzled, asked, why do you insist on going for something so dangerous? Zheng Wei declared, I don't want to be seen as useless in the camp. Qin Mu'en stated earnestly, Your contributions in making sanitary pads have already been a tremendous help to the camp. Li Kai nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing a few times while casting a deep look at Qin Mu'en, wondering why he couldn't be more discreet in his speech. Qin Mu'en was always straightforward, having never learned the art of subtlety. Zheng Wei asserted, "There is no one else in the camp who can dive. If your target is truly the Mingzhu ship, then you definitely need an assistant, and I am the only option." Qin Mu'en fell silent, contemplating for a while, then stated, "The leader of Shuguang camp will provide the necessary diving equipment." This search for the Mingzhu ship was also initiated by Shuguang, and I cannot yet determine if they harbor ulterior motives. Therefore, this operation carries many unknown risks. Zheng Wei, you must think this through carefully. Meeting Qin Mu'en's bright gaze, Zheng Wei replied seriously, "I have considered it thoroughly. I do not want to be seen as useless in the camp." Qin Mu'en ceased to dissuade her, saying, "All right, since you have made your decision, then you will accompany me tomorrow." Hearing this, Zheng Wei felt a mix of anxiety and relief. She was a strong-willed woman, both in the entertainment industry and now, stranded on this desolate island. She did not want to be labeled as a parasitic flower, dependent solely on others. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that Zheng Wei gradually comes to understand that the law has ceased to exist in this place, and even the moral compass of the populace is steadily eroding. The interactions between individuals have devolved into a brutal survival of the fittest, as a woman, particularly a strikingly beautiful one. She realizes that in order to avoid being victimized by men, she must exhibit strength that surpasses theirs. The following morning, Lu Fu arrived at the Mu'en camp, accompanied by two foreigners, Thomas and Brown. While they had arrived on foot the previous day, today they traversed the coastline in a lifeboat, rowing their way over. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by Qin Mu'en, Li Yingkai, Zheng Wei, and others, who stood waiting on the shore. Thomas and Brown each carried a large bag, which emitted a heavy thud when placed on the ground. Lu Fu approached Qin Mu'en with a broad smile, inquiring, "Brother Qin, are we all set?" To which Qin Mu'en replied, "Zheng Wei will be accompanying me." Lu Fu was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Zheng Wei as he exclaimed, "Miss Zhang can dive as well?" His scrutiny was unabashed and persistent, almost as if his eyes could leap from their sockets. Zheng Wei, though accustomed to such blatant gazes, felt a surge of revulsion within. Qin Mu'en then asked, "Mr. Lu, have you brought the equipment?" Stepping forward, he opened the bag to reveal a complete set of diving gear, wetsuits, masks, steel tanks, and buoyancy vests, all essential. Additionally, there were diving hoods, gloves, socks, fins, gauges, weight belts, flashlights, and more. The risks associated with diving are significant, necessitating a comprehensive array of equipment, totaling more than 10 different items. Qin Mu'en meticulously inspected each piece, particularly the steel tanks, for they are a lifeline when submerged in water. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he proceeded to examine another set of equipment. It was evident that this gear had never been used before. It was gleamingly new. This fact alone compelled Qin Mu'en to scrutinize it more thoroughly. One reason was the concern that Lu Fu and his companions might tamper with it, but equally, there was uncertainty regarding the reliability of untested new equipment. After completing his inspections, Qin Mu'en nodded and remarked to Lu Fu, "Mr. Lu, it appears we are still missing one item." "Huh? Missing what?" Lu Fu asked. "A dagger. Dagger. Is a dagger really necessary for diving?" "It is indeed an essential piece of diving equipment. Should one encounter aggressive marine creatures? The dagger serves as a means of defense. Moreover, if entangled in seaweed or kelp, it can be used to cut free. In the ocean, unforeseen circumstances can arise, and one must be prepared." Lu Fu laughed heartily, patting his head as he said, "I almost forgot about that." He then retrieved two sheathed daggers from his backpack and handed them to Qin Mu'en. "Great, Brother Qin, I will wait for you here." Lu Fu said cheerfully to Li Yingkai, who had joined the conversation, asked nervously, "Does Lu Fu intend to hide the dagger on purpose? What could his intentions be?" "Nothing of concern," Qin Mu'en replied dismissively to Li Yingkai, still anxious. Murmured, "What if Lu Fu truly has ulterior motives?" Qin Mu'en responded calmly, "If trouble arises, we shall confront it as it comes. I am curious to see what he intends." Having donned his wetsuit, Qin Mu'en stepped out of the tent to find Yang Min and Tong Yao waiting outside. As he approached, Yang Min took a few steps forward and asked, "Mu'en, will there be danger in collaborating with Lu Fu?" Qin Mu'en, brimming with confidence, assured her, "Do not worry, nothing will happen. He cannot match my strength. Indeed, not even 10 Lu Fus combined would pose a challenge to him." However, the real concern lay with Thomas and Brown, who were formidable in their own right. Nonetheless, to put young Min at ease, he feigned nonchalance. Young Min, unconvinced, remarked, "Lu Fu certainly does not seem trustworthy." When he saw Zheng Wei, it was as if his eyes were about to pop out. "There's no turning back now. The decision has been made." "You needn't worry about me," Qin Mu'en replied, giving her shoulder a gentle pat before passing by. As he walked past Zheng Wei and Zhang Xinyue's tent, they emerged just in time. Clad in a snug wetsuit, Zheng Wei's figure was accentuated magnificently. Her curves were pronounced, with a slim waist that could barely be encompassed by a single hand. Even Qin Mu'en found himself stealing glances at her. Zheng Wei glanced down at herself and remarked, "The wetsuit feels a bit loose, but it's fine," Qin Mu'en replied, moving past her. Zheng Wei, carrying her bag, hurried to catch up. Upon reaching the shore, she once again endured Lu Fu's lingering gaze. Both she and Qin Mu'en shared a sense of annoyance, prompting him to ask, "Mr. Lu, are we ready to depart?" "Yes, yes, yes. Let us board the boat. We shall set sail immediately," Lu Fu exclaimed. The five of them boarded the lifeboat, which was spacious enough for 30 passengers. Regulations dictate that a cruise ship must provide enough lifeboats and rafts for all its passengers. In theory, even if the ship were to sink, the presence of sufficient lifeboats and rafts would ensure the safety of the passengers. Yet the Mingzhu ship sank too swiftly. A thunderous sound erupted, and the vessel tilted dramatically, plunging bow first into the depths. Many passengers had not even had the chance to escape the cabin before they, too, were swallowed by the sea. Those fortunate enough to board a lifeboat or raft were indeed lucky. Once aboard, Brown and Thomas each took up an oar, propelling the raft further into the ocean. Qin Mu'en assessed their bearings and pointed westward, saying, "Row in this direction." Lu Fu inquired, "Brother Qin, are you certain this is the direction of the Mingzhu?" Qin Mu'en nodded affirmatively, stating, "This is indeed the direction." Lu Fu ceased further questions, gesturing to Thomas and Brown in English, "This way." Following Qin Mu'en's guidance, the two rowed vigorously. At their current pace, they would likely reach their destination in 3 hours. Is it truly that far? Lu Fu asked, glancing at Qin Mu'en. "How long did it take you to reach the island originally?" Qin Mu'en queried. Lu Fu chuckled. "We were utterly disoriented and wandered the sea for quite some time before we even spotted this island." Qin Mu'en nodded. "In truth, the distance between the shipwreck and this island is not great. However, locating the precise position of the wreck will require a stroke of luck." Lu Fu sighed. "Let us hope the heavens favor us. Only by finding the wreck can we hope for a prosperous life on the island." Seeing the anticipation on Lu Fu's face, it truly seemed as if he were on a quest for the wreck. Qin Mu'en raised his arm to check his watch, then adjusted their course slightly, waving his hand. "We need to veer a bit this way." Lu Fu, intrigued, asked, "Brother Qin, does your watch also have a compass?" "Not at all." "Then, how do you know?" Qin Mu'en explained. "A watch can serve as a makeshift compass, by dividing the hour hand's position by 2 and aligning it with the sun. The 12 o'clock position on the watch will indicate true north. For greater accuracy, it is best to do this at the hour mark. Since it is currently 8 o'clock, I can ascertain the direction without needing a compass." Lu Fu's face was one of astonishment as he probed further about using a watch for navigation. Qin Mu'en willingly shared his method. Lu Fu, after hearing this, stared wide-eyed and muttered, "I had no idea such a simple method of navigation existed." Qin Mu'en shrugged. "Such techniques are common in the military." Zheng Wei leaned closer to Qin Mu'en and remarked, "You seem to know quite a bit. Indeed, I heard you are a student at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine." "That's correct." "Why travel to Hawaii?" "To study abroad." "Studying traditional medicine abroad in Hawaii?" "I am pursuing a degree in integrated traditional and Western medicine." "Such a field exists. To study this, one must be proficient in both traditional and Western medicine?" "Essentially, yes." Zheng Wei was not particularly eager to engage in conversation with Qin Mu'en, but was rather seeking an escape from Lu Fu's unsettling gaze across the raft. Qin Mu'en turned to Lu Fu and asked, "Did you bring ropes?" "Yes." "How many?" "2, and how long?" "Each is approximately 200 to 300 meters long." As he spoke, Lu Fu lifted a corner of the raft's canvas, revealing 2 large coils of rope beneath. Qin Mu'en nodded. That will suffice. He had no confidence in his ability to dive 300 meters. That is a record set not by an individual, but by an entire team. After 2.5 hours of navigating the ocean, Qin Mu'en declared, "Let us stop here." Lu Fu's nerves instantly tensed, and he anxiously asked, "Brother Qin, have we arrived?" Qin Mu'en shook his head and said, I believe we are getting close. I will descend to investigate. All right, Lu Fu promptly agreed, calling out to Thomas and Brown, Stop, 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 halt right here. Without further ado, Qin Mu'en immediately began to don his diving equipment, including the diving helmet, gloves, goggles, and flippers. Thomas stepped forward to assist him in securing the steel tank. Zheng Wei declared, Mu'en, I will accompany you. Not necessary for now. My primary purpose is to scout below, he replied. Zheng Wei insisted, I am going down with you. She would rather plunge into the depths of the ocean alongside Qin Mu'en than remain alone on the lifeboat facing Lu Fu and the others. Chapter 63. The search. Seeing her unwavering determination, Qin Mu'en ceased his objections and instructed, Prepare your gear. Lu Fu immediately sprang up, cheerfully stating, Miss Sheng, allow me to assist you. No need, thank you, Mr. Lu. As she spoke, she turned to Qin Mu'en, her eyes conveying an unspoken plea for help. Qin Mu'en inwardly sighed at the inconvenience. He stepped forward, first helping Zheng Wei with her diving helmet, then securing her gloves tightly, placing the goggles on her face, and finally fitting her with the flippers and securing the steel tank. Once their diving gear was properly in place, Qin Mu'en produced a dagger and fastened its strap around Zheng Wei's waist. Upon seeing the dagger at her side, Zheng Wei shivered slightly and asked in a hushed tone, Will there be sharks here? I hope not, Qin Mu'en replied. He had observed that the sharks in this vicinity were predominantly tiger sharks. Known for their ferocious and aggressive nature, having consumed a considerable amount of human flesh, if they were to encounter a tiger shark, it was highly likely they would be attacked. After securing the dagger, Qin Mu'en proceeded to tie a rope around both their waists. Grasping the regulator, he extended 3 fingers to Lu Fu and the others, signaling that he was ready. Lu Fu remarked, Brother Qin, it's all up to you now. Be cautious. Qin Mu'en nodded, perched at the edge of the lifeboat, leaned back, and plunged into the ocean. Zheng Wei followed closely behind, diving into the water after him. Floating in the sea, they could observe the surrounding schools of fish. Yet when they looked down, a pitch-black expanse loomed below, resembling an abyss devoid of bottom. Not even a shipwreck was visible. Zheng Wei instinctively grasped Qin Mu'en's arm, shaking her head to indicate that the shipwreck was not located here. Qin Mu'en gently pushed her hand away, signaling her to remain where she was and not to descend further. The visibility in the water was only about 20 meters. It would be improbable to spot the wreck without diving deeper. Uncertain whether Zheng Wei comprehended his intention, Qin Mu'en released her hand and descended headfirst into the depths. Zheng Wei resolutely shook her head, asserting her desire to follow him. Resigning himself to the futility of communication, Qin Mu'en continued to plunge deeper. As he passed 20 meters, Zheng Wei began to experience discomfort, primarily due to the sharp pain in her eardrums. Qin Mu'en paused again and gestured upward. Zheng Wei still shook her head. This girl was truly stubborn. Qin Mu'en cast her a glance and pressed onward. Upon reaching 30 meters, Zheng Wei was now in extreme discomfort. At this depth, the water pressure was immense, and the human body required time to acclimatize. Qin Mu'en could not afford to wait for her and once more pointed upward, simultaneously pinching her hand to warn her not to overexert herself. She lingered at the 30-meter mark while Qin Mu'en observed her for a moment, nodded, and continued his descent. Strangely, in the past, when he reached 30 meters, he would feel discomfort, yet now, at that depth, he felt nothing at all. It wasn't until he descended to 50 meters that he began to feel a slight unease. The stark difference in his body's response was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly the influence of the blood spirit mushroom from the cave. As he continued to dive deeper, Qin Mu'en felt as though he was enveloped by darkness. With obscurity above and below, the visibility diminishing further, he withdrew a flashlight from his waist, switched it on, and directed the beam downward. Aside from the occasional glimpse of fish, the seabed remained elusive. After pondering for a moment, he decided to continue his descent, resolving to stop only when his body reached its limit. Time passed, and suddenly, Qin Mu'en noticed he could see the seabed. He swept the flashlight back and forth. Confirming he was not mistaken, the ocean floor was indeed below him. A sigh of relief escaped him. Although he had not spotted the shipwreck, at least he could ascertain that this area was not deep sea but rather a shallow zone. Even if the Mingzhu was not nearby, it should be within a reasonable distance, granting great hope for retrieving its cargo. Qin Mu'en circled the vicinity of the seabed but could not find any sign of the Mingzhu. So he resolutely began to ascend. On his way up, he encountered Zheng Wei, who was slowly sinking. Initially startled by the sudden light, she instinctively swam over and tightly embraced him. She had never felt such fear in her life. Alone in the vast ocean, surrounded by darkness, she believed her sanity was holding strong, her willpower remarkable. Qin Mu'en found her grip too tight to breathe, so he gently patted her back and pointed upward. Zheng Wei understood, her face reddening. Fortunately, in the pitch-black water, no one could see her blush. She took a few deep breaths before gradually releasing her hold on Qin Mu'en. He grasped her arm and they began to ascend slowly. Diving to such depths and with excessive pressure, to prevent the blood vessels from collapsing, the body naturally produced bubbles to maintain vessel integrity. If one were to ascend too rapidly, the bubbles would burst, potentially causing the vessels to rupture. A slow ascent allowed the bubbles to gradually diminish until they disappeared entirely. Eventually, after an indeterminate span of time, Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei surfaced together. Lu Fu, Thomas, and Brown on the lifeboat worked together to pull them aboard. Before Qin Mu'en could remove his diving equipment, Lu Fu eagerly inquired, "How did it go? Did you see the Mingzhu?" "Not here," Qin Mu'en replied. Shaking his head, "Ah," Lu Fu exclaimed, his face falling in disappointment, but he quickly patted Qin Mu'en on the shoulder, saying, "Don't lose hope. We have ample time to search thoroughly." Qin Mu'en glanced at the gauge and remarked, "I am concerned that the oxygen in the steel tank may not suffice." "That is indeed a concern." Lu Fu frowned. "If only we could locate the Mingzhu. Are there more steel tanks aboard the ship?" Lu Fu nodded, saying, "There should be more than 10 sets of diving equipment and dozens of steel tanks, assuming the other survivors did not take them when they fled." Qin Mu'en pondered briefly before scanning the surroundings and requested, "Give me the compass." Lu Fu turned to Brown, nodding at him. Brown removed his wristwatch and handed it to Qin Mu'en. His watch had a compass function. Accepting the watch, Qin Mu'en carefully assessed the direction using the compass, then pointed to the side, stating, "Row 500 meters in that direction." Zheng Wei softly interjected, "Mu'en, after the shipwreck, it took Xinyue and me an entire night to discover the island. We have only been out for less than 3 hours. Isn't that too close?" Qin Mu'en replied, "The speed of the lifeboat is significantly faster than our swimming pace, so the Mingzhu should have sunk in this vicinity, with an error margin not exceeding 1 kilometer. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Zheng Wei refrained from further protest. Lu Fu took a deep breath and instructed Thomas and Brown, "Let us row another 500 meters and see." Not long after, following Qin Mu'en's directions, the lifeboat advanced another 500 meters. Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei prepared for their second dive. This time, Zheng Wei's courage had markedly increased, and they descended to a depth nearing 60 meters. Qin Mu'en continued to plunge deeper. Upon reaching approximately 180 meters, he spotted the seabed. To his astonishment, the ocean floor here was strewn with numerous small, fragmented stones, appearing not to be naturally occurring but rather artificially crafted. He lowered himself to examine closely and noticed the broken stones formed a long, winding path. After observing for a while without discernible clarity, he illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight. Even underwater, the diving flashlight could beam quite far. Dimly, he perceived a massive shadow in the distance to his left, but it was too far to discern clearly. He kicked with his flippers and swam towards the enormous shadow. The closer he got, the more he could sense its immense size. However, before he could make out the details, he found himself unable to swim further. The rope tied around his waist had reached its limit. Passing by Zheng Wei, he noticed she was tightly gripping her rope. Qin Mu'en swam over, patted her, and signaled her to ascend. Together, they slowly floated back to the surface. Lu Fu called from the lifeboat, "Brother Qin, did you find anything?" Qin Mu'en gestured toward the dark shadow, saying, "That way, 80 meters." After speaking, Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei did not return to the lifeboat but held onto its handles, allowing it to drag them along. The lifeboat moved another 70 or 80 meters, and Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei dived into the ocean for the third time. This time, as they descended to a depth of 50 meters, Zheng Wei suddenly became agitated, vigorously shaking Qin Mu'en's arm and pointing downward. Qin Mu'en had already seen it. Beneath them lay a colossal object. Although it was not yet fully discernible, its outline clearly indicated that it was a massive shipwreck. He nodded at Zheng Wei, indicating that he too had spotted it, and gestured for her to remain in place. Zheng Wei shook her head repeatedly, silently conveying her determination to descend alongside him. Qin Mu'en crossed his arms, indicating his disapproval, deeming it too perilous. Undeterred, Zhang Wei plunged downward, her actions unmistakably signaling her intention to investigate the sunken ship. Resigned, Qin Mu'en shook his head and followed her descent. As they drew closer, the sight became increasingly vivid. Zhang Wei halted, grasping Qin Mu'en's arm and shaking it vigorously, simultaneously pointing to the side of the wreck. There, inscribed in large English letters, were the words, Mingzhu Hao. The identification was conspicuous, easily discernible from a considerable distance. Indeed, the Mingzhu Hao was right there. Qin Mu'en felt a wave of relief wash over him. This expedition had not been in vain. The two approached the wreck, their flashlights casting brilliant beams, revealing more details than ever. At the base of the Mingzhu Hao, they beheld a colossal gaping hole. Clearly, this aperture was the cause of the ship's tragic demise. Qin Mu'en cautiously swam closer, with Zhang Wei closely in tow. The nearer they got, the more harrowing the sight became. This enormous rupture was nearly circular, its diameter estimated to exceed 10 meters. Qin Mu'en noted that the edges of the torn metal were bent outward. If the Mingzhu Hao had sunk due to grounding, the surrounding metal should have been concaved inward from the impact of the rocks. However, the reality was strikingly contrary, suggesting that the Mingzhu Hao's sinking was due to internal factors. This perspective implied that the thunderous sound preceding the ship's sinking was not caused by a collision with rocks, but rather an internal explosion. Qin Mu'en narrowed his eyes, realizing that someone had deliberately sunk the Mingzhu Hao. Who could possibly commit such an act? The magnitude of the explosion would have required a substantial amount of TNT, but who possessed the capability to transport such a vast quantity onto the Mingzhu Hao? Moreover, what could possibly be the motive behind such an action? Qin Mu'en's mind was flooded with questions, leaving him perplexed. Zhang Wei, too, was wide-eyed, fixated on the enormous gash, while she couldn't discern how this massive hole had come to be. Its mere presence was indeed striking. She tugged at Qin Mu'en, urging him to explore inside. Zhang Wei frowned in dissatisfaction, arguing that after such an arduous search for the Mingzhu Hao, they ought to at least venture inside. Qin Mu'en pointed to his gauge, indicating the dwindling oxygen supply. If they recklessly entered the ship's interior now, it could spell danger. Zhang Wei instinctively glanced at her own gauge, confirming that their oxygen was indeed running low. Qin Mu'en nodded firmly. At such depths, their lives hung in the balance, and there was no room for folly. With no other choice, Zhang Wei reluctantly followed Qin Mu'en as they began their ascent. The two ascended slowly, and upon breaking the surface, they gasped for air in unison. Zhang Wei's lips curled into a smile as she turned to Qin Mu'en. "We found it," he declared. Lu Fu, momentarily taken aback, stared blankly, his astonishment palpable as he stammered, "Qin, what did you say? Found what? The Mingzhu Hao." "Yes, we truly found it. Good heavens. We actually located the Mingzhu Hao." Lu Fu could hardly believe his ears. Had he been on land, he would have leapt for joy. Given the vastness of the ocean, Lu Fu had harbored little hope of finding the Mingzhu Hao, yet here was Qin Mu'en, on only his third dive, having indeed succeeded. With little time to waste, Qin Mu'en urged, "There's not much oxygen left in the tanks. Tell me, where are the oxygen tanks stored on the Mingzhu Hao?" "In the storeroom." "Where is the storeroom located?" "On the third deck. The door is marked. It's easy to find." "Is it locked?" Lu Fu hesitated, uncertain. He wasn't sure if the storeroom had been locked during the sinking. In the chaotic moment, if someone had entered to retrieve something, they likely hadn't thought to lock it. However, if no one had gone in, the storeroom was typically secured. "All right," Lu Fu quickly agreed, pulling out a notebook and pen from his backpack, sketching and explaining. The Mingzhu Hao is roughly divided into two sections, the area above the deck and the area below. The upper deck is primarily for passenger activities, while the lower deck houses the crew's quarters, dining hall, storerooms, cold storage, and more. Qin Mu'en listened intently, absorbing every detail. Lu Fu spoke for over 20 minutes, sketching a rough layout of the lower half of the Mingzhu Hao. Qin Mu'en noted everything carefully, ensuring he was well informed. Once Lu Fu finished, he stated, "I will enter the storeroom first. If I can locate the oxygen tanks, we can proceed with transporting supplies. If I cannot access the storeroom or find the tanks inside, our mission will have to end here." Without oxygen tanks or proper breathing equipment, relying solely on holding one's breath at such depths to transport supplies would be sheer folly. Qin Mu'en was human, not divine. He lacked such extraordinary capabilities. Lu Fu frowned. If the storeroom door is locked, that could complicate matters. Qin Mu'en inquired, "What kind of lock is on the storeroom, and what does the key look like?" "Describe it in detail." After a moment's thought, Lu Fu elaborated on the lock and key. Once Qin Mu'en grasped the details, he remarked, "It should be a Class A lock." Locks are generally categorized into 3 grades, A, B, and Super B. Class A is the lowest tier, with a single-sided, single-row keyhole. Lu Fu asked nervously, "Can we open it?" "We can give it a try," Qin Mu'en replied cautiously. He then turned to Zheng Wei, asking, "Will you accompany me on the next dive?" Zheng Wei nodded resolutely, saying, "I will go with you." "But the oxygen is running low," Qin Mu'en reminded her. "I trust you," Zheng Wei declared earnestly. Even she was unsure why she had such faith in Qin Mu'en, a mere 5 years her junior. After a brief rest, Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei prepared for their 4th descent. Following Lu Fu's sketch, they would enter through the large hole blasted in the ship's hull, expediting their access to the storeroom. Upon reaching the gaping hole, Qin Mu'en first untied the rope around his waist, securing it to a piece of bent metal. However, the rope's length was limited, preventing them from entering the Mingzhuhao's interior while tethered. Observing this, Zheng Wei promptly untied her own rope and secured it similarly. Once they had fastened their ropes, the two swam in side by side. The waters in this vicinity were not particularly deep, and the seabed was not devoid of light. However, upon entering the Mingzhuhao, they found themselves enveloped in utter darkness. They simultaneously activated their flashlights, illuminating the surroundings. The ship's interior was filled with massive machinery and various floating debris. As they approached Qin Mu'en, Zheng Wei's anxiety began to ease somewhat. Suddenly, she felt something brush against the top of her head. Instinctively, she looked up, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Above her floated a pale, mutilated-faced IT was terrifying. The face hovered above her, its eye sockets empty, replaced only by 2 dark voids. Bubbles escaped Zheng Wei's mouth, bubbling up to the surface. Qin Mu'en, noticing her panic, saw the floating corpse above her. He swiftly swam over, pushing the body aside, then grasped Zheng Wei's arm, squeezing it firmly to signal her to remain calm. Her current state was perilous in the depths of the ocean. Rapid breathing was the gravest mistake, as it could deplete the oxygen in their tanks in mere moments. Seeing Qin Mu'en approach was like finding a lifeline for Zheng Wei. She clung to him desperately, her limbs entwined around him. "At this rate, I'll either be frightened to death by you or suffocated." Qin Mu'en mused internally but remained patient, gently patting her back to reassure her. After a while, Zheng Wei's overwhelming fear subsided, and she became aware that her arms and legs were wrapped around Qin Mu'en. Her face flushed crimson, and she gradually released her grip from around his waist. Qin Mu'en patted her again and shone his flashlight at the corpse, urging Zheng Wei to examine it closely. It was merely a body, distorted from prolonged immersion in water and gnawed by fish, leaving its face grotesque and disfigured. Zheng Wei dared not look any longer. Tugging at Qin Mu'en's arm, signaling him to move quickly. Without further delay, Qin Mu'en took her hand, urging them onward. Each moment wasted meant less oxygen in their tanks, increasing their peril. The internal structure of the Mingzhuhao was exceedingly complex. The cruise ship comprised 17 decks. Although the top deck was labeled as the 18th, the absence of a 13th deck meant there were effectively only 17. Decks 5 through 18 were designated for passengers, while those below the 5th were for crew and staff. The storeroom was located on the 3rd deck, and the pair had entered on the 1st. They needed to traverse the 1st and 2nd decks to reach the storeroom. Fortunately, the gaping hole was not far from the stairwell, which was why Qin Mu'en had chosen to enter through this route. As they swam forward, it wasn't long before they spotted a door ahead. Qin Mu'en twisted the round handle on the hatch. Whether due to water pressure or not, the handle was firmly stuck, and he could not open it with one hand. He passed his flashlight to Zheng Wei, then used both hands, exerting all his strength to turn the handle. After considerable effort, he finally managed to twist it completely. Pushing the door open proved to be another strenuous task. The primary issue lay in the absence of a focal point. Even with all his might, Qin Mu'en could not manage to push the door open. He attempted several times in succession, yet the door remained obstinately shut. At this moment, desperation coursed through Qin Mu'en, while Zheng Wei felt an even greater urgency. She noticed on her secondary gauge that the oxygen in the steel cylinder was nearly depleted. Chapter 66. A critical moment. However, amidst such tension, Zheng Wei refrained from urging Qin Mu'en, choosing instead to silently fret. With a series of clicks, Qin Mu'en exerted every ounce of strength he possessed and finally managed to slowly push the hatch open. Were it not for the water surrounding him, one would surely observe the sweat pouring down his face and body. As he opened the hatch, a stream of bubbles escaped his lips. Leaning forward, he swam into the compartment, but soon halted, sensing that Zheng Wei had not followed. Qin Mu'en swam back, waving his hand in front of Zheng Wei's eyes, urging her to hurry. Zheng Wei's face betrayed her panic as she repeatedly pounded on her gauge. Upon glancing at the dial, Qin Mu'en was startled to discover that the gauge indicated the oxygen had been completely exhausted. Zheng Wei bit down on her respirator, desperately inhaling, but the available oxygen was growing increasingly scarce, prompting her to instinctively open her mouth wider. Unfortunately, the moment she did, seawater surged into her mouth. With a gasp, Zheng Wei expelled bubbles and began to thrash violently. This is bad, Qin Mu'en thought, realizing time was of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed his respirator and thrust it into Zheng Wei's mouth. With renewed access to oxygen, Zheng Wei finally stabilized. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared at Qin Mu'en, who was now without a respirator and relying solely on holding his breath. Zheng Wei took a deep breath of oxygen and attempted to return the respirator to Qin Mu'en, but he waved her off. Signaling that he could hold on a little longer, he grasped Zheng Wei's hand and quickly swam through the hatch. Given their current predicament, they had no choice but to take risks, striving to locate the storeroom and open its door before the oxygen was entirely depleted. Hoping to find the steel cylinders within, to lighten the load, Qin Mu'en assisted Zheng Wei in removing the now empty steel cylinder, tossing it aside, and then he pulled her hand, propelling them forward. Zheng Wei immediately understood. Pulling out the oxygen mouthpiece and inserting it into Qin Mu'en's mouth, he took 2 deep breaths before returning it to her, continuing to swim onward. As they passed through this compartment, they encountered yet another hatch. Qin Mu'en instructed Zheng Wei to hold the flashlight for him, illuminating the path as he braced his feet against the hatch and twisted the handle with all his might. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, Qin Mu'en tapped into his physical potential, quickly loosening the previously stubborn handle and then forcefully pushing the door open. He glanced back at Zheng Wei, who promptly inserted the oxygen mouthpiece back into his mouth. They repeated this process, with Qin Mu'en managing to open 3 hatches in succession, ultimately reaching the stairwell. They swam up the staircase to the 3rd level. Upon entering the corridor on the 3rd level, they shone the flashlight ahead, and both Zheng Wei and Qin Mu'en gasped in horror. The corridor was filled with floating corpses, one to the left, another to the right, densely packed together. The lack of ventilation in the compartment had preserved these corpses remarkably well. Yet this only intensified the horror. Each body had swollen grotesquely, bursting through their clothing like pale, human-shaped balloons. Zheng Wei gasped, nearly retching, while Qin Mu'en tightened his grip on her hand, reassuring her to remain calm. He inhaled another breath of oxygen and then gestured toward a side corridor. Zheng Wei nodded, and together they began to swim toward the far end of the corridor. The sheer number of corpses necessitated that Qin Mu'en gently push them aside as he swam forward. While Zheng Wei clung tightly to his hand, her eyes squeezed shut. Sensing that Qin Mu'en had stopped, she finally opened her eyes, illuminating the area with her flashlight, revealing the storeroom Lu Fu had mentioned. Marked with an English sign, Zheng Wei's face lit up with excitement as she hurriedly handed the oxygen mouthpiece to Qin Mu'en. He took a couple of breaths and then checked the gauge. His oxygen cylinder was also nearing empty. Time was of the essence, so Qin Mu'en retrieved his Swiss Army knife from his pocket, extracting the drill bit and inserting it into the keyhole. Zheng Wei watched intently, noting that Qin Mu'en didn't seem to struggle. After a few thrusts, he turned the doorknob and the door swung open. Had they been on land, Zheng Wei would surely have been unable to restrain herself from asking if one had to learn lockpicking in the military. Qin Mu'en pushed the door open and swam inside. The ship had capsized, and the cargo in the storeroom was scattered everywhere. As he surveyed the scene, he saw large and small boxes haphazardly strewn about. Locating a steel cylinder among such chaos would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Zheng Wei stood outside, momentarily stunned. A series of bubbles escaped her mouth, and without needing Qin Mu'en to pull her in, she swiftly swam into the storeroom, forcefully closing the door behind her. The two then began their search for the steel cylinders. The cardboard boxes appeared intact, but upon pulling at them, the waterlogged cardboard disintegrated, spilling their contents everywhere. Qin Mu'en cursed under his breath, forced to hastily tear open the soggy boxes, revealing a cacophony of assorted items. Pots, pans, and an assortment of hardware, all jumbled together. While these items might be treasures on a deserted island, Qin Mu'en had no time to spare. Their immediate priority was to find the steel cylinders. After taking a few more breaths, when he handed the oxygen mouthpiece to Zheng Wei, she could only manage 2 shallow inhales before it became futile. Glancing at the gauge, he realized that the oxygen in this cylinder had been entirely exhausted. That moment, they were completely out of oxygen, and neither of them knew the whereabouts of the steel cylinders within the storeroom or whether they even existed. Qin Mu'en held his breath and quickly rummaged through the boxes. After about 20 seconds, he still managed to endure, but Zheng Wei was reaching her limits. For an average person, holding one's breath for a minute or two in a bathtub might seem trivial. However, at a depth of over 100 meters beneath the sea, sustaining one's breath for even a minute was a daunting task, primarily due to the immense pressure. Observing the bubbles escaping from Zheng Wei's mouth, Qin Mu'en realized she was on the verge of succumbing. Without a second thought, he swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, first sealing her lips with his before gently transferring his own oxygen to her. After sharing that breath, he released Zheng Wei and resumed his search among the boxes. Noticing that Zheng Wei was still dazed, he urgently pointed to the flashlight in her hand. Zheng Wei snapped back to reality, quickly raising the flashlight to illuminate the area for Qin Mu'en. The more frantic they became, the more elusive their search seemed. The disarray of boxes, torn paper, and floating shreds of cardboard only added to Qin Mu'en's mounting frustration. Chapter 67, Gathering. Qin Mu'en had transferred all his oxygen to Zheng Wei, and just as despair began to take root in his heart, he spotted a glimmering metallic light in the corner. Without a second thought, he swam over to investigate. There, nestled within the gap of a collapsed shelf, lay several steel cylinders. A surge of joy washed over Qin Mu'en as he extended his arm. Reaching into the crevice to retrieve one of the cylinders, he placed the oxygen mouthpiece in his mouth and opened the valve. Zheng Wei, tapping into her inner octopus, wrapped herself tightly around the steel cylinder. Inhaling the oxygen in deep gulps, Qin Mu'en pulled out a second cylinder and took several breaths in succession. Each of them clutched a steel cylinder, drawing in oxygen. After a considerable pause, they managed to regain their composure. Next, they assisted each other in securing the steel cylinders onto their backs. Ignoring the chaos of pots and pans around them, Qin Mu'en's focus shifted entirely to finding food. The staff kitchen, dining area, and food storage were all located on the second level. The corridor on the second level was akin to that of the third, also filled with corpses. The bodies had swollen into grotesque shapes, their clothing torn, and their facial features contorted in horror. However, compared to the third level, the number of bodies here was somewhat reduced. Finding the food storage was straightforward, as Lu Fu had detailed its location extensively. Upon opening the door to the food storage, a wave of decaying vegetable leaves greeted them. Quick on his feet, Qin Mu'en ducked down to avoid the rotting leaves, while Zheng Wei was caught off guard, getting a face full of the foul foliage. Startled, Zheng Wei nearly screamed, hastily tearing the leaves away from her face before looking up at Qin Mu'en. The food storage was piled high with provisions. Most items were vacuum-sealed, with only a few in bulk. There were staples like rice and flour, along with vacuum-packed meats and organic vegetables. Additionally, there were ample supplies of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The outer boxes had already disintegrated, scattering their contents across the shelves. The sight of this bounty left Zheng Wei's eyes wide with wonder as she scanned the room, frequently tugging at Qin Mu'en to point out various items. With over 3,000 passengers set to navigate the sea for nearly a month, the supplies on the cruise ship were sufficient to sustain at least 3,500 people for a month and a half. Currently, the only known camps on the island, apart from Mu'en Camp, were Chinsi Camp, Shuguang Camp, and Kaoke Camp. The combined number of survivors from these 4 camps barely surpassed 300, thus, the provisions aboard the Mingzhu were enough to last them well over a year. And if rationed, could potentially stretch to 2 or even 3 years. A smile crept across Qin Mu'en's lips as he surveyed the area. Spotting some plastic bags, he collected them and began to gather various condiments. These supplies were desperately needed on the island. Without these seasonings, not only would the foraged vegetables be unpalatable, but even the fish and meat would lack flavor. He handed the plastic bags to Zheng Wei. instructing her to continue collecting oil, salt, and other seasonings, while he swam toward the opposite side of the storage room. There stood a colossal sliding door, remarkably heavy, suggesting that it likely led to a cold storage facility. Qin Mu'en grasped the handle of the door, exerting all his strength, yet it remained immovable. He took a deep breath, braced his foot against the doorframe, and summoned every ounce of energy, finally managing to inch the door open. The seawater within was cooler than that outside, and scattered among it were numerous decayed remnants of pork, beef, and lamb. However, on the ground lay many vacuum-sealed meat and vegetable products, all preserved in pristine condition. Qin Mu'en retrieved a large woven bag from outside and filled it with the vacuum-sealed meat and vegetables. Before long, he had amassed a substantial haul. Weighing it in his hands, he realized it was quite heavy, making it uncertain whether he could surface with such a burden. After some contemplation, he decided to remove the vegetables, opting to carry only the meat. The island's inhabitants had ample fruit, ensuring they were not deficient in vitamins. Yet they sorely lacked protein, and meat would satiate their hunger more effectively. With half a bag of meat in tow, Qin Mu'en exited the cold storage, just as Zheng Wei emerged with a plastic bag brimming with collected oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Fearing the single bag might burst, she had doubled it for security. Qin Mu'en nodded at her in approval, indicating they were ready to depart. Zheng Wei cast a reluctant glance around, lamenting the wealth of untouched supplies. With a sigh, she followed Qin Mu'en out of the food storage, where he thoughtfully secured the door behind them, locking it tightly. His concern was not for the potential for others to claim the food, but rather for the possibility of marine creatures infiltrating and damaging the plastic bags, thus ruining the food within. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu'en nodded and led Zheng Wei onward. She, however, made a beeline for the remaining steel gas cylinders. She struggled to drag one out from the shelf's crevices, clearly intending to take it with her. Qin Mu'en intervened, shaking his head. He gestured towards the gas cylinder and then upwards, implying that if they brought it along, it would ultimately fall into Lu Fu's hands instead of their own. Zheng Wei blinked in surprise, processing Qin Mu'en's message. A look of understanding crossed her face as she winked at him, acknowledging his cleverness despite his youth. Leaving the gas cylinder behind effectively severed Lu Fu's and the Dawn Camp's monopoly over it. Had they taken it, it might have been seized by Lu Fu, allowing them to infiltrate the Mingzhu ship and abscond with all its provisions. Reluctantly setting down the gas cylinder, she began to search the warehouse for smaller items, stuffing scissors, nail clippers, and sewing kits into her pockets. The two of them collected quite a few items from the cluttered storage before finally making their exit. As they stepped outside, Qin Mu'en once again secured the door, locking it firmly. They then made their way through the large gaping hole, ascending towards the surface while grasping the ropes. Looking down at the receding Mingzhu ship, Zheng Wei felt as though she had just wandered through the gates of the underworld. Chapter 68. The human heart. The pair resurfaced, fully laden. Observing the bags in their hands, Lu Fu was exceptionally elated. Instead of pulling Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei onto the lifeboat, he hoisted the bags from their grasp. Zheng Wei's bag contained only oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and miscellaneous small items. But upon glimpsing Qin Mu'en's haul, Lu Fu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Trembling, he extracted a package of vacuum-sealed beef, cradling it to his chest, with tears welling in his eyes as he choked out, "I haven't smelled meat in a month." Still afloat, Qin Mu'en inquired, "Can you pull us up now?" Lu Fu nodded vigorously, simultaneously tugging on Qin Mu'en's rope while asking, "Did you find the gas cylinder in the warehouse?" "I did. You didn't bring it up?" "I couldn't carry it, Dotto," Lu Fu replied, signaling for Brown and Thomas to assist. He then asked, "How many gas cylinders are left in the warehouse?" "More than a dozen, I suppose." Qin Mu'en had not counted them precisely. "More than that." Lu Fu's eyes gleamed even brighter as he cheerfully remarked, "Those dozen gas cylinders are more than enough to transport all the supplies from the Mingzhu ship." "Indeed, that should suffice," Qin Mu'en thought to himself. Brown and Thomas each grabbed one of Qin Mu'en's arms, pulling him up onto the raft. Suddenly, they tightened their grip, effectively immobilizing his arms, while Lu Fu drew a gleaming dagger from his waistband. Zheng Wei, witnessing the scene, gasped in horror and exclaimed, "Lu Fu, what are you doing?" Lu Fu pointed the dagger at Zheng Wei, grinning lewdly as he said, "I'll have my fun with you later." He then turned to Qin Mu'en. A forced smile plastered across his face. "Qin Mu'en, You truly have a talent. In this vast sea with no landmarks, you managed to locate the Mingzhu ship. Since consuming that blood spirit mushroom, Qin Mu'en's memory had sharpened remarkably. With past events etched vividly in his mind, he recalled diving from the Mingzhu ship, encountering Yang Min, and the speed at which they had swum in that direction. All details crystal clear. It was through these memories that he could accurately deduce the location of the sunken ship. He gazed at Lu Fu and stated, "You feigned interest in having me locate the Mingzhu ship, but your true intention was to lure me into the water to kill me." Lu Fu chuckled. "Not denying it, your ability to find the Mingzhu ship was indeed a delightful surprise." Qin Mu'en remained impassive, neither fearful nor angry, simply inquiring calmly, "Why?" Lu Fu approached him, crouching down to meet Qin Mu'en's gaze, and slapped the blade of his dagger against Qin Mu'en's cheek as he said, "You've built the Mu'en camp too well." Miller is quite intrigued. Qin Mu'en squinted. "The head of KOK, Miller?" "Precisely. You've allied with KOK?" Lu Fu burst into laughter, gesturing towards Thomas and Brown, who were restraining Qin Mu'en. "Do you know who they are?" Seeing Qin Mu'en's unwavering gaze, Lu Fu continued, "They are both Miller's sparring partners." "Do you think Brown and Thomas switched sides to join the Dawn camp for no reason?" Qin Mu'en narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "So you and Miller have been colluding in the shadows all along, with the intent to swallow up the Mu'en camp? No. Not just the Mu'en camp, but also the Dawn camp." Lu Fu beamed, saying, "In the future, KOK, Dawn, Mu'en, and Dawn will merge into one. Miller will be the chief, and I will be the deputy." "Ha ha!" As he finished, Lu Fu could not contain his laughter, throwing his head back in glee. Observing Lu Fu's unrestrained mirth, Qin Mu'en asked, "Lu Fu, are you really so willing to be under Miller's thumb?" Lu Fu's laughter faded as he grew serious. "Do you know who Miller is?" Before Qin Mu'en could respond, Lu Fu declared proudly, "Miller is the UFC featherweight champion." Glancing at his watch, he added, "By now, Miller should be arriving at the Mu'en camp." A glint of coldness flickered in Qin Mu'en's eyes as his expression hardened. Lu Fu grinned. "No need to be so astonished. I'm to lure you out of the Mu'en camp, dispose of you in the sea, while Miller and the KOK crew will seize the Mu'en camp. This was our agreed-upon plan. But don't be too upset. You'll be on your way, and Chen Shan will soon follow you. I quite like that little firecracker, Chen Shi. I must admit, I would be reluctant to kill her." Qin Mu'en's eyes glimmered with an even more intense coldness as he fixed his gaze on Lu Fu. He had indeed underestimated the depths of human depravity, not anticipating that a person could be so shameless. Zhang Wei's face turned pale with fury as she shouted, "Lu Fu, you are utterly shameless. With so few survivors left, do you still wish to turn on each other?" Lu Fu retorted harshly, "You cannot contend with Miller. You will die sooner or later. What difference does it make whether it's sooner or later? Don't forget, you are also Chinese. Heh, I've already obtained my green card. I'm an American now." With that, he dismissed Zhang Wei, his attention returning to Qin Mu'en, sneering, "Qin, my dear brother, don't blame me for your demise. After all, you are the leader of the Mu'en camp." He raised the dagger to Qin Mu'en's neck, plunging it forward. As the blade approached Qin Mu'en's neck, Zhang Wei screamed in terror. At that moment, Qin Mu'en bellowed, leaning back forcefully. The grip of Brown and Thomas, who had been holding him tightly, was broken by his sudden movement, and with a splash, they both fell into the sea. Simultaneously, Lu Fu's thrust missed entirely. The blade grazing past Qin Mu'en's neck, Brown and Thomas quickly regained their composure from the shock, staring incredulously at Qin Mu'en, astonished by his explosive strength, which had easily overpowered both of them. Reacting swiftly, they both drew their daggers and lunged at Qin Mu'en. As Qin Mu'en fell backward, he deftly retrieved the axe from his waistband. On land, the axe held a definitive advantage over the dagger. However, in the water, the axe's power diminished significantly compared to that of the dagger due to its bulk and resistance, rendering it ineffective in the aquatic environment. Lu Fu, clinging to the lifeboat, could only see three figures thrashing and struggling in the water. Unable to discern who held the upper hand or who was at a disadvantage, he shouted urgently, "Kill him! Quickly, kill him! Qin Mu'en must die today." Chapter 69. Perilous. Brown and Thomas, both sparring partners of Miller, possessed formidable skills. Qin Mu'en found himself at a disadvantage, battling two opponents with great difficulty. After only a few exchanges in the water, he faced life-threatening peril. Reluctantly, he resorted to diving deeper to evade their relentless assaults. Thomas surfaced, taking a deep breath, preparing to dive again to continue his attack on Qin Mu'en. Just then, Brown shouted at him while pointing towards Zheng Wei, who was not far off. Understanding the situation, Thomas quickly swam towards Zheng Wei. Realizing they had separated and that Thomas was heading directly for Zheng Wei, Qin Mu'en immediately grasped their intent. He attempted to intervene, but Brown had already closed in on him, tightly ensnaring him. The two exchanged blows, a fierce struggle ensued, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Thomas reached Zheng Wei, who turned to flee. However, her strength paled in comparison to his, and he caught up to her with just a few strokes. With one hand gripping her hair and the other brandishing a dagger against her throat, he had her at his mercy. Brown, still entangled with Qin Mu'en, noted Thomas's success in capturing Zheng Wei and smirked. Retreating towards the surface, Qin Mu'en followed closely. Surfacing as well, Brown grinned at him and said, "Qin, if you don't want her to die, drop the dagger." Qin Mu'en instinctively glanced at Zheng Wei, seeing Thomas behind her, one hand gripping her shoulder while the other held the dagger pressed against her neck. To discard the dagger meant his own demise. To retain it would spell death for Zheng Wei. Leaving Qin Mu'en in a dire quandary. At that moment, Lu Fu regained his composure, leaning over the edge of the lifeboat and calling out to Qin Mu'en, "Qin Mu'en, do you hear me? Immediately drop the dagger, or Miss Zheng will die because of you. She shouldn't have to perish." Zheng Wei, in a fit of desperation, shouted, "Don't worry about me." With narrowed eyes, Qin Mu'en slowly raised the dagger. Just when everyone assumed he would relinquish it, he unexpectedly slashed his own arm. The wetsuit tore open, and blood began to flow from his wound. The scene left everyone in shock. None had anticipated that Qin Mu'en would resort to self-harm. As his blood dripped into the sea, he raised his head and declared, "If we are to die, let us all perish together." He was not merely inflicting harm upon himself. He was summoning reinforcements. Of course, the reinforcements he called upon would also tear him to shreds. Brown reacted swiftly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Qin Mu'en, exclaiming, "Are you insane? You all are insane. Why should I remain sane?" Blood rapidly spread through the waters. Lu Fu involuntarily stood up, scanning his surroundings, and suddenly noticed triangular shark fins emerging from the surface, swiftly approaching. "Sharks! The sharks are coming!" This was the reinforcements Qin Mu'en had summoned. Faced with the sharks, not only Lu Fu panicked, but Brown and Thomas did as well. Even if Miller were present, he would feel fear. The ocean was the territory of sharks, no matter how skilled one might be. Against sharks, particularly the tiger sharks with a bite force nearing 2 tons, one was utterly vulnerable. Taking advantage of Brown and Thomas's panic, Qin Mu'en quickly maneuvered around Brown, swimming straight for Thomas, aware of the shark's speed. Thomas realized he could no longer use Zheng Wei as leverage and shouted, "You are a madman." By deliberately injuring himself, letting his blood seep into the ocean, he was inviting the sharks, a method of mutual destruction that would benefit no one. Thomas forcefully shoved Zheng Wei aside and swam towards the lifeboat, followed closely by Brown. As they reached the lifeboat, they shouted up to Lu Fu, "Pull us up." Despite Lu Fu's stout appearance, he was merely superficially robust, lacking significant strength. With the sharks rapidly approaching, his mounting anxiety only hindered his ability to pull anyone aboard. Qin Mu'en reached Zheng Wei, grasping her hand and swimming towards the lifeboat. The only safe haven was the lifeboat. To avoid becoming a meal for the sharks, they had to climb aboard. Reaching the lifeboat, Qin Mu'en pulled Zheng Wei close and aimed a fierce stab at Brown, who barely managed to dodge. The blade grazed his abdomen, narrowly missing him. With a furious shout, Brown swung his arm at Qin Mu'en's head. Qin Mu'en raised the dagger to block, and with a clash, sparks flew from the collision of their blades. On the other side, Thomas shouted, "Brown, stop fighting. Get on the lifeboat." He then called out to Lu Fu, "Pull me up." Just as Lu Fu was about to assist Thomas, Brown interjected, "Pull me up first." In this life and death moment, all notions of friendship and camaraderie vanished. Lu Fu, hearing this, reached for Brown, who was about to use Lu Fu's strength to climb aboard. Yet Qin Mu'en's dagger came at him once more. "Damn it," Brown cursed, having to release Lu Fu and evade. Little did he know that this strike, while appearing to target him, was actually aimed at Lu Fu. With a sickening sound, the redirected blade plunged deep into Lu Fu's arm. Lu Fu cried out in agony, falling back onto the lifeboat, clutching his wounded arm as blood flowed through his fingers, rolling in pain and howling in despair. Brown and Thomas stared in shock at Qin Mu'en, whose eyes sparkled with a wild, crazed light as he grinned maniacally, saying slowly, "Didn't you want to kill me? Let us die together." A lunatic, truly an unhinged man. In an instant, both Brown and Thomas regretted their actions, lamenting their decision to conspire against Qin Mu'en. Had they known he was so deranged and reckless, they would never have accepted this perilous task. Realizing that if they did not neutralize Qin Mu'en first, they would never reach the lifeboat, Thomas called out to Brown, "Let's kill him." Now with that, they both swam towards Qin Mu'en. Brown led the charge, followed closely by Thomas, ready to engage in a deadly confrontation. Just as Brown was nearing Qin Mu'en, a piercing scream echoed behind him. A tiger shark had bitten down on Thomas's calf, dragging him into the depths of the ocean. Brown, witnessing Thomas's terrified expression and desolate gaze, felt his hair stand on end. He submerged, peering into the murky waters. The sea was a crimson tableau, and to his horror, he saw a severed leg float up from below. Thomas's leg. Words could not adequately describe the sheer terror that enveloped him. Brown felt as though his scalp might burst. Chapter 70. Dangerous. Brown's mouth gaped open involuntarily, bubbles escaping as he struggled to rise to the surface, gasping for air. The visibility in the water was dismal, and by the time one could see a shark approaching, it was often too late to evade. Tiger sharks could swim at speeds of up to 15 meters per second, and when hunting, they were even faster. In contrast, visibility underwater was only about 50 meters. This meant that once a person saw a tiger shark, they had a mere 3 seconds to react, a paltry window of time in which to act. In this area, the sharks had already savored the taste of human flesh. Upon spotting a person, they became frenzied, attacking with wild abandon. The first unfortunate victim was Thomas. Brown was somewhat fortunate. He had only glimpsed Thomas's severed leg and had not witnessed the horrifying moment when Thomas was dragged beneath the waves and torn apart by the sharks. A living person devoured in mere moments by a pack of tiger sharks. Submerged in the water, Brown's eyes widened in terror as he frantically scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a massive, jagged-toothed maw lunging towards him. He opened his mouth, letting out a gurgling sound as he desperately dodged to the side while thrusting his dagger forward. His blade struck the shark's snout, blood pouring from the wound. On the other side, Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei faced a similar fate, also under assault from a tiger shark. However, unlike Brown, Qin Mu'en remained composed and was keenly aware of how to confront the predator. As a tiger shark approached, Qin Mu'en positioned Zheng Wei behind him, watching as the shark opened its jaws wide. By pressing down on the shark's snout, he ensured it could not bite him. Seizing the moment when the shark could not reach him, Qin Mu'en thrust his dagger, striking the shark's left eye. The tiger shark writhed in pain, shaking its head violently and sending Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei flying through the water. As the shark sank beneath the surface, Zheng Wei witnessed a horrifying sight. The wounded tiger shark descended about 10 meters before a swarm of fellow sharks arrived to devour it. Not bleed. When facing sharks, one must avoid bleeding at all costs. Even if a shark itself bleeds, it would fall victim to the frenzied attacks of its companions, ultimately becoming a meal for them. Seizing the opportunity while the shark was preoccupied, Qin Mu'en pulled Zheng Wei towards the lifeboat, pushing her upwards. Brown, observing their actions, wasted no time and swam over, dagger in hand. As he had yet to approach the two, a tiger shark suddenly darted in from the side. Its jaws aimed directly at his waist. Brown, paralyzed by fear, felt his blood freeze in an instant. He could not afford to confront Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei, focusing all his efforts on evading the shark's attack. Qin Mu'en exerted every ounce of strength, first supporting Zheng Wei's dairy, then her feet, forcibly pushing her onto the lifeboat. Inside the lifeboat, Lu Fu lay writhing in agony, howling with pain, while the ground was already stained with a layer of blood. Upon seeing Zheng Wei climb aboard, Lu Fu, in a daze, roared in fury, gripping a dagger, intent on attacking her. Zheng Wei seized a short paddle and swung it with all her might, striking Lu Fu's temple with a resounding blow. Lu Fu staggered, leaning to the side, barely managing to keep his balance on the edge of the lifeboat. One misstep sent him plunging into the depths of the sea with a muffled splash. Poor Lu Fu, his head barely breaking the surface before being seized by a tiger shark, dragged down into the abyss. The surrounding waters were tinged a pale red, tainted by the blood of both man and beast. Qin Mu'en grasped Zheng Wei's hand, preparing to clamber onto the lifeboat, but soon released her, lowering his head to submerge. He spotted two tiger sharks approaching him, one above and one below, narrowing his eyes. He swiftly dodged to the side just as the sharks neared. The two predators adjusted their course, pursuing him in tandem. Qin Mu'en kicked forcefully at the lower shark while simultaneously thrusting his dagger at the upper one. The shark bit down, severing his flipper, while the upper shark effortlessly evaded his strike. The two sharks circled around Qin Mu'en, moving slowly. At that moment, he dared not ascend to the lifeboat, for the sharks would not grant him that luxury. Any careless movement could provoke a fatal attack. Just as Qin Mu'en remained focused on the two sharks, feeling overwhelmed, something drew their attention away. It was Brown. In the water, Brown was the first to falter. His arm bitten by a tiger shark. The shark merely clamped its jaws, and Brown's arm was severed with a sickening snap. He screamed in pain, but underwater, his cries were reduced to a flurry of bubbles. Fresh, high-concentration blood attracted all the nearby sharks, including those that had been targeting Qin Mu'en. Realizing that Brown had diverted the two sharks away from him, Qin Mu'en seized the opportunity. He quickly surfaced, grasping Zheng Wei's hand, and with her full strength, she pulled him onto the lifeboat. Just as Qin Mu'en's feet left the water's surface, a tiger shark swam past with a swift motion. Had he been a moment slower, his legs would have fallen into the jaws of the predator. Once aboard the lifeboat, Qin Mu'en lay flat, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Brown was torn apart by the shark. The once tumultuous surface of the sea gradually calmed, leaving only a faint red hue, which soon faded away, as if nothing had ever transpired. What a miraculous escape from the jaws of death! Both Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei silently acknowledged their luck, having miraculously evaded the jaws of the shark. Clearly, Qin Mu'en's reckless gamble had paid off. Had he not used his own blood to lure the sharks, both he and Zheng Wei would likely have perished at the hands of Lu Fu. Brown and Thomas. Chapter 71. Seeking help after a prolonged respite, Zheng Wei turned to Qin Mu'en and inquired, "Mu'en, could Lu Fu's words hold any truth? Will Miller target our camp?" Qin Mu'en slowly sat up and replied, "It should not be a fabrication. He had no reason to deceive us." "Then, what about the camp now?" Zheng Wei asked earnestly. "Do not worry. I mentioned before we left that I would not hold you back." With that, she positioned herself at the edge of the lifeboat, beginning to paddle with the short oar. Qin Mu'en nodded and took up a position on the opposite side, paddling in tandem. The sea still bore the shadows of sharks gliding through the waters. Perhaps due to the lack of prey, the once ferocious shark pack had gradually settled, their movements becoming less frenetic. This day felt surreal, a blend of dreams both beautiful and nightmarish. As Zheng Wei glanced at the two bags of food and supplies resting on the lifeboat, she exhaled slightly in relief. In that moment, she instinctively peered at Qin Mu'en, who was intently focused on paddling. Recalling how he had shared his oxygen with her when she had exhausted her supply in the sunken ship, a blush crept across Zheng Wei's cheeks. Although Qin Mu'en was several years her junior, still a boy on the brink of adulthood yet to graduate from university, his demeanor in moments of crisis revealed him to be a man one could rely upon. Most importantly, he possessed the very capabilities that warranted such reliance. "If we don't paddle faster, we'll be going in circles," Qin Mu'en suddenly remarked. He had noticed the myriad expressions flitting across Zheng Wei's face: surprise, shyness, concern, and then hope, each one shifting like the tide. He wondered how his mere countenance could evoke such a spectrum of emotions in her. Awakened from her reverie by his words, Zheng Wei realized she had been staring at him, momentarily forgetting to paddle, causing the lifeboat to tilt dangerously toward her side. She hastily resumed paddling, clearing her throat as she explained, "I was merely concerned about the camp. Before we departed, I had instructed Brotherly to seek assistance from Chen Chen and Chen Shi should any issues arise at the camp." Qin Mu'en replied. Zheng Wei asked with concern, "Will Chen Shan and Chen Shi help us?" "They will," he assured. "How can you be so certain? If they do not assist us, the misfortune will inevitably befall them as well. As long as the siblings retain their wits, they will not stand idly by while KOK engulfs our camp." Zheng Wei responded with a thoughtful "oh," before her expression shifted back to one of concern. "I have heard that Miller, the head of KOK, is quite formidable. Chen Shan has mentioned that he is a champion in UFC. Anyone who achieves championship status in UFC is no ordinary individual. Qin Mu'en did not regard Miller as particularly formidable. To be more precise, he did not see UFC as impressive. UFC was merely a contest of combat, with an element of performance, while he had been trained in lethal tactics under the most rigorous conditions, honing his skills into a killing machine for the battlefield. The French Foreign Legion was essentially a large mercenary organization with stringent recruitment standards, where most applicants were filtered out. Even those who successfully joined the Legion faced considerable hardships, with many unable to endure the trials and fleeing. Of course, fleeing from the French Foreign Legion would not lead to a manhunt or persecution. It was merely a matter of personal honor. Strictly speaking, Qin Mu'en was also a defector from the Foreign Legion, but not due to an inability to withstand hardship. Rather, it was for financial reasons. As a Chinese man, he felt no affiliation with France. His motivations for joining the Foreign Legion were solely for monetary gain. Hailing from a small village near Imo City, the conditions there were not only harsh but also particularly unforgiving during winter, where temperatures regularly plummeted to -30 or 40 degrees. In his youth, he had managed, but with age, ailments would inevitably arise. His father suffered greatly from rheumatism. For the sake of his father and his own future, aspiring for a better life, he toiled relentlessly to earn money, an ambition that was, in itself, justifiable. Reflecting on his father still residing in that small village, Qin Mu'en couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Whoever posed a threat to his survival would be met with obliteration. His gaze grew increasingly resolute, cold, and unyielding. At the Mu'en camp, Lu Fu had not lied. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Mu'en was absent, Miller had indeed extended his hand toward the Mu'en camp. However, the Mu'en camp was not unprepared. Following Qin Mu'en's departure with Lu Fu and the others, Li Yingkai grew increasingly convinced of the validity of Qin Mu'en's warning. Feeling uncertain, he took it upon himself to visit the Chen Shi camp, requesting Chen Shun to accompany him to the Mu'en camp. Chen Shun did not decline. Upon understanding the situation, he brought along Chen Shi and a dozen robust young men, heading to the Mu'en camp alongside Li Yingkai. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Should the Mu'en camp fall into ruin and be consumed by KOK, then the Chen Shi camp would also face dire consequences, as KOK would inevitably turn its sights upon them. The morning remained tranquil until midday when a considerable group approached the Mu'en camp. The majority were Westerners, with a few Easterners among them, creating a formidable presence of at least 50 individuals. Leading the group was a Western man, under 30, of modest height, around 1.7 meters, with a lean, muscular physique that exuded efficiency. This man was none other than Miller, the head of the KOK camp. Miller was the UFC featherweight champion. The featherweight category falls within the weight class of 61 to 65 kilograms, equivalent to 120 to 130 pounds, classifying it as lightweight. Given this range, Miller's stature was naturally not one of towering might. Upon his arrival at the Mu'en camp, Miller immediately proclaimed the demand for the Mu'en camp to merge with KOK. Naturally, Li Yingkai could not acquiesce to Miller's unreasonable demands, leading to an increasingly tense atmosphere as both parties found themselves at an impasse. Seeing the unwavering attitude of the Mu'en camp, Miller let out a cold laugh and issued orders to his subordinates, commanding them to invade the Mu'en camp, plundering its supplies and even the women within at their leisure. Miller's decree heralded the onset of a chaotic melee between the two factions. The KOK camp's members, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, charged towards the Mu'en camp with wild cries and shrill whistles. Chapter 72. Treachery. Chen Shun, who had come to lend assistance, was equally resolute, instructing the members of the Qinsi camp to engage in battle while he himself confronted Miller. Although Miller was a UFC champion and Chen Shun a domestic Sanda champion, the disparity in their accolades was significant. However, when the two champions clashed, the outcome was not one-sided, but rather evenly matched. Miller's striking and kicking techniques were formidable, while Chen Shun excelled in grappling and holds. As they exchanged blows, each showcased their strengths, making it difficult to determine a clear victor. In the midst of their fierce struggle, to the astonishment of everyone in the Qinsi and Mu'en camps, Miller suddenly produced a dagger and viciously lunged at Chen Shun. Caught off guard, Chen Shun could only instinctively raise his arm in defense, resulting in the dagger piercing through his arm instead. This unexpected turn of events was shocking. In a fight, one party resorting to a concealed weapon was a despicable act of cowardice. Wounded and unable to continue, Chun Chun was swiftly replaced by Chan Shi, who engaged Miller once more. Chun Shi possessed commendable skills, yet she was still outmatched by the likes of Qin Mu'en and Miller. Initially, her fierce vigor allowed her to hold her own against Miller, but it wasn't long before her strength waned, and the fight became increasingly perilous. Just as she endured multiple heavy blows from Miller, Li Xiang and Wang Chong rushed in to assist her. Surrounding Miller, despite their numbers, they were utterly powerless against him. The first to suffer was Wang Chong, whose staff was shattered by Miller's punch. The sheer force required to break a staff of such thickness was astonishing. Terrified, Wang Chong barely had time to react before Miller's subsequent punch flew towards his face. He hastily sidestepped, yet a powerful kick from Miller struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him tumbling. Unrelenting, Miller pursued, raising his fist as if to strike Wang Chong again. In a moment of desperation, someone lunged at Miller from the side, colliding with him and causing Miller to stumble. Lying on the ground, Wang Chong struggled to lift his head, only to see that the one who had saved him was Li Xiang. He could hardly believe that Li Xiang would risk himself to save him at such a critical moment. Miller's eyes flashed with a terrifying gleam as he glared at Li Xiang, his gaze filled with venom as he charged forward. Li Xiang, undeterred, met Miller head-on. He attempted to grapple Miller and throw him down. But instead, Miller seized the back of his collar and his waist, lifting him effortlessly above his head. In full view of the onlookers, Miller slammed Li Xiang to the ground, simultaneously raising his knee high. A sickening crack echoed as Miller's knee struck Li Xiang's lower back, the sound of bones breaking unmistakable in that instant. Li Xiang's spine was brutally fractured, rendering him incapacitated. The onlookers watched in horror as Li Xiang fell victim to Miller's brutality, leaving Wang Chong in a state of shock. After a moment, his eyes bulged with rage, and he let out a primal scream as he charged at Miller. Miller regarded Wang Chong with disdain, sidestepping his attack while delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Before Wang Chong could recover, Miller advanced, employing the same tactic, gripping him by the collar and waistband, lifting him overhead once more. Just as Miller prepared to deliver another devastating blow, Chun Shi sprinted forward, kicking Miller in the back. Miller, along with Wang Chong, was sent crashing to the ground. Rising swiftly, he disregarded Wang Chong and lunged at Chun Shi instead. Having already sustained injuries in her previous encounters with Miller, Chun Shi's strength was severely diminished. Her strikes were ineffective against him, and in retaliation, Miller landed a punch to her abdomen, causing her to stagger and collapse to the ground. Exhausted and pale, Chun Shi's gaze became unfocused as she struggled to regain her composure. Miller looked down at her, his voice dripping with malice as he declared, "Bitch, today I shall have my way with you before their very eyes." He mounted Chun Shi and reached for her clothing. Chun Shi screamed, flailing her fists against him, but her efforts did little to deter Miller's advances. Just then, a long cry pierced the air behind him. With a thud, Miller collided with an approaching shadow, his weight crashing down on Chun Shi. Momentarily dazed, he lay on the ground before regaining his senses. To his astonishment, the shadow that had struck him was a member of the KOK camp, who now writhed in pain on the ground. Miller scrambled to his feet, scanning the surroundings when he noticed a young man from the east approaching him, clad in a tight-fitting diving suit. His words compelled Chun Shi, Wang Chong, and the others to look up, their expressions shifting to one of surprise as they recognized the newcomer. Qin Mu'en. Chapter 73. Repulsion. As the two emerged from the water, they beheld the camp engulfed in chaos, a cacophony of shouts and commotion filling the air. Upon closer inspection, they discerned members from both the Mu'en and Chun Shi camps, alongside numerous unfamiliar faces, likely from the KOK camp. Having overcome several KOK members along the way, Qin Mu'en reached the center of the camp, where he found Miller atop Chun Shi, preparing to commit a vile act. Seizing a KOK member rushing towards him, Qin Mu'en hurled him at Miller, knocking him off Chun Shi. Meeting Miller's incredulous gaze, Qin Mu'en declared, "I am Qin Mu'en. Where are Thomas and Brown? What about Lu Fu?" Miller was taken aback to discover that Qin Mu'en was still alive. While Lu Fu was inconsequential, Thomas and Brown were his sparring partners, and Miller was acutely aware of their capabilities. Qin Mu'en, observing Miller's shocked expression as if witnessing a ghost, replied, "The three you mentioned are now in the belly of a shark." Miller's shock quickly morphed into fury, and he hissed through clenched teeth, "I will make you pay for this." With that, he charged at Qin Mu'en, delivering a ferocious punch aimed at his face. Qin Mu'en deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a swift kick to Miller's calf, causing him to stumble forward. However, instead of pursuing Miller, Qin Mu'en knelt beside Li Xiang's lifeless body, checking for a pulse before turning to Miller, asking, "Did you do this?" Miller smirked, his voice dripping with menace as he retorted, "You will join him in death." With that, he lunged at Qin Mu'en once more. A fierce determination ignited within Qin Mu'en. Since the establishment of the Mu'en camp, Li Xiang had been responsible for securing food supplies. Without his efforts in fishing, the camp could not have thrived. The loss of someone who had contributed so significantly to their survival ignited a burning rage within Qin Mu'en. As Miller closed the distance between them, Qin Mu'en delivered a powerful kick to his chest, momentarily staggering him. Yet, Miller quickly retaliated with a forceful punch that sent Qin Mu'en stumbling back 3 steps. Miller pressed on with relentless punches, each strike landing heavily against Qin Mu'en's left arm. Even he struggled to withstand the barrage, and as Miller seized the opportunity, he landed a devastating blow to Qin Mu'en's left cheek. This tactic was commonly employed in combat. When an opponent is overly defensive, continuous strikes can force openings. The impact of Miller's fist left Qin Mu'en reeling, and he staggered back, feeling a sharp pain in his cheek as he spat blood. Miller, undeterred, relentlessly pursued him, throwing a flurry of punches. Anticipating Miller's strength, Qin Mu'en deftly dodged, waiting for the moment when Miller's energy waned. Seizing the opportunity, he launched another kick, striking Miller squarely in the chest. Miller let out a chuckle, thumping his chest with his fist to signify that he was ready for a kick. And no sooner had he completed this provocative gesture than Qin Mu'en delivered a swift side kick, striking Miller squarely in the chest once more. The side kick, renowned for its formidable power, was executed with all of Qin Mu'en's strength. A dull thud echoed in the air as Miller's body was propelled backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a thud. Despite Miller's remarkable resilience, he felt a crushing weight upon his chest, as if a boulder were pressing down on him, leaving him gasping for breath. Qin Mu'en, unrelenting, advanced with purposeful strides, raising his arm to deliver a downward elbow strike aimed at the crown of Miller's head. Miller, in a desperate attempt to evade, leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding Qin Mu'en's elbow, only to be met with a punch that connected with his face. The impact caused Miller's head to jerk back, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. In a frenzy, he grasped handfuls of sand from the ground and hurled them at Qin Mu'en's face. Quick to react, Qin Mu'en shielded his cheek with his left hand, while his right hand transformed into a knife-like strike, thrusting forward. The sand struck his palm, and his hand sliced across the side of Miller's face, leaving a faint trail of blood. Miller, roaring in fury, sprang to his feet and wrapped his arms around Qin Mu'en's waist, forcefully throwing him to the side. With a resounding thump, Qin Mu'en rolled away. Before he could regain his footing, Miller mounted his back, encircling his neck with one arm while gripping his wrist with the other, applying a chokehold. Miller was quick, but so was Qin Mu'en. Before Miller could exert his strength, Qin Mu'en raised his right arm, seizing Miller's hair and yanking forcefully to the side. The momentum caused Miller, who had been clinging to his back, to tumble off, and Qin Mu'en took the opportunity to pin him down. With his left leg pressing against Miller's neck, he relentlessly applied downward pressure while gripping the back of Miller's head with both hands, pulling upward with all his might. In that instant, Miller felt the suffocating grip tighten. He swung his fists wildly, striking against Qin Mu'en's arms, shoulders, and face. However, these blows did little to diminish Qin Mu'en's strength, and gradually, Miller's punches grew weaker and less frequent. Just as the onlookers believed Miller was on the verge of defeat, he suddenly widened his eyes, let out a primal roar, and forcefully thrust his hips upward, driving his knees hard into Qin Mu'en's back. The impact sent Qin Mu'en sprawling forward, tumbling off Miller. The two combatants sprang back up as if propelled by springs, each retreating in their respective directions. Qin Mu'en's face bore the marks of numerous punches, bruised and bloodied, particularly around his left brow, which had been split open by Miller's fist, staining his left eye a vivid crimson. Miller fared worse, clutching his neck and bending over, coughing incessantly, his eyes marred by strands of blood from asphyxiation. After the brutal encounter, both were left battered and bruised. Qin Mu'en raised a hand to wipe away the blood from his left eye, then stepped toward Miller. Miller straightened up, though his hand remained pressed against his neck. Chapter 74. The merger. Qin Mu'en proved to be far more formidable than Miller had anticipated in terms of strength, reflexes, combat skills, and experience. He felt that Qin Mu'en was his equal. It became evident that if he wished to gain any advantage over Qin Mu'en today, it would be nearly impossible. The only viable option was to retreat temporarily and seek a more opportune moment to strike later. As Miller prepared to flee, She considered pursuing him, but Qin Mu'en called out to her, shaking his head, "Don't chase after him. Are you just going to let him go?" She exclaimed, her eyes reddened as she glared at Qin Mu'en. Just moments ago, Miller had attempted to assault her publicly, an affront she had never endured in her life. Her desire for vengeance was palpable. Watching as Miller and his companions retreated, exiting the Mu'en camp, Qin Mu'en could no longer maintain his balance and collapsed onto the ground. He unzipped his jacket and peeled off the top of his diving suit. It was only then that she noticed the deep gash on his arm, blood saturating his entire limb. This wound had been self-inflicted by Qin Mu'en to attract sharks. You're injured?" She gasped, staring at him in shock. Qin Mu'en, breathless, replied, "You are no match for Miller. Even if you were to catch up with him, it would be futile." At that moment, he was utterly spent, incapable of further combat. If she pursued Miller and cornered him, it could lead to a desperate confrontation, ultimately resulting in her own downfall. Noticing the wound on his arm, she hesitated before tearing a strip from her tattered t-shirt to bind the injury, asking, "Why didn't you bandage the wound sooner?" "I had no fabric," Qin Mu'en answered weakly. Both he and Zheng Wei were clad in diving suits, while Lu Fu, Thomas, and Brown had met their demise within the jaws of the shark in the lifeboat. He had been unable to find any material to dress his wound. As Shi tended to his injury, Chen Chun, Li Yingkai, Yang Min, Sun Shi, and others approached. A glance around revealed that many bore injuries, some even covered in bruises. "Mu'en," Yang Min exclaimed, a mixture of joy and relief flooding her voice as she rushed over. Qin Mu'en assessed Yang Min, noting the large bruise on her forehead. "What happened?" Before Yang Min could respond, Chen Chun interjected, "Xiao Min did it to protect me." Qin Mu'en's gaze shifted to Chen Chun, whose arm was heavily bandaged and stained with blood, indicating a serious injury. Nodding in gratitude, Qin Mu'en said, "Chen Chun, thank you." Chen Chen's willingness to bring the Morning Sun camp to assist was commendable. He appreciated her gesture immensely. "What are you being so polite about, Lao Qin?" Chen Chen replied dismissively. Qin Mu'en turned to Li Yingkai and asked, "How many injuries do we have?" Li Yingkai, also injured with a shallow cut on his back, looked grim as he lowered his head. 7 people have died in total, and the injured, we haven't even begun to tally. 7 dead. Qin Mu'en inhaled sharply. Li Yingkai continued, 4 from our camp and 3 from the Morning Sun camp. However, KOK didn't fare much better. They lost 6 or 7 as well. Qin Mu'en nodded, then turned to Chen Chun, inquiring, "What are your plans moving forward?" Chen Chun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Qin Mu'en's intent. "Lao Qin, are you suggesting a merger of our camps? You've seen it for yourself. KOK will not tolerate the existence of either our camp or the Morning Sun camp if we wish to survive. We must unite. Otherwise, we will be systematically dismantled." Previously indifferent to the idea of merging, Chen Chun now felt the weight of impending danger. After a brief silence, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Eventually, he said, "I need to think it over." Li Yingkai interjected urgently, "Mr. Chun, KOK is already at our doorstep. What more is there to consider?" Before he could finish, Qin Mu'en gestured for him to ease up on the pressure. Chen Chun lifted his head and said, "Lao Qin, we can merge our camps, and I can step aside as the leader for you." This declaration, Li Yingkai's face lit up with surprise. Chen Shi, however, frowned and protested. "Brother," Chen Chun continued, "however, I have a condition." "What condition?" Qin Mu'en asked. "After the merger, we must establish a council." Qin Mu'en looked bewildered, unsure of Chen Chen's meaning. Chen Chen elaborated, "Once our camps merge, all matters will be decided by this council. The representatives will initially consist of 4 from your Mu'en camp and 4 from our Morning Sun camp, totaling 8 individuals. All significant issues will be decided by a vote." Li Yingkai appeared astonished, realizing he had underestimated Chen Chen's intellect. While he professed to respect Qin Mu'en as the leader, the actual control would reside with the council, with 4 representatives from each camp if a disagreement arose. It would result in a stalemate of 4 votes to 4. Thus, Qin Mu'en, the designated leader, would hold little influence, merely a figurehead without real power. Li Yingkai shook his head and chuckled. Mr. Qin, you are going to great lengths to undermine Mu'en. Qin Shun replied earnestly, I have not finished speaking. Lao Qin, as the camp leader, will have his single vote count as 2-2. That is indeed clever. Li Yingcai's eyes brightened at this revelation. If Qin Mu'en's vote counted double, their side would hold 5 votes against 4, granting them the upper hand within the council. Qin Shun turned to Qin Mu'en and asked, Lao Qin, what do you think of my proposal? The formation of a council post-merger involved complexities of governance and politics. A realm in which Qin Mu'en felt less adept, he glanced at Li Yingkai, seeking his opinion. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Li Yingkai eventually nodded slowly. I believe it is feasible. Seeing Li Yingcai's agreement, Qin Mu'en had no objections and stated, Very well, Qin Shun, I accept your terms. Qin Shun smiled, extending her hand proactively, and said, From now on, we shall be like family. I hope we can collaborate harmoniously. Qin Mu'en and Qin Shun shook hands. Without the looming threat of KOK, uniting the Mu'en camp and the Qinsi camp would have proven exceedingly challenging, given that Qin Shun was resistant to Qin Mu'en, and Qin Mu'en was equally defiant towards Qin Shan. However, with the formidable external enemy of KOK present, an invisible impetus facilitated the merger of the Mu'en camp and the Qinsi camp. Qin Shan willingly made concessions, refraining from contesting the position of camp leader with Qin Mu'en, while Qin Mu'en also yielded, agreeing to Qin Shan's proposal to establish a council. Chapter 75. Migration. After a chaotic battle, the Mu'en camp suffered severe damage. Qin Shan proposed relocating all survivors from the Mu'en camp to the Qinsi camp. After discussing with Li Yingkai, Qin Mu'en concluded that reconstructing the Mu'en camp would be quite troublesome. It would be more pragmatic to migrate to the Qinsi camp and establish a more extensive survivor camp based on it. Primarily, the Qinsi camp was surrounded by vast fields of potatoes. If the Qinsi camp were to move to their side, managing those crops would be quite a challenge. Subsequently, everyone tended to the wounded and buried the deceased. During the burial, Wang Chang regained consciousness and, upon seeing Li Xiang placed in the grave, could not hold back his sobs. The others in the camp followed suit, shedding tears. Yet, Li Xiang did not perish in a shipwreck or fall prey to a shark. He died at the hands of fellow survivors, igniting a profound sense of rage and sorrow within the hearts of the people. Once the deceased were laid to rest, Qin Mu'en and Qin Shun convened with others to discuss the forthcoming matters. Starting with the selection of council members. From the Qinsi camp, the 4 representatives included Qin Shun and her brother Qin Shi, along with 2 others, a young man named Wu Jing, aged around 27 or 28, a graduate student from an agricultural university, and another named Lu Qingfu, a man in his 30s, a retired soldier. From the Mu'en camp, the representatives were Qin Mu'en, Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, and Wang Chang. Sun Shi was recommended by Li Yingkai, while Wang Chang was put forth by Qin Mu'en. Li Yingkai harbored reservations about Wang Chang's inclusion in the council. Firstly, he was dissatisfied with Wang Chang's character, and more importantly, since Wang Chang hailed from the Qinsi camp, his potential allegiance towards them within the council could pose significant risks for their side. However, Qin Mu'en held a contrary view. He believed Wang Chang was loyal, trustworthy, and possessed a certain rugged charm. In terms of reliability, he might even surpass Sun Shi at times. Ultimately, after Qin Mu'en's insistence, Li Yingkai had no choice but to acquiesce. Next, Qin Mu'en led everyone to the shore's lifeboats and retrieved 2 bags of supplies. Upon discovering that one large bag contained an astonishing amount of vacuum-sealed meats and vegetables, the onlookers could hardly believe their eyes, particularly those from the Qinsi camp, like Qin Shan and Qin Shi, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Qin Mu'en and inquired, Where on earth did you find this? Qin Mu'en simply smiled without responding. Qin Shan's eyes darted around in astonishment, exclaiming, Old Qin, you didn't actually find the Mingzhu ship? Did you? Qin Mu'en nodded, speaking in a calm tone. Indeed, I found it. Qin Shi pressed further. Did you bring all this from the Mingzhu ship? Yes. Is there more on board? Yes. How much more? A lot. Qin Mu'en answered in a manner resembling the slow squeezing of toothpaste. Each question led to a few words from him. Those unfamiliar with him might misconstrue his brevity as reluctance to speak. Fortunately, both Qin Shan and Qin Shi had a fair understanding of him and realized that if he truly wished to remain silent, not a single word would escape his lips. Gazing at the substantial bag of food, Qin Shan could hardly contain her delight, repeatedly swallowing her saliva, declaring, It seems my decision to accept the merger of our two camps was rather astute. Today, we can feast heartily, Li Yingkai promptly interjected. We must ration our consumption. These vacuum-sealed meats and vegetables can be preserved for quite some time. Qin Shun shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, didn't he old Qin say there's still plenty of food on the Mingzhu ship? Can you dive into the sea and fetch it? I cannot. Besides, you're not unfamiliar with the principle that one cannot eat away their resources. We must be prudent in this desolate island to ensure our longevity. Right. You make valid points. I concede to your logic. Qin Shun sighed in resignation. Qin Mu'en opened another bag, revealing tools such as hardware, as well as oil, salt, and various condiments. With these tools, it will be much easier to construct our camp, he stated. Qin Shun crouched down to inspect, smiling as she remarked, Old Qin, you really brought quite a haul. Qin Mu'en then suggested, Li Gu, let us move to the Qinci camp today. On what grounds? Qin Shi erupted in anger. Questioning why their original camp should change its name, Li Yingkai raised his hand, gently tapping the bag, and turned to Qin Shun, asking, Mr. Chun, what is your opinion? It should change. It definitely should. Qin Shun, fixated on the bag, could not help but swallow again. Observing his lack of ambition, Chun Shi felt compelled to deliver a few punches to his face. Qin Shun grinned widely, saying, it's just a name. It's not worth fretting over. Being well-fed is what truly matters. After finalizing the major and minor details, that day, the survivors from the Mu'en camp packed their belongings and collectively migrated to the Qinci camp, now renamed the Mu'en camp. The survivors from the Mu'en camp were entirely relocated to the former Qinci camp, bringing along a substantial stockpile of food. According to Chun Chin's proposal, this food should be evenly distributed among all survivors. However, Li Yingkai opposed this, advocating for the continuation of a labor point system. He argued that all survivors must contribute to the camp's survival and development. The notion of wanting to reap rewards without effort was intolerable. Qin Shin argued passionately, suggesting that some older or younger survivors lacked the physical strength for strenuous tasks. Li Yingkai dismissed this, asserting that while they might not be able to perform heavy labor, they could certainly manage lighter tasks such as washing, mending, or cooking. At the very least, they could educate the younger survivors in literacy and writing. Although the combined number of children from both camps did not exceed 5, it remained crucial to preserve cultural transmission, and teaching the children was necessary. Despite recognizing the validity of Li Yingkai's stance, Chun Shin ultimately chose to concede and accepted the labor point system he proposed. In truth, Chun Shin's opposition stemmed from personal motives. He was fully aware that implementing Li Yingkai's labor point system was essential for the camp's survival and growth. However, it would inevitably incite discontent among the survivors, and he was reluctant to take on the role of the villain, preferring instead to push Li Yingkai into that position. Li Yingkai discerned Qin Shin's subtle intentions, but chose not to dwell on them. He understood Qin Shin's predicament. The Qinci camp had established its own set of rules over time, and suddenly altering them would undoubtedly breed resentment and dissatisfaction. As the camp's founder, it was indeed difficult for Qin Shin to initiate such a change without undermining her own authority. Chapter 76. Appointment. That evening, with the assistance of the Qinci camp survivors, the Mu'en camp survivors constructed temporary shelters and settled in. Qin Mu'en, Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, Wang Chong, along with Chen Chen, Chun Shi, Wu Jing, and Lu Qingfu, gathered together. These 8 individuals constituted the proposed council members from both camps. Lu Qingfu, the eldest among them, remarked, with the merger of the two camps, numerous changes will ensue, necessitating strong leadership. Before he could finish, Li Yingkai interjected, Old Lu, regarding the camp leadership, I believe we have already reached a consensus and discussed it thoroughly. Lu Qingfu replied, Mr. Li, you misunderstood my point. I am not opposed to having young Qin as the leader of the camp. My intention is that, given the increase in personnel, relying solely on young Qin for leadership will not suffice. We need to elect a vice camp leader. Li Yingkai furrowed his brow, feeling that the Qinci camp was attempting to dilute power with the establishment of a council and the election of a vice camp leader. He patiently inquired, Old Lu, who do you think would be a suitable candidate for vice camp leader? Sensing Li Yingkai's growing irritation, Lu Qingfu smiled and explained, my suggestion is to elect 2 vice camp leaders, one from the Mu'en camp and one from the Qinci camp. The role of the vice camp leaders is not to undermine young Qin's authority, but to assist him in managing the camp's affairs. Lu Qingfu's proposal eased some of Li Yingkai's frustration. He pondered for a moment, responding with a low ode. Wu Jing added, young Qin possesses many strengths, but being young, he may occasionally overlook certain aspects. I believe it is necessary to elect 2 vice camp leaders to support him. Sun Shi concurred with Lu Qingfu and Wu Jing's reasoning. She whispered to Li Yingkai, I think this suggestion is acceptable. Rather than immediately expressing his stance, Li Yingkai turned to Qin Mu'en and asked, Mu'en, what are your thoughts? Qin Mu'en shrugged indifferently and replied, I have no objections. Whatever works. Even if he were not designated as the camp's leader. He would not mind. In fact, he would relish the lightened burden, free from the worries of various responsibilities. Noticing Qin Mu'en's lack of suggestions, Li Yingkai turned to Chun Shun, asking, Little Chun, do you agree as well? With a nod, Chun Shun acknowledged the situation. Sun Shi spoke earnestly, it is certainly brotherly who will take on the role of deputy camp leader from our side. Lu Qingfu chuckled and added, From our end, we have chosen Chun Shun as the deputy camp leader. There were no objections from either party, and thus the matter was settled. Qin Mu'en remained the camp's leader, while Chun Shun and Li Yingkai assumed the roles of deputy camp leaders. Following this, numerous personnel appointments needed to be addressed, such as food manager, supplies manager, and work points recorder, among others. Each position required a dedicated individual. Otherwise, if something went awry, it would be impossible to identify the responsible party. Perhaps due to their prolonged hunger, the individuals from the Qinsi camp displayed immense enthusiasm for the food manager position, showing an unwavering determination that suggested, if you grant us this role, feel free to allocate the others as you wish. However, the food manager position was of paramount importance, directly linked to the survival of all the survivors. The stances of Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, and Wang Chong were resolute. They adamantly opposed allowing anyone from the Qinsi camp to take on this critical role. A vigorous debate ensued, neither side willing to yield. Ultimately, Wang Chong slammed his thigh and declared, since we cannot reach an agreement, let us decide by vote. Qin Mu'en was entitled to cast 2 votes, ensuring that their side would undoubtedly prevail. Just as Chen Qin, Chun Shi, Wu Jing, and Lu Qingfu furrowed their brows in concern, Qin Mu'en unexpectedly announced, let Chun Shi be the food manager. What? Upon hearing this, not only did Li Yingkai, Sun Shi, and Wang Chong look at him in disbelief, but even Chen Qin, Chen Shi, Wu Jing, and Lu Qingfu appeared utterly astonished, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Noticing that everyone was fixated on him, Qin Mu'en continued, I believe that since the 2 camps have merged, we are all comrades now, and there is no need to bicker and argue over a single position. In truth, through several encounters with Chen Shi, Qin Mu'en perceived her to be a person of great integrity, with a straightforward and forthright character. He felt entirely at ease in trusting the food management to her. Moreover, women are inherently meticulous, and given that she is Chen Qin's sister with remarkable capabilities, no one would dare to bully her. Thus, she was the perfect fit for the food manager role. Wang Chong could scarcely believe that it was Qin Mu'en who was undermining their side. With a pained expression, he muttered, Brother Qin, Li Yingkai asserted, Mu'en, this matter must not be taken lightly. You need to think it through. Qin Mu'en replied, I have considered it thoroughly. Let Chen Shi take on the role of food manager. With that, he turned to Chen Shi and asked, Chen Shi, would you be willing? Chen Shi paused for a moment before responding, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Mu'en's face. Do you truly wish for me to take on this position? Yes. Why? This question echoed in everyone's minds. I feel you are suited for it. After a prolonged silence, Chen Shi pressed, Is that the sole reason you recommend me? Is there a problem with that? Qin Mu'en looked at her with confusion. His character was often inscrutable. Sometimes he would tightly clutch all resources, revealing nothing, while at other times, he would generously offer them all without a hint of hesitation or wariness. The stark contrast in his behavior made it difficult for others to grasp his thoughts. A realization struck Qin Mu'en, and he added, You cannot manage all these affairs alone. I will appoint an assistant, Zheng Wei. Chun Shi blinked and, without much contemplation, nodded in agreement. That works. Qin Mu'en turned to Li Yingkai, who sighed softly. Though he was still somewhat dissatisfied, since Qin Mu'en had spoken, he had no choice but to acquiesce. He nodded in acceptance, stating, So be it. Next, they needed to discuss the crucial positions of warehouse manager and work points recorder. As the discussions unfolded, Qin Mu'en found himself growing increasingly drowsy, his mind drifting far from the ongoing deliberations. Chapter 77. The feast. The final decision from the group was that the warehouse manager would be Fatty. The work points recorder would be Sun Shi, and the camp doctors would be Yang Min and Tong Yao. Additionally, 3 gathering teams were established, primarily tasked with collecting food. Wang Chong would lead the first gathering team. Lu Qingfu II, and Wu Jing III. Moreover, a security team was formed, with Chun Chun serving as the interim leader. As for the members of each team, survivors would voluntarily sign up, and the leaders would select from among those who applied. This division of labor laid the groundwork for the camp's administrative structure. That afternoon, Qin Mu'en and Qin Shen, along with others, organized a grand feast within the camp, both to announce the reforms and personnel appointments and to facilitate interaction among the survivors from the two camps. Fostering a rapid integration, the lunch offered was lavish, featuring an array of food, notably including meat, a rare treat since their arrival on the island. The aroma of the meat had everyone salivating uncontrollably. This meal was undoubtedly the most satisfying and sumptuous that the survivors had experienced thus far. As the gathering drew to a close, Chen Shan stood up and proclaimed loudly, "From now on, as everyone earns work points to exchange for food and supplies, I, Chen Shun, assure you all that as long as you are willing to put in the effort, everyone will have enough to eat." Qin Mu'en was not fond of such raucous gatherings. Having eaten sufficiently, he sought an excuse to depart and headed towards the beach. He inspected the lifeboat resting on the shore, checking for any damage. While he was examining the craft, Zhang Wei approached him. Mu'en, he was never one for excessive conversation, particularly with those he did not know well. Although he and Zhang Wei were not particularly close, having shared a diving experience in his mind, she had become a partner with whom he could face life and death. "Everything is good." Zhang Wei smiled at him, inquiring, "Why are you not joining everyone for the meal?" "I am full." Hearing Qin Mu'en's blunt response, Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Dining often serves purposes beyond mere sustenance. As Qin Mu'en gazed at her with his striking, expressive eyes, Zhang Wei's heart skipped a beat. It is more about socializing in the entertainment industry. Dining was frequently a pretext, the true motive being to forge connections and relationships. In some cases, such gatherings carried unspoken rules. Zhang Wei, being a few years older than Qin Mu'en and having navigated a far more complex world than the military he had known, remarked meaningfully, "As the leader of the camp now, it is crucial for you to build rapport with everyone. Only then will they cooperate with you." Qin Mu'en shrugged nonchalantly. Li Gu and Chen Shun can handle the interpersonal relations. He had no desire or willingness to expend effort on such matters. Zhang Wei looked at him with a hint of exasperation. His personality, while perhaps admirable in this lawless, savage environment, would struggle to find favor in modern society, where charm and social finesse were prized. After a brief silence, Zhang Wei stated, "The camp has appointed me as the deputy food manager. Qin Mu'en responded indifferently. After a moment of waiting without further elaboration from him, Zhang Wei could no longer contain her curiosity. "Did you recommend me?" "Yes." "Why did you not tell me?" There was nothing to say. Zhang Wei was left speechless. The position of food manager was one that many would vie for, as it not only provided work points but was also remarkably easy and low stress. Furthermore, due to its significance, anyone in that role would be highly regarded by others. The food manager would never go hungry, barring a complete depletion of supplies in the camp. She looked at Qin Mu'en and quietly asked, "Mu'en, why did you help me? I believe you are suited for it. Is it really that simple?" "Why else?" Gazing into his clear, bright eyes, Zhang Wei sighed inwardly. Having spent too long in the entertainment industry, she had grown accustomed to skepticism regarding others' motives. Lowering her head, she murmured, "Thank you. You need not thank me. It is your own merit to dive over 100 meters deep, locate the Mingzhu ship, and retrieve supplies from it required not only diving skills but also courage, the willingness to risk one's life." Qin Mu'en's words resonated deeply with Zhang Wei. She had not obtained this position through connections, but through her own abilities and rightful efforts. Exhaling deeply, she shifted the conversation. "Mu'en, now that the two camps have merged, what are your plans moving forward?" Qin Mu'en replied, "The Shuguang camp should still have lifeboats. We need more to transport the supplies from the Mingzhu." Zhang Wei frowned. "Lu Fu and Miller are in cahoots. Now that Lu Fu is dead, Miller will surely merge the Shuguang camp into KOK." Qin Mu'en remarked, "Koch's ambition to annex Dawn may not be easily realized. During this interim, there should be an opportunity to seize the lifeboats from the Dawn camp." Zhang Wei gazed at him in astonishment and inquired, "Are you planning to forcefully take them?" Qin Mu'en replied, "If we don't seize them, do you think they will willingly present the lifeboats to us?" Zhang Wei, with a worried expression, said, "The Dawn camp already has quite a few people, and with Koch's camp nearby, forcibly taking the lifeboats would be perilous." After pondering for a moment, Qin Mu'en stated, I will scout the dawn camp tomorrow. Zheng Wei anxiously grasped his arm and exclaimed, that is far too dangerous. Qin Mu'en asserted solemnly, relying solely on one lifeboat, the speed of transporting supplies is exceedingly slow. Even sealed food items, if left too long in seawater, may spoil. Acquiring additional lifeboats is an urgent necessity. As they conversed, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Turning to look, they saw young Min walking toward them. Young Min eyed the two with suspicion and asked, Mu'en, what are you two doing here? Upon seeing young Min, Zheng Wei initially intended to release Qin Mu'en's arm but reconsidered, choosing instead to grip it even tighter. She responded, after dining, Mu'en and I had nothing to do. So we decided to take a stroll by the sea. Chapter 78. Arrangements. Zheng Wei's words suggested that she and Qin Mu'en had agreed to leave the dining gathering together and come to the seaside for a walk. Yang Min's expression darkened as she turned to Qin Mu'en, asking, is that so, Mu'en? Not wishing young Min to learn of his plan to scout the dawn camp the following day, Qin Mu'en nodded in affirmation. Following Zheng Wei's lead. Watching young Min storm away in anger, Zheng Wei half-joked, half-curiously asked, aren't you going to chase after your little girlfriend? Qin Mu'en was taken aback, responding, Xiao Min is not my girlfriend. Aren't you two a couple? I always thought so. Xiao Min has consistently referred to herself as your girlfriend, Zheng Wei remarked, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Qin Mu'en shook his head, stating, I am unaware of that. Xiao Min is quite beautiful, he added. Indeed. She is very charming. Oh, you don't like her? Zheng Wei's question left Qin Mu'en momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, she wouldn't be interested in someone like me. Reflecting on his school days, he recalled that the boys who often walked with young Min were predominantly tall, handsome, cheerful, and affluent. He felt he had no kinship with them whatsoever. Eventually, they would all part ways, returning to their respective lives, just as before, with little interaction. Although he had now become the leader of the camp and was capable of caring for and protecting those around him, he never considered leveraging that to gain favor with young Min or any other girl. At his core, Qin Mu'en remained quite innocent. Zheng Wei inquired with a smile, what kind of person do you think I would be attracted to? Qin Mu'en looked at her in confusion. What you like has nothing to do with me. Zheng Wei laughed, saying, in the entertainment industry, I am known as a rising star, yet compared to you, I have become an old ant. Following her words, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Qin Mu'en felt an urge to scratch his head. He completely failed to grasp the intent behind Zheng Wei's remarks. He frowned and replied earnestly, you are not an old ant. Your age is not that advanced and moreover, you are in good health. Those who are physically fragile cannot withstand the pressure of over 100 meters of water. Upon hearing his words, Zheng Wei fell silent, feeling as though Qin Mu'en's head were made of wood, just a block of timber. As she prepared to speak again, at that moment, Wang Chang approached briskly. He excitedly called out, Brother Qin. After addressing Qin Mu'en, Wang Chang noticed Zheng Wei's presence and nodded at her, then looked around and asked, where is Xin Yue? Wang Chang anxiously inquired, what happened to Xin Yue? It's a matter concerning women now. Wang Chang immediately understood, muttering, I'll go check on her later. After speaking, he turned back to Qin Mu'en, grinning, Brother Qin, I would like to discuss something with you. Qin Mu'en asked, what is it? Wang Chang, wearing a broad smile, said, Brother Qin, could you take our team to hunt a wild boar? Qin Mu'en looked at him in confusion. Their current food supply was barely adequate, yet not to the extent of starvation. Why take the risk of hunting a wild boar? Wang Chang cleared his throat and explained, it's primarily for establishing authority. Establishing authority? Zheng Wei immediately sensed there was more to Wang Chang's words and asked, has someone been speaking ill behind your back? Wang Chang hesitated for a moment before admitting, someone mentioned that Brother Qin is too young to be the camp leader, which is somewhat inappropriate. Qin Mu'en shrugged indifferently, saying, if someone else is more suitable, then let them take over. Brother Qin, please don't think that way. We are all counting on you. Wang Chang exclaimed, if you don't continue as camp leader, I believe many in Mu'en camp would oppose the merger with the Morning Sun camp. Qin Mu'en clicked his tongue, internally lamenting the trouble and said, hunting wild boars is dangerous, and the wild boars in the forest often travel in packs. Finding a solitary one is not easy. Provoking a group of wild boars is tantamount to seeking death. Even I would not dare to attempt that. Wang Chang cautiously asked, Brother Qin, is there really no way at all? Qin Mu'en inquired, when do you plan to go? The sooner, the better. Ideally tomorrow. Tomorrow is not feasible. I plan to scout the dawn camp, You're going to the Dawn camp? Wang Chang looked at him in surprise. Qin Mu'en explained, I suspect there are still lifeboats at the Dawn camp, and right now, we are in dire need of them. Wang Chang's eyes twinkled as he said, Brother Qin, I will accompany you tomorrow. Upon reflection, Qin Mu'en recognized the rationale behind Wang Chang's suggestion. He scrutinized Wang Chang, noting the bruises on his face, and asked, Are you injured? Will you be able to manage? Wang Chang dismissively patted his chest, proclaiming, Don't worry, Brother Qin. I'm tough as nails. This little injury is nothing. After a brief pause, he added emphatically, Such vital resources like lifeboats cannot be allowed to fall into Miller's hands. One day, I will kill him to avenge Brother Li Xiang. Qin Mu'en patted Wang Chang's shoulder, assuring him, We will definitely settle that score. However, for now, they lack the capability to do so. The KOK members already outnumbered them, and with the addition of the Dawn camp's personnel, they nearly double their numbers. Brother Qin, there's something else I wish to discuss with you. Go ahead. Brother Qin, please teach us combat skills. We are at a disadvantage when fighting KOK's members. Lacking martial skills, they were truly outmatched against the tall and robust foreigners of KOK. Qin Mu'en was momentarily taken aback before nodding. That can be arranged, as long as you are willing to learn. I am willing to teach. Wang Chang was elated upon hearing this, exclaiming, Brother Qin, starting tomorrow morning, I will bring a team of brothers to learn combat from you. As the captain of the gathering team, he had selected members who were all from Mu'en camp, a mix of both genders. All physically fit. If the team members could all develop strong skills, it would greatly aid their food-gathering efforts. Chapter 79. Training. Observing Wang Chang's relentless enthusiasm in engaging Qin Mu'en, Zheng Wei felt quite helpless and could only bid farewell to Qin Mu'en as she turned to leave. Yang Min seemed to be deliberately waiting for her. With a sullen expression, she approached Zheng Wei, blocking her path, and asked in a hostile tone, Miss Zheng, what is your intention? Zheng Wei looked at her with a half-smile and replied, What intention do you mean? Yang Min, fuming, retorted, What do you mean by clinging to Mu'en? Zheng Wei laughed, saying, Am I clinging to him? Even if I were, what are you to him? By what standing do you speak to me in this manner? Yang Min was momentarily at a loss for words. Their relationship, aside from being classmates, was indeed rather limited. There's quite an age gap between you. It's merely 5 years. That isn't a significant difference, you little girl. If you have confidence and the ability to pursue him, then do so, rather than coming to speak with me about this. Zheng Wei smiled again at Yang Min as she walked past her. Watching Zheng Wei's retreating figure, Yang Min felt the urge to curse. The next morning, Wang Chang, accompanied by the entire gathering team, arrived at the seaside to report to Qin Mu'en. Qin Mu'en surveyed the gathering team and noted that, including Wang Chang, there were a total of 13 members, 10 men and 3 women. Even the 3 women stood nearly 170 centimeters tall, clearly indicating that they engaged in regular physical activity. He asked, Do you truly wish to learn combat skills from me? We do, the group replied in unison. Qin Mu'en nodded and stated, Then let's start with physical conditioning. As he spoke, he pointed to a wooden stick planted in the distance, adorned with a conspicuous red cloth, and asked, Do you see that? The group followed his finger and nodded in agreement. Qin Mu'en declared, Run 5 laps back and forth to that stick. 5 laps. Everyone present, including Wang Chang, displayed expressions of astonishment. Qin Mu'en remarked, It is merely 5 kilometers. If you cannot even endure this, there is no need to pursue martial arts. Without a robust physique to support you, no matter how proficient your combat skills may become, they will prove of little use. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overwhelm a multitude of techniques. A strong body surpasses all flashy displays. Wang Chang inhaled deeply, clapped his hands, and declared, If we do not wish to be bullied, we must strive to be stronger than others. Everyone, run with me. As he spoke, he took the lead towards a distant wooden pole. The remaining 12 team members, upon seeing this, followed suit. Qin Mu'en accompanied the group, running alongside them while offering guidance. Running on the beach is significantly more exhausting than running on solid ground, with a far greater toll on stamina. Qin Mu'en had set the initial practice at 5 kilometers, which was undoubtedly a formidable challenge for Wang Chang and his companions. After just 1 lap, many could no longer endure, collapsing in exhaustion. Drenched in sweat, panting heavily, Qin Mu'en, who accompanied them, appeared unfazed, encouraging those who lagged behind with claps, saying, If you cannot endure even 1 lap, with your physical fitness, you would struggle as an ordinary person back home. Let alone on this cursed island. Hurry up, keep up with the group. During training, Qin Mu'en seemed to transform into a different person. He not only spoke more but also adopted an increasingly stern and harsh demeanor. In the military, he served as a sergeant major, training both new recruits and seasoned soldiers, which was part of his daily routine. Completing the 5-kilometer run, including Wang Chong, many were on the verge of gasping for breath. Fortunately, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Qin Mu'en was somewhat satisfied. Looking at the exhausted group sprawled on the ground, he announced, "That's enough for today. Tomorrow morning, we will continue, Brother Qin. Are we running 5 kilometers again tomorrow?" "Indeed. For now, it will be 5 kilometers, but it will eventually extend to 8 and 10 kilometers. Ah." Upon hearing this, a wave of lamentation arose among the group. Qin Mu'en stated, "If you sweat more during training, you will bleed less in times of danger. If any of you wish to withdraw, I will not force you. For those who intend to continue training with me, we shall proceed tomorrow morning." Wang Chong, catching his breath, interjected, "Anyone who does not show up tomorrow will be immediately expelled from our gathering team. My subordinates do not include cowards." The others exchanged glances and raised their hands. Affirming, "Brother Qin, I will definitely be there tomorrow." He then turned to Wang Chong and inquired, "How is your body holding up?" Wang Chong straightened his posture and replied with a smile, "Brother Qin, I'm doing just fine." Qin Mu'en couldn't help but gaze at him a few more times. Having been so severely beaten by Miller the previous day, Wang Chong was now full of energy, showcasing impressive physical fitness. Wang Chong, with a hint of pride, said, "Brother Qin, back when I was involved in street fights, brawling was a common occurrence. Getting a few cuts was merely part of the deal. These minor injuries are nothing to worry about." Qin Mu'en cautioned, "The past is the past, and the present is the present. I am the past. Even if one were left gasping for breath, a visit to the hospital could save their life. But now? Even a small wound can become fatal if it becomes infected." Wang Chong nodded appreciatively and said, "Rest assured, Brother Qin, I will take care of my health." After a moment, he asked, "Brother Qin, when are we heading to Dawn Camp?" After breakfast, Qin Mu'en instructed Wang Chong to gather everyone from the collection team, then taught them a set of basic boxing techniques for practice, while he and Wang Chong set off towards Dawn Camp. Since they were not going to engage in a fight but merely to scout, the fewer people that went, the less likely they were to attract attention. Just the two of them was ideal. Dawn Camp is situated in the southeast of the island, and the location is particularly advantageous, surrounded by towering reefs on 3 sides and open to the sea on one. The camp is effectively shielded by the reefs, with only a small exit on the western side. As long as this small exit is secured, it would be challenging for outsiders to breach, unless they swim from the sea, which poses the risk of shark attacks. Qin Mu'en and Wang Chong concealed themselves in the nearby woods of Dawn Camp, crouching at the edge of the foliage, slightly raising their heads to observe the camp. Wang Chong had been here before but had never entered. After observing for a while, he could not help but exclaim, "I must say, Lu Fu is quite lucky. He stumbled upon such a prime piece of real estate." In Wang Chong's view, this open area encircled by towering reefs was practically tailor-made for establishing a survivor camp. Qin Mu'en nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed an excellent location for building a camp, a natural fortress that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, despite the advantageous location, Dawn Camp appeared eerily deserted. Qin Mu'en and Wang Chong had been crouched there for over half an hour, during which not a single person entered or exited the camp, if not for the survivors stationed atop the reefs. They might have suspected that Dawn Camp was abandoned. It was not a small camp. Reportedly, there were around 70 to 80 survivors within. Just as Qin Mu'en and Wang Chong quietly pondered the camp's unusual stillness, they suddenly heard a commotion erupting from within. Before long, several foreigners emerged from the camp, dragging along 5 or 6 women. The women, being pulled out, cried and shouted, while the survivors of Dawn Camp wore expressions of suppressed rage. A man in his 30s, unable to contain his anger, rushed out from the crowd to block the foreigners' path, shouting in English, "Do not go too far. Forcing women from our camp is utterly unacceptable." "Humph!" A blonde foreigner approached him, sizing him up without uttering a word, before delivering a punch. The man was caught off guard, unprepared for the sudden attack, and was struck squarely on the nose. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Covering his face with his hands as blood streamed from between his fingers, the blonde foreigner, relentless, delivered a vicious kick to the already crouched man, sending him sprawling to the ground. The other foreigners quickly swarmed in. surrounding the fallen man and pummeling him mercilessly. Before long, the man lay motionless on the ground, bloodied and battered, uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Meanwhile, the dozens of survivors from Dawn Camp stood by, none daring to intervene or offer assistance, merely trembling in place, witnessing the brutality. Hidden in the grass, Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming, "Damn it, this is too much." As he spoke, he made to stand up. Qin Mu'en, quick to react, pulled him back and subtly shook his head. Wang Chong, frustrated, asked, "Brother Qin, are we just going to watch these foreign bastards bully us?" Qin Mu'en replied quietly, "If we act now, we will only bring trouble upon the survivors of Dawn Camp. We should wait until they leave before we take action." Wang Chong considered this and realized the wisdom in Qin Mu'en's words. He suppressed his anger and said, "Brother Qin, I recognize that blonde guy. He was among those who caused trouble at our camp with Miller yesterday." Upon hearing this, Qin Mu'en's eyes glimmered as he responded, "I understand. Justice must be served, debts must be repaid. This is only right. The people from Mu'en Camp and Dawn Camp must not die in vain." Though they currently lack the capability to directly confront the KOK camp and seek retribution from Miller, dealing with a few of their scattered members was not an insurmountable task. Qin Mu'en drew a diving knife from his lower back and handed it to Wang Chong. As Wang Chong accepted it, he asked, "Brother Qin, aren't you using one?" Qin Mu'en brandished his Swiss Army knife, showing it to Wang Chong. Wang Chong ceased his inquiries, gripping the knife tightly, his gaze fixed on the group of foreigners. Outside Dawn Camp, the foreigners had finished beating the man into submission, leaving him motionless on the ground. Before finally stopping, the blonde foreigner spat on the man and sneered, "Daring to block our Coke's path, you are seeking death." He gestured towards the man lying on the ground, as his gaze swept over the survivors of Dawn Camp. They instinctively lowered their heads and recoiled. Witnessing this, the blonde foreigner smirked disdainfully, then waved to his companions, saying, "Let us go." The 7 of them, forcefully dragging along 5 women, swaggered towards the KOK camp in plain view. During Lu Fu's time, he had fawned over Miller, offering food and women. Now that Lu Fu was dead, Dawn Camp was left leaderless, unable to hold its head high in front of the KOK camp. Wang Chong, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt a mix of anger, hatred, and pity for the people of Dawn Camp. He could not help but exclaim, "What a bunch of spineless cowards, with so many of them. How can they let a few foreign brutes bully them like this?" Qin Mu'en responded, "They are not just a few individuals. They represent the formidable strength of KOK." Wang Chong inquired, "Brother Qin, should we intervene?" Qin Mu'en shook his head and began to retreat into the woods. Wang Chong followed him, and they both used the trees for cover as they tracked the departing foreigners. After trailing them for 2 to 3 miles, they saw the foreigners suddenly halt. Assuming they had been discovered, both crouched low in the underbrush. The group of foreigners huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves, their intentions unclear. After a brief moment, the foreigner with golden hair approached a group of women, surveying them with a predatory gaze. Suddenly, he reached out and seized one of the women, dragging her toward the woods. The remaining foreigners laughed heartily, while the other women trembled in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, the golden-haired foreigner threw the woman to the ground and began to tear at her clothing. Her cries and screams pierced the air, much to the amusement of the men outside the woods. As the women huddled together, paralyzed with terror, just as the foreigner prepared to commit his vile act, a rustling sound suddenly erupted nearby. Instinctively, he turned to see a shadow sprinting toward him. Before he could react, a jolt struck his head, and he found himself toppled from the woman. The shadow, revealed to be Wang Chong, delivered a powerful kick to the foreigner's face, swiftly followed by a knife plunged into his abdomen. The golden-haired foreigner let out a desperate scream, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed upon Wang Chong. Without a moment's pause, Wang Chong withdrew the dagger and thrust it into him multiple times. Compared to an ordinary person, Wang Chong, with his background in the underworld, was ruthless. From the outset, he had no intention of leaving any survivors. Each stab to the foreigner's abdomen was lethal. Hearing the commotion in the woods, the other foreigners became alert, leaving one behind to watch the women while the remaining 5 rushed into the forest. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of their comrades sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, with an Eastern man standing over him, brandishing a bloodied dagger. Wang Chong wasted no time. Confronting the 5 men head-on in the ensuing confrontation, He lunged forward with his knife. The 5 foreigners, armed with weapons themselves, were not defenseless. One swung a club to deflect Wang Chang's dagger before attempting to strike him on the head. Wang Chang quickly retreated, but another foreigner rushed forward, aiming again for his skull. With no choice, Wang Chang rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. Before he could regain his balance, another club came crashing down upon him, just as Wang Chang found himself in a precarious situation. Qin Mu'en, hiding in the shadows, sprang forth from behind a large tree. In a swift motion, he not only blocked the club aimed at Wang Chang, but also slashed the assailant's throat with his knife. The foreigner stiffened, mouth agape in a silent scream, unable to utter a sound as his life ebbed away. Another foreigner roared in rage, swinging his club at Qin Mu'en's head. Qin Mu'en arched backward, delivering a precise kick to the man's chest. The impact sent him staggering back. Before he could regain his footing, Qin Mu'en closed the distance, plunging his dagger into the man's heart, followed by a swift horizontal slash that severed his neck. 2 strikes, both fatal in the blink of an eye. Qin Mu'en had dispatched 2 foes. The remaining 3 foreigners, their faces drained of color, stared at him in shock and terror. Qin Mu'en turned to Wang Chang and asked, "Are you all right?" Wang Chang grinned, his spirits lifted as he replied, "Qin Gu, I'm fine. How could they be so weak, unable to handle just a few of them?" At this, Wang Chang felt a flush of embarrassment, unable to articulate a response. Qin Mu'en swiftly evaded another incoming club. Advancing rather than retreating with a flash, he struck at the foreigner's chest, then delivered a powerful blow that sent him reeling. Seizing the opportunity, he followed up with 2 rapid stabs to the chest. The body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Qin Mu'en then pivoted, charging toward the 2 remaining foreigners. His movements were blindingly fast, akin to a hunting leopard. Reaching them in an instant, they met him with 2 sweeping, whistling machetes. Qin Mu'en's dagger sliced through the air, deflecting both blades with a resounding clang. Before they could recover, he struck again, leaving deep gashes across their bodies. The 2 foreigners howled in agony, swinging their weapons wildly, but Qin Mu'en remained steadfast, refusing to yield an inch. As he deftly parried their attacks, he continued to inflict wounds upon them. The fight had devolved into a one-sided slaughter, a testament to Qin Mu'en's overwhelming superiority. After a flurry of strikes, the 2 foreigners fell to their knees, bloodied and exhausted, gazing up at Qin Mu'en in disbelief and fear. They struggled to comprehend how they, armed with long weapons, had been bested by a single man wielding only a short Swiss knife. Observing the 2 foreigners, now powerless to rise, Qin Mu'en stepped back and glanced at Wang Chang. Wang Chang, finally shaken from his astonishment, approached the 2 defeated men. Without a word, he plunged his knife into one's chest and swiftly followed with another stab to the other's neck. Ensuring no survivors remained, the 2 foreigners crumpled to the ground, their bodies twitching briefly before falling still. The woman, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the golden-haired foreigner, bore no relief on her face. Only profound fear in her eyes. These 2 men, capable of such cold-blooded violence, were far more terrifying than their foreign counterparts. She trembled as she stammered, "Who are you?" Qin Mu'en met her gaze but said nothing. Striding purposefully out of the woods in contrast to Qin Mu'en's aloofness, Wang Chang, with his rough background, displayed a warmer demeanor. He wiped the blood from his dagger on the corpse, then picked up the 2 machetes and approached the woman. Leaning down to examine her closely, he understood why the foreigner had targeted her. She was extraordinarily beautiful in her 30s. She possessed the unique charm and maturity of a woman, her face unadorned yet exquisitely captivating. Wang Chang was momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile and asking, "Miss, are you all right? Don't be afraid. We are survivors from Mu'en's camp and mean you no harm." Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes brimmed with tears as she began to sob uncontrollably. Wang Chang, taken aback by her tears, knelt beside her awkwardly, offering clumsy reassurances, "It's all right. It's all right. Let's get out of here." As he spoke, he helped her to her feet. Chapter 82. Offering refuge after eliminating 6 foreigners in the woods. Qin Mu'en and Wang Chang emerged into the open. The foreigner waiting outside, upon seeing Qin Mu'en and his companions, visibly paled and instinctively shouted, "Where are Johnson and the others?" Without breaking stride, Qin Mu'en approached the foreigner and replied in English, Either they have met their maker or are destined for the depths of hell. The foreigner's expression shifted dramatically. Panic set in as he raised his club toward Qin Mu'en, stuttering, "Why you? Who are you?" "Qin Mu'en," came the calm and confident reply. The foreigner recognized the name, and upon realizing he was facing Qin Mu'en, the desire to fight vanished, and he turned to flee. Quick as a flash, Qin Mu'en mirrored his speed. With a swift motion, he launched a bolt of energy from his arm, striking the foreigner in the thigh. The man screamed, collapsing forward and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Qin Mu'en approached leisurely, stepping on the foreigner's back while retrieving his Swiss knife from the man's thigh. Another cry of agony escaped the foreigner, who trembled from the pain. Qin Mu'en leaned down, lightly tapping the man's face with the blade, saying, "You're fortunate. You're the last one left, so you need not face death." Sweating profusely, the foreigner stammered, "I understand, scram." Wang Chong, still supporting the woman, stepped forward to Qin Mu'en's side, watching the fleeing figure in indignation. "Qin Gu, letting him go is too lenient." Qin Mu'en replied, "We need to leave one alive. Let Miller know precisely who is responsible for this. Otherwise, the Dawn camp would be left with no explanation, and the survivors might face dire consequences. Lu Fu is Lu Fu, and the survivors are the survivors. They cannot be conflated." Qin Mu'en has always been clear about his grievances and favors. He adheres to his own principles, seeking not to be aboveboard but to remain guilt-free. He would not let his connection to Lu Fu cast a shadow over the entire Dawn camp. The women were filled with a mix of surprise and joy, alternating between tears and laughter. Qin Mu'en took the two machetes from Wang Chong and stepped aside to test them against the grass, effortlessly slicing through the blades, demonstrating their sharpness. Wang Chong inquired, "By the way, are there any lifeboats in the Dawn camp?" "What about the other lifeboats?" "They were all taken by the KOK camp's people. Not a single one left. None." Confirming that there were no remaining lifeboats at the Dawn camp, Wang Chong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He turned to look at Qin Mu'en, who was still testing the blade's sharpness against the grass. Wang Chong asked, "Is there a camp leader in the Dawn camp now that Lu Fu is dead?" The beautiful young woman shook her head and replied, "The KOK people said they would merge with the Dawn camp, and afterward, there will be no more Dawn camp. Miller will become our camp leader. Miller is not a good person. You all must be cautious now that he will be your leader." Wang Chong kindly warned. It must be said that those foreigners certainly had an eye for beauty. The women they had taken from the Dawn camp were strikingly beautiful, fitting the aesthetic standards of the East. Suddenly, the beautiful young woman spoke up, "Sir, may I go to Mu'en camp with you?" "Huh. I don't want to go to KOK camp. Please, can you take me in?" As she spoke, the other women chimed in, "Take us with you. We also want to go to Mu'en camp." Wang Chong, merely a captain in the camp, had no authority to accept new members. He instinctively glanced at Qin Mu'en, who was still engaged with the grass. He quickly approached him, saying, "Brother Qin, they want to come to our camp. What do you think?" Qin Mu'en paused his work and handed one of the machetes to Wang Chong, saying, "This blade needs sharpening." "Oh, what about them? Let them come." All right, Wang Chong, feeling sympathy for their plight, nodded in agreement as Qin Mu'en consented to take them in. "Our camp leader has said you may stay in Mu'en camp." Upon hearing this, the women erupted in joyous tears. Wang Chong looked at her in surprise, asking, "You have a husband and children?" The beautiful young woman, Chen Yusen, nodded shyly. Given her age, having a husband and children was quite normal, but it was rare for an entire family to be survivors. It could only be said that their luck was extraordinary. Upon arriving at the Dawn camp, Wang Chong was struck by the pitiful state of Chen Yusen's husband, Wang Ruiqing. His head was swollen like a pig's, his body covered in blood, and he was barely conscious. Seeing his wife being taken away by several foreigners, how could a man endure such humiliation? But he was alone, outnumbered and beaten severely, with several broken ribs. Witnessing Wang Ruiqing's tragic condition, Wang Chong sighed inwardly. In a civilized society, marrying a beautiful wife might be considered fortunate, but in this brutal world of survival, having such a lovely spouse could be a curse. Those who followed Qin Mu'en from the Dawn camp were not only Wang Ruiqing and Chen Yusen, but also over 30 other survivors who wished to join them in Mu'en camp. Qin Mu'en welcomed them all. As long as they were willing, he would not object. Food was no longer the most pressing issue for Mu'en camp. Even if more survivors arrived, the camp could sustain them. What Mu'en camp truly lacked at the moment was manpower. With the addition of these 40 survivors, the the population of Mu'en camp swelled to over 150. The deputy camp leaders, Chun and Li Yingkai, warmly welcomed the survivors from the Dawn camp. However, amidst the welcome, they could not ignore one pressing issue: food supplies. Qin Mu'en's dwelling had transformed from a small shelter into a large one, supported by 5 sturdy wooden posts and reinforced with crossbeams. With the availability of axes, felling trees became significantly easier, and with hammers, driving wooden wedges was more convenient. In just a few hours, they successfully constructed a large shelter. Inside the shelter, Li Yingkai solemnly remarked, however, with over 40 more mouths to feed, we must stockpile more food. Qin suggested, tomorrow, I will accompany the gathering team to collect fruits. Qin Mu'en added, yesterday, Wang Chang proposed hunting wild boars. And I think it's worth a try. Hunting wild boars? Isn't that too dangerous? Li Yingkai replied, his voice tinged with trepidation. He had not forgotten the peril of their first encounter with a wild boar. And even now, the memory sent shivers down his spine. Yet, it was not impossible. With a stroke of luck, they might hunt a solitary boar. At this point, Qin Mu'en's thoughts shifted to another matter. He continued. This time, Wang Chang and I killed several people from the KOK camp. I suspect Miller will not let this go unpunished. Either he will come in person for revenge, or he will send someone else. Both Qin and Li Yingkai's expressions changed, and they asked, will Miller come directly to attack our camp? Li Yingkai added sternly, I must warn the camp members to be cautious when entering and exiting the camp. Qin Mu'en nodded, saying, also, the potatoes we have planted may very well become a target for them to destroy. I plan to set some traps in the nearby woods, just in case. All right, Qin replied. I will inform everyone in the camp to avoid the woods. As they were conversing, a timid voice came from outside the shelter. Hello. Qin Mu'en and the others turned to see Chen Yusin standing outside with her child. Upon recognizing her, Li Yingkai's eyes lit up. While there were many women in the camp, there were few as mature and beautiful as Chen Yusin. He nodded at her and introduced himself. Hello, I am Li Yingkai, the deputy camp leader of Mu'en camp. Chen Yusin shyly shook his hand, hesitating to speak. Li Yingkai inquired, Miss Chen, is there something you need? Chen Yusin cautiously said, I wanted to ask if you have any medical supplies. My husband is seriously injured. Li Yingkai recalled that among the survivors from the Dawn camp, there had indeed been someone carried over, though he hadn't paid much attention at the time, he assured her. Miss Chen, there is no need to worry. We have doctors in our camp who should be able to treat your husband. Let me take you to find the doctor. Thank you, Mr. Li. No need for thanks. We are all survivors and fellow countrymen. We ought to help each other. Li Yingkai greeted Qin Mu'en and Chen Shun before leading Chen Yusin to find Sun Shi and Yang Min. Typically, Li Yingkai was a rational person, not overly warm or cold towards others. However, today he was unusually attentive to a new survivor, and the others present, except for Qin Mu'en, seemed to understand without needing to speak. Wang Chang shrugged and muttered, I wonder if Brother Li has any romantic intentions. Chen Yusin, no matter how beautiful, was already married and had children. Qin remarked, beauty is always in demand, no matter where or when. Wang Chang countered, not necessarily. If it weren't for Brother Qin saving her today, she might have already ended up in KOK, suffering under Miller's bullying. Qin glanced at Qin Mu'en, saying, I didn't expect you to be so chivalrous. It was merely a coincidence. Regardless of whether the KOK people had taken women or not, upon encountering them, Qin Mu'en had no intention of letting them off the hook. Saving Chen Yusin and the others was indeed a matter of course. Qin teased, you are quite cold-hearted. Speaking to him without some sort of veiled threat seemed out of character for her. Qin Mu'en, uninterested in her remarks, turned to Wang Chang and said, let's go set the traps. Wang Chang perked up at this, asking Brother Qin, should we call the rest of the team? Qin Mu'en considered it and nodded. Yes, the more hands we have, the quicker the work will go, and they might as well learn something useful for the future. Qin immediately chimed in, Old Qin, let me join you. Qin Mu'en's gaze fell on her injured arm, saying, you should focus on healing first. Qin pouted, looking quite distressed. Wang Chang gathered the members of the gathering team and followed Qin Mu'en to the woods beside the potato fields to set traps. Setting traps in the forest was one of Qin Mu'en's strengths. He had grown up in the mountains, learning to hunt and trap from his father since childhood. As Qin Mu'en set his traps, Wang Chang and his subordinates were momentarily taken aback, digging pits, inserting sharpened branches at the bottom, then laying down branches above and covering them with loose soil and weeds for concealment. They suspended cut tree stumps high with vines, tying one end of the vine to a branch and securing the branch into the ground. Another vine was then used to create a horizontal line. Anyone who walked by and touched the vine would trigger the suspended tree stump to fall. Qin Mu'en meticulously arranged various traps throughout the forest, each one simple yet effective, with the most crucial aspect being their lethal potential. After a flurry of activity, the sky gradually darkened, and upon the completion of his arrangements, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Wang Chong lifted his gaze. Even as the architect of these traps, he could hardly discern where danger lay and where safety resided without careful scrutiny. He lamented, if the KOK people don't come, that's one thing. But if they do venture in here, it would be akin to stepping through the gates of hell. As he spoke and prepared to move aside, Qin Mu'en suddenly called out to him in a low voice, gesturing toward a nearby vine. Wang Chong looked down, his eyes widening in horror. He took cautious steps backward until he stood beside Qin Mu'en, finally exhaling a shaky breath. Shaking his head, he declared, I shall never set foot in this forest again, no matter what. Chapter 84. Power Generation. Wang Chong and the members of the collection team followed Qin Mu'en to the great cavern, where the sight of two large wooden boxes within caused their eyes to brighten. Observing the group hastily transporting the boxes, Qin Mu'en furrowed his brow and inquired, what purpose do you have in moving those? Having not considered the implications, Qin Mu'en, after hearing Wang Chong's words, shook his head with a smile and ceased to oppose their efforts. Upon examining the contents of the boxes, it became evident that they contained a variety of items, a substantial portion being small electrical appliances and decorative items, alongside several down jackets. The appearance of these appliances ignited excitement in a middle-aged man in his 40s. He swiftly stepped out of the crowd, gazing at the boxes with uncontainable joy, exclaiming, these are functional. They can be used. Qin Mu'en remarked, without electricity, they are merely ornaments. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and retorted, who says there's no electricity? I can generate power. Qin Mu'en looked at him in confusion. Qin approached with a smile, saying, Old Qin, didn't I mention before that our camp is home to all kinds of talents, including those who can generate electricity? Qin Mu'en vaguely recalled Chanshan mentioning this previously. Chanshan introduced, this is Professor Li Ming, a PhD in electrical engineering. Qin Mu'en inquired, Professor Li, how do you generate electricity? With potatoes? In his mind, he recalled that potatoes could indeed be used for power generation. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively, stating, I use lemon juice. I've already filled 5 power banks. Chanshan added with a grin. Thanks to Professor Li's modifications, these power banks can easily charge small appliances like hair clippers and shavers, which we can use in the future. Without electricity, these appliances were indeed mere trinkets, but with the ability to generate power, their value was now apparent. The onlooking survivors were equally thrilled, eagerly asking, does this mean we can get haircuts and shave in the future? Before Chanshan could respond, Li Yingkai interjected, of course, but you'll need to exchange work points. 2 work points for a haircut, 1 for a shave. Hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of disappointment. Chanshan also thought that Li Yingkai was being a bit of a killjoy, always talking about work points. It seemed he had been obsessed with money even before being stranded on the island. Chanshan suggested, Old Qin, let's have all these electrical appliances stored with Professor Li for charging, and he can oversee them from now on. Qin Mu'en shrugged nonchalantly to Li Ming, overjoyed, beamed. You are most welcome to visit my residence, camp leader. In Li Ming's abode, the space was cluttered with jars and cans, remnants of consumed food scattered about, containing both solid powders and liquid solvents. The contents a mystery. The center of the room stood 2 large jars, from which a pungent scent of citric acid wafted. Approaching closer, one could see copper rods and zinc rods submerged in the lemon juice, both connected to wires leading to a disassembled power bank. Li Ming was visibly excited by Qin Mu'en's presence, eagerly explaining, the principle of generating power with lemon juice is quite simple. When zinc and copper meet citric acid, a chemical reaction occurs. Zinc serves as the anode, being the electrode with a lower electric potential, while copper acts as the cathode, possessing a higher electric potential. The electrons flow from the cathode to the anode, creating an electric current. By directing this current into the power bank battery, we can charge it. Li Ming's explanation was extensive, and while Qin Mu'en grasped only parts of it, he was certain of one thing. Li Ming indeed possessed the ability to generate power using lemons. He asked, Professor Li, does generating power with lemons require a considerable amount of them? Li Ming nodded, responding, most of the lemons gathered from the island have been sent here, but it still isn't enough. After a pause, he added with a smile, however, once the potatoes are ripe, we can use them instead of lemons. Qin Mu'en questioned, do potatoes have a higher power output than lemons? Cooked potatoes can generate 10 times the power of raw ones. Qin Mu'en replied seriously, but potatoes are precious food and seeds. Li Ming chuckled dismissively, explaining, potatoes used for power generation remain completely unchanged. They are still edible and pose no harm to the human body. Understanding dawned on Qin Mu'en, and he nodded in agreement. This was indeed advantageous, capable of generating power while remaining consumable. He chuckled. Once our potato crop matures, we'll have to trouble Professor Li. You are too kind? Camp leader. This is merely my duty, Li Ming responded, clearly flattered. I in the camp. The camp leader held the highest authority, overseeing all matters. Whether Li Ming could continue his research depended entirely on Qin Mu'en's decree. If Qin Mu'en forbade him from conducting research and instead assigned him to labor, he would have no choice but to comply. Qin Mu'en was eagerly observing the lemon juice power generation when Chen Shan hurried in, urgently informing him, Old Qin, stop watching. There's movement near the potato field. It seems someone has intruded into the forest. Ah? Qin Mu'en gasped, realizing that he had set traps within that forest, all of which were lethal. He said solemnly, didn't I instruct you to inform everyone in the camp to steer clear of that forest? I did say so, but I don't know who sneaked in, Chen Shan, panicked and drenched in sweat, replied. Following Chen Shan, Qin Mu'en left Li Ming's residence and hurried toward the potato field. As they approached the forest, the sounds of anguished cries reached their ears. Chen Shan's face paled, and he stepped forward, intending to rush into the woods, but Qin Mu'en seized his arm, firmly admonishing, have you lost your mind? Going in there will get you killed. Chapter 85. Ambushed. Qin Mu'en was confident in the traps he had set, yet he remained vigilant. He instructed Chen Shan and the others, stay close behind me, don't stray off course. Otherwise, I will not be responsible. It was rare to hear Qin Mu'en speak with such gravity, causing Chen Shan to nod seriously while reminding the others to stay together and not get lost. Entering the woods, Qin Mu'en proceeded cautiously. Though he had personally laid the traps, he could not remember all of them. He walked slowly, observing carefully, stopping frequently, and weaving through until they finally reached the depths of the forest. Here, they found several individuals sprawled on the ground. All of them notably burly foreigners. Two were pinned beneath thick wooden stumps, while another two had been impaled by sharpened branches, their bodies motionless, clearly lifeless. One foreigner had fallen into a pit, his left shoulder, right chest, and left leg pierced by wooden spikes at the bottom. Although he was still alive, he lay helplessly, wailing in agony. Witnessing that the traps had ensnared foreigners, and notably not members of their camp, Qin Mu'en and Chen Shan felt a wave of relief wash over them. As long as no survivors from their own camp were harmed, everything could be managed. Moreover, these individuals clearly hailed from the KOK camp, having stealthily intruded into the woods to approach their potato fields. Likely with malicious intent, Qin Mu'en approached the edge of the pit, looking down at the half-conscious foreigner, and asked, are you from the KOK camp? The foreigner, drenched in sweat, weakly nodded, stammering, why yes. What brings you here? Qin Mu'en pressed. We accidentally wandered here. Accidentally? Qin Mu'en scoffed. If you're unwilling to speak the truth, then you might as well remain here. No one can save you, not even Miller. With that, he straightened up and turned to leave. Upon witnessing the scene, the foreigner became frantic, exclaiming loudly, You cannot leave, you cannot abandon me. Qin Mu'en shrugged and replied, can you truly expect others to assist you while you are steeped in lies? The foreigner's expression soured, and he stammered, unable to articulate a response. Chen Shan and Wang Chong, lacking proficiency in English, were oblivious to the conversation between Qin Mu'en and the foreigner. Chen Shan cleared his throat and murmured, Old Qin, your English is quite impressive. Weren't you a soldier before? Isn't proficiency in English a requirement in the military? Qin Mu'en stated, I previously served in the French Foreign Legion. Thus, he was well versed in both English and French, albeit only in spoken form. His written skills were lacking. Qin Mu'en was not taken aback by this, nodding as he said, as expected. Now, can you save me? The foreigner pleaded. To steal the potatoes is to sever the future sustenance of our camp. Do you honestly believe I would come to your aid? At these words, the foreigner's countenance changed dramatically, and he cried out, You promised me that if I revealed the truth, You would save me. I am afraid I never made such a promise. Qin Mu'en stepped back, addressing Chen and the others. We must move the bodies. Otherwise, the scent of blood will attract predators and compromise our traps. Chen nodded, then gestured towards the foreigner lying in the pit, inquiring, what about him? He claimed that Miller sent them to steal the potatoes. However, the potatoes are not yet ripe. Chen remarked, puzzled. That is inconsequential. What matters is that if there are no potatoes for our camp to consume or cultivate in the future. Chen suddenly comprehended Qin Mu'en's implication. Qin Mu'en nodded, affirming Chen's insight. Damn! Wang Chang cursed, seizing a large machete and striding towards the foreigner. Upon seeing Wang Chang's fierce approach, the foreigner, his face etched with terror, screamed, "Help me!" Before the plea fully escaped his lips, Wang Chang plunged the blade into his chest, killing him instantly within the pit. Wang Chang's ruthlessness startled Chen and the surrounding individuals, who gaped in shock, a mix of fear and astonishment etched on their faces, aware of the incredulous and fearful gazes directed at him. Wang Chang withdrew the machete from the corpse, shaking off the blood, and stated solemnly, "If we do not set an example, KOK will return. We may fend them off once or twice, but can we withstand them 10 or 20 times?" But there was no need to kill him, Chen protested, frowning. He believed that even if this foreigner were spared, the medical conditions on the deserted island would likely lead to his demise. Wang Chang studied Chen intently, speaking with profound significance. Chen, this is not our homeland. It is not a civilized society. It is a realm of survival of the fittest, where the victor takes all. If you show mercy today and spare him, tomorrow he may seize an opportunity to eliminate you. Your mindset must change swiftly. Otherwise, not only will your own situation become perilous, but you may also endanger your companions. In this regard, he suggested Chen learn from Qin Gu. Wang Chang admired Qin Mu'en, not solely for his formidable skills, but also for his remarkable adaptability to this desolate island, survival of the fittest. Wang Chang's instincts told him that aligning with Qin Mu'en would ensure his greatest chance of survival, and this was indeed validated by their experiences. His words profoundly impacted Chen, as Wang Chang indicated. Chen's mindset remained rooted in the conventions of civilized society, still grappling with issues through that lens. This predicament was not unique to Chen, but was a commonality among the survivors. Wang Chang perceived this mentality as dangerously ill-suited to the island's harsh realities. Chen contemplated this in silence. Under Qin Mu'en's direction, the group meticulously reconfigured the trap, covering the blood with loose soil, leaves, and underbrush. Ultimately, they collectively carried 5 corpses out of the forest. Disposing of the foreigners' bodies was straightforward. They would be cast into the sea to feed the sharks. Chapter 86. Self-interest upon returning to the camp. Qin Mu'en had scarcely rested in his shelter when Yang Min entered. She asked, "Mu'en, I heard that someone died near the potato planting area." "Indeed, 5 individuals perished." 5. Yang Min exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "They were all from the KOK camp, dispatched by Miller to steal the potatoes. Did you set the traps in the woods to kill them?" "Yes," Qin Mu'en nodded. Yang Min felt a tumult of emotions within her. Qin Mu'en was formidable, instilling a remarkable sense of safety, yet he was also chillingly ruthless. The death of 5 individuals seemed to leave him unfazed, an almost cold-blooded cruelty that unnerved her. Qin Mu'en remarked, "Our relationship with KOK is now one of life and death. If we cannot intimidate them and suppress their arrogance, our camp will face endless troubles in the future." His words, somewhat alarmist, revealed his intention not to coexist with the KOK camp for long. Yang Min pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Mu'en, you are right. If we do not instill fear in the KOK camp, there will inevitably be a second and third Li Xiang." The loss of Li Xiang weighed heavily on the hearts of all within the camp. Including Yang Min. Qin Mu'en smiled at her, extracting a coconut from the sand, prying it open with a Swiss Army knife, and offering it to Yang Min. Warmth filled her heart as she gratefully accepted it and took a sip. Suddenly, she recalled something, glanced around, and leaned closer to Qin Mu'en, whispering, "Mu'en, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Brother Li has forbidden me from administering medication to Wang Ruiqing any longer." "Wang Ruiqing?" The name sounded somewhat familiar. "He is Chen Yusen's husband, the one injured by the KOK camp." "Oh." Qin Mu'en remembered, then looked at Yang Min in confusion, not grasping her meaning. Yang Min elaborated, "When Wang Ruiqing was brought to the camp, his injuries were severe. He was on the brink of death. I administered a dose of cephalosporin. Afterward, Brother Li approached me, stating that the antibiotics in the camp were scarce and should not be wasted on a newcomer like Wang Ruiqing, instructing me to refrain from giving him any more medication. Qin Mu'en, typically indifferent to the internal affairs of the camp, shrugged, saying, "You should heed Brother Li's advice. But if we do not give Wang Ruiqing medication, he could die at any moment. If we continue to administer it, will he definitely survive? Not necessarily. Then how much antibiotic do we have left? Fewer than 10 tablets. In that case, using the antibiotics on Wang Ruiqing seems somewhat wasteful." Before Qin Mu'en could respond, Yang Min spoke earnestly, "We are all trained in medicine. If a patient has even the slightest chance of survival, we must do everything in our power to save them. Administering medication may not guarantee his survival, but withholding it will certainly lead to his death. This time, I believe Brother Li is mistaken. Moreover." She hesitated, her words trailing off. Curious, Qin Mu'en inquired, "Moreover what?" "Moreover, Brother Li seems overly enthusiastic towards Chen Yusen. He wants me to cut off Wang Ruiqing's medication, as if he intends to harm him." Yang Min whispered. She sighed, her head bowed in distress, saying, "Since arriving on this island, I have grown accustomed to interpreting others' thoughts with the utmost malice. Yet that you are the only exception." Qin Mu'en stated gravely, "I will not harm you, now or in the future." Yang Min felt a surge of emotion, her eyes misting as she was about to speak when Li Yingkai strode in, asking Mu'en, "What is the situation over by the potato planting area?" Qin Mu'en glanced at Li Yingkai, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, thinking how fortuitous it was that he had just arrived. He replied, "The KOK camp intended to steal the potatoes, but all perished in the traps." Li Yingkai asked, "How many of them came?" "5. Li Yingkai nodded thoughtfully, muttering, "Only 5 came. It seems Miller's injury has not yet healed, and he dares not make too much noise." He then turned to Yang Min, smiling, "Little Min is here too, by the way. How is Wang Ruiqing's condition?" "Very serious. Without medication, he likely will not survive 3 days." Yang Min stated candidly. Li Yingkai sighed. "This is an unfortunate situation. 1 tablet of medication could save a life, but using it all on Wang Ruiqing is too wasteful." He turned to Qin Mu'en, asking, "What do you think?" "Mu'en?" After a moment of silence, Qin Mu'en responded, "Tomorrow I will venture into the forest to see if I can find some herbs." Li Yingkai's eyes flickered, cautioning Mu'en, "You are now the leader of the camp. You cannot take risks for the sake of one person." Qin Mu'en smiled, saying, "Tomorrow I intend to hunt in the forest and look for herbs at the same time." Li Yingkai initially acknowledged, then raised his eyebrows, exclaiming in surprise, "Hunting?" With the number of survivors in the camp increasing, food is becoming scarcer, and subsisting solely on fruit does not suffice for proper nutrition. Fruit can satiate hunger, yet it fails to provide lasting sustenance. Within a mere hour or two, it is nearly fully digested. In contrast, the nutrition derived from meat is significantly more substantial for the human body. This is primarily due to the protein content in meat. Prolonged deprivation of protein can lead to a gradual weakening of the immune system, making one susceptible to illness, and in dire circumstances, it could prove fatal. Li Yingkai pondered for a moment and cautioned, "Mu'en, you must exercise caution." "I am aware," Mu'en replied. After Li Yingkai and Yang Min departed, Qin Mu'en sought out Fatty. Fatty currently held the position of warehouse manager, overseeing the various odds and ends within the camp. Upon seeing Qin Mu'en approach, Fatty greeted him with a wide smile, exclaiming, "Brother Qin." After a brief moment of contemplation, Fatty nodded and said, "There is indeed a basket net. Brother Qin, do you wish to use it?" "Yes," Qin Mu'en replied. "I intend to fashion it into a bowstring." "All right, Brother Qin, I shall fetch it for you." Fatty promptly agreed, entering the shed and rummaging through a pile of miscellaneous items. After about 10 minutes, he finally located the basket net. The cordage used to weave the basket net was of commendable quality, thick, resilient, and elastic. However, once unraveled, each strand was rather short and required joining together. Simply tying them with a basic knot would likely not withstand the tension of a bow. Holding the basket net, Qin Mu'en contemplated for a moment before bidding Fatty farewell and departing. He made his way to Zheng Wei's residence. Chapter 87. Seduction. When it came to needlework, Zheng Wei was quite adept. Qin Mu'en intended to inquire if there was a method to securely connect these strands. Arriving near Zheng Wei's quarters, he encountered Zhang Xinyue exiting. Upon spotting Qin Mu'en, Zhang Xinyue momentarily froze before bowing slightly and asking, "Is the camp leader here to see Sister Wei?" Qin Mu'en nodded. Curiously, Zhang Xinyue inquired, "Does the camp leader have business?" "Yes." Noting Qin Mu'en's lack of elaboration, Zhang Xinyue refrained from further questioning, stating, "Sister Wei is inside." "Very well," Qin Mu'en replied as he stepped into the shed. Upon seeing him, Zhang Wei appeared somewhat surprised and smiled, asking Mu'en, "What brings you here?" Qin Mu'en presented the basket net, asking, "Could you assist me in fashioning it into a bowstring?" Zhang Wei accepted the net, examining it closely before responding, "To connect them securely, we would need at least 3 or 4 strands. Is there a way?" Qin Mu'en inquired. "The bowstring must endure significant tension." Zhang Wei chuckled and replied, "I can certainly give it a try. How long will it take?" "Tomorrow," she assured. "Thank you. I appreciate it," Qin Mu'en expressed, retrieving a pack of gum from his pocket and setting it aside before turning to leave. Watching him depart, Zhang Wei felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. On this deserted island, who truly cared about freshening their breath? Furthermore, wasn't chewing gum known to induce hunger? After leaving Zhang Wei's quarters, Qin Mu'en exited the camp and ventured into the woods. Selecting a sturdy tree, he swiftly climbed up and retrieved the axe from his waist, chopping off several branches. Before long, he had gathered a dozen branches. Descending from the tree, he sorted through the branches, carefully selecting a few suitable for crafting a bow. Finding a flat stone, he sat down and began to whittle away the branch's protrusions with his axe before using a knife to peel and refine it. While engrossed in his task, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, he spotted Qin Mu'en cautiously approaching him. Confused, Qin Mu'en regarded her silently. Qin Mu'en cleared her throat, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she said, "Camp leader, am I interrupting you?" Still perplexed, Qin Mu'en inquired, "Is there something you need?" After a moment of hesitation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she whispered, "Xiao Min said there are no anti-inflammatory drugs left in the camp. Without medication, Rui Cheng will die." Qin Mu'en could no longer hold back her tears. Qin Mu'en resumed whittling the branch as he replied, "Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility lie in the hands of fate." Although Wang Ruiqing's condition was dire, he felt powerless to assist. The camp was indeed facing a shortage of supplies, and while he was the camp leader, the internal affairs were managed by Li Yingkai and Chen Chen, making it inappropriate for him to intervene. Qin Mu'en choked back sobs as she asked, "Is there truly no medicine at all in the camp?" Qin Mu'en remained silent. Qin Mu'en trembled as she extended 2 fingers, pleading, "Just 2 pills, that's all I need. I beg you." Qin Mu'en paused, feeling a pang of helplessness as he replied, "I'm sorry, I cannot assist you." Qin Mu'en broke down in tears, her voice shaking as she implored, "Just 2 pills. I will agree to any condition you propose." As she spoke, she tremblingly began to unbutton her shirt. Clad in a white blouse and beige trousers of fine quality, it was evident that she had once been a fashionable and sophisticated woman in her previous life. Yet on this deserted island, all semblance of civilization had unraveled. Here, currency was rendered worthless, and social status held no value. Now, the only asset Qin Mu'en possessed was her own body, as she unfastened the buttons of her blouse. Revealing the white camisole beneath, Qin Mu'en quickly realized her intentions. Frowning, he abruptly swung his hand, sending the sharpened branch flying into the ground before her with a thud. Startled, Qin Mu'en gasped and instinctively stepped back, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at Qin Mu'en. He, in turn, regarded her with an emotionless gaze, devoid of any reaction. Overwhelmed, Qin Mu'en sank to her knees, clutching her chest as she sobbed. "I cannot lose Rui Cheng. I have nothing left. I cannot bear to lose him and the child as well." Wu. Watching the distraught woman weep, Qin Mu'en sighed inwardly. Rising to his feet, he approached her and plucked the branch from the ground, stating, "Tomorrow, while I hunt, I will search for herbs to aid your husband. If I am unable to find any, I will have Xiao Min provide you with 2 more anti-inflammatory pills." He continued, "Since you are now part of Mu'en's camp, you are one of us. I have no reason to stand idly by while you suffer." His words served as both a reassurance to Qin Mu'en and a reminder to himself. While Qin Mu'en often acted according to his personal inclinations, he adhered to his own principles, which dictated that he must act without guilt. As the camp leader, he could not stand by and watch the members of his camp perish from illness. Just as Yang Min had said, even if there was only a slim chance of survival, one should make every effort to save a life. enough of the tears. Also, button up your blouse. You wouldn't want others to see you in such a state? He added. Though still youthful, his words bore the weight of a sage, creating a dissonance that elicited a reluctant smile from Qin Mu'en amidst her tears. After expressing her immense gratitude once more, she turned to leave. Barely had she departed when Wang Chong emerged from the nearby woods, grinning broadly as he remarked, "Brother Qin, you truly lack finesse. She practically offered herself to you, and you pushed her away." Raising an eyebrow, Qin Mu'en asked, "What else should I have done? Such a beautiful woman, and you didn't take advantage of the opportunity." Wang Chong chuckled, revealing his less than admirable character in comparison. Qin Mu'en seemed almost saintly. Shrugging, he muttered, "Who has taken advantage of whom?" Wang Chong blinked, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "True. Qin Mu'en clearly has her sights set on you." Although Qin Mu'en was only in her 30s, Qin Mu'en was still in his early 20s, marking nearly a decade of difference between them. In reality, if anything were to transpire between them, it would be Qin Mu'en, the married woman, taking advantage of the youthful Qin Mu'en. Chapter 88. Hunting. Qin Mu'en waved dismissively at Wang Chong, saying, "Stop gawking and come help me. Brother Qin, are you making a spear? A bow and arrow. A bow and arrow?" Wang Chong's eyes lit up. "Tomorrow, we're hunting near the wild boar forest, and we need weapons like bows and arrows." Wang Chong clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Finally, we can hunt wild boars. I haven't had meat in months. Weren't we just eating a few days ago?" That little bit of meat barely filled a gap. Wang Chong settled beside Qin Mu'en, pulling out his knife to assist in shaping the branches. Initially, Qin Mu'en had intended to craft a recurved bow, but upon attempting to do so, he found it impossible. The wood's quality was inadequate, and even if he tried to soften it with fire, it would not yield the necessary curvature. Furthermore, his own skills were insufficient to create a recurved bow. Ultimately, he resolved to fashion the bow as large as possible to enhance its power. Observing the bow he was crafting, which exceeded a meter in length, Wang Chong grinned and remarked, "Brother Qin, are we making a bow or a club?" Qin Mu'en remarked, "Initially, I intended to craft a recurved bow, but the complexity proved too daunting. For now, I can only fashion this longbow. Its power pales in comparison to that of a recurved bow, yet it is not significantly inferior." Wang Chong, utterly bewildered by the terms recurved bow and longbow, inquired, "Brother Qin, will this bow be capable of taking down a wild boar?" This was his foremost concern. Qin Mu'en shook his head in response, stating, "Unless one can strike a vital point on the wild boar, such as its eye, such a scenario is nearly impossible, as we lack feathers to craft the fletching for the arrows. Thus, the arrows will lack stability upon release." The following day, Qin Mu'en, carrying the newly crafted longbow, prepared to set off with Wang Chong and his gathering team. The bowstring, made by Zheng Wei, was seamlessly crafted without visible knots. When Qin Mu'en first received this bowstring, he doubted his own eyes. It was Zhang Xinyue who explained that Zheng Wei had unraveled the string into fine threads, which he then twisted together to form a single bowstring. To create this bowstring, Zheng Wei had nearly sacrificed an entire night's sleep. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu'en was astonished, realizing the meticulous dedication Zheng Wei had demonstrated by unraveling the rope into strands and retwisting them. If there was a woman in the camp who consistently reshaped Qin Mu'en's impression, it was undoubtedly Zheng Wei. Aware that Qin Mu'en and Wang Chong were embarking on a hunt for wild boars, Li Yingkai and Chun Chun came to bid them farewell. Qin Mu'en acknowledged. "I understand," Chun Chun added. "Failing to catch a wild boar is not a disgrace." Qin Mu'en glanced at Chun Chun, replying, "I shall do my utmost." Yang Min and Tong Yao approached together, with the former declaring, "Mu'en, I want to accompany you." Qin Mu'en frowned, saying, "No, it's too dangerous." Yang Min insisted, "Precisely because it is perilous, I wish to join you. If anyone is injured, I can provide timely medical assistance." Li Yingkai nodded, adding, "Mu'en, you should take Xiao Min with you. Her presence will ensure greater safety." Tong Yao immediately chimed in, "I want to go too." Defiantly, Tong Yao asserted, "The counselor's medical skills surpass mine and Yang Min's by far. Xiao Shi has her duties. Right now, the doctors in the camp are you and Xiao Min," Li Yingkai stated firmly. Tong Yao, though reluctant, had no choice in the end. Qin Mu'en, Yang Min, Wang Chong, and the others set off together, heading towards the wild boar forest, a place where boars were plentiful. Qin Mu'en had scouted the wild boar forest twice before and was familiar with its terrain. As they walked ahead, Qin Mu'en suddenly halted, prompting puzzled looks from Yang Min, Wang Chong, and the others trailing behind. They queried, "Mu'en, brother Qin, what's wrong?" "Shoo." Qin Mu'en gestured for silence, then removed the longbow from his back, nocked an arrow, and called out loudly, "Who goes there? Step forth." Just as the onlookers were bewildered by Qin Mu'en's sudden outburst, he shouted again, "If you do not reveal yourself, I shall not hold back with that." He released the arrow, which soared through the air, embedding itself into the trunk of a large tree with a thud. Wang Chong, startled, exclaimed, "Brother Qin." Before he could finish, they heard the rustling of grass nearby, and from behind a thicket emerged a figure. "Chan Shi." Wang Chong questioned, "Chun Shi, why have you come? Does your brother know?" With her presence now revealed, Chun Shi saw no need to conceal herself further. She approached the tree, yanked the arrow from its place. And without a tip, it was merely a sharpened shaft. Holding the arrow, she stepped closer to the group, casually tossing it back to Qin Mu'en, saying, "I am responsible for managing food. If you are going to hunt wild boars, it is only natural that I accompany you. What is improper about that?" Wang Chong, amused, retorted, "Chun Shi, do you truly believe we would hoard a wild boar for ourselves after catching it?" Chun Shi shrugged. "Who can guarantee that you won't you?" Qin Mu'en sighed. "Chun Shi's actions are quite insulting. Are we really such people?" He merely shrugged and continued forward without uttering a word. Chun Shi was not one to harbor grudges. Her statements were merely an excuse for her clandestine following. It is worth noting that both Qin Mu'en and Qin Shi were distinctive in their demeanor. Qin Mu'en being taciturn and Qin Shi speaking in a rather brusque manner. In a civilized society, both types often attract disdain. As they neared the wild boar forest, Qin Mu'en came to a halt and crouched down. The others followed suit, gathering around him in a huddle. Also crouching, Qin Mu'en spoke softly, "Ahead lies an area frequented by wild boars. You shall lie in wait here while I draw them towards us." Wang Chong suggested, "Brother Qin, we could dig a trap here." "There isn't enough time," Qin Mu'en replied. "Da Ping, Elzheng, you two will handle the vines. Once you see me sprinting past, pull the vines taut. The rest of you, conceal yourselves 3 meters away. When the wild boar falls, its inertia will carry it 3 to 4 meters forward. Seize the opportunity while it is down." He continued to explain the plan to those surrounding him. Chapter 89. Recklessness once the ambush was set. Qin Mu'en, bearing the longbow, cautiously advanced into the woods. Behind him, Chan Shi, having stealthily approached, was startled by his sudden remark. She glared at the back of his head with displeasure, stating, "Do you have ears like a dog? Or does your posterior have eyes?" She felt she had been sufficiently careful, making no sound, yet Qin Mu'en still detected her presence. Ever since he consumed that blood spirit mushroom, his senses had sharpened significantly, his sight, hearing, and intuition greatly enhanced. "Rest assured, I will not hinder you. Just don't drag me down," Qin Shi retorted, unafraid, trailing closely behind Qin Mu'en. Upon entering the wild boar forest, Qin Mu'en slowed his pace, becoming increasingly cautious. After advancing another 20 or 30 meters, he suddenly crouched low and began to crawl forward. Approaching a thicket, he drew an arrow and gently parted the grass. Through the gap, he spotted 3 wild boars, 1 large and 2 small. The 2 smaller boars seemed to have recently been born, appearing diminutive compared to the adult, which looked formidable. The trio was engrossed in nibbling on alfalfa and other plants, oblivious to Qin Mu'en's presence nearby. As Qin Mu'en scrutinized them through the foliage, a small head emerged beside him. He shifted aside, casting an odd glance at Chen Shi. She shot him a disapproving look and muttered, "Am I not allowed to watch?" "No, I am about to take action. I am not stopping you. You are a hindrance here. Do you think defeating me once makes you superior enough to command me?" With no time for argument, Qin Mu'en rose slightly from his crouch, squatting down, then lifted the longbow, knocking an arrow aimed at the feeding large wild boar. Qianxi whispered, "At this distance, you better not miss." If she were not a girl, Qin Mu'en would have been tempted to kick her. He took a deep breath, drew the bowstring back fully, and aimed for the wild boar's eye, releasing the arrow with force. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, aimed straight for the wild boar. Alas, the shot did not strike true. Instead, it grazed the boar's snout, leaving a cut. The wild boar let out a painful squeal. Qin Mu'en inwardly cursed, grabbing Qianxi's shirt and urgently commanded, "Run!" Qianxi found herself yanked along by Qin Mu'en. Both witnessed the wounded wild boar, its eyes dark and round, charging towards them in a frenzy. The ground trembled beneath its weight as they sprinted. Qianxi fumbled in her pocket, retrieving a pebble and flinging it back, striking the wild boar squarely on the forehead. The impact of the pebble was substantial. Had it struck a human, it might have knocked them unconscious. Yet, it seemed to have no effect on the wild boar, which continued to charge with increased fervor. Qianxi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Its hide is remarkably thick." With no time for conversation, Qin Mu'en dragged her in flight. Qianxi pulled out another pebble, hurling it once more. This time, it struck the wild boar's front right leg. The wild boar stumbled and fell forward. Qianxi, seeing this, exclaimed joyfully, "I knocked the wild boar down." Qin Mu'en grasped her arm, urging, "Hurry, run." Qin Mu'en was taken aback, and by the time he attempted to pull Qianxi back, it was too late. Qianxi dashed towards the fallen wild boar, thinking it had been knocked unconscious. However, as she neared, the wild boar rolled over and sprang back to its feet, charging directly at her. Its sharp tusks glinted ominously. Qianxi's expression shifted in horror, and she couldn't help but scream. But it was too late to evade in that critical moment. A powerful force yanked her aside, as the wild boar dashed past her side. Its elongated tusks tore a gash in her pant leg, causing blood to flow profusely in an instant. Qianxi was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. She turned her head to see that it was Qin Mu'en who had pulled her away at the crucial moment. "Run!" Qin Mu'en had no time to chastise Qianxi for her recklessness. Instead, she grasped Qianxi's wrist and sprinted into the woods. As they raced forward, a cacophony of sounds erupted ahead, accompanied by the sight of the grass thicket shaking violently. Qianxi had yet to register the situation when Qin Mu'en encircled her waist with one arm and propelled her sideways. Suddenly, another large wild boar burst forth from the underbrush, thundering past them. Had it not been for Qin Mu'en's quick reflexes in tackling Qianxi to the ground, they would have collided head-on with the beast. Even if they had miraculously escaped death, they would have undoubtedly suffered grievous injuries. Qianxi, who had previously dismissed the danger posed by the wild boar, was now left speechless. She stammered, "Why are there wild boars here? This is the wild boar forest." Qin Mu'en replied as she rose from the ground, pulling Qianxi up with her and swiftly changing direction to continue their frantic flight. The wild boars congregated in this forest numbered at least 200. As long as they remained quiet, they could avoid attracting attention. However, any loud noise would inevitably draw more wild boars. Moreover, wild boars possess an acute sense of smell, and Qianxi's injury would undoubtedly attract even more of them due to the scent of blood. What do we do now? Faced with the onslaught of two wild boars, Qianxi could no longer afford to argue. The two of them ran ahead, with the wild boars hot on their heels. Even if Qin Mu'en were to run solo, she would still struggle to outpace the creatures, especially with Qianxi, who had sustained an injury, in tow. Chapter 90. Medicinal herbs. Qin Mu'en and Qianxi continued to sprint, weaving through turns in an endless cycle until they finally reached the vicinity of their ambush. Both of them dashed past the grass vines on the ground, as the pursuing wild boars charged forward. Yu Dapeng and El Zhang, who were concealed on either side, tightened the grass vines. The vines, which had been laid flat on the ground, sprang up instantaneously as they pulled taut. The wild boars, running close, stumbled over the vines. With a series of guttural cries, they tumbled to the ground, sending dirt flying into the air. The ambushers, including Wang Chong, surged forward with knives, stone blades, stone spears, wooden spears, and clubs, raining down various weapons upon the wild boar. Horrifyingly, despite the onslaught, the wild boar managed to rise again, charging into the crowd. With two piercing screams, two team members were sent sprawling. The bloodied wild boar continued its desperate struggle, recklessly charging toward the throng. Qin Mu'en dashed forward, snatching a knife from a team member as she passed. She lunged at the wild boar and delivered a decisive blow. Crack! The knife struck the boar's head with such force that half of its blade was embedded within. The wild boar let out a roar, turning to retaliate with its tusks. Despite this, Qin Mu'en's arm was grazed by the boar's tusk. Before the first boar could collapse, another charged at her. "Scatter!" Qin Mu'en shouted urgently. The crowd dispersed, But one unfortunate team member was caught off guard and was gored in the abdomen by the wild boar's tusk, leaving him hanging on its side. Qin Mu'en quickly picked up a stone spear from the ground and hurled it with all her might. Thud! The spear struck the boar's rear, causing it to tumble to the ground, and the man clinging to its tusk fell as well. A dull thud echoed as the wounded wild boar collided with the other one behind Qin Mu'en. Both beasts collided head-on, leaving them equally incapacitated as they rolled on the ground. Everyone, attack together! Qin Mu'en shouted. As she spoke, she rushed toward one of the wild boars, gripping its tusks and forcing its head down to the ground. Chen Shi, Wang Chong, and others stabbed at the wild boar with knives, stone spears, and stone blades. Yu Daping followed Qin Mu'en's lead, using his body to pin down the other wild boar while several team members relentlessly stabbed at its neck. Together, they overwhelmed the two downed wild boars, stabbing them repeatedly until they lay still, blood pooling beneath them. The scene was gruesomely bloody, with the ground soaked and the survivors splattered in gore, creating a macabre tableau. As the wild boars lay twitching, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, many collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. Some had not exerted themselves much physically, but the tension had drained them, leaving fatigue to wash over them. Wang Chong sat on the ground, beads of sweat dotting his face, panting like a bull as he lamented, "That damned wild boar was ferocious. It was a nightmare to kill." Qin Mu'en hurried over to the team member who had been gored in the abdomen. Finding Yang Min kneeling beside him, applying pressure to the wound. "How is he?" Qin Mu'en asked, anxiety etched on her face. Yang Min furrowed her brow and replied, "The injury is severe. We need a coagulant." As she spoke, she dashed toward the wild boar forest. Mu'en, "Where are you going?" Yang Min called after her. "It seems there's a plant called Bai Shou Wu over there." Qin Mu'en responded, "Bai Shou Wu, also known as Nupixio or the needle and thread plant, is a common medicinal herb renowned for its anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties. I'll go with you," Qin Shi declared, her eyes reddening. That statement struck Qin Shi with guilt. Had she not believed she could fell the wild boar, she wouldn't have been injured in the first place, nor would she have drawn the attention of another. Had they only faced one wild boar, the team member likely would not have sustained such a serious injury. In this matter, she bore undeniable responsibility. Witnessing this, the others were filled with both surprise and joy. Qin Mu'en handed a vine to Wang Chong, who swiftly approached the injured team member with the vine in hand, offering it to Yang Min. "Xiao Min, take a look. Is this Bai Shou Wu?" Bai Shou Wu is a vine plant whose fruits and roots can be used medicinally. Though Qin Mu'en was a student of traditional Chinese medicine, she had only recently begun her studies and lacked expertise compared to Yang Min. Yang Min eagerly accepted the vine, examining it closely. After a moment, she exclaimed with delight, "That's right. It's Bai Shou Wu. I can't believe there's Bai Shou Wu on this island." She peeled back the root, revealing its white flesh, then took a bite, chewing it before spitting it out and applying it to the team member's wound. Bai Shou Wu does possess anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties, but compared to synthetic Western medicine, its effects are not as potent or immediate. Whether the team member would survive remained uncertain. All they could do was their utmost and leave the rest to fate. The injured team member had lost consciousness, his face pale, while the Bai Shou Wu paste quickly became soaked in blood. Yang Min continuously chewed the root and reapplied it to the wound, and gradually, she managed to staunch the bleeding. With the injured team member's condition stabilizing slightly, Qin Mu'en, Yang Min, Wang Chong, and others collectively sighed in relief. Qin Mu'en turned to Chen Shi, gesturing for her to come over. "Your leg wound needs attention as well." Chen Shi, her eyes reddened, retorted, "I don't need your help." Chapter 91. Seeking medicine, damn it. Chen Shi, can't you recognize a good heart when you see one? Wang Chong scolded angrily. Chen Shi turned her head away, refusing to look at them. Qin Mu'en stepped forward, grasping Chen Shi's arm and forcibly pulling her toward Yang Min. "What are you doing?" "Let go of me," she protested. "The tusks of a wild boar carry hundreds of bacteria. If your leg gets infected, you can kiss it goodbye." Qin Mu'en was not trying to frighten her, though it seemed a mere scratch. An injury from a wild boar's tusk was no trivial matter. Chen Shi glared at Qin Mu'en, but ultimately did not resist further. Looking down at her injury, she said, "It's just a small wound. It doesn't mean anything." Yang Min interjected seriously. "In the mainland, it might not be a big deal. Just a shot would suffice. But here, even a small wound can be fatal." As she emphasized, "If tetanus sets in, there's no chance of saving your leg." Whether you survive is another matter entirely. Survivors from the camp gathered around, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the two wild boars. Each boar weighed 400 to 500 pounds, and together they totaled nearly 1,000 pounds. What a bounty of meat! Since being stranded on this desolate island, they had not had a satisfying meal of meat, and though they occasionally consumed fish. The difference between fish and pork was substantial. Li Inkai and Chun Chun beamed widely. With these two wild boars, they could sustain their camp for several days. As he spoke, Li Inkai glanced at Chun Shi, smiling. My sister is amazing. Regardless of whether Chun Shi contributed to the hunt, he felt compelled to praise his sister. Chun Shi maintained an indifferent expression, her mood evidently dampened. Noticing the bandage wrapped around her leg, Chin Chin asked with concern, Xiao Shi, are you hurt? It's just a minor injury. He is worse off than I am. She indicated toward the injured team member. Li Inkai quickly inquired, what happened to him? He was gored by the wild boar's tusk. Yang Min interjected gravely. The injury is severe. Whether he survives remains uncertain. Li Inkai spoke with a grave expression. Xiaomin, exert every effort to save him. Regardless of the quantity of medicine required, spare no effort to preserve his life. Yang Min cast a glance at Li Inkai and silently nodded in agreement. Chen Yusin's husband, Wang Ruiqing, had sustained severe injuries. Yet Li Inkai had only consented to provide him with half a tablet of medicine. Now, with this injured team member, Li Inkai was willing to expend all available medical supplies on him. Such disparity in treatment was rather striking. If one were to suggest that Li Inkai's indifference towards Wang Ruiqing's plight stemmed from ulterior motives, Yang Min would vehemently refuse to believe it. In truth, Yang Min felt somewhat unjust in her judgment of Li Inkai. The reason he was determined to save this injured team member was primarily to set an example, as long as one was willing to fight for the camp. Then the camp would serve as an unwavering support. To disregard the injured team member and allow him to succumb to his injuries would set a perilous precedent. Who would then be compelled to hunt or fight for the camp? From a broader perspective, regardless of the cost, it was imperative to render assistance to the injured team member. Even if he ultimately did not survive, the camp must demonstrate its utmost effort. This was for the sake of all survivors. The injured team member was transported to the camp's makeshift hospital. The so-called hospital was merely a larger tent, furnished with a few simple straw mats as beds. Initially, Wang Ruiqing lay there alone. But now there was an additional patient. However, their treatment was notably different. Wang Ruiqing received only an external application of Chinese knotweed, whereas the injured team member was treated with both external and internal medications. Yang Min and Tong Yao were attending to the two injured individuals when Qin Mu'en arrived. He inquired, how are they faring? Tong Yao glanced at Qin Mu'en and shook her head, replying, neither is in a promising state. Yang Min, her brow furrowed in concern, remarked, our stock of medicine is woefully inadequate. Originally, we had 8 tablets of anti-inflammatory medication left, but now we are down to only 5. Tong Yao, with a troubled expression, gazed at the injured team member and said with gravity, his injuries are too severe. Without sufficient anti-inflammatory drugs, the likelihood of tetanus exceeds 80% in a deserted island, let alone in modern society. The mortality rate from tetanus is alarmingly high. Medicine. Where could they possibly procure more? Qin Mu'en rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Yang Min and Tong Yao fell silent as well, both acutely aware that their circumstances were dire. No amount of discussion would resolve their predicament, merely compounding their worries. Tong Yao shifted the conversation, asking Mu'en, are they distributing meat now? Qin Mu'en shook his head, responding, no distribution of meat. Only labor points in exchange. However, there will be a complimentary feast tonight. With Li Inkai present, the notion of free handouts was non-existent in the camp. Regardless of what the survivors desired, they had to exchange labor points. Nevertheless, the price of meat remained remarkably low. One could obtain a sizable piece for merely 5 labor points. This affordability stemmed primarily from the fact that meat was difficult to preserve. Hoarding it would only result in spoilage and waste. Qin Mu'en tapped his forehead and turned to leave. Yang Min and Tong Yao asked in unison, Mu'en, where are you going? To find medicine, he replied, already some distance away. Yang Min and Tong Yao exchanged glances, uncertain of where he intended to seek medical supplies. Qin Mu'en first sought out Wang Chong and Yu Dapeng, then brought them to Zheng Wei's dwelling. At this juncture, the only place he could think of that might have medicine was the Mingzhu ship. Searching for supplies in a sunken vessel was perilous. Yet there was no alternative. In the name of saving a life, he had to take the risk. In Qin Mu'en's perspective, The injured team member's plight was partly his responsibility, considering the man had followed him into the fray. Now, with his life hanging in the balance, he could not simply turn a blind eye as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 92. Reentry. The injured survivor was a teammate of Wang Chong and Yu Daping. Both had no objections to the mission of securing medicine to save his life. As soon as Qin Mu'en proposed the idea, they readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. The trio arrived at Zheng Wei's residence, where Qin Mu'en wasted no time with pleasantries and directly communicated his purpose, inviting Zheng Wei to accompany him back to the Mingzhu ship. It appears the camp has a sufficient food supply for the time being. Qin Mu'en remarked, "Today, during the wild boar hunt, a team member was gravely injured, and we have no medicine left in the camp. We must scour the Mingzhu ship for supplies. I see." Zheng Wei pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Mu'en, I'll go with you." With Zheng Wei's consent, the group made a quick stop at Li Ming's place to retrieve 2 fully charged underwater flashlights. Just as they were about to depart, Li Ming intercepted them, a troubled expression on his face. "Camp leader, the time it takes to find medicine on the Mingzhu ship may be considerable, wouldn't you agree?" Qin Mu'en was uncertain whether they would indeed find medicine or how long the search might take. "Perhaps," he replied. Li Ming cleared his throat and continued, "If you have extra time, could you do me a favor?" Qin Mu'en looked at him quizzically and asked, "What does Professor Li need help with?" "I need electrical wires, as many as you can find." Qin Mu'en inquired, "Electrical wires?" Li Ming's demeanor turned serious as he explained, "If I have enough wires, I can devise a way to create an electromagnetic coil." "And then?" Qin Mu'en asked, intrigued. Li Ming elaborated, "With the electromagnetic coil, we can generate electricity by cutting through magnetic lines of force." Qin Mu'en muttered, "Cutting through magnetic lines of force." Each word Li Ming uttered was familiar to him, yet he struggled to grasp their collective meaning. Noticing Qin Mu'en's bewilderment, Li Ming realized he needed to clarify. Clearing his throat, he added, "By cutting through magnetic lines, kinetic energy can be converted into electrical energy." Instinctively, Qin Mu'en asked, "Where would the kinetic energy come from on the island?" "There is wind on the island," Li Ming quickly replied. "Wind energy can be converted into kinetic energy, as long as we create an electromagnetic coil. Kinetic energy can subsequently be transformed into electrical energy." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu'en exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that wind power generation is possible on the island, Professor Li?" Li Ming nodded vigorously, stating, "Wind blades and even gears can be fashioned from wood, but to construct an electromagnetic coil, a substantial amount of copper wire is required. I see." Qin Mu'en remarked, "I'll keep that in mind." "Thank you." "Camp leader," Li Ming replied graciously. As they approached the Mingzhu ship, electrical wires were not particularly difficult to find. However, utilizing those wires to create an electromagnetic coil and subsequently harnessing wind power generation was a task not everyone could accomplish. At the very least, Qin Mu'en lacked the requisite knowledge. Through Li Ming, Qin Mu'en couldn't help but admire Chen Qin's foresight. Chen Qin had cultivated a cadre of experts and professors in the Dawn camp. They might appear to be idle hands, consuming resources without apparent utility, but, given the right conditions, their potential far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. After parting ways with Li Ming, Qin Mu'en, Zheng Wei, Wang Chong, and Yu Daping all set sail together. The life raft had a capacity for 30 individuals. They could have taken more survivors with them, but due to the need to carry supplies, every additional person would add over 100 pounds. Hence it was prudent to limit the number of people on board. This expedition to locate the Mingzhu ship proved significantly more successful than the first. After only a second dive, Qin Mu'en successfully located the vessel. In an ocean devoid of any markers or landmarks, to pinpoint the location of the sunken ship with such precision left Zheng Wei, Wang Chong, and Yu Daping in awe. They had inquired how Qin Mu'en managed to remember the ship's position, to which he replied that this particular stretch of ocean was etched in his mind, akin to data stored on a computer. He divided the mental map of the sea into smaller segments. So long as he recalled in which segment the ship lay, he could navigate to that area. Previously, Qin Mu'en had not possessed such an ability, but since ingesting the blood spirit mushroom in the cave, it was as if his mind had undergone a transformation, granting him an astonishing memory. To say he had photographic recall would be no exaggeration. In short, Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei once again descended into the Mingzhu ship. They entered through the gaping hole in the ship's bottom, where the corpses were even more mangled than before, some revealing stark white bones. Regardless of how many times they had come here, The sight still sent shivers down Zhang Wei's spine, prompting her to unconsciously draw closer to Qin Mu'en. He sensed her tension and took her hand, guiding her deeper into the ship's hold. Since the hatch had already been opened during their previous visit, their entry was considerably easier this time, allowing them to navigate through the hatches with relative ease. Within the staff quarters of the Mingzhu ship, they discovered a medical room. As they scoured the lower levels, upon reaching the 4th floor, they finally located the medical facility. Inside, they found not only various medications but also multiple first aid kits. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing these, and she eagerly shook Qin Mu'en's arm. He nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for her to gather the supplies. Regardless of the type of medication, anything that was unopened and had not been soaked by seawater was to be taken. They emptied several opened first aid kits, carefully packing the medications into boxes, and then found a sturdy rope to tie the filled kits together. They managed to pack 8 first aid kits, yet there remained a considerable quantity of medicine. Zhang Wei insisted on continuing her search for more empty boxes, but Qin Mu'en tugged at her sleeve, signaling that it was unnecessary to look further. The supplies they had already gathered would suffice for the camp's needs for some time. 8 first aid kits were tied together. Carrying them on land would be quite laborious. Yet in water, pulling these 8 kits required surprisingly little effort. After gathering the medicines, Qin Mu'en pointed upwards, and Zhang Wei nodded in understanding. Together, they dragged the first aid kits and swam upward. Passing through the deck and entering the passenger area, the space noticeably expanded. Especially in the 1st floor hall of the passenger area, the space was exceptionally vast, featuring banquet areas, a bar, a stage, and even a gambling zone. Naturally, this area was also filled with the most drifting corpses, men, women, the elderly, and children, all floating about, painting a vivid picture of hell on earth. Chapter 93. New currency. The horrifying scene before them sent shivers down Zhang Wei's spine. She grasped Qin Mu'en's arm, urging him to leave swiftly. Although Qin Mu'en intended to depart, he soon swam toward the bottom of the hall. Confused, Zhang Wei hurried after him. This was the gambling area, littered with broken tables, chairs, glasses, shoes, and other debris. Qin Mu'en showed no interest in these items. Instead, he grabbed a handful of chips from the clutter and examined them closely. After a while, he pulled over an empty coat floating in the seawater and placed the chips inside it. Zhang Wei looked on, puzzled, unable to comprehend why he was collecting these chips. The ship had sunk, the casino was gone, and these chips were now worthless. Though she didn't grasp Qin Mu'en's intentions, she still followed suit in gathering the chips. Before long, the two had amassed a considerable pile of chips. Qin Mu'en bundled the coat into a package and held it up, signaling Zhang Wei to swim out of the hall. Next, they entered the bridge of the cruise ship. Here, there were no bodies, just an array of empty control panels. Qin Mu'en took out a dagger and pried open a cover beneath the control panel. Zhang Wei shone her flashlight inside, revealing a tangle of wires in various colors and lengths. Normally, some of these wires might be live, but now they were completely devoid of electricity. Qin Mu'en pulled out a handful of wires, tugging at them forcefully. After quite some time, he finally reached the end, using brute strength to snap the wires one by one before gathering them together and moving on to the next set. The expensive control panels of the cruise ship were left in complete disarray under Qin Mu'en's relentless pulling, but he successfully collected a significant amount of wire. With the medicines, wires, and chips in tow, the two ascended slowly along the ropes. After more than half an hour, they finally surfaced. Wang Chong and Yu Dapeng worked together to pull them onto the lifeboat. Sitting in the lifeboat, Qin Mu'en and Zhang Wei both gasped for breath. Exhausted, diving was no easy feat. It was a strenuous activity that drained one's energy. Opening the first aid kit, they gazed at the various packaged medicines and bottles inside, filled with an inexplicable excitement. Yu Dapeng picked up a box of medicine labeled in English and asked, "Brother Qin, what is this?" Zhang Wei took it, scrutinizing the instructions, and murmured, "It seems to be for treating diarrhea." Wang Chong beamed, exclaiming, "This is useful. Very useful. We often have survivors experiencing diarrhea, especially the elderly and children." Most of the medicines bore English labels, which Qin Mu'en, Wang Chong, and Yu Dapeng struggled to comprehend. Thankfully, Zhang Wei had a decent grasp of English. Even if she couldn't read everything, she recognized some common medications. She retrieved 2 long, sealed boxes from the kit, saying, "This is ibuprofen, an anti-inflammatory." Wang Chong and Yu Dapeng quickly took the boxes, though they didn't understand the English. They memorized the images on the packaging and began to search the other first aid kits for more ibuprofen. They gathered a total of 12 boxes, their faces lighting up with joy as they exclaimed, "With this many anti-inflammatories, our injured brothers will be saved. Yes, even the husband of the beautiful girl is saved," Yu Daping added, not recalling Qin Mu'en's name but remembering her as a stunning woman. Wang Chong was exhilarated for quite a while before unwrapping the package made from the coat. To his delight, it was filled with round chips. He picked up a handful, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Qin, what use do you have for so many chips?" Zheng Wei, too, looked at Qin Mu'en in confusion. The risks they had taken to dive into the Mingzhu ship were akin to riding a rocket into space. Everything they brought had to be essential, or else it would be a waste of this diving opportunity. Qin Mu'en held up a handful of chips and explained, "In the camp, shells are being used as substitutes for labor points, which is highly irregular and inconvenient. These chips can serve as replacements for shells, and there is no possibility of them being counterfeit." Upon hearing this, Zheng Wei, Wang Chong, and Yu Daping suddenly understood. The chips were to be used as labor points. And to put it plainly, they would become the official currency on the island. Wang Chong gazed at the large handful of chips in his hand, murmuring, "This is all money." As he spoke, a broad smile spread across his face. And he asked, "Brother Qin, can I keep a handful for myself?" At his words, Yu Daping instinctively reached for some as well. Qin Mu'en replied, "If you want to live better, earn it with your own abilities." Saying this, he repackaged the coat. Wang Chong and Yu Daping shrank their necks, not daring to utter another word. After resting for a while, Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei undertook their second dive. This time, they had two objectives: to replace the steel gas cylinders and to transport food. They entered the food storage of the Mingzhu ship, filling 2 large bags with packaged vegetables, meats, and canned goods. Each took a bag and, using the rope, slowly floated back to the surface. Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei repeatedly dove, making 5 trips in total. During the 5th dive, they decided not to collect food anymore but to explore the passenger area. Hoping to find something useful, for the first time, they wandered aimlessly within the Mingzhu ship after so many entries and exits. As they swam through the hull and ventured into the rear hall, they stumbled upon a brand new sports car, a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Qin Mu'en had no particular impression of the car, but Zheng Wei remembered seeing it when she and Zhang Xinyue had come to visit the ship. The car was valued at over 50 million, and at that time, Zhang Xinyue had remarked that one wheel was more expensive than her house. However, the car now lay upside down, devoid of its former glory. Qin Mu'en illuminated the area with his flashlight and swam toward the back of the car. Zheng Wei stopped him, shaking her head to indicate that the car was wrecked and even if it were operable, they couldn't move it. Chapter 94. Encounter. Qin Mu'en nodded at Zheng Wei and then drew his dagger, swimming to the bottom of the car's rear. He leaned down to examine it closely. Zheng Wei, unsure of his intentions, swam beside him to help illuminate the area. After a thorough inspection, Qin Mu'en lay flat beneath the car, forcibly prying open the rear cover and rummaging around until he extracted the car's battery. Zheng Wei looked at him in astonishment, pointing to the battery and silently questioning whether it could still work after being submerged in seawater for so long. Generally, while a battery that has been soaked may still function, its performance would significantly diminish. However, for a luxury car like the Bugatti Veyron, the battery should have some water-resistant features, meaning that even if its performance declined, it would still surpass that of a typical vehicle. The battery was heavy, and even Qin Mu'en found it burdensome to carry. Seeing this, Zheng Wei assisted him in lifting it. Although their ascent was slow, it was a gradual way to alleviate pressure. Otherwise, surfacing too quickly from such depths could result in fatal decompression sickness. Just as they broke the surface, they heard Wang Chong shouting from the lifeboat, "Brother Qin, someone is coming." Both Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei were startled. Who could possibly locate the sunken Mingzhu ship? They placed the battery and a large bag of food onto the lifeboat and, with Wang Chong and Yu Daping's help, climbed aboard. Wang Chong pointed southwest, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, look!" Qin Mu'en and Zheng Wei looked up to see, indeed, a small black dot floating on the sea. The distance was too great for them to discern much, but the dot was moving closer. Zheng Wei's mouth fell agape in disbelief as she stammered, Is that a rescue team? Are they here to find us?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, thickening into a mist as droplets cascaded down her cheeks. Their location was on the western side of the deserted island, and now a vessel appeared from the west, indicating that it must be a ship arriving from outside the island. The sudden appearance of this ship was incredibly exhilarating. After such a long time, they had all but given up hope for rescue from the outside world, believing they would be trapped on this deserted island forever. Yet now, they had sighted a vessel from beyond the island. Realizing what was happening, Zhang Wei couldn't help but embrace Qin Mu'en, overwhelmed with excitement and joy, laughing and crying simultaneously. Wang Chong and Yu Daping, too, had red-rimmed eyes, unable to contain their emotions as they sobbed aloud. Qin Mu'en was equally exhilarated, tightly pressing his lips together to suppress his feelings, though his body trembled uncontrollably. The distant ship was clearly heading toward Qin Mu'en and the others, and as the distance narrowed, the vessel's form gradually became clearer. That was neither a cruise ship, nor a cargo vessel, nor even a boat. It was merely a raft, constructed from several wooden stakes bound together side by side. A primitive and rudimentary wooden contraption. What left Qin Mu'en, Zhang Wei, Wang Chong, and Yu Daping utterly astounded was that standing upon the raft were not modern individuals, but rather bare-chested savages, their waists adorned with animal skins. Their skin darkened by the sun, and their faces and bodies painted with vibrant colors. With superior vision compared to Zhang Wei and the others, Qin Mu'en was the first to discern their appearance and exclaimed, "It's the island's natives." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei, Wang Chong, and Yu Daping's expressions changed dramatically, and after a moment of shock, Yu Daping urgently urged, "Run, Qin Gu, we must hasten our departure." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mu'en seized a wooden paddle and swiftly began to row. The other three, fearing to delay, likewise grabbed their paddles and exerted all their strength to propel the raft forward. The life raft was already sizable, laden with heavy supplies, yet only 4 individuals were rowing. Consequently, its speed paled in comparison to that of the opposing wooden raft. Rather than increasing the distance between them, the gap was closing rapidly. Observing this, Qin Mu'en shouted, "We cannot keep the supplies. Toss them aside." "What?" The other 3 were taken aback, incredulous at the notion of discarding such vital provisions. "Why?" Yu Daping protested. "Qin Gu, please, we can't just throw away all this good food." Before he could finish, a sudden sharp pain pierced his neck, and almost instantly, he felt the world spinning around him. With a thud, Yu Daping collapsed onto his back. Wang Chong, seated beside him, was filled with dread and cried out, "Daping." Qin Mu'en turned to Yu Daping, and without warning, he swung his paddle with force, producing a soft thud as a wooden dart struck the paddle and fell to the ground. He shouted urgently, "Get down! The natives have blow darts." In that moment, he rushed to Yu Daping's side and swiftly removed the dart embedded in his neck. After checking for a pulse, he sighed in relief, realizing that the dart was coated not with lethal poison but rather with a substance that induced unconsciousness. Just as he was assessing Yu Daping's condition, 2 more wooden darts whizzed toward him. Qin Mu'en continued to deflect them with his paddle, swiftly knocking the projectiles away. Looking up, he saw that the distance between their raft and the wooden one had diminished to less than 10 meters. Where 5 natives stood, each wielding a stone spear in one hand and a long tube in the other, continuously launching darts toward them. "Cursed be it!" Qin Mu'en cursed inwardly and leaped outward. The natives on the wooden raft immediately aimed their tubes at him and unleashed a volley of darts, in midair. Qin Mu'en swung his paddle. Suddenly, he felt a numbness in his shoulder, and without time to assess the situation, he heard a muffled thud as he plunged into the sea. Upon hitting the water, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his mind felt heavy. Realizing the grave situation, he turned to find a wooden dart embedded in his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the dart out, biting down on his tongue to stave off the encroaching fog of unconsciousness, the taste of iron filling his mouth. The pain in his tongue cleared his mind considerably. Steeling himself against the dizziness, he swam rapidly toward the wooden raft. The 5 natives, upon spotting Qin Mu'en in the water, began to shout excitedly as he drew near the raft. The 5 savages raised their spears in unison and thrust them toward him. Chapter 95. Water Battle in the Water. Qin Mu'en found it difficult to evade, so he could only dive deeper. The spears pierced the water, leaving trails of white foam in their wake. One spear came perilously close to Qin Mu'en's abdomen. A mere inch lower, and it would have pierced his flesh. Suddenly, one of the natives on the raft lost his balance, screaming as he fell forward, plunging into the water with a splash. Seizing the moment, Qin Mu'en grasped the spear and clutched the native's throat. The savage struggled fiercely, thrashing and striking at Qin Mu'en with all his might on land. Such blows might have inflicted harm, but in the water, the resistance nullified their impact. Meanwhile, Qin Mu'en's grip on the savage's throat tightened. The other natives on the raft could only observe the two thrashing about in the water, unable to discern the details of the struggle. The two combatants intertwined like conjoined twins, grappling fiercely. Qin Mu'en discarded the spear he had taken and maneuvered behind the native, using his arm to choke him tightly. The native, of course, did not yield without a fight, desperately pulling at Qin Mu'en's arm as they spun and twisted in the water. While the four natives on the raft anxiously watched the surface, Qin Mu'en's head suddenly broke through the water. Without hesitation, two of the natives thrust their spears toward him. However, their timing was off as they lunged. Qin Mu'en hoisted the native he had ensnared. Raising him high in his ears, he heard two sickening thuds as the spears struck the native's chest. No one had anticipated that Qin Mu'en would use the savage as a human shield. The native let out a pained scream as the spears pierced his chest, and he fell lifelessly into the water. The two natives, realizing they had inadvertently killed their companion, turned pale. Before they could react, Wang Chong, from the life raft, suddenly shouted and hurled a bag filled with food at the natives. One of them, caught off guard, was struck squarely by the heavy bag. With a thud, he gasped in shock, colliding with his companion, and both fell onto the raft. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu'en discarded the body and swam swiftly toward the raft. As two natives fell, the remaining two stood at the edge, and upon seeing Qin Mu'en approach, one of them thrust a spear at him. Qin Mu'en dove beneath the surface of the water, evading the attack, and when he resurfaced, he was close to the raft. A youthful native, appearing no older than 14 or 15, stood at the edge of the raft, startled by Qin Mu'en's sudden emergence. The young savage hesitated to strike with his raised spear. In that fleeting moment, Qin Mu'en's eyes gleamed with opportunity. He grasped the edge of the raft with both hands and exerted all his might, lifting it with a tremendous force. To his astonishment, the large raft tilted dramatically, causing the two natives atop it to lean back, losing their balance and tumbling into the water. Now, Qin Mu'en found himself submerged alongside the four natives. Taking a deep breath, he dove beneath the surface, drawing his diving dagger as he swam toward the submerged natives. In the water, where resistance was formidable, the long spear proved less effective than the short dagger, which possessed greater lethality. The bewildered natives, panicking in the water, instinctively thrust their spears toward Qin Mu'en as he approached. In the chaos of their collision, Qin Mu'en plunged his dagger into the young savage's chest. As he withdrew the blade, a torrent of blood erupted from the wound, staining the surrounding water a dark crimson. Meanwhile, the other two natives, armed with spears, prepared to attack Qin Mu'en, but with two resounding splashes. Wang Chong and Zheng Wei plunged into the water, joining the fray. Not one to remain idle on the life raft, Wang Chong brandished his dagger and leaped into the water, with Zheng Wei following closely behind. Wang Chong swam behind one of the natives and, without hesitation, delivered a fierce stab to his back. The native gasped, bubbles escaping his mouth. Wang Chong wasted no time, driving the dagger into the savage repeatedly, striking vital areas with lethal precision. Zheng Wei, unarmed, wrapped her arms tightly around another native. In the water, devoid of solid footing, even a physically strong native found it challenging to shake off her grip. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 natives who had fallen from the raft lay dead. The last remaining native was the young boy, visibly panicked and inexperienced. His spear had slipped from his grasp. As he witnessed his companions being slain, he desperately swam toward the surface, exerting all his strength to reach the raft's edge. Qin Mu'en, however, would not allow him to escape easily. He swiftly swam behind the boy and struck him on the back of the head with his dagger. The boy made no sound, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness, blood flowing profusely from the wound. Grasping the boy by the neck, Qin Mu'en called out, "Wang Chong! Wang Chong!" with a splash. Wang Chong's head broke the surface, and upon hearing Qin Mu'en's call, he shouted back, "Qin Gu, I'm here." At that moment, Qin Mu'en's mind grew increasingly hazy, his tongue punctured in several places, filling his mouth with the taste of blood. Weakly, he urged, "Don't let him go. We need him alive." With those words, Qin Mu'en's voice dwindled, his eyes closing as he began to sink beneath the waves. Just before his head submerged, He felt Zheng Wei's firm embrace as she swam over to him. Wang Chong exerted all his strength, first descending to the lifeboat and subsequently, with Zheng Wei's assistance, he managed to pull Qin Mu'en and the young wild man onto the raft, eventually bringing Zheng Wei up as well. Chapter 96. Concern on the lifeboat. 5 individuals occupied the space. 3 of them were in a state of unconsciousness. Qin Mu'en, Yu Dapeng, and the captured young wild man. Qin Mu'en and Yu Dapeng had succumbed to the wild man's blow dart, while the young wild man had been knocked out by Qin Mu'en. Zheng Wei and Wang Chong could not ascertain whether the dart was coated with poison or a sedative in a flurry. Wang Chong rummaged through the first aid kit, repeatedly exclaiming, "What medicine can counteract the poison? Is there anything here that can detoxify?" They were uncertain about the nature of the poison affecting Qin Mu'en and Yu Dapeng. Thus, administering random medication could prove perilous. It was possible that without any treatment, they might be fine. Yet a single wrong medication could jeopardize their lives. After contemplating, Wang Chong agreed with Zheng Wei's reasoning. They each grasped an oar and exerted their utmost strength to paddle. He struggled to twist his body while shouting incoherently. Zheng Wei, unable to comprehend his words, chose to ignore him, though Wang Chong did not wish to engage. The incessant noise from the young wild man became unbearable. In a fit of frustration, he swung an oar and struck the young wild man on the head. The latter rolled his eyes back and fainted again. With the world returning to silence, Wang Chong exhaled deeply and continued to paddle with all his might. When Qin Mu'en awoke, it was already nearing dusk. He opened his eyes to find himself lying in the camp's makeshift hospital, which was essentially a large tent. Initially devoid of occupants, it now housed several individuals. Alongside Qin Mu'en and Yu Dapeng were Wang Ruiqing and He Qing, the team member who had been gored by a wild boar. Observing his complexion, He Qing had regained some color, indicating an improvement in his condition, whereas Wang Ruiqing still appeared half alive, showing no signs of recovery. "Awake." Yang Min's voice drifted from the side. Qin Mu'en turned to her, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What poison did I ingest?" Yang Min picked up a wooden splinter and replied, "The wooden dart seems to have been soaked in a toxin similar to belladonna." Qin Mu'en's expression turned bewildered as he murmured belladonna. Yang Min rolled her eyes at him, stating, "We learned about it in our freshman year. Belladonna contains atropine and scopolamine among its toxins." Realizing that Qin Mu'en had only transferred to their university in his 3rd year, Yang Min refrained from elaborating further, saying, "Fortunately, the wooden splinter is small, and the toxin is minimal. Otherwise, it could have been fatal." Qin Mu'en smiled at Yang Min, expressing gratitude. "Once again, you've saved me. How is Dapeng? Like you?" "He won't die. As long as he is not dead, that's good." Qin Mu'en sat up from the grass. Yang Min handed him half a coconut shell filled with clear water. Without hesitation, he accepted it and drank it dry. Upon mentioning the medications, Yang Min's expression brightened considerably. Her eyes sparkled as she declared, "Most of them are useful, especially ibuprofen, anti-inflammatory, loperamide, antidiarrheal, and painkillers. These are urgently needed in the camp." Qin Mu'en nodded in agreement, saying, "At least this trip at sea wasn't in vain." "How are their conditions?" As he spoke, he gestured towards Wang Ruiqing and He Qing. Yang Min replied, "Both are showing improvement, particularly He Qing. The wild boar's tusk had not pierced He Qing's intestines, and due to effective disinfection and bandaging, his wounds were healing rapidly." Yang Min added, "Next time we go out to sea, I'll accompany you." Qin Mu'en countered, "But you can't swim. You lack the strength to paddle." She didn't finish her sentence, merely glaring at Qin Mu'en in annoyance. Although Yang Min was indeed angry and showed him a cold demeanor, Qin Mu'en felt a warmth in his heart. "You said it. No backing out." Qin Mu'en responded softly, catching a glimpse of Yang Min's feet and noticing she was wearing flip-flops, with her foot wrapped in cloth. Curiously, he asked, "What happened to your foot?" Yang Min glanced down helplessly, saying, "My shoe was torn by a reef." "How careless! Isn't it because of you?" As she ran, her shoe had inadvertently been sliced by the jagged edge of the reef, leaving a small cut on the side of her foot. "Let me take a look." Qin Mu'en grasped Yang Min's ankle, lifting her foot to remove the flip-flop and unwrapping the cloth to inspect the cut. The wound was minor but slightly swollen. As he examined it, he asked, "Have you applied any medicine?" Yang Min's face flushed slightly as she replied, "It's just a small injury. It doesn't require." The medications were too precious, and she was reluctant to use them for such a trivial injury. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Mu'en set her foot down, stood up, walked to the first aid kit, opened it, retrieved hydrogen peroxide and gauze, tore open the packaging, and then knelt in front of Yang Min. He first disinfected the wound with hydrogen peroxide, followed by wrapping it in gauze. There were many scattered shoes from the shipwreck. Although they had been soaked for some time, some could still be worn after drying. Qin Mu'en gently bandaged her wound. Yang Min's heart raced. Just as she was about to speak, footsteps echoed from outside. Moments later, a tall figure appeared at the tent's entrance. The newcomer was a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, towering in stature, speaking fluent northeastern dialect. Dr. Yang, the camp leader, is here too? Am I interrupting you too? Both Qin Mu'en and Yang Min recognized him. He was Grashov, a Russian exchange student studying in the Northeast. Previously, Qin Mu'en had bested him in a fight, and even now, Grashov felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Qin Mu'en. Chapter 97. Captive. The name Grashov was well known. Within the camp, everyone referred to him as Old Xiao, despite his youth. Grashov stammered cautiously while glancing at Qin Mu'en. Yang Min chuckled. If you have something to say, just say it. I have a terrible stomachache. I don't know if it's from eating something wrong. Yang Min set aside her teasing demeanor, stating, extend your hand, and I'll check your pulse. Oh, all right. Grashov obediently extended his hand. Noticing Yang Min checking Grashov's pulse, Qin Mu'en inquired, what about the wild man I captured? Where is he? Yang Min distractedly replied, He.s. locked up. Where? By the seaside. I'll go take a look. His curiosity about the wild man had intensified. Previously, he had always assumed that wild men were indigenous to the island. Yet oddly, he had never located their dwelling. This time, encountering a group of wild men offshore led Qin Mu'en to formulate a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the wild men did not reside on the island at all, but lived beyond it. To validate his theory, he needed to interrogate the captured wild man. As the camp leader, the survivors naturally recognized him, and upon seeing Qin Mu'en, they greeted him warmly. A brief inquiry among the survivors revealed the location where the captured wild man was being held. Upon reaching the seaside, he indeed found a wooden fence erected, with several individuals standing nearby. Wang Chong, Zheng Wei, and Zhang Xinyue. Upon seeing Qin Mu'en approach, both Wang Chong and Zheng Wei were surprised and delighted. Exclaiming in unison, Qin Gu Mu'en, you're awake. Qin Mu'en nodded towards the three of them and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Wang Chong, puzzled, asked, what are you thanking me for? Oh, Qin Gu, isn't that what brothers do? Zheng Wei added. Mu'en, do we need to be so polite? Qin Mu'en smiled at both of them before shifting his gaze to the wild man imprisoned within the wooden fence. It was understandable. The wild men on the island had always posed the greatest threat to the survivors. Many had been brutally killed by the wild men, their brains and organs hollowed out and consumed, making it hard for the survivors not to harbor resentment towards them. Gazing at the bloodied wild man lying in the fence, on the verge of death, Qin Mu'en's eyes flickered with contemplation as he remained silent. Wang Chong spoke sternly, Qin Gu, don't be fooled by his capture. He.s. incredibly stubborn and won't he say a word. Zhang Xinyue shot him a disapproving look, saying, even if he did speak, would you understand him? Wang Chong shrugged, rendered speechless by the retort. Qin Mu'en drew a dagger and cut the vines binding the fence gate. This. Wang Chong, Zheng Wei, and Zhang Xinyue were all taken aback. Zheng Wei hurriedly asked Mu'en, what are you doing? I'm saving him. He can't die. At least not yet. Having been on the island for so long, this wild man was the only living captive they had captured. To gather more information about the wild men, they had no choice but to interrogate him. Wang Chong urged, Qin Gu, this wild man is dangerous. You must be cautious. I know. Qin Mu'en tore away the vines, opened the wooden fence gate, and stepped inside. As he entered, the young wild man, who had been lying motionless on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death, suddenly sprang up and lunged at Qin Mu'en, attempting to tackle him to the ground with all his might. Qin Mu'en spread his legs apart, bent his knees slightly, and firmly gripped the wooden fence, allowing the young wild man to exert all his strength without being able to budge him an inch. Wang Chong shouted angrily, leaping forward and delivering a kick to the young wild man's side, sending him tumbling away. Without waiting for the young savage to rise from the ground, Wang Chong stepped forward and unleashed a flurry of kicks. The young savage fell to the earth, cradling his head in his arms, and within moments, several lacerations appeared on his hands and arms from the brutal assault. Qin Mu'en restrained the enraged Wang Chong, saying, "Enough. If you continue, you might kill him." "Wang, what did I say? This little brat is nothing but a beast. I see no reason to keep him alive. Let's just finish him off." Wang Chong gasped, glaring fiercely at the savage on the ground. Qin Mu'en inquired, "Wang Chong, do you not find this strange?" "Huh." Wang Chong replied, "On the island, we could not locate the dwelling of the savages, yet here on the sea, we encounter one aboard a wooden raft." His words carried a weight of significance. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong, Zheng Wei, and Zhang Xinyue all exhibited thoughtful expressions. Wang Chong's eyes flickered with realization, and he exclaimed, "Qin Gu, are you suggesting that they do not reside on the island, but rather off its shores, that they live on the mainland?" Qin Mu'en gazed down at the trembling savage and replied, "Whether they inhabit the mainland, I cannot say, but it is indeed highly probable that they do not reside on this solitary island." Wang Chong's mouth dropped open in astonishment, and after a moment, he murmured, "If that is the case, as long as we find their dwelling, we might just escape." Qin Mu'en patted Wang Chong on the shoulder, stating, "Thus, he cannot die now. We must pry his mouth open to discover where they come from and what this place truly is." Wang Chong nodded repeatedly, realizing why Qin Gu insisted on keeping the savage alive. It appeared there were long-term plans at play. Qin Mu'en approached the savage, bending down to grasp his arm, intending to lift him from the ground. However, the savage suddenly opened his bloodied mouth and lunged at Qin Mu'en's wrist. "Damn it!" Qin Mu'en cursed, quickly evading the savage's bite while seizing the nape of his neck and forcefully pressing his head into the sandy beach. The savage howled in desperation, thrashing and striking. But it was futile. Qin Mu'en's grip felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, rendering any struggle utterly ineffective. After what felt like an eternity, the savage seemed to exhaust himself, finally lying still. Qin Mu'en, still gripping the savage's neck, lifted him from the ground as one might drag a lifeless dog, pulling him out of the wooden enclosure. Upon seeing him drag the savage out, Zheng Wei and Zhang Xinyue instinctively stepped back, with Zheng Wei tremblingly asking Mu'en, "Where are you taking him?" "To find Xiaomin, to tend to his wounds," Qin Mu'en replied. The savage was their only source of information about the wild men. He had to remain alive. Chapter 98. Bestiality. Qin Mu'en, Wang Chong, and Zheng Wei brought the young savage to the infirmary. Inside, Glachev lay on the grass, clutching his abdomen and groaning. Qin Mu'en glanced at Glachev, frowning as he asked, "Xiaomin, what happened to him?" "He accidentally ingested poisonous mushrooms," Yang Min replied, half amused and half annoyed as she rolled her eyes. "Old Xiao is robust and capable of earning many work points daily. He could easily fill his belly, yet he still ventures out to eat anything he finds." Wang Chong inquired, "Is old Xiao all right?" Glachev was a crucial laborer in the camp, capable of accomplishing the work of 2 men. "I've already induced vomiting and given him some medication. With a night's rest, he should be fine by tomorrow morning." Wang Chong approached Glachev and, seeing his sickly appearance, lightly kicked him, chuckling, "Let's see if you dare to eat recklessly again." Glachev weakly waved a hand at Wang Chong, turning away in response. Yang Min, noticing the bloodied young savage being held by Qin Mu'en, asked with an uneasy expression, "Mu'en, why did you bring him here?" The camp survivors harbored a poor impression of the savages, and Yang Min's feelings were even worse. When she first arrived on the island, she was attacked by savages, and had it not been for Qin Mu'en, she might have perished at their hands. Qin Mu'en pushed the young savage forward, saying, "Xiao Min, tend to his wounds." Yang Min flinched and took a couple of steps back, stammering, "Treat his wounds?" In the eyes of the survivors, the savages were not regarded as human but rather as a pack of upright beasts. Qin Mu'en insisted, "He is important. I need him to survive." Yang Min refrained from further questioning, cautiously glancing at the savage. Upon closer inspection, she observed that the savage was covered in scars, with wounds and bruises. A normal person with such severe injuries would struggle to walk, let alone stand. Yet this savage's gaze was sharp and focused, akin to a coiled serpent ready to strike. Yang Min cautiously stepped forward. But before she could act further, the savage let out a guttural scream and lunged at her. He was quick, but Qin Mu'en was quicker. Positioned behind him, Qin Mu'en anticipated the move, reaching out to grasp the savage's hair and yanking him backward, causing the savage to crash to the ground, sprawled on his back. Qin Mu'en turned to Wang Chong, indicating the nearby stick. Wang Chong understood and picked it up, handing it to Qin Mu'en, with the stick in hand. Qin Mu'en swung it down upon the savage lying on the ground. The savage's ferocity was overwhelming. Taming him would require treating him as one would a wild beast. He needed to be made to fear, to obey, and to refrain from any further defiance. Qin Mu'en struck with precision, targeting areas that would inflict pain without causing fatal harm. The young savage curled into a ball, rolling on the ground. And even Yang Min and Zheng Wei, who despised the savage, could not bear to watch and turned their heads away. After what felt like an eternity, the savage's struggles began to wane. Qin Mu'en ceased his blows, crouched down, and grasped the savage's hair, lifting his head from the sand so that their eyes met. The savage's face and hair were soaked in blood, and the fierce defiance that once filled his gaze had been replaced by overwhelming fear. "Can you behave now?" Qin Mu'en asked, staring directly into his eyes, speaking each word deliberately. The savage did not understand his words, but Qin Mu'en did not require comprehension. He merely needed the savage to recognize who was in charge. Seeing the fear in the savage's eyes and his trembling body, Qin Mu'en released his grip on his hair and said to Yang Min, "Xiao Min, tend to his wounds." After enduring 2 rounds of punishment from Qin Mu'en, the savage had finally submitted. He widened his eyes, a mix of shock and terror as he watched Yang Min clean the blood from his body with a cloth soaked in clean water and apply bubbling antiseptic to his wounds. The peroxide stung as it made contact, but the savage remained silent, his body as still as a statue as he watched Yang Min tend to his injuries. After washing away the blood and grime from his face, Yang Min observed closely and realized the savage was quite young, no more than 15 or 16 years old. He was not conventionally handsome, but neither was he unattractive. His thick brows, deep-set eyes, slightly flattened nose, and full lips gave him a somewhat innocent appearance. It was difficult to reconcile such a seemingly simple youth with the brutal savage capable of cannibalism. Though the young savage bore many wounds, none were fatal. Yang Min disinfected the injuries with peroxide and applied a paste made from Chinese knotweed. The external wounds were nearly treated. After some contemplation, she retrieved a box of ibuprofen, took out a tablet, and extended it toward the savage. The savage hesitated, unsure of what this item was, and did not dare to accept it. Yang Min, taking the initiative, placed the tablet directly into his mouth. The savage flinched, instinctively turning his head to evade her. Observing this, Qin Mu'en took the tablet back, using one hand to grasp the savage's jaw, applying just enough pressure to compel him to open his mouth. He tossed the tablet inside and then brought a coconut shell filled with water to the savage's lips, forcing him to drink. The savage coughed violently, glaring at Qin Mu'en with rage, but when he saw Qin Mu'en's expressionless face staring back at him, he immediately lowered his head, unsure of where to place his hands, consumed by fear and anxiety. Qin Mu'en scoffed softly and nodded at Yang Min, stating, "All right, he still knows how to glare. His injuries likely aren't severe." Yang Min couldn't help but laugh at this. Wang Chong, unable to contain himself, muttered, "Qin Gu, it's such a rarity to have anti-inflammatory medicine. Using it on him is such a waste." Qin Mu'en shrugged nonchalantly. If this savage could provide information about his kin, then even a single tablet of anti-inflammatory medicine would be worth it, let alone several boxes. Meanwhile, Li Yingkai and Chen Shun approached to discuss the matter of changing the camp's currency. They proposed using tokens to replace shells as the camp's currency, and both found this idea quite appealing. Using shells as currency felt too primitive, almost like a joke, and was prone to counterfeiting. Switching to tokens would at least give it the semblance of a more formal currency. The notion of using tokens was originally Qin Mu'en's idea, and they quickly reached a consensus. Before departing, Chen Shan cast a glance at the savage huddled in the corner of the tent, asking, "Old Qin, you don't intend to keep him here for the night, do you?" Chapter 99. Taming Qin Mu'en declared. "That is precisely my intention." Chen Shan chuckled. "Old Qin, don't blame me for not warning you. Let us not spend our lives as eagles, only to be pecked in the eye by one." Qin Mu'en, unfazed, replied, "I will be cautious." Knowing Qin Mu'en's temperament, once he sets his mind on something, it is futile for others to dissuade him. Li Yingkai also offered a few words of caution before departing alongside Chen Shan. With no one else present, Qin Mu'en turned to the young wild man and inquired, "What is your name?" The wild man stared at him timidly, remaining silent. Qin Mu'en gestured to himself, stating, "Qin Mu'en." The wild man continued to gaze at him blankly, his eyes reflecting both fear and confusion. Qin Mu'en pointed to his chest once more, enunciating clearly, Qin Mu'en. After repeating it several times, the wild man finally grasped his meaning and raised his hand to point at Qin Mu'en, saying, Qin.Mu.In good. Seeing that the other could articulate his name, Qin Mu'en's lips curled into a smile as he picked up a papaya from nearby and offered it to the wild man. The wild man looked at Qin Mu'en, hesitating for a moment before snatching the papaya, skin and all, and biting into it voraciously. The juice dribbled down the corners of his mouth, and his gluttonous display caused Qin Mu'en to frown in disapproval. Once the wild man finished the substantial papaya, Qin Mu'en pointed to himself again, reiterating, Qin Mu'en. He then gestured towards the wild man, raising his chin. After a brief moment of hesitation, the wild man replied, Wuya. Ah, Qin Mu'en nodded. You are called Wuya. Though the wild man could not comprehend Qin Mu'en's words, he recognized the sound of Wuya and nodded vigorously, repeating, Wuya. So be it. Wuya it is. While the name may not hold auspicious connotations, it is certainly memorable. Qin Mu'en picked up another papaya, proclaiming, Papaya. The wild man glanced at the fruit in Qin Mu'en's hand, then at him, cautiously articulating, Mu.Ga papaya. Papaya? Yes, Qin Mu'en affirmed with satisfaction, handing the papaya to Wuya. Wuya accepted it and began to devour it hungrily. Qin Mu'en noted with surprise that Wuya's appetite was remarkably large. One papaya would suffice for most, yet this wild man managed to consume 2 in quick succession. After Wuya finished his second papaya, Qin Mu'en picked up a stick and began to draw on the ground. He sketched the island they were on and attempted to ask Wuya where he had come from. Whether Wuya could not understand or was feigning ignorance, he stared blankly at Qin Mu'en. Utterly bewildered, the language barrier and the disparity in civilization made communication exceedingly difficult. Qin Mu'en drew and gestured persistently, yet Wuya maintained his expression of confusion throughout. Ultimately, Qin Mu'en, feeling fatigued, declared, Let us rest. If you dare to flee, I shall break your legs. As he spoke, he produced a length of rope, binding Wuya's hands on one end while fastening the other to his own wrist. Qin Mu'en reclined and instructed Wuya, Sleep? Wuya stared at him blankly. Qin Mu'en reiterated, Sleep? Seemingly understanding, Wuya muttered softly and lay down. Around 10 o'clock that evening, the survivors in the camp had already settled in for the night, the sounds of faint snoring echoing from the shelter. Although Wuya appeared to be asleep, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Qin Mu'en, with no light in the camp and the shelter shrouded in darkness. Wuya fixated intently on Qin Mu'en. After an indeterminate amount of time, he gradually rose from the ground and began to crawl towards Qin Mu'en. At that moment, any trace of fear had vanished from Wuya. His eyes glinted with a predatory gleam, and as he crawled, he resembled a beast poised to strike. He crept closer to Qin Mu'en and, upon reaching him, did not act immediately but instead stared unwaveringly. Noticing that Qin Mu'en's eyes were tightly shut and his breathing steady, Wuya seized a half-coconut shell, positioning its edge against Qin Mu'en's neck as if to strike. Yet, just then, Qin Mu'en's eyes flew open, and a cold glint of a dagger pressed against Wuya's throat. In an instant, the blood within Wuya seemed to freeze, his body remaining in the position of raising the coconut shell. Paralyzed with fear, Qin Mu'en smirked, flipping himself upright from the ground. He spoke little, merely using the flat of his blade to slap Wuya's cheek. The fierceness and brutality in Wuya's gaze dissipated. Replaced by overwhelming terror, he hastily discarded the coconut shell, retreating in haste to cower in a corner of the shelter, curling into a ball. With no further words to spare, Qin Mu'en sheathed his dagger, picked up a stick, and approached Wuya, raising the stick to strike. Having just sustained wounds, Wuya found himself battered anew, his skin breaking open in a gruesome manner. Upon witnessing Qin Mu'en mercilessly beating the wild man, no one expressed pity. Rather, they exclaimed, Camp leader, we cannot allow such a wretch to remain in our midst. Better to eliminate him now. Indeed, camp leader, hasten to rid us of him. Eventually, wearied from the assault, Qin Mu'en tossed the stick aside and crouched down to regard the quivering Wuya. Grasping his hair, he forced him to make eye contact. Wuya trembled and groaned, his gaze towards Qin Mu'en filled with a mixture of awe and heightened fear. Qin Mu'en harbored a strategy for taming this wild man. The initial show of force was necessary. However, it was also crucial not to only resort to punishment without offering any semblance of kindness. Should Wu Ye spark any hint of rebellion, it must be extinguished entirely. No mercy? No glimmer of hope could be permitted. That night, Qin Mu'en slumbered soundly until dawn, while Wu Ye, like an injured wolf, curled in a corner and licked his wounds throughout the night. The following morning, Qin Mu'en, tethering Wu Ye with a rope, sought out Yang Min for a bottle of hydrogen peroxide and a tincture of Polygona multiflorum to tend to Wu Ye's injuries. The once ruthless villain, now receiving aid for his wounds, instilled in Wu Ye a blend of fear and an involuntary sense of dependence on Qin Mu'en. In contemporary terms, this could be likened to Stockholm Syndrome. Chapter 100. Homicide. Wang Ruiqing was the husband of Chen Yusen, who had once been brutally beaten by KOK personnel, leaving him severely injured. Since arriving at Mu'en's camp, he had been confined to the infirmary for treatment. Upon hearing Yang Min's words, Qin Mu'en was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Xiao Min, did you not say he was fine?" "Yes, I thought he was out of danger, but it seems he has died." Yang Min's face turned pale, her speech faltering. "Let us go see," Qin Mu'en urged, leading Wu Ye with the rope as he followed Yang Min to the infirmary. This time, a considerable number of people had gathered both inside and outside the infirmary. Chen Yusen was already in tears, her child Wang Ming weeping inconsolably beside her. Wang Ruiqing's injuries, while serious, were considerably less grave than He Qing, who had been gored by a wild boar's tusk. Yet He Qing was thriving, while Wang Ruiqing had inexplicably passed away. A survivor exclaimed urgently, "Wang Ruiqing is dead." Li Inkai approached Yang Min and quietly asked, "Xiao Min, was it not said that Wang Ruiqing could be saved?" His inquiry was devoid of blame towards Yang Min, yet it still caused her eyes to redden as she choked out, "I do not know. I thought he was out of danger." Li Inkai hastily patted Yang Min's arm, reassuring her, "Xiao Min, it is all right. It is not your fault. The conditions on the island are what they are. Life and death are fated." Yang Min could not comprehend why someone with injuries less severe than He Qing would perish, while He Qing remained alive. Qin Mu'en approached Wang Ruiqing's body, crouching down to scrutinize it closely. The corpse was grotesque. The once fair visage had swollen significantly, the skin marred by numerous bruises. Tong Yao crouched beside the corpse to examine it. She discreetly tugged at Qin Mu'en's sleeve before stepping out of the shelter. After a moment, Qin Mu'en ostensibly casually led Wu Ye out of the shelter as well. Outside, he scanned the area and noticed Tong Yao standing a short distance behind a shelter, beckoning him over. Approaching the rear of the shelter, Qin Mu'en inquired, "Tong Yao, what is it?" Tong Yao paused for a moment before asking Mu'en, "What do you make of Wang Ruiqing's death?" Qin Mu'en shrugged, responding, "I believe Li Gu is correct. Life and death are determined by fate, and fortunes lie beyond our control. Both were injured, yet one with worse injuries survived while the other, with milder wounds, perished. It can only be deemed fate." Tong Yao glanced around before leaning closer to Qin Mu'en and lowering her voice. "I do not believe Wang Ruiqing died of natural causes." Qin Mu'en's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Tong Yao. "If it were not a natural death, then it must have been a homicide." He queried, "You suspect someone killed Wang Ruiqing? Why?" "He was merely a half-dead patient, posing no threat to anyone in the camp. What purpose would there be in his murder?" Tong Yao replied, "The swelling of the corpse and the rapid appearance of livor mortis, coupled with the bleeding gums, all align with the characteristics of asphyxiation death. Choked to death." Qin Mu'en murmured the words, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "But Wang Ruiqing's neck bears no signs of strangulation. He was not suffocated. He must have been smothered. The infirmary is not solely occupied by Wang Ruiqing. Alongside him are He Qing, Yu Dapeng, and the poisoned Glachev." Suddenly, Tong Yao raised her hand, covering Qin Mu'en's mouth and nose, stating, "A person who is smothered cannot emit a loud cry. He Qing is gravely injured and delirious. Yu Dapeng is under the influence of a sedative, and Glachev has ingested toxic mushrooms, leaving his consciousness clouded." To evade the notice of these three, smothering someone is not particularly difficult. Qin Mu'en had faith in Tong Yao's expertise. Since she suspected Wang Ruiqing had been smothered, there must be a basis for her assertion. He inquired, "Can you provide concrete evidence?" "That would require an autopsy." Qin Mu'en slowly shook his head, acknowledging the difficulty of conducting an autopsy under the current conditions. Moreover, The justification for such an examination could only conclude that Wang Ruiqing was murdered, which would instigate panic throughout the camp. Are there any suspects? Tong Yao shook her head. The so-called infirmary was merely a large shed, open and unguarded. It could be said that any individual within the camp could stealthily slip into the infirmary at night, undetected, to kill Wang Ruiqing. With formidable rivals like Keoke outside and the threat of wild men looming, internal chaos would spell disaster. Witnessing this, Tong Yao frowned deeply, turning to glance at Qin Mu'en while nudging him with her elbow. Aren't you looking for a suspect? This is precisely the suspect you seek. Ever since Qin Mu'en arrived at the camp, Li Yingkai has been buzzing around her like a bee drawn to nectar. The injured Wang Ruiqing posed no threat to anyone in the camp, but as long as he was alive, Li Yingkai dared not pursue Qin Mu'en openly. As the deputy camp leader, he must guard his reputation. With Wang Ruiqing's demise, no obstacles remained for Li Yingkai. Thank you, camp leader. Qin Mu'en spoke through tears, her voice choked with emotion. She had witnessed all that Qin Mu'en had done. Qin Mu'en glanced at Qin Mu'en and then at Li Yingkai. Letting out a sigh as he said, Li Gu, please make arrangements for Mr. Wang's burial. All right, Mu'en, rest assured, I will handle this matter. As he spoke, he gently comforted Qin Mu'en, saying, on this island where humans devour humans, perhaps it is a form of liberation for Mr. Wang to depart early. Qin Mu'en, upon hearing this, wept even more sorrowfully. Li Yingkai hurriedly added, don't worry about the future. I will take good care of you both. Chapter 101. Information. Li Yingkai organized the camp's inhabitants to give Wang Ruiqing a proper burial. The so-called proper burial was merely digging a deeper grave and using more leaves to cover the body. Given the circumstances on the island, crafting a coffin was unrealistic. After Wang Ruiqing's death, Li Yingkai openly took care of Qin Mu'en and her son, Wang Mingdai. In the initial days, he provided them with food and drink, and after a few days, he simply brought them to his own quarters. The survivors in the camp did not gossip about Qin Mu'en quickly seeking solace in Li Yingkai's embrace after her husband's death. In this precarious existence on the island, survival was already a remarkable feat. Notions of morality and chastity had become luxuries beyond pursuit. Over the past few days, Qin Mu'en found himself increasingly harmonizing with Waya. More accurately, Waya had begun to regard Qin Mu'en as his master. Waya followed Qin Mu'en's every directive without question. In the initial days, Qin Mu'en had used a rope to guide Waya, but soon he ceased to do so, granting Waya complete freedom. Yet Waya shadowed Qin Mu'en like a faithful specter, never straying far. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Mu'en learned a considerable amount of the wild men's language from Waya. Through Waya, Qin Mu'en finally gleaned a preliminary understanding of the island they inhabited and the wild tribes. Just as Qin Mu'en had previously surmised, the wild men did not reside on this island but rather inhabited an island located to the southwest, named Bright Island. Waya's tribe, the Yake people, had long lived there and thrived. They referred to the island where Qin Mu'en and the other survivors found themselves as Demon Island. Coexisting with the Yake were another tribe known as the Sal. The Sal also inhabited an island, albeit not Bright Island nor Demon Island, but rather another island situated southeast of Demon Island, which the Yake called Dark Island. The Yake and Sal were bitter enemies, continually embroiled in conflict, resulting in countless casualties over the centuries. However, both tribes held a common belief. They regarded Demon Island as a trial ground. For both the Yake and Sal, their coming-of-age ceremonies were completed on Demon Island, where they hunted a beast alone without assistance. Initially, they hunted wolves on Demon Island, but as wolves became scarce, they switched to hunting wild boars. In Waya's words, the Yake were under the protection of celestial deities, embodying goodness and justice, while the Sal were regarded as the messengers of demons, the most cruel and despicable beings in existence. Those who killed survivors on Demon Island were undoubtedly Sal. Due to the language barrier, communication between Qin Mu'en and Waya was quite challenging. It took Qin Mu'en several days of effort, filling 2 notebooks with sketches, to fully comprehend the information Waya provided. Qin Mu'en had previously sensed that there were distinctions among the wild men. Firstly, the colors of the body paint varied. Some wild men were painted in bright red, while others were in earthy yellow. Additionally, their adornments differed, with some sporting bone ornaments and others wearing plant or stone decorations. Now, through Waya's narration, it could be confirmed that those adorned with earthy yellow paint were Yake, while those with bright red paint were Sal. Furthermore, many of Qin Mu'en's lingering questions were answered. Why there were so many beasts and human corpses in the sinkhole, and why wild men would slaughter their own kind, even resorting to cannibalism. As for Waya's claims of righteousness and wickedness, of divine protection and demonic representation, those were mere fabrications, intended to deceive uncivilized wild men like Waya. Ultimately, Qin Mu'en obtained a crucial piece of information from Waya. Regardless of whether they were Yake or Sao, both tribes regarded Demon Island as a place of trials, and the sudden appearance of survivors like Qin Mu'en and others was interpreted as a divine test, prompting them to hunt the survivors as part of their coming-of-age rites. Waya had been brought to Demon Island by his tribe to undergo this trial, but they were unfortunate enough to encounter Qin Mu'en and his group along the way. The trial remained unfulfilled, resulting in Waya himself becoming Qin Mu'en's captive. Qin Mu'en meticulously organized the information provided by Waya, filling in gaps with his own deductions until he managed to connect all the details cohesively. One day, Qin Mu'en summoned Li Yingkai, Chen Shun, and other members of the council for a meeting. Everyone gathered in the tent where Qin Mu'en resided. He sat on the ground, with Waya seated in a corner. His head lowered as he intently fiddled with a mobile phone. Ever since discovering this novel device, which he had never encountered before, Waya became utterly captivated. More precisely, he became enchanted. The phone contained music he had never heard before, along with fascinating films that seemed to belong to another world. Most enthralling for Waya were the mobile games that could be played without the need for an internet connection. Noticing Waya's fondness for the phone, Qin Mu'en gifted him one. Since acquiring the phone, Waya had been glued to it almost every day, only closing his eyes to listen to music when his eyes grew weary. With Waya present, everyone had grown accustomed to his constant companionship. For these days, Waya had not left Qin Mu'en's side. Chun Chun was the first to speak, asking, "Old Qin, what did you summon us for?" Qin Mu'en, without reservation, recounted the information he had received from Waya in detail. Upon hearing Qin Mu'en's words, the group was taken aback. Tio learned that the island they inhabited was named Demon Island, devoid of any natives. Was shocking. The natives resided on two other islands, with Demon Island serving merely as a trial ground for their coming-of-age ceremonies. The sheer volume of information Qin Mu'en shared was overwhelming, leaving everyone in need of time to absorb it. After a prolonged silence, Chen Shun was the first to react, slapping his forehead and bursting into laughter. "Mu'en, does this mean there are no natives on Demon Island? Our situation is safe." Li Yingkai and the others, upon hearing this, also displayed gleaming eyes, unable to conceal their joy. Yet, their elation was swiftly extinguished by Qin Mu'en's words. "On the contrary, our situation is far from secure. We are perpetually in danger." "What?" Chen Shan stared at him in astonishment. Qin Mu'en explained, "Currently, the Yake on Bright Island and the Sao on Dark Island view us survivors as subjects of divine testing. This means they could stealthily infiltrate Demon Island at any moment. Lying in wait to ambush us, they might annihilate us all. Terrifyingly, the wild man slaughters them without a semblance of moral consciousness, perceiving them merely as prey and subjects for trial." Silence. Upon the conclusion of Qin Mu'en's utterance, the tent fell into an eerie stillness, a chill racing up the spines of those present, culminating in a prickling sensation at the scalp. Suddenly, an incongruous laugh erupted. I in the corner, Wuya, engrossed in a movie on his phone, laughed incessantly. Wang Chong, fury igniting within him, pointed at Wuya and bellowed, "Laugh, you motherf." Wuya lifted his gaze, and his eyes resembled those of a beast fixated on its prey, as if ready to pounce on Wang Chong and sink its teeth into his throat. Witnessing this, a shiver coursed through the onlookers. Qin Mu'en clicked his tongue and declared, "Wuya." His words wielded more power than anything else. The sound of Qin Mu'en's summons, the malevolence in Wu Ya's eyes vanished in an instant, and he grinned at Qin Mu'en like an obedient kitten. The crowd exchanged glances, and one by one, they nodded in agreement. Wang Chong grumbled, "This is incredibly inconvenient." Qin Shun responded helplessly, "There's no other way. We are in the light, while the wild men lurk in the shadows. If they choose to ambush us, 1 or 2 lives are as good as lost." Li Yingkai nodded vigorously and added, "The wild men possess not only spears and stone blades for close combat, but also blow darts for ranged attacks. Even Mu'en cannot withstand the poison on those darts." At the mere thought of the blow darts used by the wild men, Wang Chong shuddered, sighing and shaking his head repeatedly, muttering, "How long must we remain vigilant?" Li Yingkai's eyes darted, and he proposed, "Mu'en, I believe the security team at the camp needs to bolster its numbers. Qin Mu'en did not respond immediately but turned to Chen Shan.as, the deputy camp leader and head of the security team. Chen pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. The environment on the island is fraught with peril. Increasing the personnel in the security team is indeed necessary. Li Yingkai continued. With more people in the security team, Qin alone may struggle to manage everything. I suggest appointing an additional deputy leader. Perhaps Grashov. Old Xiao is robust, and in terms of strength, he ranks among the top 3 in the camp. His position as deputy leader would command respect. The fact that Li Yingkai recommended Grashov, a native of the Dawn camp, was surprising to Chen Shun, Chen Shi, Lu Qingfu, and Wu Jing, who couldn't help but cast several glances at him. Qin Mu'en also regarded Li Yingkai without further comment. Instead asking Chen Shun, "What do you think, Chen Shun?" "I have no objections. Although Old Xiao is a foreigner, after spending so much time together, we all know what kind of person he is. He is not like those foreigners from Kaoke and harbors no ill intentions toward us." Chen Shun certainly did not oppose the idea of Grashov becoming his deputy. Seeing that Chen Shun had no objections, Qin Mu'en nodded and stated, "Very well, we shall increase the security team by 10 members. With Grashov serving as the deputy leader." Once the matter was settled, everyone resumed their tasks. Wang Chong, Lu Qingfu, and Wu Jing, the leaders of the gathering team, needed to inform their members to be extra cautious while foraging for food. Chen Shun would recruit new security team members, while Li Yingkai would promote awareness among the camp survivors to minimize their outings. After the meeting, everyone dispersed to their respective duties. Chen Shi was the last to leave. She glanced at Wu Ya, who was still engrossed in his phone, and then turned to Qin Mu'en, a smirk playing on her lips as she remarked, "You certainly have a knack for taming this wild man." Qin Mu'en shrugged nonchalantly. He had already gleaned ample information from Wu Ya, and his value had diminished significantly. If Wu Ya was willing to comply, Qin Mu'en was open to keeping him at the camp. After all, the camp did not suffer from his presence. However, if he proved to be disobedient, Qin Mu'en would not hesitate to eliminate him, leaving no room for risk. But Qin Mu'en, I must caution you to beware of nurturing a tiger. You may find yourself unaware of how you met your demise. In Chen Shi's view, Qin Mu'en's decision to keep Wu Ya close was foolish. How could one trust a wild man? Keeping him nearby posed a constant threat to one's life. Though her intentions were good, her words remained as caustic as ever. Qin Mu'en furrowed his brow and replied, "Chen Shi, you are overstepping your bounds. My life is my own. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you." A dog biting El Dongbin. Chen Shi shot him a disdainful glance and stomped her foot toward Qin Mu'en's foot. Fortunately, Qin Mu'en reacted swiftly, sidestepping her attempt to stomp on him. Before he could respond, Chen Shi had already taken the opportunity to declare, "Step aside. Good dogs do not block the way." Observing Chen Shi's haughty retreat, Qin Mu'en felt an overwhelming urge to kick her behind. Following the meeting, the most elated individual in the entire camp was undoubtedly Grashov. The Mu'en camp was predominantly composed of Chinese individuals, and as a Russian among a sea of Chinese faces, his position had been somewhat awkward. However, now he had ascended to the role of deputy leader of the security team, managing a group of robust individuals, which would significantly elevate his status within the camp. Upon receiving the news, Grashov could hardly contain himself. He exited his tent, brimming with excitement, but instead of seeking out Chen Chen to report, he made his way toward Li Yingkai's quarters. Midway, he encountered Qin Mu'en approaching him. Despite his towering stature and brawny build, Grashov was quite astute, well aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid in the camp. As he closed the distance, Grashov jogged up to Qin Mu'en, beaming as he greeted, "Camp leader." Qin Mu'en nodded and glanced around before leading Grashov to an unoccupied area while saying, "Old Xiao, come with me." Grashov, puzzled, followed Qin Mu'en to the empty spot and cautiously inquired, "Camp leader, what do you need?" It was not a question but rather an assertion. Qin Mu'en's words. Grashov's mouth fell open, stammering, "Camp leader, I didn't." Qin Mu'en continued, "It was you who suffocated him." Grashov's face drained of color. Struggling to articulate a single word, "It was Li Gu who instructed you to do this." Again, this was a statement, not a question. Grashov trembled, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. "All right, I understand." Qin Mu'en nodded, saying nothing further and turned to leave. Chapter 103, Trial. "You go ahead and do your thing, camp leader." Grashov's features contorted in dismay. Appearing on the verge of tears, though it was unclear whether he was anxious or frightened. After speaking, Qin Mu'en ignored Grashov, waving at Wu Ya, who stood a short distance away, and strode away with purpose. Qin Mu'en could not ascertain whether Grashov had indeed killed Wang Ruiqing, nor could he confirm if Li Yingkai had instigated Grashov. However, the circumstances surrounding Grashov's poisoning that night were indeed suspicious. A robust individual like Grashov, a diligent worker in the camp who enjoyed ample sustenance, how could he have unwittingly ingested toxic mushrooms? Having lived on the island for so long, Grashov was neither foolish nor naive. He could distinguish between edible and inedible mushrooms. Moreover, Li Yingcai's recommendation of Grashov as deputy leader of the security team during today's meeting was equally curious. It was well known that Li Yingcai possessed a strong desire for power. He would not pass over an opportunity to recommend one of his own for such an important position. The notion that he would endorse someone unrelated to him was simply inconceivable. If Li Yingcai had recommended Grashov, it implied that he considered Grashov an ally. Piecing together the prior events, Qin Mu'en found it easy to deduce the underlying machinations. Grashov's reaction further corroborated his suspicions. Wang Ruiqing's death was indeed orchestrated by Li Yingcai through Grashov. Yet, despite his understanding, Qin Mu'en had no intention of publicizing this information, nor did he plan to hold Li Yingcai accountable. Punishing Li Yingcai would incur losses far greater than any potential gains for the camp. Thus, from a personal standpoint, Qin Mu'en felt compelled to impose severe repercussions on the murderer. However, from the camp's perspective, he could only feign ignorance, turning a blind eye to the matter. Qin Mu'en nodded and, in the native tongue, stated it was him. Since consuming the blood spirit mushroom, Qin Mu'en's memory had notably improved. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as photographic. Through Wu Ya, he had learned a significant amount of the indigenous language. With the words engraved in his mind, remaining vivid even after considerable time had passed, he had also attempted to teach Wu Ya Chinese, but for Wu Ya, the task was far more challenging. Even the word for his most cherished item, mobile phone, was difficult for him to pronounce. He could only manage the sounds for device and hand, which posed a significant challenge in the days before Qin Mu'en had gifted Wu Ya a phone. Wu Ya had often followed Qin Mu'en incessantly chirping. After bypassing Grashov, Qin Mu'en led Wu Ya outside the camp. Security personnel awaited outside, and upon seeing Qin Mu'en, they approached him, greeting, "Camp leader." Qin Mu'en acknowledged them with a nod. "I'm stepping out with Wu Ya. I shall return before nightfall, if possible." After speaking, Qin Mu'en waved goodbye to the crowd and then walked away with Wu Ya. The security team dared to stop other survivors but did not have the audacity to obstruct Qin Mu'en. The camp leader, as they watched Qin Mu'en and Wu Ya's figures recede into the distance, a young team member could not help but exclaim, "Whenever I see wild men, I get goosebumps." The camp leader is quite fortunate to have a wild man by his side, and that wild man seems to actually heed his words. It is precisely because he possesses such abilities that he is the camp leader. If you had the same skills as him, you would be the camp leader too. I wish I could. Qin Mu'en, accompanied by Wu Ya, departed the camp and ventured straight into the jungle. Qin Mu'en led the way while Wu Ya followed closely, glancing around. After walking deep into the forest for a considerable time, Wu Ya's eyes suddenly brightened, and he exclaimed, "Hum, hum, hum." He dashed towards a patch of grass. Qin Mu'en quickly caught up with him, and not long after, Wu Ya came to a halt, pointing excitedly at a cluster of flowers towering over a person. He babbled animatedly, "Oh." Qin Mu'en responded, leaning closer to examine the flowers. He did not recognize this species, but found them rather appealing. Beneath the blossoms lay oval-shaped pods. Wu Ya drew out a stone knife and sliced open the pod's skin, causing a black liquid to flow forth. Grinning, he said, "This is this." The black liquid was precisely the poison used by the wild men to coat their blow darts. Qin Mu'en unsheathed his dagger and applied the poison onto it. Although this toxin would not prove fatal, it could induce paralysis, leading to unconsciousness. Coating his weapon with this venom would provide a significant advantage during combat. After thoroughly applying the poison to the blade, Qin Mu'en examined it from various angles, nodding in satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he uttered in the native tongue, coming-of-age ceremony, "Let us hunt wild boar." Upon hearing this, Wu Ya's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. "All right." As they journeyed toward the wild boar forest, Qin Mu'en inquired, "Do you have parents?" Wu Ya's expression dimmed, and he shook his head, replying, "They are both dead. killed by the Sao people. Once, the Sao launched a surprise attack on us. My father was slain, and my mother was taken away. She likely perished at the hands of the Sao long ago. Qin Mu'en turned to Wu Ye, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "From now on, you can stay by my side, as long as you can play with the machine every day." Play with the machine. A line of sweat trickled down Qin Mu'en's forehead. The two continued their conversation until they reached the vicinity of the wild boar forest. Here, both felt their nerves begin to tense. Qin Mu'en was well aware of the ferocity of wild boars. And Wu Ye shared this understanding. Even for them, the indigenous people, hunting wild boars was a perilous endeavor. Qin Mu'en had brought Wu Ye along to assess his capabilities. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. He needed to comprehend the skills of those around him. Chapter 104. Ambush. Qin Mu'en and Wu Ye walked toward the wild boar forest. If fortune favored them, they might encounter a solitary wild boar at the forest's edge. Midway through their journey, Qin Mu'en suddenly halted, scanning the surroundings. Wu Ye followed suit, wearing a puzzled expression. He looked around, seeing nothing but thickets and trees. He then crouched down and withdrew his dagger, carefully clearing away the loose soil and grass stems ahead. Peering closely, Wu Ye discovered that beneath the surface lay a layer of palm leaves. Confused, he also squatted down, gazing at Qin Mu'en in bewilderment. The ground beneath should have been mere soil or, at most, stones. How could such an intact expanse of leaves exist? Qin Mu'en grasped the edge of the palm leaves and slowly lifted them. Underneath, he found a framework of branches forming a ribbed structure. And beneath that lay a massive, deep pit, filled with sharpened stakes and branches. Upon realizing this, Wu Ye's complexion changed dramatically. He finally understood that this was a trap. Qin Mu'en narrowed his eyes, pondering who would set a trap here. Just then, a voice rang out from within the jungle, shouting, "Fire!" Immediately, over a dozen individuals emerged from the nearby thickets and behind the trees, each wielding bows, and simultaneously unleashed a volley of arrows toward Qin Mu'en and Wu Ye. The sudden turn of events left Qin Mu'en astounded. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground to evade the incoming arrows. Several arrows whizzed past him, while others embedded themselves into the earth beside him. And one struck his shoulder. Wu Ye reacted even quicker than Qin Mu'en, rolling away to avoid injury from the arrows. As Qin Mu'en raised his head to assess the situation, he saw a group of foreign individuals stepping out from the underbrush. Bows drawn. It was evident that these were survivors from the KOK camp. What surprised Qin Mu'en even more was that the KOK camp had managed to produce such a significant number of bows and arrows. One must never underestimate the strength of one's adversaries. While you are developing, your opponents are learning and growing as well. Qin Mu'en had previously set traps near the potato planting area, resulting in the deaths of several KOK camp members, and soon after, the KOK camp began learning to set traps themselves. Qin Mu'en had discovered the wild boar forest, a gathering place for wild boars, and the KOK camp had also identified it, even taking the initiative to lay traps and ambushes between Mu'en's camp and the wild boar forest. Consequently, Qin Mu'en and Wu Ye stumbled directly into the ambushers on their way to the wild boar forest. Qin Mu'en recognized the adversaries, and they, too, recognized him. One man pointed at Qin Mu'en, shouting, "Qin! It's Qin!" Qin Mu'en's name had long been known among the KOK camp, evoking fear in them. However, now that Qin Mu'en bore an arrow wound, their fear diminished, and they realized it was a prime opportunity to eliminate him. The KOK members hurriedly nocked their arrows, aiming at Qin Mu'en for another barrage. Dozens of arrows struck the ground where he had just taken cover. Had he hesitated a moment longer, he would have been riddled with arrows. Seeing Qin Mu'en evade the onslaught, a nearby Western man discarded his bow and drew a machete, charging directly at Qin Mu'en. He swiftly approached and, without a word, swung his blade down with all his might, aiming for Qin Mu'en's head. Qin Mu'en rolled backward, narrowly dodging the heavy blow. Following this, over a dozen men, armed with various weapons, surged forward. Outnumbered and facing a fierce onslaught, Wu Ye instinctively took a step back, his eyes filled with fear. Among the indigenous people, Wu Ye was not yet considered a warrior, merely a youth yet to undergo his coming-of-age ceremony. In terms of combat courage and experience, he was no match for an adult. Otherwise, Qin Mu'en would not have easily captured him alive. Wu Ye's fear mounted, and he instinctively began to retreat. A Western man charged toward him. At this moment, Wu Ye was no longer clad in wild man attire. His face was free of paint and ornaments, wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, though he had no shoes on. To the KOK members, he appeared merely as a darker-skinned Chinese boy. The Western youth approached Wu Ya, raised a club, and swung it fiercely at Wu Ya's temple. Wu Ya leaned back just in time, the club narrowly missing the tip of his nose. Failing to connect, the Western youth swung again, this time aiming for Wu Ya's head. Wu Ya was slightly slower to evade and was struck on the shoulder. With a loud thud, Wu Ya fell backward. The Western youth chuckled maliciously, advancing a couple of steps to rain down blows on Wu Ya's head with the club. The sound of the club striking Wu Ya resounded repeatedly as he curled up, howling in pain. At that moment, Qin Mu'en broke through the throng, sprinting towards Wu Ya. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu'en pulled Wu Ya off the ground and said in a low voice, "Run!" The KOK members were fast approaching. Rushing toward them, Qin Mu'en brandished his dagger and forcefully shoved Wu Ya, shouting, "Run!" Wu Ya stumbled several steps before turning to flee. Just as Wu Ya darted away, Qin Mu'en found himself encircled by the KOK members. Clubs and machetes descended upon him from all directions, an overwhelming tide of aggression, and no matter how skilled Qin Mu'en was, it was impossible to fend off so many attacks simultaneously. He could only attempt to evade the lethal strikes of the machetes. Suddenly, a loud crack resounded as a club struck the back of Qin Mu'en's head, propelling him forward and nearly causing him to collapse. Blood streamed down from his head, staining the back of his collar a deep red. Sensing an opportunity, a Western man standing directly in front of Qin Mu'en, wielding a machete, approached and swung down, aiming for his neck. Qin Mu'en's counterattack was swift and unexpected. The Western man could not react in time and was slashed by the gleaming edge of the dagger, leaving a deep gash across his chest. The Western man let out a cry of pain, instinctively retreating. Just as he stumbled back, feeling dizzy, he instinctively shook his head, but it was futile. A wave of intense vertigo engulfed him. With a thud, he fell to the ground. At long last, the Western giant could no longer maintain his stance. He first stumbled and fell onto the ground, and then, with a sudden backward tilt of his body, lost consciousness. Witnessing this, the crowd from KOK was initially struck with shock, but soon one of them realized and shouted, "His blade is poisoned." The Qin's blade is poisoned? Prompted by this warning, those encircling Qin Mu'en grew increasingly cautious, refraining from drawing near and instead relying on the length of their clubs and swords to launch distant attacks. Consequently, Qin Mu'en found himself in an increasingly perilous situation. Seizing the moment, a Western brute pounced from behind, wrapping his arms tightly around Qin Mu'en. Another Western man took the opportunity to step in front of Qin Mu'en, violently thrusting his wooden stick forward, striking him squarely in the abdomen. The force of the blow was so tremendous that it nearly pierced Qin Mu'en's belly. The intense pain compelled Qin Mu'en to cry out. His head first dipped down, then he thrust it back with all his might. Thud! The back of his head collided fiercely with the chin of the brute behind him. His already injured skull was further exacerbated by this violent impact, causing excruciating pain. Fortunately, the brute also suffered, as his jawbone nearly shattered from the collision, leading him to release Qin Mu'en with a howl and stagger backward. Seizing this chance, Qin Mu'en sprang forward, plunging his blade into the brute's heart. However, as he felled this giant, two clubs struck violently against his back. Without a moment's pause, he rolled swiftly to the side. Crack, 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 thud, thud, thud. The clubs and swords raining down around him struck the ground with great force. One Western man, observing Qin Mu'en rolling near him, smirked and, gripping his sword with the handle reversed, aimed a downward stab. Just as the blade was about to make contact with Qin Mu'en, an unexpected force from behind slammed into him, sending him sprawling forward. In this critical moment, the assailant was none other than the returning Wu Ya. Despite having fled, Wu Ya had not gone far but instead hid nearby. Watching intently, he dashed out from the shadows, first colliding with the Western giant, and then lunging at another nearby adversary. Though Wu Ya was young and of slight build, his explosive strength was remarkable. His leap sent the opponent tumbling head over heels. Wu Ya then pinned the man down and sank his teeth into the foe's throat. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the victim. As onlookers beheld the sight, they were horrified to see Wu Ya tear through flesh, leaving a gaping, bloody hole in the man's throat, with a chunk of raw meat clutched in his mouth. This gruesome scene was beyond chilling. Some of the more faint-hearted among the crowd were retching violently. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu'en sprang to his feet. Swinging his dagger outward, two Westerners close to him felt the blade's edge slice through their skin, and moments later, they both collapsed, unconscious. Just then, a Western man charged at Qin Mu'en with a fierce yell, knocking him off his feet. As he rolled away, several Westerners swung their clubs, striking him indiscriminately, while a few others focused on attacking Waya. What had begun as a single fray had now devolved into two separate conflicts. Qin Mu'en was already bearing numerous injuries, particularly from the severe blow to his head, which left him increasingly dazed. Observing that Qin Mu'en was nearing his limit, a Western man wielding a sword stealthily approached from behind, intending to deliver a fatal strike. As he positioned his blade against Qin Mu'en's back, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch the spot, only to pull out a wooden dart. Confused, the Western man could not comprehend how the dart had found its way to his neck. Before he could ponder further, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed forward, unconscious. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone present. People instinctively glanced around, and suddenly, another individual was struck by a flying dart. Collapsing as the previous one had, it was only then that they noticed numerous long, straight wooden tubes protruding from the surrounding grass, charred black from fire and cleverly concealed within the foliage, making them difficult to detect without careful scrutiny. Savages. There are savages here. One Western man shrieked, trembling in fear. Simultaneously, a flurry of darts struck his chest and neck, causing him to sway before falling backward. The sudden ambush from the savages sent the scene into chaos. Onlookers abandoned their pursuit of Qin Mu'en and Waya, scattering in terror. Qin Mu'en lay on the ground, his head and body drenched in blood. Waya, resembling a startled rabbit, bounded forward in a few quick steps, urgently calling out, "In," for Waya. The name Qin Mu'en was difficult to pronounce, so he opted to simply utter "In." Qin Mu'en lifted his head and glanced towards the bushes. Inquiring, "Are they your kin?" Waya shook his head, his expression grave as he replied, "They are Sarlans. Run." The Yak people and the Sarlans were sworn enemies. The animosity between the two tribes had reached an irreconcilable point. If a survivor from one tribe stood before a Sarlan and was forced to choose only one to slay, they would unhesitatingly choose to kill the Sarlan, and vice versa. Since the assailants were not Yak people but Sarlans,